As a PhD in physics, traveling to a Xiuxian dynasty. The first thing they did was to start the Industrial Revolution. But all the officials said that I was just using cunning tricks and was a traitor who brought ruin to the country. The emperor is extremely disappointed in me, saying that I am bringing shame to the royal family. Go and settle down as a vassal immediately. But what no one expected was, I made a remote place with poor spiritual energy and backwardness rise from now on. Spiritual energy liquefaction, talisman paper printing, spiritual grass race base, spiritual fruit tree grafting, mobile phone, internet. Several years later, officials came to visit. This is still a barren fiefdom. Could it be that we have arrived in the fairyland? The palace of the third prince of the divine dynasty. Brother, I'm almost drained. Girl's eyes full of resentment. As if the body was hollowed out. Nonsense, how can a girl be squeezed dry? But I really don't have any. Then you take a break first. Come again later. Humph, stinky third brother, you only know how to bully little seven. The girl had a stunning appearance, bright eyes, skin as white as snow, and a hint of anger in her agility. Qin Yu frowned and fell into deep thought. The main components of air are oxygen and nitrogen. No, there is also spiritual energy. The liquefaction temperature of oxygen is -183 degrees, and the solidification temperature is -218 degrees, a difference of 35 degrees. What is the temperature at which spiritual energy will liquefy? Seventh sister, let's try compressing the temperature to -148 degrees again. Qin Yu was eager to try. Again. Shao Qi said helplessly, third brother, although I have a mysterious ice physique, I am only in the foundation building stage. The temperature you mentioned can probably only be achieved by the peak of the nascent soul stage. However, Shao Qi smiled and pretended to be mysterious. Third brother, Shao Qi does know a powerful man with ice attribute in the nascent soul stage. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. Shao Qi, if you can call this strong man over, I will make you an ice cream cake. Shao Qi swallowed and said, Brother San, let's make a deal. When has third brother ever lied to you? I'm going to attend the court meeting first. I'll make you an ice cream cake when I come back, but you have to bring this strong man to me. The morning glow fell on the roof of the Hipan Gable Hall, the yellow glazed tiles emitted golden light, and in front of the majestic hall, golden armored soldiers stood in a row along the towering palace walls. Inside the hall was the emperor of the Tianyu divine dynasty, wearing a golden silk dragon robe, with a jade-like face, majestic and sacred, with a hint of fatigue in his deep eyes. Below, civil and military officials were lined up in an orderly manner. The lowest level of cultivation who can stand in the court is the nascent soul stage, and the heads of various departments are at the spirit transformation stage, and there are more than 20 of them. I'm going to be late. The court meeting will start in a cup of tea. Qin Yu ran frantically in the palace. He didn't want to be confined for 3 months. What would happen to his research if he was confined for 3 months? If you have a document, you can make a report. If you don't, you can leave the court. With the eunuch's shout, the grand court meeting officially began. Fortunately, it has just begun. Qin Yu panted and heard the eunuchs shouting at the door. The civil and military officials followed Qin Yu's eyes. It was the first time to see civil and military officials late for the court meeting. All the officials shook their heads, obviously dissatisfied with the performance of the third prince. Qin Yu ignored the officials' reactions, pulled the eighth prince away from the pillar of the hall, and stood beside him leisurely. It's just a matter of practice. Before he traveled through time, he didn't get stuck in class that time and sat down peacefully under the gaze of his classmates. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Household Affairs has a memorial. My dear, please speak. Your Majesty, the 9 major spiritual veins of the Tianyu divine dynasty have dried up 5 years ago. The production of spiritual rice and medicinal herbs in various parts of the world has been greatly reduced, and even the harvest has almost stopped. The output of the divine dynasty's spiritual stone veins has dropped by 80%, and tax revenue has plummeted by 80%. 90. Your Majesty, the Ministry of War has something to report. Speak. Your Majesty's border officers have not been paid their salaries for 4 years. If we continue, I am worried that there will be a risk of mutiny. Your Majesty's officials have not received their salaries for 3 years. Tang Ling, the Prime Minister of the Divine Dynasty, sighed. The officials were restless. Emperor Tianyu did not reply, and there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The 9 spiritual veins that were the foundation of the Divine Dynasty were all exhausted. The establishment of the Divine Dynasty was based on the spiritual veins. Now that the 9 spiritual veins have dried up at the same time, the Divine Dynasty is deteriorating, and the world is only one opportunity away from a major change. The Divine Dynasty has been passed down for more than 30,000 years and has gone through 35 emperors. If it were to be overthrown in his hands, how would Qin Wentian face his ancestors? Your Majesty, I impeach the 3rd Prince Qin Yu. Wei Zheng looked serious, and his square face showed righteousness. He only recently learned that there were still corrupt officials in the Divine Dynasty at a time of crisis. As the head of the censors, it was his duty to impeach these corrupt officials. Impeach me? Qin Yu sighed in confusion, not taking it seriously, and continued to think about the liquefaction of spiritual energy. Emperor Tianyu glanced at Qin Yu, a hint of guilt in his eyes. Your Majesty, the 3rd Prince has spent 100,000 top-grade spirit stones in the Ministry of Revenue over the past 6 months just to play around with his tricks. As a prince of the Divine Dynasty, he is not doing his job but is obsessed with strange skills and lewd tricks. He is squandering the Divine Dynasty's treasury. This is a serious crime. According to the law, he should be stripped of his status as a prince. Emperor Tianyu's eyes were filled with anger. He had always favored Qin Yu. But when the Divine Dynasty was in danger, it was a taboo to indulge in extravagance and waste. Did Qin Yu do this? Father, it is true. Qin Yu admitted frankly. Research costs are huge to begin with, and 100,000 top-grade spirit stones can barely lay the foundation for scientific research. The construction of basic industries is not only costly but also time-consuming. He had already invested 100,000 top-quality goods in the construction of basic industries. When Wei Zheng heard that Qin Yu had no guilt at all, he laughed instead of being angry, and started to scold. When the spirit veins were not exhausted, the annual income of the Divine Dynasty was only 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Now it is even less than 1/10, and the tax income is only 1 million top-grade spirit stones. You alone spent 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Where is the Divine Dynasty, the 9 provinces of the Divine Dynasty, and the billions of lives? The Tianyu Divine Dynasty has a vast source of blessings, governing hundreds of millions of lives, covering 9 states and 99 regions. The 10 great dynasties in the East appear harmonious on the surface, but undercurrents are surging. Once the Tianyu dynasty declines, the other 9 dynasties will surely move in unison, causing billions of lives to fall into war. Wei Zheng became more and more excited as he spoke, and with just a few words he labeled Qin Yu a man who brought disaster to the country and the people. All officials were in panic, as Wei Zheng was suspected of making false accusations. However, the situation facing the Divine Dynasty might be even more dangerous than what Wei Zheng said. People's livelihood is declining, the country has no cohesion, the national fortune is on the decline, and without the protection of national destiny, the overthrow of the Divine Dynasty is only a matter of time. Your Majesty, the third prince's actions are indeed inappropriate. If the spiritual stones are used for spiritual practice or for the people of the divine dynasty, the officials have nothing to say. But the bicycle, loom, and phonograph that the third prince is tinkering with are really useless. Is this true? Emperor Tianyu's expression became more and more gloomy. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones were just for something useless. Spirit stones are divided into low-grade spirit stones, medium-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and top-grade spirit stones, and the exchange ratio for each grade is 10:1. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 100 million low-grade spirit stones. The annual salary of a chi refining cultivator is only a few hundred low-grade spirit stones. This is a huge amount of spirit stones. It is true. Qin Yu once again acknowledged Wei Zheng's impeachment. Humph. Wei Zheng snorted coldly. He didn't expect that this prince of a defeated country had no guilt or remorse and admitted it as a matter of course. As a royal son, he doesn't care about the country, but wastes the national treasury on tricks. Emperor Tianyu pondered for a moment and said, Qin Yu wasted the national treasury's spiritual stones, and he is punished by being confined in the imperial ancestral temple for 1 month. The eunuch chief Li Zhengxuan's mouth twitched. Wei Zheng's eyes widened, his face closed for a month. What was the difference between this and tickling? Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Father. Wei Zheng's face froze, and before he could say anything, the third prince was acting like a spoiled child. Qin Yu collapsed and screamed as if he had suffered a great injustice. Father, you have confined your father for a month. That is too long. Can you change it to 1 day? What will happen to his research after being confined for a month? All the officials were stunned, and the next second there was a constant noise in the court. It is against the law to waste 100,000 top-grade spirit stones from the national treasury and confine him for a month. The ministers expressed their dissatisfaction one after another. Humph. Wei Zheng sneered. He was also amused by Qin Yu. Third prince, you are acting like this, what do you think of the laws of the country? Do you still have the divine dynasty and the people of the world in your eyes? Wei Zheng said angrily. He even dared to confront Emperor Tianyu, so how could he show mercy to a prince? Isn't it just a mere 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? The third prince is so arrogant. Only 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Wei Zheng's voice was loud, as if he had heard some joke. Do you know how much the soldiers at the border get paid, how much the officials get paid, and how much the people get in a year? As a prince of the divine dynasty, you actually said that it only cost a mere 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. What is the difference between you and that prince who doesn't want to eat meat in the eyes of the people? For soldiers in the chi refining stage at the border, the monthly salary is 10 low-grade spirit stones in the early stage, 20 in the middle stage, 40 in the late stage, and 80 at the peak stage. After that, the benefits will increase tenfold for every major realm, and double for every minor realm. That is, 100 in the early stage of foundation building, 1,000 in the early stage of golden elixir, 10,000 in the early stage of yuanying, and 100,000 in the early stage of huashan. However, after the Jindan stage, medium-grade spirit stones are used for distribution, yuanying stage and above spirit stones are used for distribution, and huashan stage uses top-grade spirit stones for distribution. Officials receive 80% of the salary of border soldiers of the same strength. The people harvest. Wei Zheng interrupted Qin Yu's answer. He didn't expect Qin Yu to know all this so clearly. Since the third prince knows the salaries of soldiers and officials, do you know how many soldiers can be supported by 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? Take the early stage of foundation building as an example. The annual salary of 1,200 spirit stones can support more than 83,000 soldiers. Prime Minister Tang Ling sighed and said, "Third Prince, you are really going too far." Upon hearing this, Li Jin, the Minister of War, who was as strong as an iron tower, had his muscles bulging and his court robes almost bursting. He had not expected that 100,000 top-grade spirit stones could actually feed so many soldiers. He was very angry. What a prodigal son! How would you make the soldiers at the border who haven't received their salaries for several years feel? The Minister of Personnel was even more angry. He used to be in charge of personnel changes of all officials, but since his salary was stopped, the officials under him became more and more impatient with him. Even the minor officials who used to be respectful to him began to give him the cold shoulder. But he had no choice, because if he was not satisfied with the officials under him, they would resign and return home. Luo Ni, the Minister of Revenue, silently complained. The third prince had repeatedly promised that he could earn a large amount of spiritual stones as long as he succeeded, and he even helped him conceal it. Now it seems that he is a complete idiot. After punishing the third prince, he will be the next one. The Minister of Revenue is very nervous, not knowing when this mad dog Wei Zheng will bite him. All the officials rose up to attack him, and Qin Yu was like an outlet for the officials who had worked for years in vain to vent their anger. Silence. How can there be so much noise in the court? Emperor Tianyu shouted, and the pressure from the peak of the spirit transformation stage covered the court. It's finally quiet. Qin Yu complained in a low voice. Qin Yu does not care about the suffering of the people and wastes the national treasury. He is punished to face the wall for 3 years and his status as a prince is temporarily stripped away to wait for future results. Emperor Tianyu sighed softly, feeling reluctant. The divine dynasty is already in crisis and the anger of the officials must be calmed. Father, wait a minute. Qin Yu stretched out a finger and said proudly, "It's only 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Give me a month, and I will pay back 1 million top-grade spirit stones to the national treasury. If I can't do it, I am willing to go to the border with a guilty body and serve the divine dynasty to repay the 100,000 top-grade spirit stones." His identity as a prince is still useful to him, and he cannot give it up for the time being. Earning 1 million top-grade spirit stones in a month? Third prince, your joke is not funny. Wei Zheng continued. Nonsense. Emperor Tianyu scolded. The Tianyu divine dynasty was being watched from all sides, and now the border was full of crises. This was not the time to cause trouble. What's 1 million top-grade spirit stones worth? Give me 10 years, and I can bring the declining and impoverished Tianyu divine dynasty back to life and make it the most prosperous divine dynasty in Dongzhou. Qin Yu's high-spirited voice echoed in the court. Ha ha. Wei Zheng laughed loudly. Today, Qin Yu had enlightened him. In just 10 years, he had made the Tianyu divine dynasty the most prosperous dynasty in Dongzhou. The officials smiled at first, then became furious after a moment of thought. He has made Tianyu divine dynasty the #1 dynasty in Dongzhou in 10 years. Doesn't that mean that all the civil and military officials in the court are useless? Everyone knows that the divine dynasty has been in decline for several years, and human power is no longer able to reverse the situation. None of the ministers in the court can solve the problem. Your Highness, the court is not the street where you can speak nonsense and act recklessly. Is it possible that His Royal Highness the Third Prince can revive the 9 spiritual veins? His Royal Highness the Third Prince may not be very talented, nor is his cultivation level high, but he is very good at bragging. Emperor Tianyu had an ugly look on his face. As the emperor, he was the first person responsible for the decline of the divine dynasty. Doesn't that mean that even he was incompetent? Although he favored Qin Yu, he found it difficult to suppress his anger because Qin Yu's nonsense in the court had brought shame to the royal family. Qin Yu stood proudly. The basic industry for the liquefaction of spiritual energy has been prepared. As long as the liquefaction temperature is determined, spiritual stones will no longer be a problem, and the divine dynasty will usher in a huge explosion in spiritual stone production capacity. Shut up and kneel down for me. A terrifying pressure spread, and Emperor Tianyu was furious. It might be because of the favor he had always shown to Qin Yu that he began to lose his mind and look down on others. You said that it only takes 10 years to make the divine dynasty prosperous and strong, and become the strongest in Dongzhou. So tell me, what are your plans? Under the pressure, Qin Yu knelt on the ground, his body trembling, and blood flowing from his mouth and nose. Qin Yu raised his head and spoke with difficulty under the pressure, "Father, I am not exaggerating. Give me some time and I will prove it." Humph. Emperor Tianyu snorted coldly. Qin Yu had a bitter face. It was bad enough that all the civil and military officials in the court did not believe him, but he did not expect that even his father, who had always loved him, did not believe him. "Since you are so powerful, there is a domain in the northwest called Ganlong, which is the most barren place in the divine dynasty. I will appoint you as the king of Gan and see if you can change its barren appearance and make it prosperous and strong. Set off within 3 days." All the officials looked at Qin Yu coldly, and no one spoke. "Father, please revoke your order as my third brother was confused for a moment." Crown Prince Qin Ming advised hurriedly. "Ganlong is located in the northwest, where spiritual energy is scarce and the environment is harsh. What's the difference between this and banishment? Resign." The Emperor of Qin was mentally exhausted and ignored the Crown Prince's advice. If the court meeting continued, it would only make Qin Yu more hated by the people. "Third brother, you are confused. How can you talk nonsense in the court?" The prince was so anxious that his face wrinkled. After Emperor Tianyu left, the pressure on Qin Yu disappeared. "Let's go." Since no one in the divine dynasty believed in him, he might as well go to Ganlong to develop on his own. "Don't worry, big brother. I will make Ganlong prosperous and strong," Qin Yu said and ran away. He also had to go back and see if his seventh sister had brought back a powerful ice attribute warrior in the nascent soul stage. The 8-year-old 8th prince muttered, "If third brother goes to the border, will I have no ice cream to eat? Brother Crown Prince, I still have some spiritual stones. They are the New Year's money given by my mother. I will give them all to my third brother. Can you not go?" Qin Yu jogged all the way to the laboratory. "So what if I go to Ganlong?" He was not worried at all, but was happy and comfortable. In the capital, he was still subject to the control of others, but when he went to Ganlong, he would be the little emperor. Qin Yu is not a local, but from Blue Star. He was famous in his previous life because he obtained a doctorate in physics at the age of 20 and was called the second Akshay Venkatesh. Unfortunately, just when he was about to devote himself to scientific research, he wanted to improve his reputation through products instead of being a genius. Well, it's better not to mention it. It's all in the past. I've already traveled through time anyway. Panel. Although I don't know how to practice, fortunately I have a golden finger. Name, Qin Yu. Cultivation, initial stage of foundation building 55/100. Dynasty luck value, 0 points. Technology has made possible the bicycle, the loom, and the phonograph. Tip, the dynasty's luck value can be converted into cultivation. Tips, the prince status can convert 10% of the luck value, the king status can convert 50%, the crown prince status can convert 80%, and the emperor status can convert 100%. His original talent was of a lower middle level, but with the help of the divine dynasty's resources, he had achieved the initial stage of foundation building at the age of less than 20. Qin Yu has the memory of his previous life, but he doesn't know how to practice, especially the secret manuals of martial arts. For a blue star person who has never come into contact with it, it is impossible to understand it at all. I don't know whether Shao Qi has found a powerful Yuanying master. The liquefaction of spiritual energy is crucial for me to make Ganlong prosperous and strong in a short period of time. Qin Yu took out the communication jade pendant. Shao Qi, have you found the person? Brother San has already made the ice cream cake. The rubbish jade pendant is not convenient at all. Not only can it not communicate all the time, but it also has a high latency. It takes a while for the other party to receive the message after sending it here. Your Majesty, don't be angry. Yuer was confused for a moment and was just talking nonsense. How can Yuer get used to being assigned to Qianlong? I was also furious. Yuer made such lofty words in front of the court, earning 1 million top-quality spiritual stones in a month, and making the Tianyu dynasty the most prosperous and powerful in Dongzhou in 10 years. Isn't this right? Are you going to slap Baiguan and me in the face? Even I can't get out 1 million top-quality spiritual stones. How can Yuer get it out? The spiritual veins are exhausted and the dynasty is in decline. The whole country is empty-handed from top to bottom, and the people's wealth and anointing cannot be scraped out. Not to mention that it took 10 years for the divine dynasty to become the number one in Dongzhou. The Tianyu divine dynasty has not been able to become the strongest for tens of thousands of years. How can he do it? The 9 spiritual veins of the Tianyu divine dynasty radiate across the country. The impact of the exhaustion of the spiritual veins is too great. All the relying industries have fallen apart, and a large number of monks of the divine dynasty have left. Qin Yu's biological mother was an extremely talented and beautiful woman. She was the princess of Daqian and the saint of the eastern wasteland. Unfortunately, something happened to her. The Qin emperor always felt guilty, and as his surviving heir, Qin Yu was always favored by the Qin emperor. But now, he is also very angry. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Qin Yu was named king of Gan and was not demoted to a commoner. Even if Gan Long is poor, as the king of a region, he will not have a hard life. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones were nothing before the spirit veins were exhausted, but in the current divine dynasty, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones are deadly. Yuer also aroused the anger of all the officials. If he stayed in the imperial capital, the officials would not tolerate him. It would be better to send him away. Well. Emperor Qin sighed, took a step out of his bedroom, and his figure appeared above the imperial city. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that Qin Yu was not talking nonsense but really had a method. Emperor Qin's spiritual sense swept across the imperial capital and detected an icy aura. Huh? Why is Shao Qi bringing Old Man Bing? Old Man Bing is a cultivator of the peak of the nascent soul stage with ice attribute. He has unfathomable strength and is Shao Qi's master. He has lived in Tianyu Imperial City for a long time. No one knows his origins. All they know is that he is alone all year round. Master, let's go quickly. Third brother is an impatient person and must be getting anxious. Shao Qi pulled Old Man Bing and hurried to the laboratory. The direction Shao Qi is heading is where Yuer is. Could it be that Old Man Bing has something to do with Yuer's nonsense? The figure of Emperor Qin disappeared. Greetings to the Emperor Qin. Old Man Bing was wearing a ragged linen robe, with a hunched body, like a 70 or 80-year-old man who was about to die. Old Man Bing suddenly bowed towards the void. Has my father come? Why can't I see him? Shao Qi looked around but found no trace of Emperor Qin. How are you, Old Man Bing? You are only one step away from the divine transformation realm. Qin Huang's voice was heard, and his figure suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Father. Shao Qi trotted over and pulled Emperor Qin's arm and acted coquettishly. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The old man no longer cares whether his cultivation level improves or not. Teaching Xiaoqi well is the only thing on my mind." Old man Bing looked at Xiaoqi lovingly. The lively Xiaoqi made his life less boring. "Xiaoqi, are you ready to go find your third brother?" "Father, how did you know?" Xiaoqi asked in surprise. He clearly didn't say it. "Old Bing, I have something to tell my daughter today." "Your Majesty, goodbye." Old man Bing left tactfully. "Master." Xiaoqi was in a hurry and had to take Master to find her third brother. She hadn't even had her ice cream cake yet. The Emperor Qin's expression changed, and his face looked almost the same as the melancholy temperament of Old Man Bing, except that his figure was more upright. "Father, what are you doing?" Xiaoqi put his hands behind his back and looked at Emperor Qin curiously. "I will go with you to see Yuer, but you are not allowed to reveal my identity," Emperor Qin warned. "Xiaoqi is simple and lively and it is easy for him to let something slip." Xiaoqi muttered in his heart, "What is father up to? He actually wants to go to see third brother secretly. Did third brother do something wrong?" Qin Yu moved a small stool and sat at the door of the laboratory, looking outside eagerly. Time was pressing, as he would go to Ganlong in 3 days, but he was still not sure what the temperature was for the liquefied spiritual energy. "Where can I find Ganlong to find a strong person at the peak of the ice nascent soul stage, who also happens to have ice attributes?" Third brother. Before Xiaoqi and his companions appeared, their voices had already echoed in the corridor. "Seventh sister, you are finally here. Is this the ice-attributed warrior you are looking for?" Qin Yu had never seen the ice old man before. Xiaoqi nodded and looked at Qin Yu with a wink. Qin Yu was now only interested in knowing the exact temperature at which the spiritual energy could be liquefied. His entire attention was on Emperor Qin, and he did not notice Xiaoqi's hint at all. "Junior Qin Yu, nice to meet you, senior. Strength is respected in Zhongyuan continent, and the top powerhouses in the nascent soul realm still need to be respectfully addressed as senior. What's more, I still need help from others." "What is the matter, third prince?" Xiaoqi hurriedly pulled me, an old man, over here. "Senior, please follow me and you will know soon." Qin Yu took Qin Huang into the laboratory. Although Emperor Qin had heard about it for a long time, it was the first time for him to enter Qin Yu's laboratory. In his opinion, Qin Yu was just playing with some tricks and was not worthy of his attention. Inside the laboratory, there were various instruments that the Emperor Qin had never seen before, including colored glaze covers that emitted strong light and smooth metals. The Emperor Qin pinched it with his hand and felt a cold feeling. The metal had good toughness and hardness. It was stronger than the standard weapons used by the soldiers in the Qi training stage, but it had no magic patterns engraved on it. "Third Prince, I heard that you made a bold statement in the court today that you would earn 1 million top-grade spirit stones within a month and make the Tianyu Divine Dynasty the #1 in Dongzhou within 10 years? Senior is well informed, and this is true." Qin Yu did not hide it. All the officials were present in the court today, and the news could not be kept secret. A person at the peak of the nascent soul stage was considered a strong man to Tianyu Shen, so it was not surprising that he knew about it. 1 million top-grade spirit stones is not a small amount, and the Tianyu Divine Dynasty has not been #1 in Dongzhou for tens of thousands of years. The third prince is exaggerating a bit. I'm not exaggerating. It's just 1 million top-grade spirit stones. If I want to earn 10 million top-grade spirit stones a month, it will only take a snap of a finger. As for the first place in Dongzhou, I'm also confident. You are so arrogant, third prince. I want to see how you earn so many spirit stones and become the #1 in Dongzhou. Qin Yu waved his hand. Senior, just wait and see. Okay, I won't listen to your bragging. What did you do today? Qin Yu pointed at the metal hut in front and said, Senior, can you use your ice attribute secret technique to lower the temperature in the house? There is also a temperature display next to the room. Why is this? Emperor Qin was puzzled. Could this be the trump card he used to make such a bold statement? It is a secret and I cannot tell you. Thank you for your help, Senior. Qin Yu put the collected high-concentration spiritual energy into the small room. Qin Huang Wrinkles didn't know what Qin Yu was trying to do, but he decided to cooperate with him to complete the play. Although Qin Huang did not major in ice attribute, with his strength at the peak of the divine transformation stage, he was not inferior to the Ice Old Man in performing ice attribute techniques. The Qin Emperor's breath shook, and a terrifying chill emanated from his body, and a trace of cold air quickly appeared in the small room. Qin Yu stared at the thermometer intently. The temperature dropped to -60 degrees Celsius just by shaking Qin Huang's breath. There's hope. Qin Yu looked at the thermometer excitedly. As Qin Huang exploded, the air in the room quickly became lower and ice formed on the walls. Qin Yu could feel a chill coming from across the hut. The thermometer had already reached -100 degrees Celsius. Senior, please give me some more strength. The temperature is not cold enough. Qin Yu said through the small hole. Is this not enough? At this temperature, cultivators below the golden core stage can be instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Emperor Qin became more and more curious about what Qin Yu wanted to do. Thousands of miles of ice. The Qin Emperor roared and prepared to attack with all his strength, but he didn't know if this little house could withstand him. A large amount of terrifying cold air appeared, and the Qin Emperor's hair was frozen into ice silk. Qin Yu looked at the thermometer excitedly. It was -145, 146, 148, which was exactly what he thought. The walls of the small room were extremely cold. Qin Yu looked at the ground through the small hole. There was a trace of liquid flowing on the ground. Qin Yu was so excited that he wanted to shout. Qin Huang continued to explode and almost reached his limit. Solidify, solidify quickly. Qin Yu stared at the spiritual liquid on the ground. Finally, the spiritual liquid on the ground began to solidify and soon turned into white crystals. It's done. Qin Yu suddenly jumped up, laughed loudly, and slapped the table excitedly. Qin Yu looked at the thermometer, which was -160 degrees. Qin Yu took out a black gauze scarf and covered the thermometer. This is a core secret, and even if Shao Qi called it, it cannot be trusted. That's enough, Senior. Emperor Qin was breathing heavily. This was the first time he had given it his all since he had taken charge of the Tianyu divine dynasty 18 years ago. Senior, can you help me bring out the small white particles on the ground? The temperature inside has not dropped yet, and Qin Yu might become an ice sculpture in a few seconds if he goes in now. There were quite a few small particles on the ground. Emperor Qin picked up a white particle and said in surprise, "Is this a spirit stone? Why are there spirit stones?" He was sure that the ground was empty when he came in, and there were absolutely no spirit stone particles. Qin Huang's eyes suddenly widened and his heart was shocked. Could it be that Yuer knew how to make spiritual stones? Tianyu's spiritual veins were exhausted, and it would degenerate into a mortal land in a few years. The overthrow of the divine dynasty was inevitable. Cultivators needed spiritual energy to practice. Without spiritual energy, there would be no cultivators. The Emperor Qin could hardly hide his joy, but it was forced to be suppressed. His current identity was Old Man Bing. Wrong. The Emperor Qin's mood suddenly darkened. He had to use all his strength, at the peak of the spiritual transformation stage, to produce a few spirit stone particles. This is useless. There was disappointment in the Qin emperor's eyes, and the only glimmer of hope in his heart was shattered. "Thank you, senior. I owe you a favor for what happened today, and I will repay you one day." Qin Yu's eyebrows were filled with excitement, and he clasped his fists to Emperor Qin and said. Emperor Qin nodded, and left sadly in a low mood. His upright figure became hunched, as if he was like Old Man Bing. What the hell? Qin Yu noticed that Old Man Bing's eyes were dim, like an old man who had lost hope. Could it be that this had drained him empty? "Third brother, my ice cream cake." Shao Qi licked her lips. The heartless girl only knew that the mission was completed and she could eat the ice cream cake. "It's in my room, go get it yourself." Qin Yu touched Shao Qi's head affectionately, and it would be difficult for him to see her again in the future. Shao Qi ran out happily. Ice cream cake is one of his favorites, and he also likes ice milk tea. Within 3 days, he needs to leave the imperial city and go to Ganlong. Although it is called a punishment, it is actually no different from being a vassal, except that the area is barren. Qin Yu's eyes were dim. His previous incarnation had gone astray in his practice and he traveled through time and space. His father, the emperor, the queen mother, the crown prince, and other princes and princesses were all by his side. He liked this emotional royal family, but unfortunately the spiritual veins were exhausted and the divine dynasty was about to collapse. He wanted to use what he had learned to restore the divine dynasty. But the initial investment was too huge, and the already declining divine dynasty could not afford it at all. Coupled with outdated ideas, all officials opposed it. In the eyes of the officials, researching something that did not improve combat was no different from some gimmick. It was more important to create a few magical instruments to improve strength. No one in the court supported it, except the Minister of Revenue, who was easily fooled. Pity. Qin Yu returned to his mansion while thinking. His Highness is back. The guard at the door shouted joyfully to the inside of the mansion. Soon. The 2 maids ran out happily. Your Highness, the 7th princess just went to your room to get some delicious food. Xiar, Yuer, I'm leaving the imperial city. Qin Yu said in a low voice. Although he would be the 2nd emperor after Ganlong, he still felt reluctant to leave after living here for so long. Wherever His Highness goes, we will go. Banxia and Yuzhu said without hesitation. From the day they were rescued by Qin Yu, they had decided to follow His Highness forever. Since half a year ago, Qin Yu has often researched some strange foods and shared them with the maids and guards in the mansion. Without the high and mighty airs of a prince, even the salaries of the guards and maids have been increased a lot. His character had long been unanimously recognized by the servants in the mansion. Xiar, Yuer, go tell the people in the palace that we will set off for Ganlong in 3 days. I welcome those who are willing to go with me. If they are not willing, I will ask my father to transfer them to other posts. Everyone has a day off today, let them go home. Ganlong is in a remote area and it would be difficult to return. Once you agree to continue following him, it would mean leaving your hometown. He knew well the pain of leaving home and family and friends, so he was unwilling to force the maids and guards in the mansion. Ganlong? That is the most barren place in the Tianyu divine dynasty, with thin spiritual energy and only yellow sand. Why does His Highness suddenly want to go to Ganlong? Chief Guard Chen Wen and Deputy Chief Guard Li Wenhao asked in surprise at the same time. I don't know. No matter where His Highness goes, Yuzhu will follow him. Please ask Chief Sergeant Chen to inform your guards. Yuzhu and Banxia did not ask the reason. In their hearts, as long as His Highness is there, home is there. The guards and maids in the mansion were extremely surprised when they heard the news, as everyone in the court knew that the 3rd prince was favored. You are so confused. Don't you know where Ganlong is? His Royal Highness the 3rd prince treats me well. I am willing to follow him. Chen Wen's eyes were firm. After giving instructions to his 500 guards, he returned home. Your father still has some influence in the court. Even if the third prince leaves, he can still give you a good job. The third prince has fallen out of favor and is no longer the third prince he once was. Chen's mother advised earnestly. The third prince used to be favored by the Emperor Qin. But after the Grand Court meeting, the third prince was exiled to Ganlong and was no longer a good master. Mother, I have made up my mind. After Chen Wen knelt down, he stood up and left. As the chief guard of the prince's palace, he could not leave his post for too long. You are so confused. The angry voice of Chen's mother echoed in his ears, but Chen Wen's eyes were firm. He believed that the third prince would never stop at Ganlong. Captain of the Guards. At the gate of the third prince's mansion, 800 guards were divided into two pairs, one pair of about 500 people, and the other pair of about 300 people. They had been waiting for Chen Wen for a long time. Chen Wen did not ask any questions, but simply said, "Those who are willing to follow His Highness, follow me into the palace." The third prince was kind to everyone, and he believed that not everyone was ungrateful. The team of 500 people followed Chen Wen in silence. "Chiefly, are we really not going?" "You are stupid. Don't you know where Ganlong is? Ganlong's spiritual energy is very thin. How can you cultivate? Do you expect the third prince to give you spiritual stones? The divine dynasty is in decline, so there is no more spiritual stones. Plus, the third prince caused His Majesty's wrath and displeasure among all the officials because of the Grand Court meeting, so naturally there will be no help from the divine dynasty. Wealth, friends, dharma and place. Finance comes first. With enough resources, a pig can also achieve success in cultivation. Following the third prince would mean cutting off one's own future. Some people in the team were wavering, and after hearing what Li Wenhao said, they immediately decided not to follow the third prince. A group of maids surrounded Banksia Yuzhu. "Sister Xiar, Sister Yuer, we are all willing to follow His Royal Highness the third prince." 3 days later. Dozens of carriages were loaded with goods. Hundreds of soldiers and a group of maids packed their bags. There were relatives saying goodbye on the roadside. "You brainless thing, don't come back after you go to Ganlong." Many soldiers were blamed by their parents for following an unpopular prince to Ganlong. Those who can be guards in the prince's mansion have some connections in their families, so it is not difficult to find a job. Moreover, the third prince's guards are all strong, basically all of them are in the foundation building stage, and Chen Wen is even in the golden elixir stage. Hundreds of officials stood on both sides of the street, looking coldly at Qin Yu, and no one spoke. It was already a great favor from the emperor that a guy who embezzled the national treasury was not demoted to a commoner. In the past few days, the Minister of Revenue was also impeached by Wei Zheng. He actually trusted the third prince. Not only did he lose his official hat, but he was also thrown into prison. It is still unclear whether he can come out alive. After 3 days of fermentation, the people of the imperial city also knew what the third prince had done and stood on both sides of the street. As the carriage moves, a prince actually travels in a carriage, without even a flying boat. Many officials sneered. "See, I was right. The third prince went on a long journey in a carriage. What resources will be left for us to practice in Ganlong?" Li Wenhao said to the 300 soldiers around him. Director Li is still foresight. A group of soldiers flattered him. If they went to Ganlong, without spiritual energy and spiritual weapons, their cultivation would be difficult to advance. A thief of the country. When the carriage drove to the center of the people, curses continued to be heard. The divine dynasty is in decline, surrounded by foreign enemies, and there are even traitors in the country. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones was an astronomical figure in the eyes of the common people. The larger the number, the angrier they became. Go to hell. All kinds of rotten eggs and cabbages flew towards Qin Yu's carriage from all directions. Even the guards and maids were not spared. In their eyes, this group of people were accomplices in helping the tyrant to commit atrocities. Wei Zheng looked at this scene coldly. By impeaching a prince, his reputation as an upright person would be unshakable and his name would be passed down through the ages. The crown prince and a group of princes were in a panic in the palace. "Brother, why didn't the emperor let us send my third brother off? Brothers of the bloodline, don't we even have the qualifications to send you off?" They also knew that Qin Yu's embezzlement of the national treasury was a serious crime, but as blood brothers, they should see each other for the last time. Xiaoqi's eyes were filled with tears. The third brother didn't tell her that he was going to Ganlong. The 8-year-old 8th prince patted Xiaoqi's shoulder and said, "Seventh sister, will third brother come back?" Above the imperial city. The Qin emperor shook his head. Defrauding the national treasury was a serious crime, and at this time when the treasury was empty, all officials and people could not tolerate him. "Your Highness, these unruly people are too presumptuous," Banxia said dissatisfiedly. The outside of the carriage was covered with rotten eggs, and the stench spread inside the carriage. "Never mind. Only patriotic people would be hostile to me, which proves that he still has the Tianyu divine dynasty in his heart." Qin Yu once remembered a man who did not get angry when someone called him a traitor, but laughed instead, because he felt that the next generation would no longer be servile. When he returned to the imperial city, he asked the people to line the streets and the officials to welcome him. "We believe that His Highness is definitely not one of those people who defraud the national treasury." Qin Yu felt a little embarrassed. He had indeed cheated the money from the Minister of Revenue. He made some small tricks and fooled the Minister of Revenue. "I feel sorry for the Minister of Revenue. I don't know what happened to him. The Minister of Revenue has a strong cultivation base, but unfortunately his mind is too simple. I hope he won't blame me." "Your Highness, the journey is long and will take more than 2 months. I am sorry for the trouble." "It's okay. We are all cultivators, not ordinary people. This distance is nothing." Qin Yu waved his hand and didn't care. He was already able to fly on a sword after establishing his foundation, but the journey was too long, the endurance of his sword was insufficient, and he had too much luggage. After leaving the imperial city, Qin Yu instructed Chen Wen, "Clean up the eggs and rotten vegetable leaves on the carriage." How could a prince be covered in stench? But he had no way to fight back against them and could only let the people express their dissatisfaction. "How is the progress of industrial relocation in various places?" "Your Highness, we have already ordered workshops from all over the country to go to Ganlong 3 days ago. We should be able to put it into use directly when we arrive." The third prince embezzled 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. "If we kidnap him and take him away, it will be enough to support the 3 of us to cultivate to the spiritual transformation stage. Then, we won't have to worry about the lustful monk from the joyful temple. In that case, I will go and chop the third prince down right away." As the eldest of the 3 spoke, the pair of jade artifacts on her chest shook violently, making it impossible to open one's eyes. "Don't be impatient, big sister. This place is too close to the imperial city. Wait until we are far away from the imperial city before taking action." If they take action at the foot of the imperial city, Emperor Qin, who is at the peak of the divine transformation realm, will appear in an instant and take their lives. "Oh, okay then, I'll listen to my second sister. Sister is so stupid that she doesn't even understand such a simple truth." Pa. The eldest sister slapped the third sister on the head and said, "Third sister, you are so brave to laugh at the eldest sister." "Sister, I was wrong. The third child rubbed his head and murmured, "You only know how to bully the weak." Qin Yu looked back. The divine dynasty was in decline, but the imperial city was still bustling with people and prosperous like a dream. Some people were living a life of luxury and debauchery. "Get out! What are you looking at? You traitor, never come back again." A large group of people rushed out of the imperial city. Go, go, go quickly," Qin Yu urged hurriedly. The carriage had just been cleaned and couldn't be left smelling everywhere again. These people are too reckless. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the people who were chasing him were left behind. "Your Highness, we should teach these unruly people a lesson." Qin Yu was also very angry and thought that he should teach them a lesson. They only spent 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, but they chased me for 10 miles. A group of unruly people will sooner or later make you regret what you did today. The Tianyu divine dynasty ranks last in Dongzhou, with only 99 domains, but the area of each domain is larger than the blue star in the previous life. The horses pulling the cart were inferior blood dragon horses, which were not fast and could only travel 4,000 kilometers a day. To reach Ganlong territory, one needs to cross Jixing territory, a distance of 240,000 kilometers, which takes 2 months on foot. "Your Highness, we have left the Qin Emperor territory and entered the Star-Weaving territory. We will arrive at the Starry City in an hour," Chen Wen said with a bow outside the carriage. Qin Yu stretched himself and felt refreshed after a good sleep. "Your Highness, you have slept for 3 days since you got on the car." Banxia and Yuzhu covered their mouths. They had never seen anyone who could sleep so long. "What do you know? I've been researching day and night for the past 6 months. I'm exhausted. I need a good rest." Banxia and Yuzhu were dressed in purple gauze, with graceful figures in all shapes and sizes, and mountains in front. Their skin was as white as mutton-fat jade. "I was so busy solving the spirit stone crisis that I didn't pay attention to the pretty lady beside me. Guilt, guilt. Banxia Yuzhu is only 15 or 16 years old, how could she have such thoughts?" Qin Yu shook his head, thinking that he was such a good-for-nothing. "Purple is indeed very charming. Xiar, Yuer, come with me and walk around." The carriage sped along the official road, which was 16 meters wide with 4 lanes. Fortunately, it was maintained for a long time, and even though it was a muddy road, the road surface was very flat and there were rarely any mud pits. "We can start now. This place is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Qin Emperor territory. We have already left via the Starry City teleportation array in 2 hours. The teleportation array is expensive and very few cultivators use it, but as long as Qin Yu's 100,000 top-grade spirit stones are robbed, the cost will not matter." "Okay, I've been wanting to take action for a long time. These damn royal children are squandering spirit stones recklessly. It's damnable." Qin Yu stepped out of the carriage. It was the first time he had stepped out of the Qin Emperor territory, even though he had no impression of the outside world in his memory. So many spiritual fields, what beautiful scenery. Banxia and Yuzhu looked at the spiritual fields on both sides of the official road with shining eyes. They grew up in the palace and had never seen a spiritual field. As the breeze blows, the tool clings to the body, and the scenery is faintly visible. Qin Yu nodded. The scenery was indeed nice. It's just scenery left. It only grows wheat seedlings but no grains. It can only be used as fodder. A young man stood up from the edge of the spiritual field, his eyes filled with distress and helplessness. "Why are there seedlings growing but no grains?" Banyue asked curiously. "Because there is no spiritual energy." The boy's tone was helpless and sad. "What's your name?" It was the first time that Qin Yu had seen a grain farmer from the world of immortal cultivation. He could see from the boy's eyes that he had a deep love for the spiritual fields. Tang Lin from the Tang family in Starry City. The young man bowed. Qin Yu was wearing gorgeous clothes, and he couldn't tell the strength of the hundreds of guards around him. He should be a descendant of a big family, so Tang Lin didn't dare to neglect him. Qin Yu looked confused. It's just a small family. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The young man is the heir of a small immortal cultivation family in Fanqing City. The family's main source of income is the spiritual field close to the spiritual vein. But now there is no grain, so we can only cut the seedlings and use them as food. If the crops don't produce grain within 3 months, we will have to cut them down and plant mortal grains. By then, it will only be a matter of time before our Tang family degenerates into a mortal family. Maybe I can leave the Tianyu divine dynasty and start over in other countries. The young man was sad. It was rare for him to meet a person of the same age from another place, so he took Qin Yu as his confidant. I grew up in Starry City and in the spiritual fields. I can't bear to leave. I don't want to be the one who leaves his hometown. And this is just a microcosm of the national conditions of the Tianyu dynasty. The farther away from the Qin Emperor domain, the thinner the spiritual energy. Well. A group of soldiers lamented that they had been living in the palace for a long time and could not directly experience the impact of the depletion of spiritual veins on the people of the world. The spirit vein is exhausted. I believe there will be a way to solve it. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Why be so pessimistic? The Qin Emperor is wise and brave. He is still in his prime and will not sit and wait for death. Just talking about this makes me angry." A few days ago, news came out from the court that the third prince had squandered 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The young man was filled with resentment and muttered, "Even the prince is a thief who steals the country. How can we trust the emperor?" Ahem. Qin Yu coughed twice awkwardly. I heard that His Royal Highness the Third Prince borrowed spiritual stones from the National Treasury to conduct research in order to resolve the spiritual vein crisis. Qin Yu felt that he still had to clear his name. Chen Wen was furious and prepared to teach this unruly man a lesson. People in this world are so ignorant that they don't know the lofty ambitions of His Royal Highness the Third Prince. Qin Yu raised his hand. Signaled Chen Wen not to be impulsive. It was normal for common people to curse the imperial court when they were unhappy with their lives, and he had cursed it occasionally. Snort. Young Tang Lin was a little too excited and didn't care about Qin Yu's identity. Solve the spiritual vein problem. How can a useless prince like him solve the problem that plagues the entire divine dynasty? He squandered 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones, and has nothing substantial to show for it. It's clear that he is just taking the opportunity to make money and defraud the national treasury. As a prince, he enjoys inexhaustible resources, but he is only in the initial stage of foundation building. And I heard that before he even came of age, the third prince has been lingering in places of fireworks. Ahem. Qin Yu coughed a few more times. The key point was that he had no way to refute it because it was all true. These things happened half a year ago. The third prince hasn't been out to look for prostitutes for half a year. Banxia Yuzhu retorted, with her hands on her hips. Since they were rescued by the third prince half a year ago, they have not seen Qin Yu go to the fireworks place. He only went between the laboratory and the mansion. Who knows if it's because he played too much and hurt his body. Tang Lin shook his head and said. Everyone knows that the third prince is a thief who stole the country. You'd better not explain it. Yes, third prince. 3 female cultivators in the Jindan realm descended from the sky and stared at Qin Yu affectionately, as if they had seen a priceless treasure, their eyes almost tearing. The woman on the right is dressed boldly, revealing a large area of white cleavage, and wearing a short skirt that just covers her hips, with black light faintly visible. The woman in the middle is wearing a plain long skirt that reaches her calves. She looks gentle, dignified and elegant. The person on the left has a sweet appearance, like a girl next door, but her chest is majestic and magnificent, like a peak rising from the ground. Chen Wen felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He was only in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and each of the three people opposite him was at a higher realm than him. Who is it? Chen Wen swallowed, drew out the top-grade spiritual weapon Qinghong sword, and guarded in front of Qin Yu. Weapon grades are divided into magic weapons, spiritual weapons, treasure weapons, holy weapons, immortal weapons, and imperial weapons. Each grade is divided into low, medium, high and top grades. Hundreds of foundation building guards, all holding top-grade magic weapons, silver swords, surrounded Qin Yu. Tang Lin's face frowned. He is the third prince? It's over, it's over. I just called him a waste and said he stole from the national treasury. Tang Lin was in a panic and his whole body was shaking. Even if Qin Yu was demoted to Ganlong, he was not someone he could afford to offend. The spiritual veins of the world have collapsed, and the cultivators of the divine dynasty are unable to make ends meet. Countless people have been forced to leave their homes, but you have embezzled the spiritual stones of the divine dynasty. Today, the three of us sisters are going to ask you for an explanation on behalf of the people of the world. As expected of the second sister, you can even talk about robbery in a refreshing and refined way. Ha! Qin Yu smiled calmly, don't be nervous, they are looking for the third prince, and I am not the third prince, I am the eighth prince. Tang Lin's trembling body stopped, he patted his chest and let out a long breath, it's okay, it's okay. Bullshit, we have been following you since the imperial city. You are indeed a loser who doesn't even dare to admit his identity. The woman in the short skirt sneered. He despised this kind of man the most. Huh, well, I am the third prince. I never thought that I could have the three of you accompany me all the way. It is truly an honor for me. Tang Lin's heart, which had been relieved, accelerated again. If he had offended the third prince, he would be dead. Stop talking nonsense, we are not here to protect you. If you want to rob us, hand over all the spirit stones you embezzled. The woman in the short skirt was straightforward and didn't want to beat around the bush and waste time. That's right, hand over all the spirit stones quickly. The female cultivator with a frown on her face said while clenching her fists. Make your move. The plain-clothed woman said coldly, and now that they had started, they had to end the fight quickly. Protect His Highness. The city is in flames. The woman in the short skirt let out a delicate cry, and several fire palms of various sizes, more than 10 meters in length, appeared around her. A palm of fire dropped from the sky and covered Qin Yu. A terrifying noise swept through, and the wheat in the spiritual field began to burn. It's the peak of the Golden Core stage. Protect His Highness. Your Highness, I have already notified Fanqing City. Let's go inside the city. Chen Wen was panicking in his heart, but his face was calm. Attacking the prince is a capital crime against the 9 clans. Humph, let's talk about it after you find us. The woman in plain clothes snorted coldly, emitting the terrifying aura of a late Jindan stage. The Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Wen drew out the top-grade spiritual weapon Qinghong sword, swung the sword, and the sword energy surged to form an air wall. Boom! The fire palm that was more than 10 meters long collided with the sword energy, and the fire palm exploded with flames. The splashing flames fell on the grain seedlings and ignited a raging fire. So strong, worthy of being at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Chen Wen sighed secretly. He was known as the Chen family's sword prodigy that only appears once in 100 years. He was even blessed with the top-grade spiritual weapon, the Qinghong sword, but he still could not break the fire palm. Your Highness, are you okay? Banksia and Yuzhu formed a human wall to block Qin Yu. I'm fine. Humph, he is indeed quite corrupt. Even one of his guards uses a top-grade spiritual weapon. He, who had reached the perfect golden core stage, was only using a mid-grade spiritual weapon, the fire-controlling silk sleeve. The woman in the short skirt raised her hand again, and the huge fire palm condensed again. He was determined to get the spirit stone today. Only with 100,000 top-grade spirit stones can you have a chance to seek revenge on Huanxi Temple. Terrifying flames filled the air, high temperatures scorched the earth, the guards were sweating profusely, but no one retreated. Wait a minute, I'll give you the spirit stone. Qin Yu stopped him. Just one person was able to show an overwhelming advantage, and there were two women standing beside them watching them closely, so they had no chance of winning. Your Highness, I'm still here and will never let them succeed. Chen Wen said hurriedly. No need, it's just spiritual stones. What's the harm in giving them? Your Highness has no shortage of spiritual stones. What a big tone. The fire palm dissipated. Their goal was only to rob, not to hurt anyone. If they robbed the third prince, they might be wanted, and killing him would only lead to the divine dynasty's pursuit. Here. Qin Yu threw out the storage ring. You're so generous. The woman in the short skirt took the storage ring. Second sister, third sister, we got the spirit stones. Chen Wen felt extremely guilty. As a guard, he had to watch helplessly as someone snatched away His Highness's storage ring. It's just a few hundred spirit stones. There's no need to blame yourself. Qin Yu patted Chen Wen on the shoulder. A few hundred? Isn't it 100,000 spirit stones? Chen Wen was stunned. Asshole, how dare you play tricks on me? The woman in the short skirt was furious, and the temperature in the air began to rise. You lied to us, you bastard. The girl next door also put her hands on her hips and prepared to teach Qin Yu a lesson. Nonsense, how could I have lied to you? There are only a few hundred spirit stones in the storage ring, and they said they were not lying to us. The woman in the short skirt threw the storage ring back. It was worth a few $100s, all of which were of medium and low quality. Your Highness, be careful. An angry woman is the most terrifying. Chen Wen has seen this countless times at home. His father would tremble with fear at any time. I have used up all my spirit stones. This is the only one left. Qin Yu said sincerely, would you keep the spirit stones if you have them? The arrogance of the woman in the short skirt suddenly subsided a lot. It's okay, put away the magic weapon, I'll talk to them. Qin Yu signaled Chen Wen not to worry. Yes, Your Highness. And even if I didn't spend it, the divine dynasty would not let me swallow these 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Yu waved his hand, even if my father is willing, the officials will not agree. Second sister, is that so? Second sister, our efforts are in vain. The woman in plain clothes looked unhappy. She had been under too much pressure from the monks in Huanxi Temple during this period, which caused her thinking to deviate. After robbing the prince, the Tianyu divine dynasty could no longer accommodate him, and they had no funds to flee far away. Qin Yu smiled and said, you are in a dilemma, sister. Spiritual stones are actually the easiest things to obtain. Why bother robbing? Just follow me and I will give you endless spiritual stones. Humph, what are you bragging about? If you are not in the imperial dynasty, you won't even have the chance to cheat for spirit stones. That's right, men only know how to lie and brag. The girl next door's breasts were shaking, forming a sharp contrast with her petite body. Small branches bear great fruit. What twigs? The girl next door heard Qin Yu muttering and asked angrily. Nothing, nothing. Stop talking nonsense with him. We need to leave the Tianyu dynasty as soon as possible. The woman in plain clothes said anxiously. Robbing a prince is a serious crime. Wait a moment. You three are just asking for spiritual stones. I have plenty. As long as you serve me, I will pay you 10 times the same amount. You are a pauper, how can you give us spiritual stones? The girl next door looked unconvinced. Not now, but I shall have it in a month. The three of them left without saying a word. They were caught a month later and were probably already turned into human pills. I can swear an oath to heaven. Ganlong is a remote place with simple folk customs. Many people who committed heinous crimes have fled to Ganlong. It is safer to have a few powerful guards around. For soldiers at the Jindan level at the border, the initial period is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, the middle period is 2,000, the late period is 4,000, and the peak period is 8,000. It can be converted into 1, 2, 4, or 8 top-grade spirit stones. Short skirt lady, I'll give you $80 a month, and the other two guys $40 a month, how about that? Really? 80 top-grade spirit stones equal 960 pieces a year, which is a considerable income for a Jindan stage cultivator. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. But where did you get the spirit stones? You don't want to take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge on us. The woman in plain clothes said vigilantly. Of course not. If I cannot afford the spiritual stones after a month, you can leave on your own. I will pretend that what happened today never happened. 10 times the spirit stones. All three of them were a little tempted. I can swear an oath to the heavens. Qin Yu raised his hand and said. Once you take the oath, the three of us sisters will follow you, but we will have the right to leave at any time in the future, and you must not restrict our freedom. The woman in plain clothes said cautiously. Of course. I have always been a Democrat. Qin Yu raised his hand and stood still, and a mysterious sense of connection was established. It turns out that this is the heavenly oath, which is much more useful than signing a contract. All right, put away your weapons, we are family now. Chen Wen felt as if in a dream. How come the enemy just now became his own person? A group of guards looked at the three people. They were all extremely beautiful, each with their own merits. Many guards were secretly delighted that they would have good luck on the journey. No, second sister, we came here to rob, how come we are now working? The little girl next door realized it belatedly. That's right, we are here to rob. The woman in the short skirt didn't like to listen to others, but when she thought of the 80 top-grade spirit stones per month, she suppressed the idea. He is a prince. If they follow him, those monks will be wary. The woman in plain clothes murmured. Banksia Yuzhu looked at the three people and felt a sense of crisis. The three of them were either petite, mature, or sexy. On the other hand, the two of them. Humph, the fact that you can follow His Highness is a blessing you have earned in several lifetimes. Banksia snorted coldly, with a hint of claiming sovereignty. Xiar, we are all family, please be polite. I don't know how to address you three. Muzhaotong. The woman in short skirt spoke first. Fang Baoting. Xia Sidian. After the three people explained, Qin Yu also found out that the sexy and hot eldest sister is Mu Zhoutong, the mature and steady second sister is Fang Baoting, and the little sister next door is the third sister Xia Sidian. Gao Lekeng, the lord of Fanqing City, was speeding at an altitude of 10,000 meters. 10 minutes ago, he received a message from Chen Wen saying that someone wanted to kill the third prince. Although he looked down on the corrupt third prince, he was still a prince. Once he died in Star City, his life would be over. The aura of the early nascent soul stage was not concealed at all. All the monsters on the ground crawled on the ground, fearing that they would be noticed by the nascent soul stage strongmen. Flames shot up into the sky. Oops. I am Gao Lekeng, the lord of Fanqing City. If you dare to hurt the third prince, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Gao Lekeng's voice echoed dozens of kilometers in the sky, like the roar of a fighter jet resounding through the clouds. Tang Lin was trembling, not because he was afraid of death but because he was worried about implicating the Tang family. Looking at the raging fire in the spiritual rice field, Qin Yu called Tang Lin. When Tang Lin heard Qin Yu calling him, he was so frightened that he knelt on the ground with a plop. Please forgive me, third prince. I was blinded by evil and just spoke nonsense. What you said is all true. I have done nothing wrong. I did take 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and I have not helped the divine dynasty yet. At Qin Yu's signal, Chen Wen helped Tang Lin up. The burning of the spiritual seedlings was caused by me, but the spiritual seedlings cannot produce grains. If they are burned, they are burned. I will not compensate you. But I will give you a chance. I can see that you like to grow spiritual rice. I plan to build a spiritual rice cultivation base in Ganlong. You can come to me anytime. Spiritual rice cultivation base? What is this? Also, Ganlong's spiritual energy is too thin, making it not suitable for growing spiritual rice at all. But Tang Lin didn't dare say these words. Boom! Lord Gao, who was flying high in the sky, slammed into the ground with a bang. Sand and soil flew everywhere, and a big hole appeared on the ground. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Third Prince. I am sorry that I failed to arrive in time and frightened your highness. I will chase the villain right away and grind him to dust. City Lord Gao said, gritting his teeth. Fang Baoting looked at Qin Yu nervously. If a Yuanying stage cultivator were to deal with them, none of the three would be able to escape. Mu Zhoutong and Xia Sitian were in a relaxed mood. They were now followers of the third prince, and the city lord should not dare to take action against them. It's just a misunderstanding. It's getting late, let's go into the city as soon as possible. Qin Yu played a blind eye and let the matter go. Yes, your highness. Since Qin Yu said it was a misunderstanding, there was naturally no reason for him to delve into it. This was his way as a minister, and he should not ask questions that he shouldn't ask. Your highness, please. Gao Lekeng led the way in front and acted as Qin Yu's bodyguard. Take him with you. Qin Yu pointed at Tang Lin. Dusk falls, a black curtain hangs, and stars twinkle in the black curtain. It was already dark when we entered the starry city. There is no curfew in the Tianyu divine dynasty. The night lights in the starry city are bright, and it has a lively atmosphere. Although it is not as prosperous as the imperial city, it ranks among the top 3 in the star-weaving domain. City Lord Gao shouted loudly, and the news spread over dozens of kilometers. The people in the city also knew that the third prince had arrived in Star City. The streets were lined with common people. No one saluted, but just looked at the moving convoy with expressionless faces. The rich are feasting and drinking, while the poor are freezing to death on the streets. How many young people are unable to cultivate and realize their dream of immortality because they don't have spiritual stones, yet some people squander them recklessly. The sound penetrated the carriage and reached everyone's ears. The divine dynasty is vast, with 99 regions and tens of billions of subjects. There are many talented young men and women, but unfortunately the resources are limited. Your Highness. Banksia Yuzu looked at Qin Yu, wanting to comfort him. Having suffered all kinds of ridicule and sarcasm along the way, how many people can endure such humiliation? Fine. The 3 sisters looked at the angry people and suddenly felt like they were throwing a pearl into the dark, but they were already on the pirate ship and could only take one step at a time. My son has average talent. His dream since childhood has been to join the Tianyu army and serve the divine dynasty. But a year ago, the Tianyu army said that they had limited resources and could not train him. I haven't seen my son smile in a year. I won't say anything. I understand that the divine dynasty is in trouble, but I can't understand why 100,000 top-grade spirit stones were stolen by a prince. His son cannot be admitted to the Tianyu army. What does it have to do with my highness? Banxia was about to leave angrily. Don't make any noise, just pass by like this. Qin Yu stopped Banxia. Yuzhu brought the dessert, your highness, have some dessert. As far as Qin Yu knew, average talent was considered good in 5 years, and one could definitely join the Tianyu army. It was a pity that the resources of the divine dynasty had been reduced tenfold, and the recruitment of the Tianyu army had also been reduced accordingly. You can go to other small sects and practice there. Banxia was puzzled. Qin Yu shook his head. The spiritual vein has affected the entire country. No one is spared. We all need to tighten our belts. The people did not make a noise, but just watched the carriage leave quietly, and from time to time someone would tell his or her own story. We won't stay in the city overnight. We'll travel overnight and reach Ganlong as soon as possible. Qin Yu said in a low voice. Yes, your highness. Chen Wen notified the forward team that they should not stop after passing the city. Your highness, dinner is ready. Gao Lekeng whispered outside the carriage. No, the journey to Ganlong is long, so we have to travel overnight. Your highness, are these people disturbing your interest? I will drive them away immediately. Qin Yu stopped City Lord Gao. The convoy left Star City under the indifferent gaze of the people. Your highness, I have something to report. Chen Wen spread out the map. Your highness, I found a shortcut. If we go through the border city of Shengwu Divine Dynasty, we can shorten the journey and reach Ganlong in just 1 month. The Divine Sword City on the border of the Shengwu Divine Dynasty looks like a sword inserted directly into the territory of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty when viewed on the map. This was a shame for the Tianyu Divine Dynasty. Unfortunately, the Shengwu Divine Dynasty was ranked among the top 3 in Dongzhou in terms of strength, which was not comparable to the Tianyu Divine Dynasty. They could only accept this humiliation. This is too dangerous, your highness. Tianyu and Shengwu are in a hostile state. Yuzhu has read many classics and knows the situation of the two countries. I heard that the mayor of Shenzhen City supports the 5th prince of the Shengwu Divine Dynasty. Qin Yu murmured. Just go through Divine Sword City, Qin Yu said without hesitation. Time is tight, and saving a month is worth the risk. Chen Wen was puzzled as to who the Lord of Shenzhen City supported and what that had to do with them passing through Fuyun. Your Highness. Yuzhu was anxious, worried that Qin Yu didn't know the situation in the two countries and made a rash decision. Don't worry. Qin Yu patted Banxia's head, you must trust your highness. Set off. Yes, your highness. Chen Wen regretted speaking this way. Passing through Floating Cloud City, conflicts could break out if one was not careful. 5 days later. A team of carriages approached the city. The Divine Sword City is located in the sword, and it can be said that it is deep in the heart of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty. The city wall is tens of meters high. The aisle on the wall can accommodate 2 carriages. Spiritual energy cannons and war god crossbows are arranged in sequence on the wall. The spiritual energy cannon can cause damage to Yuanying stage cultivators, and the god of war crossbow can also kill Jindan stage cultivators. In order to defend this land, the Shengwu Divine Dynasty has spent a lot. They are from the Tianyu Divine Dynasty. The soldiers on the city wall spotted the convoy from afar, and aimed the destroyer cannons and Ares at the carriages. The 3rd prince of the Tianyu dynasty is passing by here. Please give him some convenience. Chen Wen shouted under the city wall. Shengguan Liren, the Lord of Divine Sword City, looked coldly at Chen Wen under the city wall. It's really rare that the Tianyu Divine Dynasty would actually go to Divine Sword City. Let them in. We have guests, so why should we turn them away? The young man in white next to Shangguan Liren said with a smile. Let them into the city. There were all kinds of guilds and shops in the city, and pedestrians on the street were wearing all kinds of silk clothes. Almost every monk had a magic weapon, and flying boats flew through the sky from time to time. I heard that he is the third prince of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty. Huh, a prince actually travels in a carriage. If you tell others about it, it's really hilarious. TSK, the prince's personal guards only use a top-grade magic weapon, the silver light sword. The laughter came one after another, without any concealment. The guards' faces flushed red. The silver sword was already pretty good. After all, there were so many soldiers and it was impossible to provide all of them with top-grade magic weapons. The Xingwu soldiers shook the Qingping sword, the top-grade magic weapon in their hands, with eyes full of contempt. They were just border soldiers. The Xingwu Divine Dynasty is really rich. Even the border soldiers use top-grade magic weapons. Banixia said sourly. The Xingwu Divine Dynasty is rich in minerals and has many weapon refiners. It is their pillar industry. All countries purchase weapons from the Xingwu Divine Dynasty. Qin Yu said lightly, not feeling surprised by this. When arriving in a completely unfamiliar world, intelligence is the first thing that needs to be acquired, and neighboring countries are naturally the focus of attention. The Lord of Divine Sword City did not stop it, but instead intended to let the news spread. More and more people gathered. Whether civilians or soldiers, each of them was full of arrogance, with a sense of superiority on their faces. The Tianyu Divine Dynasty has become so poor. It is very rare to see the prince traveling in a carriage. Whenever the princes of the Xingwu dynasty traveled, they would take various luxurious flying boats, followed by escort flying boats and a whole fleet of flying boats. Alas, don't you know that the spiritual veins of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty are exhausted? Spirit stones are very precious to them now. The flying boat consumes a lot of energy, and they are reluctant to use it even if they have it. There was constant mocking, and everyone wanted to find a sense of superiority from the third prince. The guards' faces turned pale, but they had to endure it as they were in someone else's territory. Chen Wen remained silent. This humiliation made him on the verge of going berserk. The three Muzhaotong sisters didn't react much. After all, they had always been poor and had been ridiculed a lot. Your Highness, this group of damn Xingwu people deliberately took us on a detour through the city just to make fun of us. Chen Wen cursed in a low voice beside the carriage. Calm down. Qin Yu advised. Your Highness, I really want to chop them to pieces with a single blow. Chen Wen was already on the verge of going berserk. Everyone, the city lord wants to see you. Haven't we already come here? Why didn't we stop just now? Chen Wen asked in a low voice. Isn't this just to take you distinguished guests to experience the customs and culture of Floating Cloud City? A figure suddenly appeared, and Floating Cloud City Lord Shangguan Liren laughed loudly. Humph. Chen Wen sneered. Shangguan Liren couldn't wait to see the angry expression on the face of the third prince of Tianyu Divine Dynasty. The people here are simple and honest, which I like very much. I hope I can see the same customs and practices as today in the future. Banixia Yuzhu lifted the curtains on the left and right. Shangguan Liren's laughter stopped abruptly and was reflected on Qin Yu's face. He remained calm despite being humiliated in this way, worthy of being the black-hearted prince who could embezzle 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Please go upstairs. Shangguan Liren said casually, not taking Qin Yu seriously at all. Is this Xingwu's way of entertaining guests? Chen Wen said dissatisfiedly. It would be fine to humiliate him, but how could you humiliate His Highness? What gift do you want? Shangguan Liren appeared with a terrifying aura from the late nascent soul stage. Chen Wen was struck by lightning, and a mouthful of scarlet blood floated up in his throat. Chen Wen bit his tongue, forced himself to swallow the blood, and stared at Shangguan Liren. 500 guards drew their silver swords. They could tolerate it in front of the people of Tianyu Divine Dynasty, but they could not tolerate it in front of Shengwu. The Lord is humiliated and the minister dies. How can your highness be treated with such contempt? Qin Yu's face was icy cold. City Lord Shangguan hurt my subordinates. Do you think I don't exist? Don't you know whether you exist or not? Ask the officials and people of Tianyu whether they think you exist. It was no secret that Qin Yu was demoted to Ganlong because he embezzled spiritual stones. Their spies had already received the information. Now, immediately, apologize to my subordinates and compensate them, and I can pretend that this incident never happened. Who do you think you are now? You dare to order me around? Shangguan Liren didn't care at all. He was just a demoted prince. Shangguan Liren walked upstairs without looking back, saying, "If you want to get through the city wall, come up. You are the only one. If others dare to come up, don't blame me for being ruthless." It's no secret that Shengwu wants to take action against the Tianyu Divine Dynasty, so why should he be polite to a down-and-out prince? Qin Yu's face was as cold as frost, and he followed. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. I'm fine. Chen Wen stopped Qin Yu. You should heal your wound first. I will ask that old man to come down and apologize to you in person. The besieging crowd laughed, thinking that Qin Yu was just incompetent and furious. Qin Yu climbed up alone. Your Highness, Your Highness. Chen Wen's emotions were hurt and he could not calm down. A fishy taste emerged in his throat. Your Highness, why did you take the risk for me? Brother you are still so angry. Sacred Heart Flame. Not much ability, but a bad temper. A graceful figure slowly walked out from behind the screen. The woman was wearing a green palace dress, and she was enchanting and charming. Every move she made revealed her charm. A man and a woman are alone in the same room, and you are dressed so seductively. Aren't you afraid that Emperor Shengwu will break your legs? Qin Yu pretended to be thoughtful. What nonsense are you talking about? She is my imperial sister. The fifth prince Sheng Xinyan stood up and roared angrily. Qin Yu pretended to be surprised. You even didn't let your sister go, Sheng Xinyan. You are really a piece of shit. I will tell Emperor Shengwu and let him break your evil fate. Sharp-tongued. The sixth princess Sheng Hanxiao said coldly, if the third prince continues to use his eloquence to get to Ganlong via Divine Sword City, I'm afraid his plan will fail. Not only will I pass through Divine Sword City today, I will also make the dog at your door apologize to my subordinates. Qin Yu deliberately raised his voice so that Shangguan Liren outside the door could hear it. Shangguan Liren sneered, you will be in trouble later. Haha. Sheng Xinyan laughed loudly, you are not crazy, are you? This is not the Tianyu Divine Dynasty, no one will listen to you. I just let you drink some golden holy water when you were a child. Why do you still hold a grudge against me? Shut up. Sheng Xinyan stopped Qin Yu in a rage. This bastard relied on his age when he was 5 or 6 years old and forced him to drink that thing when he and Emperor Shengwu were on a diplomatic mission to the Tianyu Divine Dynasty. I was ignorant when I was a child, but looking back on it now that I have grown up, it is a great shame. I'll give you one more chance. Let the dog at the door pay compensation to my subordinates, and then send me out of the city obediently. You won't get such an easy deal later. Qin Yu didn't want to waste his breath. You can't leave today, so you'd better stay in Shenzhen City obediently. Sheng Xinyan sneered. A prince of an enemy country actually came to him on his own. Isn't it that the heavens are helping him? With Qin Yu in his hands, his chances of winning the battle for the throne can be increased by 30%. Now the conditions have changed. Add another 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, otherwise I won't leave. Fifth brother, this girl has been demoted and may have gone crazy. Let's just lock her up. The woman in palace dress looked unfriendly. This bastard actually told their secret just now. 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Yu said calmly. Shangguan Liren at the door sneered, what a crazy prince. No wonder he was demoted to such a remote and barren place like Ganlong. City Lord Shangguan, please capture him. Sheng Xinyan did not want to waste time with a madman. As long as Qin Yu was captured, not only would he be able to strike a blow to the Tianyu divine dynasty, but he would also make the Tianyu army timid. Yes, Your Highness. Shangguan Liren pushed open the door and looked at Qin Yu with a sneer. Ouch! A small black box suddenly fell from Qin Yu's hand. A golden shield instantly appeared in Sheng Xinyan's hand. Do you want to die with me? Sheng Xinyan looked at Qin Yu vigilantly. You are still as timid as you were when you were little. You get scared by a little scare. This is just an ordinary weapon. Catch him and teach him a lesson. Sheng Xinyan was furious. Qin Yu actually used an ordinary weapon without any spiritual energy to scare him and made him look bad in public. It would be difficult to get rid of the hatred in his heart if he didn't take revenge. Fifth brother, you are so annoying. I told you that I am not available today, but you still want to force yourself on me. The Shengwu dynasty was founded on military power. Fifth brother also wants to fight bloody battles. Come on, sister. I hate fifth brother, if you want to come, I'll let you go on dry land. A familiar voice rang out from the black box. Shangguan Liren froze in his place, his old face flushed with emotion. Young people are still playing tricks. What does this dry road mean? This involved royal secrets, and he wanted to pretend he didn't hear it, but it was too late. Shangguan Liru had a bitter look on his face. He wondered if he would be silenced. Qin Yu picked up the black box and paused the recording. The recording was too explicit and stimulating, and he was worried that some people might not be able to bear it. The fifth prince is also a man of blood. He likes to fight bloody battles. Your Highness admires him. Qin Yu emphasized the words, fight bloody battles, deliberately. The sixth princess Sheng Hanxiao stared at the black box in Qin Yu's hand in panic. If the box was leaked out, how could they still live in disgrace? They might even be expelled from the family by their father. Quickly take away his magic weapon. Shangguan Liren waved his hand, and before Qin Yu could react, the black box in his hand disappeared and appeared in Sheng Xinyan's hand. This is a hot potato, and Shangguan Liren doesn't even want to get involved. Bang! The small black box fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Sheng Xinyan's face was grim. You despicable villain, you actually spied on Shengwu Imperial City. Now that you have no handle, I will make you live a life worse than death. Chen Wen felt the spiritual energy waves from upstairs and became so worried that he completely forgot about his own injuries. Penelia and Polygonatum are ready to rush forward at any time. If there is any unusual movement, we will head towards the city gate. Fang Baoting said in a voice transmission. The three sisters only agreed to work, and when their lives were at stake, they would naturally run away if they could. Well, we just reached an agreement. Wouldn't it be a bit unkind to run away now? Mu Zhoutong felt a little embarrassed that he could be so disregarding the Brotherhood when he was out. The Lord of Divine Sword City is in the late nascent soul stage. If we run away, we still have a chance of survival. If we stay, we will just die. Fang Baoting knew that her elder sister had a masculine personality and was a bit chivalrous and might try to show off her strength. Listen to my second sister. Xia Sitian didn't say anything. She went wherever her elder and second sisters went. Oh. Another small black box appeared in Qin Yu's hand. Huh. Shangguan Liren didn't give Qin Yu a chance to start recording and immediately took the small black box away. If you like it, take it. Qin Yu's storage ring flashed, and dozens of small black boxes fell all over the ground. How many the hell do you have left? Sheng Xinyan's mentality collapsed and he cursed loudly. How many recordings did this bastard have? And this broken box had no spiritual power at all. How could something that was not even a low-grade magic weapon record his voice? I left in a hurry and the storage ring has limited space, so I didn't bring many with me. There should be hundreds of thousands of them left. Qin Yu said nonchalantly. The cost of this thing was less than a low-grade spirit stone, and Qin Yu produced a lot of it at the beginning. Sheng Hanxiao looked at the small black boxes scattered all over the floor and suddenly felt the world spinning. It was over. The secret between her and her fifth brother was exposed. Shangguan Liren was not in the mood to take action. There were too many of them and he couldn't snatch them all. You are crazy. You actually placed an eavesdropping device in the Shengwu dynasty. Are you trying to start a war between the two countries? There are actually hundreds of thousands of them. Doesn't that mean that the entire Shengwu dynasty may be under surveillance? This is a huge secret that can enhance his military merits. It is well known that the Shengwu divine dynasty wants to take action against the Tianyu divine dynasty. Don't you think the people of Tianyu don't know about it? Qin Yu retorted. In order to protect the Tianyu divine dynasty surrounded by wolves, he has not been busy in vain for the past 6 months. What do you want? Sheng Xinyan changed his mind and realized that he would be doomed if his secret was exposed. This matter could not be reported. 30,000 top-grade spirit stones, and this dog apologizes to my subordinates. You useless thing, you insult me time and time again, do you still think this is the Tianyu divine dynasty? Shangguan Liren was infuriated by Qin Yu's constant calling him a dog. He was a powerful man in the late nascent soul stage, how could he be insulted? Not convinced? Go ahead and bite me. Qin Yu said sarcastically. Although Shangguan Liren was angry, he still controlled his temper. He had invested too much in the fifth prince, and now they all prospered together and suffered together. City Lord Shangguan. The fifth prince signaled him not to be impulsive. If the fifth prince's reputation is ruined, he will also completely lose his opportunities. His chance of escaping the border and returning to the court all depends on the fifth prince. He has limited talent, and the peak of the nascent soul stage might be his limit. Only when the fifth prince becomes emperor and he borrows the country's fortune will he have the opportunity to glimpse into the spirit transformation realm. Didn't you just mention 20,000 top-grade spirit stones? 40,000 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Yu raised the price again. 40,000 top-grade spirit stones. See if you can raise the required amount by selling me. The maximum you can get is 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. This is the only amount that your highness can come up with. The annual tax of the Shengwu divine dynasty is only 30 million top-grade spirit stones. How could a prince like him possibly come up with 40,000 top-grade spirit stones? Forget it, you'd better lock me up. Ganlong's crappy place is probably not as good as this place. Qin Yu picked up the teapot in front of Sheng Xinyan and started drinking from it. Fifth brother. Sheng Hanxiao said worriedly, if this gets leaked, we'll both be finished. 4,000. 8,000. Also, I'll ask City Lord Shangguan to apologize, but you must swear not to let this secret leak out. If you don't agree, then we'll both fight to the death. At worst, I can run away, but before that, you must die before me. Make a deal. Qin Yu put down the teapot. He couldn't push him too hard. The only thing he could do was to squeeze the fifth prince, as he had ideas about the throne. Snort. Sheng Xinyan snorted coldly. He didn't expect that he would not be able to avenge his childhood, but was cheated out of 8,000 top-grade spirit stones. I see those flying boats outside. You wish. That's the property of the divine dynasty. I can't touch it. No, forget it. I won't stay. Give me money and apologize. Chief Sergeant Chen, let's rush up and take His Highness away. Banxia was really worried. Okay. Chen Wen drew out the Qinghong sword. Brothers, rush up and take His Highness out of the city. Yes. None of the 500 guards showed any fear. The momentum is good, but what kind of trouble can a mere 500 people cause? Arrest them. The captain of the city guard said disdainfully. The city guards had surrounded the convoy since it entered the city, and the superiors had already ordered to keep the third prince as a guest. Sure enough, they have evil intentions and want to harm your highness. Chen Wen looked at the huge city guards, which numbered thousands, and he knew that the Shengwu divine dynasty had ill intentions since they let them into the city. It's all my fault. If I hadn't told His Highness about the shortcut, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Chen Wen blamed himself a lot. Since Qin Yu became an adult half a year ago, he often showed concern for the maids in the mansion and often organized tea parties and banquets to mingle with his brothers. He had never seen such a prince. He was ready to die. Chief Chen, get ready to take action. I haven't even received my first salary yet, but I have to work so hard. Mu Zhoutong felt like he was on a pirate ship. Stop it, everyone. You are being rude to our distinguished guests. Sheng Xinyan's angry voice came from the drum tower. The commander of the city guards looked confused. Didn't you say that you wanted to keep the distinguished guest permanently? Qin Yu took the lead and was the first to emerge from the drum tower with a smile on his face. Your Highness. Banxia and Yuzhu spoke at the same time, and they were both ready to rush in. Put away all your knives. City Lord Shengwan is a top-level warrior in the late nascent soul stage. Are you looking for trouble? Seeing that Qin Yu was fine, the group of people felt relieved and half-sheathed their weapons. Shengwan Liren was extremely reluctant. He, a powerful warrior in the late nascent soul stage, had to apologize to a warrior in the golden core stage. City Lord Shengwan, a little impatience can ruin a great plan. It's you, the pervert. Shengwan Liren didn't expect that Sheng Xinyan would play so many tricks. But he's already on board. If he gets off the ship now, other princes won't accept him as a fence-sitter. The royal family values loyalty more than ability. Shengwan Liren walked to Chen Wen reluctantly. Chen Wen held a knife in one hand, worried that this bastard might suddenly attack and hurt His Highness. I'm sorry, my friend. I just had a conflict and couldn't hold my breath. Ha! Chen Wen was completely confused. A powerful man in the late nascent soul stage apologized to him? One of the people looked puzzled and asked, Am I still asleep? Why would City Lord Shengwan apologize to a Yuanying stage cultivator? City Lord Shengwan, what are you doing? The people watching from afar were puzzled. How could the dignified City Lord of the Shengwu Divine Dynasty apologize to the Jindan guards of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty? Qin Yu turned his head and looked at Sheng Xinyan. Sheng Xinyan reluctantly threw away his storage ring. These were his savings over the years, but once the recording was leaked, he would lose everything. Thank you, His Highness Xinyan, for the spirit stones. We will say goodbye now. Qin Yu waved his hand while holding the storage ring. They actually gave back the spirit stones. Did the fifth prince take the wrong medicine? This bastard must have done it on purpose. Sheng Xinyan's face turned ugly. Shangguan Liren looked at Qin Yu's back with murderous intent in his eyes. Let's see how many more years you can be so arrogant. Fifth brother, do you want to secretly find someone to kill him? No, even though Qin Yu was demoted, I don't believe that Emperor Qin would not care about his beloved son at all. Sheng Xinyan had heard his father tell the story about Qin Yu's mother, so Sheng Xinyan wanted to keep Qin Yu from the beginning to make the Tianyu dynasty cautious and let him succeed in his bid for the throne. As for killing Qin Yu, he had never thought about it. He didn't want to be bothered by a strong man at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Your Highness, I'm taking my leave. Shangguan Liren now felt weird looking at Sheng Xinyan and Sheng Hanxiao. City Lord Shangguan, you should know what to say and what not to say. I understand. Feeling the strange look in Shangguan Liren's eyes, Sheng Xinyan became even angrier, as he ended up losing more than he gained. What on earth is this damn little black box? Come here, spread the word that the third prince of the Tianyu divine dynasty and I had a very pleasant conversation, and that this prince sponsored him with 8,000 top-grade spirit stones to help him build Ganlong. Fifth brother, now that bastard will be even more hated by the Tianyu divine dynasty, officials and people. When he took office as the fiefdom, he actually accepted sponsorship from the enemy country. If this were made public, it would be a slap in the face of the Tianyu divine dynasty. That's not something we should worry about. Sheng Xinyan laughed and finally felt better. Fifth brother, I'm hungry. Sheng Hanxiao's hair fluttered, and tears welled up in his eyes. Sheng Xinyan was distracted by what he saw. Fifth brother will use his penis to feed your sister right away. Your Highness, the city lord actually apologized obediently. You are so awesome. Banksia said with admiration. Thank you, Your Highness. Chen Wen bowed. You are my subordinate. No one can bully you. Of course, I can. Your Highness will not bully his subordinates. Chen Wen smiled. I like this guy, he does what he says and is loyal to his subordinates. After leaving Shenzhen City, walk a few thousand miles and you will enter the territory of Ganlong. One day later. Your Highness, we have entered Ganlong. Qin Yu lifted the curtain. The outside world was sparsely populated, the land was barren, and the concentration of spiritual energy was the highest he had ever seen in his life. The desolation is everywhere, and one can feel the sense of desolation just at the border of Ganlong. Why should the Chang flute blame the willows? The spring breeze does not reach human pass. Only when Qin Yu came to Ganlong in the northwest in person did he realize that desolate was not just an adjective. Why should the Chang flute blame the willows, as the spring breeze does not reach the human pass? Yuzhu has read many poems, but these two lines made her feel that they blend perfectly with the desolate northwest, as if the desolate northwest was right in front of her. Yuzhu took out a pen and paper and wrote down these stunning verses. The concentration of spiritual energy here is probably not even enough to reach that of a first-grade spiritual land. Mu Zhoutong complained. If she didn't use spiritual stones here, her cultivation would not improve but would regress. The concentration of spiritual energy is divided into 10 levels, with the first level being the lowest and the 10th level being the highest. This is the first time I've seen a place where the concentration of spiritual energy doesn't even reach the first grade. Mu Zhoutong couldn't help but complain. In the Qinhuang domain, even in the wild, the concentration of spiritual energy is at least the first grade. Here it's not even the first grade. Without the second grade spiritual energy concentration, it would be difficult to even enter the foundation building stage. Yuzhu explained. Before the spiritual vein dried up, Ganlong's spiritual energy could barely reach the second level. But after the spiritual vein dried up, Ganlong, who was already far away from the spiritual vein, had a lower and lower spiritual energy concentration day by day. It won't be long before he becomes immortal. Sister Yuju, you know so much. Banksia remembered that Yuju entered the mansion with her, but she had never heard that she had been to Ganlong. Sister Banksia, I read all this in a book. Banksia nodded secretly, and she would read more books in the future. The place Qin Yu wanted to arrive at was Beiwang City, a border city north of Ganlong. The convoy headed north, passing through several small towns along the way. There were very few monks and the people were wearing linen clothes and straw sandals. This place is too poor, Your Highness. Can it really be developed? There were few trees along the way, and it was basically barren land. Of course, with the spirit stone, all these can be changed. In the world of immortal cultivation, spiritual energy is the source of life. With spiritual energy, dead trees can bloom in spring and onions can grow in dry land. Your Highness, we will arrive at Beiwang City in an hour. Beiwang City is the largest city in Ganlong territory, and is across the river from the Shengwu dynasty. The first emperor of the Tianyu divine dynasty established Beiwang City to resist the Shengwu dynasty, and it gradually developed into the first city of Ganlong. The city has a permanent population of 10 million. Among the capitals of Tianyu Imperial City, the population can only be ranked at the bottom. It is not even comparable to some second-tier cities in prosperous areas. City Lord, His Highness the Third Prince is only an hour away from Beiwang City. Do you want to go out of the city to greet him? This idiot, greedy and stupid, actually accepted the spirit stone from Shengwu Imperial City. Shan Yucheng, the lord of Beiwang City, was furious when he heard the report. Whether it was Emperor Qin or the 9th princess of Daqian, who was known as the most beautiful woman in Daqian back then, neither one of them was extremely talented and the best in Dongzhou, so why did they give birth to such a silly thing? Fuck it, let them do it on their own, I can't afford to lose this person. This city lord doesn't understand the rules so much that he didn't come out to greet His Highness. Chen Wen cursed angrily. No need to stick to small details, go straight to Prince Gan's mansion. By the way, have all the supporting industries arrived yet? They took a shortcut and arrived a month earlier, but no one knew where all the supporting industrial facilities were. Your Highness, most of them are still on the way. I asked them to use the flying boat to transport the refrigeration magic weapon you asked for. It should be delivered in the next 2 days. Chen Wen didn't say that he still owed a sum of spirit stones for using the flying boat. Stop. A few hundred meters away from the convoy, a girl wearing linen clothes, about 14 or 15 years old, was being chased by a group of people. The girl held a white jade bottle in her hand. She looked exhausted, staggering, and her feet were unsteady. It was obvious that she had exhausted all her energy. The scarred man in the lead, seeing that they were less than 200 meters away from the girl, grabbed a fist-sized stone and threw it out. The stone made a whistling sound, and then bang. The girl was hit on the back by the stone, and her body fell out, with blood flowing out of her mouth and nose. Damn it, I finally caught you. This is a mid-level first-grade elixir. Your half-dead father is not worthy of eating such a good elixir. The scarred man kicked the girl in the abdomen, and the girl was kicked more than 10 meters away. She spat out a mouthful of blood, but she still held the white bottle tightly in her arms. The scarred man walked over and prepared to take his medicine. They had been keeping an eye on the little girl for some time and knew that the child's father was sick and needed medicine. The little girl failed to get the medicine several times, so she started to think of ways to steal it. They didn't dare to steal things, but they dared to rob a little girl. Please don't take my medicine. My father will die without it. Tears flowed from the corners of the little girl's eyes. Her face was covered with thick dust and blood was constantly flowing from her mouth and nose. But she still held the white bottle tightly in her arms. Bang! The scarred man punched the girl on the back. The tremendous pain made her body go limp and the small white bottle in her hand slipped out. Huh, Scarface brother, you are really smart. This pill is really cheap. The scarred man picked up the white bottle and raised his fist, ready to kill the little girl. After all, it would be bad for his reputation if news of robbing a little girl got out. The girl's body went limp, and she could only close her eyes silently. Dad, my daughter is incompetent. You kill people and steal treasures in broad daylight, and you rob a little girl. Is there no one in Baiwang City to supervise you? Qin Yu's voice was cold. He knew that the world of immortal cultivation was cruel, but children were his bottom line. When Qin Yu's voice sounded, Chen Wen's scabbard was already on the scarred man's neck. The cultivation of the golden core stage was released, and the scarred man, who was still in the qi refining stage, trembled all over. Senior, please spare my life. It was this kid who stole something and I was just helping to recover it. The scarred man explained hurriedly, fearing that Chen Wen would chop off his head. I can understand you wanting to get the things back, but how could you be so cruel to a little girl? Does the law of the Tianyu divine dynasty give you this right? Qin Yushao asked angrily. The scarred man was stunned. How would he know any law? Baiwang City has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak, and killing people in the streets is also common. The girl closed her eyes and waited for death. Instead of receiving Scarface's fist, she heard Scarface begging for mercy. My father went to Huiyin Mountain to collect flint in order to let me join Yuchuan sect. He was poisoned by fire and only Bingning pill can save him. The girl's voice was very soft, but it reached Qin Yu's ears. How much is this pill? I paid for her. Qin Yu lamented that his spiritual veins were depleted, and the effects were beginning to show. No money required. I didn't know it was to save her father. If I had known, I would have sent her away. The scarred man said righteously. If you had told me earlier, I would have given you this pill a long time ago. The scarred man put the medicine next to the girl and glared at her fiercely. Go away. Several people felt as if they had been pardoned and hated why they could not use their third leg. The girl wanted to expose Scarface's lies, but she didn't dare to because she didn't know whether they would be retaliated against. Wait a moment. Qin Yu suddenly called out to the scarred men. They looked fierce and didn't look like the people who were open for business. You said you were trying to recover the elixir. How can you prove that the elixir is yours? Sir, you are joking. How do we need to prove this? It's not our stuff, so why would we meddle in its affairs? Besides, the girl has admitted to stealing it. The scarred man smiled, trying to make himself look more natural. Qin Yu smiled and said, You said this is your medicine, but do you know what kind of medicine is inside? My lord, it's a first-grade intermediate ice condensation pill. The scarred man said confidently. They had been watching the little girl for a few days and knew that the little girl's target was the ice condensation pill. Qin Yu opened the bottle and said coldly, I'll ask you again what kind of elixir it is. Sir, I know exactly what this pill is. It's the Bingning pill. The scarred man pretended to be calm. You saw the little girl steal the elixir, and you thought you wanted to kill her to steal the treasure because she was alone and weak. As Qin Yu finished speaking, Chen Wen's knife was once again placed on the heads of several people. You can tell at first glance that these people are not good people. It's unfair. I really just wanted to get back what belonged to me. Scarface was so scared that he knelt on the ground. Yes, we are just trying to get back what belongs to us. Several others also knelt on the ground and agreed. Open your eyes and look carefully, is this the Bingning pill? A thumb-sized snow-white pill rolled out. Kill them all. If it was a direct fight between monks, he could pretend not to see it, but they actually did it to a mortal girl. Must kill. The Tianyu divine dynasty has expressly prohibited cultivators from attacking mortals without reason. This is the red line of the divine dynasty and no one is allowed to cross it. Could it be the fasting pill? Several people widened their eyes. Scarface was furious. You loser, you stole a bigu pill after being bitten for a few days. Bigu pill is the entry-level pill among all kinds of pills. Not of good quality, of low value. The girl was surprised to hear that what she had spent several days stealing turned out to be the bigu pill. Tears immediately fell. Dad, your daughter can't do anything right. The scarred man said anxiously, we are from the Biyun gang, you can't kill me. Kill. Chen Wen raised his knife and slashed, and several heads rolled to the ground. Your Highness, her injuries are too severe. I'm afraid she won't survive. The punch on the back injured the girl's internal organs. Give him a heart-protecting pill. The heart-protecting pill is a high-level third-grade elixir that is extremely valuable and is used for healing in the golden core stage. Yes, Your Highness. Yuzhu did not say anything. Her Highness always treated all lives equally and would not be reluctant to give up the third-grade elixir just because the girl was just an ordinary person. Yuzhu took out a snow-white pill the size of a longan. The girl stretched out her hand to stop Yuzhu. I don't need such a good medicine, can you please give me a Bingning pill? The girl struggled to get up, completely ignoring the pain in her body, and prepared to kneel down and beg Qin Yu. Come, take the medicine first. His Highness will give it to you. Yuzhu forced the pill into the girl's mouth. The heart-protecting pill has a mild effect and even ordinary people can take it. It does not harm the body and the remaining effect will be digested in the limbs and bones. The girl's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thank you for saving my life, sir. Yuzhu gave her an ice condensation pill. Yes, Your Highness. It seems that the security in Beiwang City is not very good. Qin Yu said softly. Your Highness, Ganlong's spiritual energy is thin, and it is close to the border of the Shengwu dynasty. Some extremely vicious criminals will flee to Beiwang City. So the public security has always been poor. Yuzhu explained. Because of Qin Yu's arrival, all the major families in Beiwang City gathered together. The third prince was named the King of Gan. Doesn't that mean that Ganlong's interests need to be shared out? You are a young boy who is still wet behind the ears. The emperor doesn't take you seriously. To put it nicely, he is enfeoffed as the King of Gan. To put it bluntly, he is exiled to the border. Patriarch Wang is right. I heard that they have already reached the outskirts of Beiwang City, but so far no one has the strength to visit them. Your Highness, it seems that not only has the city lord forgotten the rules of the divine dynasty, but even the various sects and powerful families have forgotten the rules. No one came to greet us. Chen Wen was dissatisfied. The accompanying soldiers thought that when they arrived at Beiwang City on the border, they would be treated to heavenly officials and distinguished guests from all sides, but now no one came to greet them. Although Qin Yu didn't like red tape, this was clearly contemptuous and rude. Beiwang City still lacks some rules and needs to be rectified. Outside the city gate. This is a prince of the royal family. The city lord really won't come to greet him? Isn't he afraid of being blamed? Several soldiers were uneasy, as the demoted prince was still high and mighty to them. Still the vassal king of Ganlong. The king of Tianyu divine dynasty has great power and the right to manage the fiefdom. Military power, can form 3 guard armies, each with 10,000 people. Although the city lord is appointed by the central government, the vassal king is above the city lord after all. There are legal and economic benefits. He is considered the king of a country within a country. What are you afraid of? The city lord said to let them enter the city on their own. If anything goes wrong, the people above will take responsibility. City Guard Captain Rong Lu said disdainfully. None of the major forces in the city paid any attention to Qin Yu. This King Gon was just an empty shell that existed in name only. He embezzled the national treasury but was not beheaded. This is clearly a royal privilege. Rong Lu has been in the army for many years and can only be a captain, but these princes are just born better and can still be alive and well even if they make big mistakes. This is a pinnacle that countless people can hardly reach. The military organization of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty is that each group of 5 people has a squad leader, each group of 25 people has a squad leader, each group of 5 people has a team leader, and 2 teams have a centurion. 5 tons form a Chu with a Zhuzhang, 2 Chu form a Bu with a Qianfazang, 5 Bu form a Ing with a Zhao Jiangxiali, and 2 Ing form an Jun with a Shaolai. Rong Lu had no good feelings towards these privileged classes. Several soldiers guarding the city were still nervous after hearing Rong Lu's words. Rong Lu had the city lord as his backer, but they had nothing and were just local grassroots. The convoy drove to the city gate. Several soldiers guarding the city immediately opened the city gate. Looking at Chen Wen with a stern expression, they did not dare to question him at all. Rong Lu, who had been so arrogant just now, also stood aside cautiously, completely losing his previous majesty. The few soldiers guarding the city didn't say anything. It was normal for them to do one thing in front of their faces and another behind their backs. Beiwang City is quite large and can barely be regarded as a second-tier city. The people in the city have long known about Qin Yu's demotion. Although Tianyu's communication jade pendant has a high delay, it is still much faster than human speed. Although the city lord's palace and the major sects and powerful families did not arrive, there were quite a few people gathered there. Most people have dry skin and sallow complexions. This is due to the climate of hope, not physical reasons. Most people in Qianlong are honest and straightforward. Most of the people were dressed in linen clothes, and the few monks mixed in among the crowd were only wearing ordinary materials, and most of them were holding low-level magic weapons, and some even had empty hands. Qin Yu likes such a place with simple folk customs. Puff. A rotten egg hit Chen Wen's forehead, and a fishy smell emanated from it, as if an egg had been deliberately left to rot for a long time. Corrupt officials. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ganlong's annual tax revenue is only a few thousand top-grade spirit stones. This bastard embezzled 100,000. This is unforgivable for the people of Ganlong. Kill him. The crowd was surging, and many people were eager to try. The people of Ganlong were full of ferocity, and many of them were holding hoes, sickles, and kitchen knives. Search. Chen Wen unsheathed the Qinghong sword, and his Jindan stage cultivation level emanated. The 3 Muzhaotong sisters also exuded the pressure of the Jindan period, and the rioting people were forced to retreat. That was a bit too simple. Qin Yu took back what he just said. Tell them to get out of here. Anyone who dares to get close will be killed. To deal with these unruly people, we must use thundering measures. Whoever comes near will die. Chen Wen shouted loudly. With so many people in such a dense crowd, once chaos breaks out, who knows what will happen? What should we do? Didn't they say that the third prince would not attack the common people? A month ago, he was scolded so badly by the people of the Divine Dynasty that he could only run away in shame after being chased out of the city. As long as they cause a riot among the people, Qin Yu and others will become infamous. An unpopular vassal king is the best for all major forces. Although Qin Yu's reputation is already bad, it would be better if he was even worse and no one could get close to him. He would just be a transparent vassal king. You embezzled the Divine Dynasty's spiritual stones and accepted funding from the enemy country. You are not worthy of being the king of Gan. We, the people of Ganlong, do not recognize you as the king. We don't recognize you as our king. Go back. Under the instigation of some people with ulterior motives, the people were very excited. The double charge of stealing the country and treason was enough to make the people hate Qin Yu to the core. Your Highness, I think someone is deliberately instigating these people. Chen Wen discovered something was wrong. It seemed that someone in the crowd was deliberately directing the people's anger. Not far away, people from the Shengwu dynasty dressed in gorgeous silk clothes were watching this scene with amusement. Beiwang City and Nanmu City of the Shengwu dynasty are across the river from each other, so some trade activities are inevitable. The third prince of the Tianyu divine dynasty has almost become the laughingstock of Dongzhou. Everyone in the Shengwu dynasty knows it. Not only the Shengwu dynasty, but the entire Dongzhou is almost aware of the third prince's name. Haha! What a beautiful scenery! Many cultivators from Nanmu City crossed the river specifically to see the scenery unique to the Tianyu divine dynasty. How can you miss such a beautiful view? You are right, Lord of the Mountain City. Inside the city lord's mansion, Nanmu City Lord Bi Wenshuan released his spiritual consciousness, covering Beiwang City. Bi Wenshuan was so happy that he could not express it in words. He had been confronting Shan Yucheng across the river for many years, and today was the happiest day for him. Fortunately, he came over under the pretext of a visit, and for this he paid some benefits and agreed to reduce or waive tariffs. Beiwang City was short of material resources and its people were poor. Nanmu City is rich in material resources and its people are wealthy. The average income is more than 10 times higher than that of Beiwang City. The economy of Beiwang City is entirely supported by Nanmu City. Being able to see this scene, earning a few less spirit stones is actually a profit for him. Shan Yucheng looked embarrassed. The tariffs in Nanmu City were getting higher every year. However, the daily necessities of the people of Beiwang and the cultivation materials of the monks are indeed becoming increasingly scarce. The spiritual veins have dried up and even the prosperous heavy areas are short of supplies, let alone those allocated to Beiwang City. For the sake of profit, Shanyu City risked being laughed at and allowed Bi Wenshuan to go to Beiwang City in the name of a visit. Well. Shan Yucheng felt bitter in his heart. How long could the Tianyu divine dynasty last? He had lived on this land for hundreds of years and never thought that this day would come. Zhou Tong doesn't need to suppress her temper today. Qin Yu's voice came out indifferently. After all, Chen Wen grew up in the imperial city and had no experience in dealing with unruly people. Get out of here, you bastards, do you want to die? Mu Zhoutong was surrounded by a group of people and was very angry. If Qin Yu had not stopped her, she would have dealt with them long ago. A huge flaming palm appeared in the sky, sweeping across with a terrifying heat wave. She had a hot temper. After traveling for such a long time and being surrounded by a group of people, she had already become furious. The heat wave swept through the population, and many ordinary people could not bear it, so they fled in all directions. You're a bunch of bastards. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll be lost. Mu Zhoutong kept cursing. You want to attack the people? A voice came from the crowd. Mu Zhoutong directly locked onto the target. There are several monks in the foundation establishment stage. Several monks were frightened and they were locked in his sight and turned around to run. The slender, snow-white legs passed through the air, and several foundation building monks were lifted into the air before they could react. Let go. Do you want to silence the people of the world with violence? Several monks wanted to bring up Dei. But Mu Zhoutong didn't understand any of this. Clap, clap, clap. A loud slap was heard. My teeth. Take him back. Qin Yu wanted to see who sent the person. These monks were obviously not acting spontaneously. Seeing they were about to be caught, several monks bit the poison sac in an instant and died from the poison. In the eyes of the people, they were beaten to death by Fang Zhoutong. He is indeed an evil prince. He actually allowed evil people to commit crimes in the street. The people were angry. With such a greedy and evil prince, they were afraid that they would have no good days in the future. If I had known earlier, I would have followed the first wave of people who left and went to the Shungu dynasty. The spiritual veins of the Tianyu divine dynasty have dried up, and many powerful people have fled to the Shungu dynasty. Most of the people who stayed behind were those who were unwilling to leave, or those who were weak and whom the Shungu dynasty was unwilling to accept. The people of Beiwang City were in chaos, and everyone was worried that under Qin Yu's rule, the people would suffer. Many people have made up their minds to escape from the Tianyu divine dynasty. Coincidentally, the Shungu dynasty will come to accept a group of people in half a month. This is their chance. Haha, he is worthy of being the Prince Tianyu, a role model for our generation. Wen Bixuan laughed. Humph, you can leave now after reading this. Don't forget our agreement. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. Starting tomorrow, the export tax of the Shungu dynasty will be reduced by half. Goodbye. Shan Yucheng said in a bad tone. This humiliation was all caused by Qin Yu. Why are you panicking? I heard that the third prince also got 8,000 yuan of top-quality sponsorship from the fifth prince of our dynasty. If your Beiwang City needs sponsorship, I can also make the decision. Wen Bixuan looked at Shan Yucheng meaningfully. A person at the peak of nascent soul stage was a powerful force. Even in the Shungu dynasty, he was considered a powerful figure. Roll. Come to me anytime you want. After Wen Bixuan finished speaking, his figure disappeared. The methods of the nascent soul stage are mysterious and unpredictable, and teleportation is just a minor trick. Without the onlookers, the road instantly became much smoother and the convoy drove towards Prince Gan's palace. Gan Long had not been granted the title of vassal king for thousands of years. The palace had previously been occupied by the city lord. No one said anything about its remote location. After all, it would have been abandoned if not used. Now that Qin Yu is here, Shan Yucheng has moved out early. If they say they don't want to receive the emperor, they can say it's because they are busy with official business, but if they occupy the palace, it would be a crime of treason. The Gan Prince's mansion covers an area of more than 10,000 square meters, but the building is old, and apart from a sense of history, there is no sign of the luxury that belongs to a king. This palace is too old and shabby. Fang Zhoutong spoke without restraint, not worrying that Qin Yu would hear it. Just stay here for now. In the future, this place will be more luxurious than the imperial palace. Qin Yu said with a smile as he stood in front of the palace. Just brag about how much spiritual stones you can earn in a year in this place. Fang Zhoutong had begun to doubt whether Qin Yu could pay salaries on time. After all, the Tianyu divine dynasty had a lot of overdue food and salaries owed to various places. If they hadn't known that Qin Yu had just gotten 8,000 top-grade spirit stones from Shengxinyan, the three of them would have run away long ago. What a bunch of bastards! Banxia ran over anxiously. Your Highness, there is not even any furniture in the palace, only a bunch of empty rooms. Banxia was so angry that she was about to cry. These people were going too far. His Highness had just arrived in Beiwang City, and these people dared to show their power to him. Qin Yu did not say anything. It seemed that the Lord of Beiwang City had lived in the borderland for so long that he thought he was more powerful than his master and had forgotten the need to respect the imperial power. Chen Wen, send someone to tell the Lord of Beiwang City that if he doesn't arrive before dark, he doesn't need to come later. Yes, Your Highness. He is still the King of Gan in name and the superior of the Lord of Beiwang City. Qin Yu has an easygoing personality, but he is not weak and can be bullied. Qin Yu looked around the palace. It was not small in size, but its style was old and the building had been corroded for a long time, so it looked a bit decayed. The living environment in Ganlong was harsh, so it was considered quite good that the previous King Gan could build a palace of this standard. "Your Highness, someone is visiting," Chen Wen said with a bow. Oh. Qin Yu was curious that there were still people willing to visit him in his current situation, even though he was on the opposite side of the people. Countless people wanted to grind him to ashes. Just now, the people were forced back by the raging fire, and many people were cursing him from a distance. Insulting the prince is a serious crime, but if the people insult him collectively then it's okay. It's the Yushuan sect and the Bai family. As far as I know, the Yushuan sect is a first-rate sect that refines array plates, and the strongest person in the clan is only at the Jindan stage. The Bai family is even weaker and can only be considered a second-rate family. It is a second-rate family for refining weapons. The strongest person is at the foundation building stage. In addition to the 10 great divine dynasties in Dongzhou, there are 99 dynasties under them, and under the dynasties there are principalities, numbering nearly 1,000. The power of the sects is from high to low: Holy Land, Extraordinary Sect, Top Sect, First, Second and Third-rate Sect. The division of family power and sect power is the same. Your Highness, just send these small forces away. They are just first and second-rate forces and are not worthy of your Highness' reception. Let them in. Do you think the third prince will receive us? I heard that the third prince is extremely greedy and even accepted spiritual stones from the Shengwu dynasty. Yuchuan sect's leader Yu Yongping muttered. He won't ask for too much, will he? Yu Yongping was still very nervous. No force in the city came to welcome him, and no force came to visit him. They all wanted to sideline Qin Yu. Yu Yongping, who had been in Beiwang City for many years, naturally knew what these big clans and big sects were thinking. I don't know. Bai Zhiye said coldly. Although the Bai family is a first-rate family, its spiritual veins are now exhausted, and all forces are in financial difficulties, so the sales of the formation plates are very poor. The Bai family also leased several mountains for refining weapons and signed a contract for 100 years. Now, after more than 50 years, the Bai family has been unable to come up with any spirit stones. If this continues, the family will be completely hollowed out and will not even have spirit stones to train the younger generation. Bai Zhiye felt that Qin Yu's arrival was a godsend. Originally, with the strength of his first-class family, he could not marry a prince, but now the opportunity had come. Sir Chen, these are the furniture and daily necessities I prepared. Your Highness has just arrived in Beiwang City. I thought they might be useful, so I took the liberty to bring them here. I hope your Highness will forgive me. When Bai Zhiye saw Chen Wen coming out, he trotted up to him with a big smile on his face and handed him the list with both hands. Hundreds of horse-drawn carriages loaded with furniture appeared from street corners. Yeah, that's thoughtful. Just now, His Highness was talking about buying furniture, and someone delivered it right away. Fuck you. Yuchuan sect's leader Yu Yongping cursed inwardly. Fuck you, you are so scheming. Fortunately, I am not bad either. Sir Chen, since your Highness has just arrived in Beiwang City, I believe the mansion is short of servants. I have specially selected 100 people from the sect to help your Highness sweep the yard. 100 female cultivators, dressed in simple clothes, appeared in an orderly manner from another street corner as Yu Yongping clapped his hands. His Highness said, please follow me. Since His Highness agreed to let them in, they naturally accepted the gift. Your Highness has reached adulthood, and preparations need to be made in advance regarding both men and women. The two looked at each other. Old man. Banksia found a stool from somewhere. Qin Yu sat in the yard. Yu Yongping, Bai Zhiye. Greetings, your Highness. The two men bowed. The Tianyu divine dynasty does not believe in kneeling and bowing. After all, most of the officials are cultivators. The entire Beiwang city treats me like a snake and scorpion and avoids me as much as possible. How dare you come here? Aren't you afraid of being ostracized? His Highness has arrived, how can the Bai family not pay homage? As for others who think so, let them be. The Bai family is only loyal to the court and His Highness. Qin Yu is the Bai family's only chance, so it doesn't matter even if it offends other forces. These words are equivalent to expressing loyalty and surrender. The Bai family now has only two choices: burn their boats or leave the country. Yu Yongping glanced and saw that the Bai family was playing such a big game. The reason he came to visit was just to make some good friends. Even if other forces had objections, he could find a reasonable excuse. After all, the prince has arrived, and it is reasonable for him, a small sect, to visit him. Patriarch Bai is right. Your Highness is visiting the sect of Beiwang City, so it is reasonable for us to pay a visit. Qin Yu understood the meaning. If there's anything, I'll find you. Thank you, Your Highness. The two of them were overjoyed and respectfully left the palace. The fact that the third prince was looking for them for something meant that the third prince had accepted them. Beiwang City is unfamiliar to Qin Yu. It would be better to have a few helpers. As for first-rate or second-rate, there is not much difference to him. The Bai family is a traitor. They actually went to visit the third prince without telling us. The four major families in Beiwang City are Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li. The four top family patriarchs gathered together, and below them were 12 first-rate family forces. The only extraordinary force in Beiwang City, the Hehuan sect, and 4 top sects gathered together, with 10 first-rate sects below them. As for the second and third rate, they are not qualified to attend the conference. All the major sects and families had planned ahead of time, ready to give Qin Yu a warning and incite the people to isolate him. The aristocratic families and sects are unwilling to cooperate and the people are disgusted with him. What kind of trouble can he cause with the few hundred people he brought with him? But now a traitor has appeared. The head of the Zhao family said contemptuously, "It's just a first-rate sect and a second-rate family. What kind of waves can the third prince stir up? A first-rate sect has at most 1 or 2 people in the early Jindan stage, and a second-rate family has only a few people in the foundation building stage. They are useless to the entire Beiwang City." Patriarch Zhao chuckled, "Let's find a chance to give them a warning. I heard that the weapon refining mountain rented by the Bai family is from the Li family?" Patriarch Li said coldly, "The Bai family hasn't paid the rent for 2 years. It's time to ask them for it." The 4 major families control most of Beiwang City's industries. Once Qin Yu intervenes, most of their interests will inevitably be divided up, which is unacceptable to the major families. Fang Baoting, who had been gathering intelligence in Prince Gan's mansion for 2 days, was preparing to report to Qin Yu. "Your Highness. After 2 days of understanding, combined with the intelligence provided by the Bai family, I have already found out the situation of the major forces in Beiwang City. Fang Baoting has reached the late Jindan stage of cultivation and is undoubtedly a top-level expert in Beiwang City, so gathering intelligence is naturally a piece of cake for him. Fang Baoting has a stable personality and is careful in his work, making him very suitable for gathering intelligence. Your Highness, Beiwang City had a permanent population of 15 million 5 years ago, but now it has only about 12 million people. In the past 5 years, 3 million people have gone to other regions, or to the Xingwu dynasty in other countries. There are 60,000 Tianyu troops stationed in Beiwang City, and they are under the command of the city lord. There is a super sect called Hehuan sect, and almost all of its disciples are female. The 4 top sects are the Ziguang sect that refines weapons, the Danxia sect that refines pills, the Qi Xing sect that refines talismans, and the Ge sword sect that focuses on swordsmanship. The families are divided into Zhao, Qian, Sun and Li, with the Sun family being the most prominent. They are all top families. There are also 10 major chambers of commerce: Jingyu Pavilion, Xuanwu Building, Wanbao Building, and the world's #1 Chamber of Commerce. Fang Baoting investigated all the forces in Beiwang in 2 days. As far as I know, this time the people were rioting because of the sects and families who fanned the flames. Hehuan sect. Qin Yu has been in spiritual contact with him for many years, but I never thought I would see him alive. I was so excited. Is this female disciple of the Hehuan sect really as charming and alluring as the legend says? Your Highness, these clans and families are behaving badly and need to be punished. Qin Yu wanted to marry Pia Piao. Which man could resist the temptation of the Hehuan sect? He had been thinking about it for 2 lifetimes. Your Highness. Fang Baoting raised her voice. Ahem. Qin Yu smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I just thought of something important. Pervert. Fang Zhoutong saw Qin Yu's lustful look and knew that he must have heard the name of the Hehuan sect and started to have dirty thoughts. Sister, why do these men like those things? Xia Sitian asked stupidly. Who knows? Everyone likes to make holes. What's so good about that? It's just a few frictions. Qin Yu doesn't know how to practice, so he has been sitting in the yard for the past 2 days, waiting for the refrigeration equipment to be delivered. The maids have already cleaned up the palace, and with the furniture sent by Bai Jia, the palace looks like a place where someone can live. The maid who had been cleaning for 2 days complained, "This place is too bad. I thought I would be a maid in the palace after I came out, and the local sects and forces would at least be respectful to me, but now I have to even clean the place by myself." Moreover, Qin Yu became depressed when he arrived at Ganlong, and stayed in the yard for 2 days in a daze. This was completely different from the prince who was busy all day long. Many of the escort soldiers also had complaints. It would be unpleasant for anyone to be scolded all the way. After traveling thousands of miles with great difficulty to reach their fiefdom, not only were the common people disrespectful to them, but the major sects and forces also treated them as invisible. The spiritual energy in Beiwang City was thin, and they were unable to practice normally. Their cultivation even showed signs of regressing. If they don't make progress in their cultivation, they will regress. If they fall behind by 1 step, they will fall behind step by step, and soon they will be left behind by their peers. But now Qin Yu is still doing nothing and can only sit there in a daze. Your Highness, the refrigeration device has arrived. Banxia trotted over with a bright smile on her face. Banxia's cultivation is higher than Qin Yu's, she is in the middle stage of foundation building. She has been lacking spiritual power in the past month and almost fell to the early stage of foundation building, but she doesn't care. Finally here. The implementation of the plan requires spiritual stones as a basis. Qin Yu jumped up and ran quickly to the backyard. Banxia, Yuzhu, and Chenwen followed immediately. The 3 Fang Zhoutong sisters also followed. They were also curious about what could make Qin Yu so excited. We're finally here. Qin Yu held the cooling device and shouted excitedly, I'll soon have endless spiritual stones to spend. You're not crazy because of poverty, are you? Fang Zhoutong was straightforward and said it subconsciously. It's not that I'm poor and crazy, it's that I'm too rich and have too many spirit stones to spend. I think you are crazy. You want to make money from a low-grade magic weapon? It would be great if you can earn a few low-grade spirit stones. Banxia stood with her hands on her hips and glared at Mu Zhoutong, not believing His Highness. You don't believe it? I don't believe it. You want to earn endless spiritual stones with a low-grade magic weapon? This is totally a foolish dream. Low-grade magic weapons are worthless. Xia Sitian said with disdain. Fang Baoting calmly analyzed, Your Highness Qin Yu, if this is the source of your confidence, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Low-grade magic tools are not valuable, and your magic tool uses a lot of materials, so the cost is not low. The price of a magic weapon is between 300 and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and most low-grade magic weapons are priced between 500 and 1,000. A person in the qi refining stage can buy one after saving for a few years. Moreover, Qin Yu's box-shaped magic weapon obviously does not have attack or defense attributes. It is most likely an auxiliary magic power, so the price is even lower. I'll make a bet with you. If this magic weapon earns 100 top-grade spirit stones, you will swear a heavenly oath to be loyal to me for 10 years. If not, I will give you 8,000 top-grade spirit stones and let you leave on your own. 100 top-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, which can buy a top-grade spiritual weapon. The third prince is so arrogant that he wants to earn 100 top-grade spirit stones with a low-grade magic weapon. Fang Bao, who is always calm, couldn't help but say. Do you dare to bet? The combat power of 2 late Jindan and 1 peak Jindan is currently Qin Yu's highest combat power. Your Highness. Chen Wen tried to persuade him. 8,000 top-grade spirit stones were Qin Yu's only assets, and there would be many places to spend the spirit stones in the future. Banxia Yuzhu also hurriedly advised, Your Highness, don't be impulsive. They thought it was Qin Yu's competitive spirit that was at work. Qin Yu raised the corner of his mouth, You must trust Your Highness unconditionally. Seeing Qin Yu so confident, Chen Wen and the other two shut up. As subordinates, they could put forward ideas but not opinions. Okay, let alone 10 years, we'll make a bet with you even if it's 100 years. Fang Baoting answered without hesitation. If they could really earn 100 top-grade spirit stones with a low-grade magic weapon, they would stay even if Qin Yu drove them away. What an exaggerated profit. The low-grade magic weapon Qin Yu displayed was made of simple materials, basically ordinary iron, and cost only 10 low-grade spirit stones. Together with the formation plate inside, it was estimated to be less than 100 low-grade spirit stones. From 1 million to 100,000, it is 1,000 times increase. This profit can attract countless monks. 10 years is enough. I don't like to restrict others. 10 years later, the Jindan stage was of no use to him, and it was entirely voluntary for him to leave or stay. The main difficulty in liquefying spiritual energy is to determine the lowest temperature point for liquefying spiritual energy. The shape of the magic weapon is a bit like a rural blower, with a huge round opening in the front, which was designed by Qin Yu to absorb air. In the middle is a cooling array and a driving magic tool. After the spiritual energy is liquefied and solidified, it will fall from the tail into the storage warehouse. The outer box is very simple and can be made by any entry-level refiner, all it takes is carving a few runes. The design is simple, and the core points are temperature control, cooling array and driving instruments. The outer shell costs only 4 or 5 low-grade spirit stones, the driving device plus the temperature-controlled device costs 40, and the array plate costs 40. Of course, this is the cost price, not including labor costs. The materials for low-grade magic tools are not expensive, but the labor cost for a tool refiner to refine a low-grade magic tool is at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. Equipment refiners are rare and of noble status, and they charge a high fee for each use. But the spirit stone machine is simple to refine, and anyone who has just started can refine it with some basic knowledge of refining. A low-grade magic weapon would take a magic weapon refiner a week, but this spirit stone machine only takes 1 day. The labor cost is only 20 low-grade spirit stones, which is 1/5 of a low-grade magic weapon. The refining is simple and the cost is low. But how to prevent theft? Qin Yu knew that there was no such thing as patents and intellectual property rights in Dongzhou. The function of this thing is too earth-shattering. The three of you must swear an oath to the heavens not to tell anyone else about it. Qin Yu trusted the loyalty of Chen Wan, Banxia and Yuzhu, but he could not fully trust the three people who were deceived by him with high salaries. It's just a low-grade magic weapon. Fang Zhoutong's face was full of disdain. She felt that this thing could not even be considered a low-grade magic weapon. That's right, do you think we haven't seen the world? Xia Sitian raised her chin and said proudly, we are in the Jindan stage and we are using spiritual weapons. Although it is only a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Okay, let's take a vow. Fang Baoting was also curious about what could make the former prince, now the king of a region, value it so much. It had nothing to do with the 8,000 top-grade spirit stones, she was just purely curious. Second sister, please believe him. Xia Sitian and Mu Zhoutong said in unison. If you don't believe me, there are 8,000 spirit stones for you to take. You are honest. The three swore an oath. Chen Wan, Banxia and Yuzhu were also curious about what could make His Highness value him so much. Although they trusted Qin Yu, they also felt that it was a bit unrealistic to earn 100 top-grade spirit stones with a low-grade magic weapon. Several people were worried that if they lost, not only would they lose 3 Jindan fighters. Even 8,000 top-grade spirit stones had to be handed over. The cultivation of most soldiers has begun to decline, but their morale has not yet begun to panic because Qin Yu still has 8,000 top-grade spirit stones. No matter how loyal they were to Qin Yu, no one was willing to interrupt their own path of cultivation. For Dongzhou practitioners, achieving enlightenment is more important than anything else. A formation plate appeared in Qin Yu's hand. It originally belonged to the prince's mansion. It was said to be left by his mother whom he had never met. He took it out, and it could block the spiritual consciousness of those below the peak of the spirit transformation stage from being able to spy on him. There is a primary holy formation engraved on it. 8-direction isolation array. The array plate is about the same width as the millstone, but only 10 centimeters high. The array plate was covered with golden runes and golden lines throughout the array. The lines were so complex that others were dazzled. The array and weapon are of the same level. Magic array disc, spirit array disc, treasure array disc, holy array disc. Qin Yu placed the formation plate on the ground. Boom! The golden ribbon rune shot up into the sky, instantly covering the entire palace. The golden runes were like floating strips of cloth, constantly merging into the underground of the palace, and the millstone also disappeared. The aura of the entire palace was isolated. In the eyes of those at the peak of the spirit transformation stage, the palace now seemed blank, without any breath of life, as if it was an empty existence. What the hell? 10,000 meters above the sky, an old man who had reached the state of godhood looked at the palace below in surprise. Qin Yu's breath was obscured, and no matter how he scanned with his spiritual sense, there was nothing below. The old man was a member of the dragon guarding pavilion of the Tianyu divine dynasty. He was sent by Emperor Qin to protect Qin Yu, but now Qin Yu's aura disappeared right under his nose. The old man appeared above the palace. It's actually the holy array disc. It seems that His Majesty is still worried about the third prince. If the departed Saint Yu knew that his son was demoted to Ganlong. Well. It's a pity that I'm so disappointed. The old man sighed and disappeared. He was only ordered to protect Ganlong and needed to go back to report. No matter how much Shan Yucheng disliked Qin Yu, he knew the limits when it came to Qin Yu's safety. You mean, he used a small black box to extort 8,000 top-grade spirit stones from Prince Shengwu? Yes, Your Majesty, this little box does not contain much spiritual power, but it is an ordinary mortal instrument that can actually collect sounds. It is truly amazing and can be regarded as a masterpiece of nature. The old man got one from somewhere and studied it for almost a month, but still couldn't figure out how to refine it. Dongzhou also has sound recording stones that can collect sounds. They are a kind of refining material, and after being refined, they can collect human voices. However, although this sound recording stone is only an auxiliary magic weapon, its price is as high as 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is enough to buy a high-grade magic weapon. It's a good thing. The cost should not be low. Emperor Qin played with the small black box. The old man scratched his nose and said, "If your majesty likes it, I'll give it to you." "Then thank you, Mr. Huang." The emperor of Qin gladly accepted it. Mr. Huang's face twitched and he said goodbye silently. The refrigeration drive device has been completed, and the temperature is adjusted to -160 degrees. -145 degrees is the liquefaction temperature, and -160 degrees is the solidification temperature. Qin Yu had already developed the refrigeration-driven magic tool, the array plate, in advance, but due to his lack of strength, he had not yet figured out the lowest temperature for liquefaction. Due to cost constraints, the cooling area of the refrigeration array is limited, and the temperature cannot reach more than 100 degrees below zero. Qin Yu improved the box one after another so that it could isolate the temperature, and combined with the driving magic weapon, it could maintain a low temperature of over 100 degrees. After the array disc and the driving magic instrument were installed, Qin Yu also set up a start button outside the box. Just pressing the driving magic instrument would drive the array disc to run and reduce the temperature inside the box to -160 degrees. There is a temperature control next to the box, which is also controlled by a small instrument, which is considered a technical difficulty. From this perspective, it is just a low-grade magical weapon, although it is composed of multiple parts. Fang Zhoutong knocked on it, and the space between the boxes collapsed. "What are you doing? I have only prepared one for you. Don't break it." Qin Yu touched the dented area. Fortunately, only the iron sheet was deflated and the rune was not damaged. Humph, it deflated after just a light tap. What a rubbish magic weapon. What a rubbish magic weapon. Xia City and echoed like a tape recorder. Whether it is garbage or not, you will know in a moment. Qin Yu didn't waste any words and pressed the button. The magic weapon in the box began to work. Hoo-hoo. The air inlet sucked in air like a whirlpool, and a large amount of air was sucked in. Because Beiwang City is adjacent to the Shungu dynasty, it has spiritual energy overflowing from the Shungu dynasty. Its concentration of spiritual energy can be considered first class, but it is still not high. Boom boom. The spirit stone machine made a sound similar to a mechanical roar and absorbed the air frantically. Lingshire machine was the name Qin Yu had just thought of. That's it? It is completely useless, not even an auxiliary magic tool. The suction power is too weak, not even a child can blow it up. Qin Yu stood at the tail of the spirit stone machine, staring at the exit with a serious look. 10 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. Qin Yu's face became more and more ugly. Did it fail? That's impossible. He has been researching for so long and is only missing the last step. Everyone looked at Qin Yu's expression and roughly guessed the result, which was probably a loss. 2 hours later, when it got dark, still no spirit stones fell out. There's no point in waiting any longer. This is just a rubbish magical device that can only absorb wind. I accept the bet and accept the loss. I'll give you 8,000 top-grade spirit stones. Fang Zhoutong stretched out his hand and asked for the bet money. Banksia looked depressed, she didn't believe that His Highness would lose. Why are you panicking? This is the first time the magic weapon has been tested. It will take some time. Banksia ran over and kicked the tail of the spirit stone machine several times. The tail just flattened out. It was all because of this broken magic weapon that disappointed His Highness. Banksia vented her dissatisfaction. Qin Yu was distracted, wondering which link had gone wrong. This shouldn't be possible. He has calculated it many times and improved the formation and driving instruments many times. How could it fail? We win even if you smash it. Fang Zhoutong and the others thought that Qin Yu was a good person and did not have the airs of a royal family, so they were willing to follow him. However, they could not practice without spirit stones, which was absolutely unacceptable. Slippery, slippery. There was a sound of something hard sliding down. White irregular solids fell out of the deflated tail storage tank. The sound of the white solid material sliding down interrupted Qin Yu's thoughts. Banksia was attracted by the sound of sliding down, and she bent down and picked up the irregular white solidified substance with a strange shape, which was about the size of 2 fists, from the storage tank. Is this a spiritual stone? Banksia was confused and a little surprised as to why there was a spiritual stone inside this magic weapon. When His Highness was assembling the magic weapon just now, they all witnessed the whole process and did not see him put any spirit stones in it. Your Highness, this is a spirit stone. Can this magic weapon create spirit stones? Banksia, who had come back to her senses, suddenly shouted. Keep your voice down. Qin Yu was frightened by her voice. Qin Yu naturally saw the spiritual stone, which proved that his research had not failed. You can design a slot for spirit stones inside, fill it with 1 piece each time and then let it fall out. Instead of the irregular solidification it is now. It's really a spiritual stone. Chen Wen took a closer look and said, it is still a very high-quality top-grade spiritual stone. This piece can be divided into 4 pieces of top-grade spiritual stones. Chen Wen's voice trembled as he spoke. Can a low-grade magic weapon produce high-grade spirit stones? If this were to get out, he didn't dare to imagine what kind of reaction it would cause. He was only afraid that the 10 great dynasties of Dongzhou would fall into riots and the countries would start a war over it. The 10 holy places that are aloof from the world will also take action personally. No one can resist this temptation. Chen Wen's body began to tremble, as if he had seen something extraordinary. The existence of this thing was beyond his imagination. Having read numerous classics and possessing a wealth of knowledge, the usually calm Yuzhu now seemed to have seen something terrifying. She started reading ancient books at the age of 3. Because she had a photographic memory, her knowledge reserve was even not inferior to some old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. At this moment she was awakened, as if she saw the rise of Tianyu and the endless war. Because he knew so much, Yuzhu was fully aware of the impact this magical instrument would have once it became popular. Some ancient beings will be alarmed. Banksia was ecstatic. To get such a pile of spirit stones in just 2 hours meant that His Highness had won the bet. Banksia was a simple-minded person and didn't think about so many things. She only knew that His Highness won the bet and he didn't lose. Fang Baoting stood there in a daze, wanting to say something but stopping herself, as if someone was strangling her throat. As a late Jindan cultivator and a half-casual cultivator, he knew Dongzhou too well. The moment the spirit stone fell, he thought of countless possibilities. It's just a bunch of high-grade spirit stones. What's so great about it? This is not even enough for 100 top-grade spirit stones. That's right, we won the bet. Xia Sitian, who has a baby face and big breasts, said happily. Fang Baoting glanced at it and felt that what others said was right. The saying that girls with big breasts have no brains is indeed true. There are 2 other people around her, one has big breasts and no brains, and the other has big breasts and a bad temper. That's not right. Eldest sister Fang Zhoutong realized it belatedly. It's only been 2 hours and we have almost 4 high-grade spirit stones. With 12 hours a day, doesn't that mean we can refine 24 high-grade spirit stones? That's 8,760 per year, which is equivalent to 876 top-grade spirit stones. 10 years, 100 years, that would be too much. Although the material of this magic weapon is ordinary, it should be able to function for 100 years without any problem. That is 876,000 high-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 87,600 top-grade spirit stones. Hoo-hoo. Fang Zhoutong's breathing became rapid, her face turned pale, and the big white rabbit began to tremble with her breathing. Xia Sitian exclaimed when she heard Fang Zhoutong's calculations. Doesn't this mean that this low-grade magic weapon is worth tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones? Xia Sitian recalled that she used to earn only 1 top-grade spirit stone a month, or 12 a year, but now she can earn several hundred a year with this low-grade magic weapon. Several people looked at Qin Yu, the person involved, trying to see something on his face. But Qin Yu looked calm, as if he was thinking about something. The research was successful, and it was time for mass production. The 500 soldiers he brought with him were all in the foundation establishment stage. They only needed to be taught the basic refining techniques in order to be able to refine this simple spirit stone machine. One person can refine 1 machine a day, 500 people can make 500 machines a day, and 15,000 machines a month. Qin Yu nodded. The output was indeed a bit low, but this was all he could do due to limited manpower. No way, Your Highness, why don't you react at all? Chen Wen's heart almost jumped out. Qin Yu still looked thoughtful and unconcerned. If this were to get back to the divine dynasty, it would cause a magnitude 10 earthquake, and all officials would be so shocked that their eyes would pop out. Let alone lining the streets to welcome him, the people at least went out of the city 100 miles to welcome him. His Majesty the Emperor Qin may make you the crown prince. It's decided. Change the spirit stone slot. The standard size of a spirit stone is half a fist, which is the common specification in Dongzhou and is also for the convenience of trading. The spirit stone that was half the size of a fist was too small. Qin Yu didn't like it, so he made it the size of a brick. The monetary unit cannot be too single, as too many will be difficult to count. It was decided to be the size of a brick, and its weight should be 10 times that of a standard spirit stone. In this way, spiritual stones can be used for cultivation, and it is also good to use them to repair houses. It has multiple functions. Greetings, Your Highness. Fang Baoting pulled Zhou Tong and Si Tian to half kneel. She knew why they had to swear an oath to heaven and earth first. Once such a divine object was leaked, the impact would be too great. As long as they can cling to Qin Yu's thigh, they may really have endless spirit stones to spend. It just so happens that Qin Yu has no one available now, and the strongest one is Chen Wen, who is in the early Jindan stage. This is their chance. Before Zhou Tong and Si Tian could recover from their shock, Bao Ting had already pulled them to half kneel. Tianyu does not practice kneeling, and half kneeling is only performed to show loyalty. Get up. I still say the same thing. You can leave on your own after 10 years. Your salary remains the same, it will be 10 times the original amount. Of course, this is just the initial stage. I will decide on the specific salary when the time comes. The salary of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty is simple, that is, monthly salary, and lacks an incentive and reward and punishment system. This is not conducive to the development of the Divine Dynasty. There are no performance rewards, holiday rewards, internal benefits, housing subsidies, conversation subsidies, position subsidies, year-end bonuses, or 5 insurances and 1 fund. These welfare benefits must be added, but not now. We will implement them when the time is right. Chen Wen. I am here. Chen Wen's voice was loud, his tone was high, and he was full of energy. Chen Wen has a bright future. If Li Wenhao knew about this, he would not be able to sleep well. The most important thing in spiritual practice is resources. It is said that with enough resources, even a pig can take off. Chen Wen is much stronger than a pig. Lead the guards and prepare to refine the spirit stone machine. Remember that everyone involved must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. He is weak now and cannot reveal the existence of the spirit stone machine. As you command. Chen Wen was full of energy and his eyes were shining. He had known long ago that His Highness would not stop at Gan Long. Fang Zhoutong, the three of you are responsible for confidentiality and security. No one is allowed to spy on the news of the spirit stone machine. As you command. The three Fang Zhoutong sisters responded in unison. Qin Yu knew that Fang Zhoutong just didn't like to think, but that didn't mean he was stupid. As for the cute Xia Sitian, Qin Yu felt that she was not very smart and he didn't know how she cultivated to the late stage of Jindan. Yuzhu, you are smart and prudent, so you will be responsible for the logistics. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, what about me? Banxia saw that everyone had a task, but she was the only one who had nothing to do. Your mission is the most important. Qin Yu touched her head affectionately. Really? The innocent Banxia jumped up. Take good care of this, Highness. This task is more important than producing magical instruments. Oh. The lively Banxia pouted. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with serving my Highness? Satisfied, of course I am satisfied. As long as I can follow His Highness to do anything, I am happy with it. If it weren't for Qin Yu, she would have been bought by those old guys and become a woman to be played with by others. Qin Yu is her heaven. The first industrial revolution had begun, and increasing productivity was only the first step. Go ahead and build the spirit stone machine as soon as possible. Yuzhu left thoughtfully. What does the first industrial revolution mean? Yuzhu took notes as he walked. Chen Wen was already so stunned that he didn't listen to what Qin Yu said about the Industrial Revolution. He is in charge of research and development, while production must be done by the people below. If we work hard to train some talents, then maybe we won't even have to do research. Qin Yu studied very hard in his previous life, which exhausted him, but in the end, he failed without any practical experience. In this life, he would rather be a lazy person. By the way, I don't know if the Lingsher machine has any impact on the country's destiny. It can be exchanged for cultivation, right? After sending Banxia away, Qin Yu found a secret room. Name, Qin Yu. Cultivation, initial stage of foundation building 55/100. Dynasty luck value, 10,000 points. Technological achievements, bicycle, loom, phonograph. Tip, the dynasty's luck value can be converted into cultivation. Tips, the prince status can convert 10% of the luck value, the king status can convert 50%, the crown prince status can convert 80%, and the emperor status can convert 100%. It is worthy of being the most critical thing in the Industrial Revolution. I got 10,000 luck points just from research and development. Qin Yu laughed out loud. He didn't know how to practice and could only rely on his luck. Now I am the king of Gan, which means I can convert 50% of my luck points. 50% of 10,000 points is 5,000 points. Exchange all. What is the most important thing in Dongzhou? Of course, strength. Cultivation, initial stage of foundation building 100/100. Mid-stage foundation building 200/200. Late stage of foundation building 400/400. Foundation building completed 800/800. Should we spend 3,000 points to upgrade to Heavenly Tao Golden Elixir? A prompt line appears on the panel. Lift. As the Prince of the Divine Dynasty, Qin Yu naturally knew that the Golden Elixir had 16 golden lines and was a top-grade Heavenly Tao Golden Elixir. The Golden Elixir is divided into Heaven, Earth, Black and Yellow, and also divided into lower, medium, upper and best grades. 4 realms and 16 grades. Heavenly Tao Golden Pill Initial Stage 545/1000. Qin Yu's cultivation level soared all the way, and he directly broke through a major realm, breaking through from the early stage of foundation building to the early stage of Golden Elixir. The breakthrough point of the Golden Core stage is too high. It is actually 10 times higher than that of the initial stage of the foundation establishment stage. There is also this Heavenly Tao Golden Pill, which he has a total of 5,000 points. One Heavenly Tao Golden Pill cost him 3,000 points of luck. There are still nascent soul, transformation of the spirit, refining void and other realms in the future, and you need to earn enough luck points to reach them. With these, who dares to say I'm a waste of resources? Chen Wen, who is known as a genius, is only in the early stage of the Golden Core at the age of 25, while I am only 18 and have already reached the early stage of the Golden Core. Forget it. If people really knew that he had broken through to the early stage of the Golden Core, who knows how many cultivators would be attracted to him, and then he would be in danger. Above the Qinhuang Domain's imperial city, a golden dragon of fortune was crawling above the imperial palace. The dragon looked half dead and listless. The length of the golden dragon of luck is now less than 20 feet, but 5 years ago it was 100 feet long, so majestic that it could seriously injure a peak spirit transformation expert with one strike. Emperor Qin looked at the weakening golden dragon of luck and felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Is he really suitable to be the master of this divine dynasty? He has been on the throne for 18 years, and his luck has been getting worse day by day, until his luck level dropped below 10 feet. Whether it is the divine dynasty or the Holy Land, they will no longer have to worry about being backlashed by luck and can do what is convenient for the divine dynasty. The fortune of the divine dynasty is born from the people's faith and is a reflection of national strength. The stronger the golden dragon is, the greater the blessing it will bring to the people of the world, and the cultivators with official positions in the divine dynasty will have smoother practice. However, when luck declines, it will backfire on those who hold official positions. Once the divine dynasty is destroyed, all the cultivators who have been blessed by good fortune will suffer a great loss in strength. All the officials were worried, and their eyes were fixed on the golden dragon of fortune that was entering its twilight years. Hold head high. A dragon roar shook the sky. The golden dragon of luck rose into the sky and circled over the imperial city. The golden dragon, which was listless just now, like an old man, now had golden light in its eyes and its body kept expanding. Emperor Qin looked at this scene in shock. Why did the golden dragon of luck suddenly go crazy? Has the divine dynasty changed? The Qin emperor was worried. His luck was so mysterious that it could sense the rise and fall of the divine dynasty. The powerful golden dragon of luck could even awaken his spiritual intelligence. All the officials were in shock. Could it be that the golden dragon of luck would become smaller? Prime Minister Tang Ling was extremely depressed. Who can save Tianyu? Could there be another traitor who steals our country? Wei Zheng said to himself. The more dangerous the times, the more we must be on guard against those who steal and sell out our country. The 20 Zhonglong golden dragon of luck suddenly grew larger like a balloon. The golden scales on its body were extremely charming and emitted brilliant golden light. Hold head high. The golden dragon roared and returned to calm. All the officials felt relaxed at once, and the feeling that they were about to be attacked by bad luck at any time disappeared. The golden dragon returned to calm, but the imperial capital was in an uproar. Who? Who is helping our Tianyu divine dynasty? Some officials fell to the ground and cried. For the first time in 5 years, the golden dragon of luck became stronger. All officials should immediately go to Tianyu Palace to discuss important matters. The Qin Emperor's voice echoed throughout the city. Yes, sir. All officials are working non-stop, and there has never been a more exciting time for them than now. Someone is secretly helping the divine dynasty. Who is this person? No need for formalities, keep everything simple. The Qin Emperor was not bound by etiquette and would act on his discretion in emergencies. The golden dragon of fortune has become stronger, proving that there is some place or someone in the Tianyu divine dynasty who can enhance the fortune of the Tianyu divine dynasty. The destiny of a country is mysterious and can sense everything. A beggar discovered a spiritual vein, and the golden dragon of luck sensed it, which would also increase his luck accordingly. When an extremely powerful person joins, the golden dragon of luck will sense it and make corresponding changes. Your Majesty, the golden dragon's perception proves that Tianyu has seen a new turn for the better. As long as we find the reason why the country's fortune has become stronger, Tianyu's revival is just around the corner. Prime Minister Tang Ling said immediately. I second this motion. The big troll Wei Zheng also seconded the proposal. Okay, then we will follow the Prime Minister's advice and have all the localities investigate and report it in the name of auspiciousness to find out the real reason. For the first time in a long time, Emperor Qin felt that the pressure on his body was relieved. The survival of hundreds of billions of lives depended on him, which made him feel suffocated. The Minister of Revenue in the heavenly prison felt the oppression on his body weakening. Does the divine dynasty have new hope? I am old and confused and actually believed in the third prince. Well. When one is seriously ill, one will try any possible means. The Minister of Revenue laughed at himself. However, the goal set by the third prince half a year ago was really grand. It would be great if it were true. The Minister of Revenue hoped that everything Qin Yu said would come true one day. That's still the divine dynasty, isn't it the same as the fairy palace in the sky? He did not regret it. He was already old. A cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage could only live for 800 years, and he was already 790 years old. Unless the golden dragon of luck grows to 1,000 feet and gives birth to intelligence to bless him, he will have a chance to break through to the state of transformation. Otherwise, 10 years will be the day of his death. Qin Yu walked out of the secret room with satisfaction. The sea of qi in the abdomen has transformed into 16 golden elixirs. The aura of cultivation can actually change automatically. That's great. Qin Yu was worried that a breakthrough overnight might arouse other people's vigilance, so this is a good thing. He controlled his cultivation at the middle stage of foundation building. He had been stuck in the early stages of foundation building for quite a long time, so it was reasonable for him to suddenly break through. Everyone gather. Chen Wenlong walked like a tiger, as if he had won a battle and was about to be awarded a title. The guards were listless, doubting whether their decision to follow His Highness was the right one. Head waiter Chen is here. Zhang San, do you think I am ungrateful if I bring it back to the imperial capital now? Okay, Li Si, now that you're here, you should at least work for a few years before leaving. His Highness won't say anything then. Zhang San advised casually. In fact, he also wanted to leave, but after thinking about it, he decided to endure it. He could still afford to waste a year or two. Okay, I'll listen to you. Master Chen, did you find a Taoist partner or pick up a rare treasure? You are so happy today. Because of Qin Yu's influence, Chen Wen usually gets along harmoniously with his subordinates, and many guards even joke around with him. Hey. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures? What kind of bullshit is that? Now, even if a top-grade spiritual weapon is thrown in front of me, I will have to think twice whether to pick it up or not. Chen Wen spoke in a very arrogant tone, already showing the arrogance of a nouveau riche. Ha. The guards burst into laughter, thinking that Chen Wen was joking. Okay, Sergeant Chen, stop bragging and talk about the important matter of the gathering. Top-grade spiritual weapons are very valuable. The price is basically more than 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. It is rarely used by those at the peak of the Jindan stage, and most of them are at the Yuanying stage. Before saying this, everyone must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao that not a single word of what they heard today can be leaked to anyone. This includes your closest relatives. Chen Wen suddenly became serious. The Lingsher machine is of great importance and only reliable people can know about it. Some people thought Chen Wen was still joking, but when they saw Chen Wen's serious face. Waiter Chen, could you please give me some general information? No. Chen Wen refused outright. You can't know a single word without swearing. Chen Wen's expression was grim, and he carried out Qin Yu's request meticulously. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about whether you are willing to swear the heavenly oath. The oath to heaven is something that many people avoid like a scorpion, and if it is violated, one will be killed by heavenly thunder. The timer starts now. I am willing to swear. Zhang San raised his hand without hesitation. The need to swear an oath must be a secret, which also means entering His Highness's core circle. Although the third prince was demoted to Ganlong, my grandfather said that the third prince would definitely not stay in Ganlong forever. Zhang San, if you keep doing this you might not be able to leave in a few years. Li Si said in a low voice. Li Si, I have decided not to leave. My grandfather is old, and my father's cultivation is not high. I can't walk far even if I return to the imperial city. It is better for me to stay on the same path with His Highness until the end. Li Si's mind is wandering. His family background is not high, so his prospects will not be very bright if he returns. Zhang San, I, Li Si, am here to accompany you. Good brother. I am willing to swear, too. Chen Wen looked at Zhang San and Li Si and silently remembered them. Ganlong's spiritual energy is thin, which is not conducive to cultivation. Many people came here with great enthusiasm, but after seeing the harsh environment and uncertain future, their hearts have begun to loosen. Someone needs to take the lead at this time. I am willing to do so too. Following the lead of Zhang San and Li Si, people raised their hands and spoke out one after another. Now that they are here, His Highness has not complained about the hardships, so how can they complain? In the end, there were only 5 people who were unwilling to take the oath. You 5 can continue to serve as guards, or you can choose to leave. Chen Wen was not surprised, as many of the prince's personal guards came from good family backgrounds and some were from aristocratic families. And these 5 people are the ones with the strongest backgrounds among them. The 5 people are Guanghua, Gong Chao, Mo Zhua, Kong Zhou from first-class family backgrounds and Chui Teng from a top family. Chui Teng took the lead and said, Chief Chen, the 5 of us are willing to follow His Majesty to Ganlong, but we didn't expect this place to be so barren, and we still want to pursue immortality. But the 5 of us will not leave now. Once Your Highness has established a firm foothold in Ganlong, the 5 of us will go and ask for our resignation. Chen Wen nodded. Without the spirit stone machine, leaving was a better option for the 5 of them. But that was before the spirit stone machine came out. However, the 5 of them were still sentimental and righteous people, they just had their own pursuits. Yes, His Highness will understand you. Now all 5 of you go out, I'm going to make an announcement next. Subordinates, take your leave. 5 people walked out of the yard. The few of them looked back as they walked. Qin Yu often mingled with them and got along well with the guards, and they had a good relationship. But they don't want to waste their best years of cultivation. Chen has the control stone given by Qin Yu to control the 8 directions isolation array. The control stone glows golden. Golden ribbons flowed throughout the palace, covering their small courtyard. The 5 people felt the disappearing aura and felt heavy-hearted. The choice you make today will be the wisest choice of your life. Chen made a riddle. Chief Chen, you are not kidding, right? What kind of opportunity can Gan Long have? This is the greatest opportunity in his life. Chen held his head high and chest puffed out, full of vigor and vitality. It's no exaggeration to say that your family tree will open a new page from you, and being the ancestor of a clan will no longer be a legend. Chen has learned from His Highness that the first group of people who are willing to follow him should be trained to become backbones who can lead a region. As long as you are connected to the Spirit Stone machine, you will naturally have no shortage of Spirit Stones in the future. With Spirit Stones, even if the younger generations are not strong enough, you can still create a top family. The crowd was silent. Most people don't believe it. After everyone has taken their oath, Chen led everyone to the backyard. The Spirit Stone machine had already been prepared. This was the sample that His Highness prepared for them for reference. This is the greatest opportunity in your life. Chen gently stroked the Spirit Stone machine, even more gently than he treated his Qinghong sword. Low-grade magical weapon? Chief Sergeant Chen, the opportunity you are talking about is not this low-grade magic weapon, is it? Everyone was disappointed. It was easy for them to possess a low-grade magical weapon. That's it. There was disappointment in the eyes of the group of people. They thought they had discovered some large spirit stone mine or rare iron ore and they needed to keep it secret, but it turned out to be just a low-grade magic weapon. Chen started the spirit stone machine without any further ado. The production of spirit stones was too unbelievable. No one would believe it if he told them about it. Only seeing it with their own eyes could make them believe it. The backyard, which had been absorbed was once again filled with flowing spiritual energy. The spirit stone machine rumbled. The group of people were even more disappointed as they refused to accept the magical weapon which could only absorb wind even if it was given to them for free. Zhang San also began to doubt his decision. Could he really follow His Highness? Would Grandpa lie to him? A group of people were quietly watching the spirit stone machine that was making a huge noise. Chen didn't say anything, and neither did they. Just like this, a group of people stared at a spirit stone machine for a full hour. Slippery. There was a sound of something hard sliding down. To Chen, it sounded like the sound of nature. Chen excitedly picked up a bunch of irregular spirit stones. Even if you've seen it once, it's still exciting to see it again. 494 guards all looked at the white solidified substance in Chen hand. It's a spirit stone. Zhang San roared and his breathing became rapid. What? Is it a spirit stone? Chen threw the white object out. It really is a spiritual stone, and a top-grade spiritual stone at that. Can this magic weapon create spirit stones? Oh my God! A low-grade magic weapon created a high-grade spirit stone. Hundreds of people breathed harder as they scrambled to look at this fist-sized, ugly-shaped spirit stone. Chen nostrils turned up. They couldn't let themselves bear this kind of surprise. Be quiet. As Your Highness' personal guard, don't act like an inexperienced person. Chen pretended to scold, but he actually felt very happy. Your Highness said that Ganlong is only a first-grade spiritual land. If you go to a second-grade or third-grade spiritual land, you can still create top-grade spiritual stones. Top-grade spiritual stone. Oh my God, the best spirit stones are used by Yuanying and Huashan realm masters for cultivation. Most of them who are building their foundation use medium-grade spirit stones for cultivation. The higher the quality of the spirit stone and the purer the spiritual energy, the greater the benefit to spiritual practice. Zhang San was extremely excited. He was the first one to reply and he would definitely be reused. Moreover, they had already seen Chief Sergeant Chen and he had smiled at him several times. Li Si was trembling all over. Fortunately, I didn't go back, otherwise I would regret it for the rest of my life. Your next task is to refine a magical weapon. Make sure the mission is accomplished. Hundreds of people responded excitedly, their voices echoing throughout the palace. Chen Wen deliberately put away the sound isolation function of the 8 Directions Isolation Town. The 5 people outside the door felt empty when they heard the sound. The 5 of them were the strongest 5 people except Chen Wen. They were all at the peak of foundation building, but now they could only be marginalized. Do you know how to refine weapons? I can. Zhang San reached out his hand hastily. But I only know the basics. Zhang San was a little embarrassed. When he was a child, he often went to the weapon refining workshops on the street to do odd jobs and learned a little bit. Just a basic knowledge is enough. This magical weapon is easy to refine. Yes, we don't know how to refine weapons. The guards were overwhelmed with joy and remembered that they didn't know how to refine weapons. So what if I don't know how to make a magical tool with spirit stones? I have to learn how to refine it right away. That's right, we are learning how to refine weapons. Chen Wen divided the people into 4 groups and assigned Zhang San to manage everyone's progress. Among the group of people, only Zhang San knew the basics. He was also the first one who could refine the equipment independently and learned the 4 parts. One group refined the driving instruments, one group refined the temperature control instruments, and another group refined the cooling array. Each of the 3 groups had 150 people. The remaining people formed a group to refine the outer boxes. Although it was simple, it was still confusing for a group of people who had never learned how to refine equipment or carve array plates. In the first week, not a single unit was produced. It was not until the second week that the first unit was produced. The guards of each tribe can independently complete the parts they are responsible for. One can be refined in a day, and 150 can be assembled in a day. At the end of the second week, the courtyard was filled with spirit stone machines, totaling 1,050. After refining for a week, the group of people were still in high spirits. As their proficiency improved, each of them could refine 2 parts. The production capacity in the third week is 2,100 units. The production capacity in the fourth week is 2,600 units. The production capacity in the fifth week is 3,000 units. The 5-week production capacity is 8,750 units. The backyard was previously too small to accommodate all the items, so many rooms were filled with them. Even the machines that they initially considered treasures were stacked on top of each other. The materials in hand were exhausted and everyone had to stop. Chen Wen looked at these spirit stone machines with satisfaction and went straight to Qin Yu to report. Bao Ting, this is what the Hehuan sect has learned. Your Highness, this is the 35th time you have asked me about the Hehuan sect. The Hehuan sect is full of shameless witches. Fang Baoting was helpless. Qin Yu had not practiced for more than a month. He was either teasing Banksia Yuzhu or asking him for information about the Hehuan sect. Because the worship generated by the spirit stone machine is almost exhausted. The key is that he has never practiced, but Qin Yu's cultivation has broken through again and reached the late stage of foundation building. Chen Wen trotted over, his expression changing from arrogance to joy. Your Highness, we already have 8,750 spirit stone machines. Do you want to put them into use? The raw materials have been used up and need to be replenished. Then suspend production, deploy all the machines, and use the 8 Directions Isolation Array in the mansion. As long as there is no production, there are no secrets in the palace. Try to get closer to the Shungu dynasty, the spiritual energy is more abundant. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Wen had the same idea. Spiritual veins have ownership rights, but spiritual energy does not have ownership rights. Spiritual energy circulates like air. Chen Wen led 494 soldiers and began to lay spirit stone machines along the border. Everyone is extremely nervous, this is a weapon that can shake up the world. The three Fang Zhoutong sisters maintained safety on the side. As the formation was activated, a curtain of light appeared. Your Highness, you have been lying in bed for more than a month. Do you want to go out for a walk? Banksia suggested that Qin Yu used to be busy all day, but after coming to Ganlong, he lay down all day and now he hasn't even gone out to see Beiwang City. Banksia was worried that the people's disgust would have an impact on His Highness's state of mind. Well. Qin Yu stood up from the armchair. This life was so comfortable. He had lovely maids to serve him, and he could improve his skills without having to practice. Let's go out for a while. Without raw materials, production will stop. Thousands of spirit stone machines finally arrived there. Yes, Your Highness. Banksia, Yuzhu, let's go. Qin Yu was dressed in a white Taoist robe and had a stunning appearance, looking like an immortal from heaven. Banksia was seeing stars. Your Highness is so handsome. The palace gates opened, and white clothes fluttered in the wind. Finally this corrupt official has come out. The palace is located in the northern part of the city and is very prosperous. As soon as we opened the door, people started pointing and talking. He has been here for more than a month and has not left the palace once. It seems that he also knows how to save face. That's right. He can embezzle so many spirit stones and still be a vassal king. This world is really unfair. These people don't even show respect to Your Highness. What a bunch of unruly people. Humph, you still have the nerve to go out? I would die of old age in there. The city lord Shan Yucheng started to mock as soon as he heard the news. The person who had been observing secretly for a long time took out the communication jade pendant and notified the forces behind the scenes. Patriarch Zhao said coldly, "Can't you just be a good prince in the deep palace?" Patriarch Li Jiazhu smiled and said, "After all, he is the king of Gan, and Ganlong is the #1 person. He must be trying to interfere in the affairs of Beiwang City. When I first arrived, I heard that Prince Gan's personal soldiers wanted to leave because of spiritual energy problems. It seems that he is short of spiritual stones and wants to make some profit. That depends on whether he has the ability." Patriarch Zhao said with disdain. It is not so easy to take away from him a person who is neglected by the Qin Emperor, hated by all officials and the people. A dignified prince only has a few Jindan stage guards. He has no popular support, strength, or background. How can he fight against the aristocratic families that have been cultivating the country for many years? Your Highness, where are we going? Banksia's eyes kept wandering around, but compared with the prosperous imperial capital, Beiwang City seemed like a countryside, and she lost interest after a while. People passing by looked at Qin Yu from time to time. No one saluted him, but no one was impulsive enough to hit him either. After more than a month, the people have gotten used to the fact that there is a person like Qin Yu in Beiwang City. I have already notified Patriarch Bai, he should be on his way. Qin Yu was not familiar with Beiwang City and still needed a guide. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man Bai Jia trotted over. Greetings, Your Highness. I wonder what instructions His Highness has for Jia. Bai Jia was accompanied by a beautiful young girl, about 16 or 17 years old. She has a rosy oval face, bright and shining phoenix eyes under her eyebrows, and flowing hair. If you look closely, you will find that she is the most stunning beauty in the world. Don't be so polite. I just came to you today because I want to buy some refining materials. This person next to you is. This is my little girl Bai Yue. Hurry and meet His Highness. When Bai Jie first visited, he saw several beauties around Qin Yu, and thought that the third prince must like them. For the sake of the Bai family, Jie even brought his beloved little daughter along. This is a rare opportunity. After all, it is just a visit. In fact, Bai Jie was unsure. He didn't expect that His Highness would actually summon him. This is an opportunity for the Bai family. Bai Yue said reluctantly, Yue greets His Highness. There was a hint of stubbornness in her clear voice. Banksia took a look and sighed, what a beautiful girl. She touched her face secretly. Although Qin Yu had been in Ganlong for more than a month, he had not yet completed the vassal king ceremony, so Bai Jie still called him His Highness. After Qin Yu completes the vassal king ceremony, he needs to be called prince. You look haggard. Patriarch Bai must have been overworked. Your Highness is concerned about some trivial matters. Ever since Bai Jie visited Qin Yu, he has been jointly suppressed by all the major families in Beiwang City. The Li family even asked for rent. The Bai family's equipment refining business has been bad in recent years, and the clan is short of spirit stones. Where can they get the spirit stones to pay the rent? It's all because of you. Bai Yue said softly. Because of me, that's why. Your Highness, please forgive me. You don't have to take my daughter's angry words seriously. Bai Jie apologized hurriedly. The opportunity that the Bai family had finally obtained could not be lost just like that. Bai Yue had a girlish mind, and when Qin Yu asked her, she blurted out, because my father visited you, and was ostracized by other families. Bai Jie said nervously, Your Highness, please forgive me. My daughter was naughty and outspoken. Pa. Bai Jie slapped Bai Yue on the face, why don't you apologize to His Highness? The Bai family doesn't have to do this. Young people tend to speak their mind, which is understandable. Let's go check out the refining materials first. Qin Yu has lived 2 lives, so naturally he wouldn't bother with a girl. Besides, his reputation isn't very good. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generosity. I wonder what materials Your Highness needs. Black stone iron, white mysterious iron, sky sand, low-grade magic plate. Black stone iron is mainly used for the box body, while white-black iron and sky sand are used to drive magical instruments and temperature-control magical instruments. Your Highness, these things are available in almost every shop. Even the Bai family has accumulated a lot of black stone iron and white-black iron. This thing is cheap and is the main raw material for refining magical tools. In recent years, because fewer and fewer people come to the Bai family to buy magical instruments, the accumulated black stone iron and white mysterious iron have piled up like a mountain. How many are there in your family? There should be 10,000 tons of black stone iron alone. Black stone iron is used to refine low-grade magical weapons, but most people will not choose black stone iron because the quality is too poor and it is easily damaged in battle. It is mainly used to make farm tools and some daily necessities. The shell of the spirit stone machine is not small, one weighs 50 kilograms, and 1 ton can produce 40 machines. 10,000 tons can produce 400,000 units. 400,000 units, and his personal guards can only produce 3,000 per month, which would take 11 years. Take me to see it. Yes, Your Highness. Bai Jie originally wanted to persuade Qin Yu to find a random store to buy some, after all, black iron stone is not a good material and can be found everywhere. But the presence of the prince in person is enough to show how much Qin Yu values the Bai family. Bai Jie was very sensible and pulled the carriage over. Your Highness, please. By family. Where is that bastard Bai Jie hiding? I say it again, pay the money back immediately or don't blame the Li family for not remembering our friendship. Didn't we agree on a 6-month grace period? Why did the Li family break their promise? Forget it then. Now that the Li family is short of money, of course we have to collect the debt. The housekeeper of the Li mansion gave an order, hit me. A second-rate family has no power to resist the top family. Just a steward of the Li mansion who was in the early stage of the Golden Core realm was enough to make the entire Bai family unable to raise their heads. The people from the Li mansion attacked ruthlessly, leaving people either maimed or injured. No one in the Bai family, including the Bai family members and maids and guards, was spared. Why did the patriarch go to visit the third prince to make the Bai family suffer such a disaster? Everyone in the Bai family knew that the exclusion from other families and the attack from the Li family were all caused by Bai Jie's visit to Qinyu. Many people have already resented Bai Jie, because he was the one who dragged the family into the abyss. Stop it. Bai Li, the eldest son of the Bai family, shouted. The Bai family will compensate you with Black Rock Mountain. No, Black Rock Mountain is the foundation of the Bai family. Your father has brought trouble upon himself for no reason. Do you want to give away the foundation of our ancestors? It can't be given to Black Rock Mountain. Many people looked at Bai Li with hatred because of him and his son. Master Bai, your house is quite lively. I can hear the shouting from such a distance. Banksia heard Bai Lichu's wailing and said curiously. Oh no, the Li family must be here to collect the debt again. Bai Jie's eyes were in a panic, worried that the Li family would do something bad to the Bai family. The Li family had been coming for a month, and each time they were more aggressive than the last. Go first. Qin Yu saw Bai Jie's panic. Thank you, Your Highness. Bai Jie and Bai Yue flew to the Bai family on their swords. The miserable scene of the Bai family could be seen from afar in the air. The two of them mobilized their spiritual power and flew quickly towards the Bai family. Bai Jie's face turned pale. Did the Li family attack them? I never thought that my family would suffer such a disaster just when I went out. Bai Jie's eyes were red, but due to the huge gap between him and the Li family, he could only suppress the hatred in his heart. Butler Li, you came to my house in broad daylight and injured someone. Where did you put Tianyu's laws? Bai Jie's face turned red, like an angry lion. The weapon refining mountain belonged to the Bai family in the past, but was seized by the Li family, who then rented it to the Bai family at a sky-high price. Snort. Butler Li did not take Bai Jie seriously. He was just in the late stage of foundation building and could be killed by him with just a wave of his hand. If it weren't for the rules of Beiwang City, it's hard to say whether the Bai family could still exist. It is only natural to pay back debts, but the Bai family keeps delaying. I suspect you are deliberately refusing to pay back your debts, so I had no choice but to take action. Even if the third prince was here today, he would have no reason to stop me. Yeah. Qin Yu's voice came from outside the door. You mean you can do whatever you want as long as someone owes you money? Who is this? You are a coward who hides his head but shows his tail. Steward Li was at the Golden Core stage, and with a single sweep of his spiritual sense he could sense Qin Yu, who was at the late foundation establishment stage, outside the door. Huh, a rubbish in the late stage of foundation building dares to imitate others? Butler Li laughed out loud. Get out of here now, or I'll get you into trouble too. How dare you insult His Highness? This is treason and you should kill your entire clan. Banksia shouted loudly, her face gloomy, unlike her usual playful expression. Qin Yu was dressed in white. Pinellia ternata and Polygonata moderatum are placed on both sides. The third prince. Steward Li's body was trembling. The imperial power of tens of thousands of years was deeply rooted and had already penetrated into the hearts of every Tianyu person. I just called the prince a rat and a waste. It's over. Kneel down. Yu Zhu shouted coldly. Butler Li had already lost his mind and knelt on the ground after being shouted at. The people of the Li family called me a rat and a waste. It seems that the Li family is quite dissatisfied with our Tianyu dynasty. Banxia, notify the city guards. Yes, Your Highness. I dare not. I just mistakenly thought that the person outside the door was a coward who wanted to help my family. Then you are still scolding my highness. I don't have any. Qin Yu glared. The oppressive feeling from the heavenly Dao golden elixir made Butler Li's soul tremble and he was speechless. Shan Yucheng appeared in the sky. Banxia transmitted the message that someone was insulting and threatening the prince. Shan Yu originally didn't want to pay attention to Qin Yu, but since his safety was involved, he had to step forward. Although he looked down on Qin Yu could not afford to get into trouble in Beiwang City. The pressure from the peak of the nascent soul stage instantly enveloped the entire Bai family, and everyone was being stared at as if by a ferocious beast. Only Qin Yu and the other two felt nothing. Snort. Shan Yucheng groaned, Butler Li spat out a mouthful of blood, and the Li family's thugs died instantly. Shan Yucheng did not greet him, but just floated in the sky. The Lord of Mountain City is not polite when meeting my highness. Qin Yu's face was cold. He let the people run wild, emptied the palace, and refused to pay homage to the new king. Each one was a provocation to him. When you are qualified to let me meet you, I will naturally meet you. Shan Yucheng said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. I'll say it one last time, do you want to bow or not? No, if you want me to bow down to you, I won't bow down to you unless I am convinced. What's more, a person who defrauded the national treasury and accepted sponsorship from enemy countries is not worthy of a visit from another country. Okay, 3 months later, I will let you wait outside my house crying. You are so arrogant. Shan Yucheng looked at him with contempt. He was indeed a jerk. He was so angry that he lost his mind. What is the crime for insulting the prince? Disrespectful, death and extermination of all 3 clans. Death penalty, extermination of 3 generations of the clan. Butler Li's legs went limp. Lord Shan, I am innocent. It was an unintentional mistake. I didn't know it was the 3rd prince outside the door. Shan Yucheng glanced around, and the murderous aura in his eyes almost made Butler Li urinate. This person is the housekeeper of the Li mansion. I suspect that someone from the Li mansion instructed him to insult me on purpose. Lord of the Mountain City, you know what to do, right? Shan Yucheng snorted coldly and disappeared with Butler Li. Insulting the prince is a serious crime, as it is a disrespect for the royal family. Even though he looked down on Qin Yu, as the lord of Tianyu City, he needed to maintain the dignity of the royal family. Order the city guards to assemble. The Li family insulted the royal family, and their crime should be punished. Shanyu City did not mobilize the Tianyu army, as that was only used to defend against foreign enemies. The Li family's 8,000 city guards were enough. 8,000 city guards flew on swords from the city lord's mansion and flew towards the Li family in a mighty manner. Millions of people in Beiwang City were attracted by the dark crowd in the sky. Master Bai, can I take a look at your black stone iron? Bai Jie came back to his senses. I remembered what Butler Li said just now, he was scolding the people who stood up for the Bai family. And His Highness Qin Yu said, that's still about me. The Bai family's opportunity has come. Let's see who dares to bully the Bai family from now on. Your Highness, please. The black stone iron and white black iron are in the warehouse. Bai Jie bent his body slightly. Bai Limu stared at the scene blankly. He was just worried about his tribesmen and had to agree to compensate Black Stone Mountain. In the blink of an eye, he had to worry about the safety of the Li family. Bai Yue looked at Qin Yu's back and trotted after him. Shan Yucheng has led 8,000 city guards and is hovering above Li's mansion. The Li family's ancestor, who was in the middle stage of the nascent soul, shouted to Shan Yu's city from a distance, "Lord City Lord, what is the meaning of this? Why are you surrounding the Li family?" The people of the Li mansion insulted the prince, and according to the law, all 3 clans will be executed. The voice of Shan Yucheng echoed over the Li mansion. How is this possible? Even if the people in my Li mansion were extremely brave, they would not dare to insult the prince. Shan Yucheng threw Butler Li down. Is this the housekeeper of the Li mansion? This person insulted the 3rd prince in public, and his crime should be put to death. The Li family's Yuanying ancestors' expression froze. What an idiot. Even if Qin Yu is a waste, he is still a member of the royal family. How can he be insulted in public? All of Steward Li's bones were crushed by Shan Yucheng, and he collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. He was completely different from the arrogant man he was at the Bai family. I don't believe that Steward Li would insult the prince. Lord City Lord can provide evidence. Evidence. Shan Yucheng sneered, and the 3rd prince pointed the finger in public and demanded evidence. Shan Yucheng acted decisively and swiftly. The Li family continued to do evil in Beiwang City. He had long wanted to get rid of them, but he had no reason to do so. Arrest all members of the Li family and kill those who resist. At Shan Yucheng's command, 8,000 city guards rushed down in a black mass. Wait a minute, Steward Li is just a servant of the Li family. Even if you want to implicate the 3 clans, our Li family is not part of the 3 clans. It doesn't matter if he is discarded as he is just a housekeeper. He is useless anyway and has no value. The 3rd prince said that he suspected that it was your Li family who ordered this. Even if you don't have a relationship among the 3 clans, you are still a master-servant relationship. Shan Yucheng had finally seized the opportunity, so how could he let it go easily? Li family's Yuanying had an ugly look on his face. It seemed that he was determined to attack the Li family. Shan Yu city attacked suddenly, and the Li family's geniuses were not able to be sent out. Once the war started, the casualties would surely be huge. The Li family is willing to cooperate with the city lord's investigation. Everyone, don't resist. The Li family also has connections in the court, so the housekeeper's words alone cannot be used to convict the Li family. But once you rebel, you will really become a traitor. Following the words of the old Yuanying patriarch of the Li family, thousands of core members of the Li family were arrested. As for the servants, the prison could not accommodate them all. Take them all back. The city lord led the city guards to arrest the entire Li family, on the pretext of insulting the 3rd prince. The whole city was shocked. Because a servant insulted the prince, the entire family was arrested, making everyone in Beiwang City feel insecure. The other 3 top families, Zhao, Qian, and others, are gathered together. It is said that a new official should start with 3 things, but the 3rd prince's approach is too clumsy. He will only be at odds with the aristocratic families if he does this. I have sent the news back to the imperial capital, and there will be a response soon. Although Qin Yu is the vassal king of Ganlong territory, he is not willing to offend the aristocratic families. This will make the already unstable Tianyu divine dynasty even more precarious. Shan Yucheng also knew that it was impossible to defeat a family with thousands of years of history with just this. He just wanted to put an end to the arrogance of the Li family and make a show of force at the same time. The person involved, Qin Yu, was following Bai Jie to the warehouse, so he didn't care about the Li family. He never cared about being scolded. Ever since the Grand Court meetings, the insults he received had been written down on pieces of paper, enough to cover the entire palace. Bai Jie opened the door of the warehouse, and small piles of black stone and iron came into view. The white-black iron was piled on the other side, and the quantity was several times less. It's probably about 2,000 tons. Your Highness, we will solve the Bai family's crisis. Just ask for as much material as you want. The Bai family will give you nothing in return. The Bai family has the largest reserves of black stone iron in the entire Baiwang city, and no one dares to say they are second. Blackrock Mountain, the foundation of their family, produces blackrock iron. In recent years, the equipment refining business has been greatly reduced, and the mined ore has been piled up and cannot be sold. Otherwise, I wouldn't be unable to pay the rent. Although Qin Yu knew that black stone iron was cheap, he didn't know the exact price, so he asked, "How much is a pound of black stone iron on the market?" Your Highness, black iron is easy to mine and there is a lot of it. 100 kilograms is sold for 8 low-grade spirit stones. White black iron is more expensive, 1 pound is 2 low-grade spirit stones. Almost. Qin Yu remembered that the outer shell of his box weighed 50 kilograms and cost only 4 or 5 spirit stones. The driving and temperature control instruments use about 15 jin of white black iron, costing 30 yuan. However, the driving and temperature controlling instruments also require the assistance of sky sand in refining, which also costs a certain amount of money. I want all of these. Bai Yue, who was following behind, paused. It turned out that he was not a good person, and the good impression that had just arisen in her mind disappeared. How can someone who embezzles 100,000 top-grade spirit stones be a good person? Your Highness, I want them all. Bai Jie swallowed his saliva. This was the accumulation of several years for the Bai family, but Qin Yu had just resolved the crisis for the Bai family. In order to make the third prince pay more attention to the Bai family, Bai Jie gritted his teeth. Jie will immediately arrange for His Highness to have it delivered to your residence. Calculate how many spiritual stones it is. Your Highness will buy it at double the market price. Ever since the spirit stone machine started running, spirit stones became worthless in Qin Yu's eyes. The first batch of 8,760 spirit stone machines alone could create 210,000 high-quality spirit stones for him every day. Ah! Bai Jie thought he had heard wrongly. It's not about getting it for free, it's about acquiring it. Your Highness, you are joking. It's just some low-level refining materials. The Bai family is willing to give it to Your Highness. Qin Yu waved. Your Highness does not have the habit of getting something for free, and never takes advantage of small things. In the future, he will have more and more spirit stones, and he must spend them to stimulate the market economy. Okay, you want to refute what I said? Listen to Your Highness. Yu Zhu did the math. 100 kilograms of black iron equals 8 low-grade spirit stones. 1 ton equals 160 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 tons equals 1,600,000 low-grade spirit stones. There are 2 pieces of white mysterious stone per pound, so a ton of it is 4,000 pieces. 2,000 tons is 8 million low-grade spirit stones. By this calculation, the Bai family is still a wealthy family. The Bai family is a weapon refining family, and weapon refiners generally have a high income, and this is the accumulated income over 4 to 5 years. 9,600,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 9,600 top-grade spirit stones. According to what Your Highness said, we will buy twice as much, which is 19,200 top-grade spirit stones. Qin Yu smiled awkwardly. He only had 8,000 top-grade spirit stones on him. The Lingshire machine has just been installed and the revenue has not yet been generated. I didn't expect that it would be quite a bit less than the original price. I'll pay you 8,000 top-grade spirit stones first, and you can come to the palace to find Yuzhu for the rest. Yuzhu nodded. Your Highness, you are joking. The Bai family is taking advantage of the 8,000 top-grade spirit stones. The rest is unnecessary. I never regret what I said. Just come to the palace and get it when you have time. Listen to your Highness. Although Bai Jie agreed verbally, he was not prepared to actually get it. Everyone knows that the third prince's 8,000 top-grade spirit stones were given by the fifth prince of the Shengwu dynasty. If he goes, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of His Highness Qin Yu? Your Highness, the people who are guarding the message from the Holy Land of Taichu have arrived. Taichu Holy Land? Searching his memory, Qin Yu remembered. His father found him a cheap master, the Holy Lord of the Taichu Holy Land. When he came of age, he became the Holy Lord's 8th direct disciple. But he has been an adult for more than half a year, and he has never seen anyone coming from the Taichu Holy Land, so why are they suddenly coming now? Forget it. After all, he is my future master. I should go back and meet him. In the main hall of Prince Gon's mansion, a man and a woman were sitting on the main seat. The two men had proud expressions, as if they were the masters of the palace. The two are Cha Chushue, the 6th direct disciple of the Holy Lord Taichu, who is at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and Wu Zian, the 7th direct disciple, who is at the middle stage of the Golden Core stage. Pa, it's so unpalatable. Wu Zian spat the tea on the ground and threw the teacup in his hand away. Wu Zian was wearing a green Taoist robe, his face was bulging with blue veins and his eyes were fierce. A royal palace is using this kind of tea to treat distinguished guests. Please calm down, immortal. The palace was built not long ago and many things are not ready yet. Cui Teng explained respectfully. Now there are only 5 guards and a group of maids in the palace. Everyone else has gone out. Only they can receive these 2 immortals. Both of them were disciples of the Holy Lord, and their status was equivalent to that of the princes of the divine dynasty. In addition, they were the future senior brothers and sisters of His Highness Qin Yu, so Cui Teng and the others had already been carefully serving them. Get out of the way, you little slave. Tell Qin Yu to come back immediately. We don't have time to wait. Cui Teng and the others turned pale. They were all from big families. Although they were guards for the third prince, they had never been scolded like this. They had never been called slaves. For a prince like him, the place he lives in smells like decay. It's really unlucky. Cha Chushue covered her nose with her beautiful hand, showing her disdain without hiding it. The faces of several people turned red. The two were too arrogant, and seemed to disdain everything in the palace. It seemed as if they were deliberately looking for trouble. Your Highness, will you go to the Taichu Holy Land to practice? Banksia asked nervously, if Qin Yu went to the Taichu Holy Land, would she and Yuzhu still be able to go? According to Dongzhou's customs, disciples need to practice with their masters. But Qin Yu was completely confused by the secret manuals, just like watching a poor student learning advanced mathematics and calculus. They didn't know each other. If he went, he would be exposed sooner or later. He had to find a way to refuse to go to the Holy Land. It would be better if he didn't recognize him as his disciple. Anyway, the promised time had passed. Go, of course you should go. It has always been my dream to go to the Holy Land to practice. Qin Yu teased Banksia. Ah. A hint of sadness flashed across Banksia's eyes. Even Yuzhu, who had remained calm, showed signs of panic, as if she had never thought of this before. Hurry up and don't keep people waiting for too long. Qin Yu flew at high speed on his sword. It seems that His Highness really wants to go to the Holy Land. I heard that the third prince is already 18 years old, and is still in the early stages of foundation building. No wonder master doesn't want to accept this disciple. As a prince, you have endless resources. Even if you are a pig, you shouldn't be in the initial stage of foundation building. For a grassroots cultivator, building a foundation at the age of 18 can be said to bring honor to the family and make him a little prodigy in the surrounding villages. But considering his status as a prince of the divine dynasty, he can only be described as a waste. Wu Ziyan was born into a mortal family. Although he had talent, he lacked resources, and his cultivation progress was not as good as those of the children from big families. It was not until he was accepted as a disciple by the Holy Lord Taichu and had no shortage of resources that he began to make rapid progress. The humiliation of the past was finally vented. Qin Yu is the oldest second generation of the Tianyu divine dynasty, but his cultivation is so poor that Wu Ziyan feels extremely superior. Cha Chushue explained, according to Master, it was His Majesty the Emperor Qin who promised that if the third prince was accepted, he would give the Holy Land 500,000 top-grade spirit stones every year. But now, the Tianyu divine dynasty cannot even come up with 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, so Master will naturally not accept this third prince who is in the early stage of foundation building. Originally, I wanted to spend spirit stones to buy a position, but now not only can I not afford the spirit stones, but I have also been banished to this desolate place. The two of them talked freely, paying no attention to the people urging them to hurry up. This time they were here on behalf of their master to dismiss this disciple. The Holy Lord Taichu is extremely powerful and a well-known figure in Dongzhou. It would be a disgrace for him to accept a useless person like Qin Yu. You are the waste. My prince has only accumulated a lot of experience but has not practiced seriously. When Cui Ting heard what the two said, he knew that they were here to humiliate His Highness, and he became furious. How could they turn a deaf ear when their own prince was humiliated in front of him? His Highness has said that the palace will not accept any guests today, so you better get out of here. How dare you, a slave, disrespect me? Wu Ziyan slapped him with his palm. Cui Ting had no power to fight back and his body flew from the hall to the door. The palace is committing murder, kill. Guangbua, Gong Chao, Mo Zhua and Kong Zhou attacked at the same time. It's outrageous that a group of slaves dare to attack the Holy Lord himself. Cha Chushue shouted delicately, and terrifying majesty burst out from her seemingly weak body. Cha Chushue just burst out with his aura, and the four of them were like being locked by a ferocious beast. Boom! Spiritual energy gathered and a terrifying palm intention appeared. The hall collapsed with a loud bang, and 4 people were knocked out and fell to the ground, their life or death unknown. The teachings of the ancestors cannot be insulted. Cha Chushue's tone was calm, but it revealed a feeling that was beyond doubt. The wooden hall of the palace was in a mess, except for Cha Chushue and Wu Ziyan, who were spotless. The servants in the palace were attracted by the sound of collapse and all rushed to the hall. Hurry up the guards. A little maid ran over and hurriedly helped her up. The rest rushed to help the 4 people who had fainted, Guangbua, Gong Chao, Mo Zhua and Kong Zhou. This stinking house should have been destroyed long ago. Cha Chushue stood up, and a clean road appeared in front of the messy road. As for injuring a few guards, in her eyes it was no different from crushing a few ants. She was wearing a light blue dress, simple, elegant and cool, just like a fairy from heaven, pure and otherworldly. Sorry for the wait. Qin Yu hadn't arrived yet, but laughter could be heard in advance. It feels awkward to keep customers waiting for a long time. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. I also have to discuss with this master whom I have never met about not going to the Holy Land to practice. If I just put my name on it, I must have a good attitude. Why does it smell like blood? Qin Yu frowned at the door. After condensing the heavenly Tao's supreme golden elixir, Qin Yu's 5 senses had already become countless times stronger. Humph, the third prince really kept us waiting. As soon as Qin Yu appeared, Wu Ziyan couldn't wait to ridicule him. After all, there are not many opportunities to mock the princes of the divine dynasty, and it is rare to see a prince being demoted. Looking at the collapsed hall, he was hurt and rushed. Qin Yu said in a gloomy tone, "You destroyed the palace, and you also injured my people. These mere slaves have no idea of respect and humility and actually dare to disrespect us. I am just teaching them a lesson in advance. Are you from the Taichu Holy Land? I am Wu Ziyan, the seventh disciple of the Holy Lord of the Beginning, and this is my senior sister, Chachushue. Who allowed you to hurt my people?" He didn't care that the house was destroyed, but Qin Yu himself couldn't bear to scold those people who were willing to go to Ganlong with him. He doesn't care whether it is a holy place or not. We are sending you a letter in the name of our master. Why don't you come and greet us? I'm asking you again, who allowed you to hurt my people? Qin Yu's tone was cold, like a hungry lion. What kind of reason do I need to injure a few servants? Even if I kill them, so what? Wu Ziyan said disdainfully. In the Taichu Holy Land, the law of the jungle prevails. Not to mention servants, even inner disciples can only blame themselves for being beaten and killed by the direct disciples. Then I don't need a reason to beat you to death. Ha. Wu Ziyan laughed as if he had heard some huge joke. With a waste like you who is just in the initial stage of foundation building? Qin Yu's name is now well known in Dongzhou, and the news that he embezzled 100,000 top-grade spirit stones has long been spread by people with ulterior motives. The country's decline, coupled with the extremely greedy prince, is enough to shake the country's destiny. Wu Ziyan laughed wildly. His eyes were full of sarcasm. Mocking these high-ranking royal children gave him inner satisfaction. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. This person is a powerful person in the Jindan stage. Cui Teng's eyes were slightly moist. Qin Yu didn't know that Taichu Holy Land was here to expel him from school. Still without any hesitation, he stood up for a small guard like him. Did you hear that? I'm in the golden core stage. I didn't look closely just now, but I didn't expect that the third prince has already broken through to the late stage of foundation building. With your strength at the late stage of foundation building, you can't fight me. Wu Ziyan acted in a sarcastic tone, trying to provoke Qin Yu to take action. As the Holy Lord's direct descendant, his status is higher than that of a demoted prince. The heavenly Tao golden elixir in the body was rotating, and the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be attracted by the black hole. Wu Ziyan was not angry but happy instead. A foundation establishment cultivator actually dared to attack him. It was Qin Yu who took action first, and he had a legitimate reason. Don't hurt your life. Chachushue said calmly that although he was a demoted prince, he was a member of the Tianyu royal family after all, and the current Emperor Qin was still in his prime. Don't worry, senior sister. I'm just giving him a lesson and letting him lie down for a few months. Your Highness. Cui Teng tried to stop Qin Yu despite his injuries. If Qin Yu was beaten, it would be a loss of face for the Tianyu divine dynasty. Banxia Yuzhu was also worried that Qin Yu would get hurt. Don't come over here. No one except me can fight my people, including the Holy Lord's disciples. The people in the palace were very excited. Who wouldn't want to follow such a prince? Cui Teng was stopped by the shouting and stopped for some unknown reason. Don't worry, I won't kill your useless prince. I will just make him unable to move. Boom. Qin Yu activated the royal martial arts technique, the Haoranjingqi Ju, which was a top-level heavenly martial arts technique that could only be practiced by the Qin royal family. There are 9 levels in the Haoranjingqi Ju. Unfortunately, in the 30,000 years since the establishment of the Tianyu divine dynasty, no one has ever heard of reaching the 9th level. The current Emperor Qin is extremely talented, but he is only at the 6th level. Qin Yu's previous life's Haoranjingqi Ju had just entered the 2nd level. A sense of righteousness burst out from Qin Yu, and his black hair flowed like a waterfall. Wu Ziyan was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses and was actually shocked by Qin Yu's aura. Qin Yu exudes righteousness, a great scholar of the time who is upright and incorruptible. Wu Ziyan looks like a villain next to him. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in Wu Ziyan's eyes. He hoped that you would still have this momentum when you lie on the ground like a dead dog. She casually checked Chuxue with a serious look in her eyes. She was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, but she actually felt a dangerous aura from Qin Yu. This is impossible. How could she have such thoughts when she is only in the late stage of foundation building? Cui Teng looked at this scene in horror. His Highness was really in the late stage of foundation building. Why did he, who was at the peak of foundation building, feel so insignificant? The primordial secret technique. Wu Ziyan turned his hands into palms, and his body entered a mysterious realm. He had already understood the meaning of palms. The higher Qin Yu stands, the harder the one who will defeat him will fall. Wu Ziyan jumped up, his body as light as a white crane. A shooting star chases the moon. A palm wind blasted out from Wu Ziyan's hand, the aura was as terrifying as a falling star, and the broken wood in the collapsed hall flew everywhere. Oh no, this palm is too terrifying. I'm afraid your Highness will find it difficult to resist it. Cui Teng worried. Haoran starlight. The heavenly Tao golden pill vibrated, emitting bursts of golden light, which cast a layer of golden light on Qin Yu's spiritual power. Bang! The palm wind and the righteous energy collided with each other. The wind was raging wildly, and a group of maids hugged the fainted people tightly, and no one could open their eyes. Pass. The strong wind dissipated and a crash was heard. Cui Teng searched for Qin Yu's voice in panic. If Qin Yu was injured for standing up for him, how would he face the other people in the mansion? Your Highness. Cui Teng's voice trembled as he looked at the scene in disbelief. The source of the collision sound was actually Wu Ziyan, who was in the middle stage of the Golden Core. Wu Ziyan vomited blood and his body was blown into the collapsed ruins behind him. Wu Ziyan was now in a miserable state, completely losing the spirit he had just had. His body was limp and his eyes were wide open as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Chuxue, who was calm and composed, was the only one who saw the battle clearly, and her heart was already in turmoil. There is actually golden spiritual power in Qin Yu's spiritual power. As a disciple taught directly by the Holy Lord, Chuxue had heard that only the peerless genius who had formed the heavenly golden elixir would have golden spiritual power appear in his spiritual energy. And Qin Yu is only in the foundation building stage. Chuxue took action subconsciously, wanting to know how Qin Yu did it. You want to do it too? I have no habit of not hitting women. On the contrary, I hit women even harder. Chuxue stopped. She was only here to deliver a message for her master, not to fight. We are only here to deliver a message, and have no intention of engaging in combat with you. Now my junior brother has also been injured by you, so the two sides are even. He injured 5 of my men, 4 of whom were unconscious, and you say this is even? Don't you know how to count? They are just a few servants. How can they compare with my junior brother? Chuxue sneered, the peak of the Golden Core and the middle of the Golden Core are not on the same level. Who are these thieves who dare to hurt His Highness Qin Yu? The 3 Fang Zhoutong sisters were originally guarding the production of the Spirit Stone machine, but someone in the mansion reported that someone wanted to hurt Qin Yu. The 3 of them hurried back without caring about the consumption of their spiritual energy. Although Qin Yu was very lazy, he always got up at noon and did not practice. But he has developed a spirit stone machine that is more magical than a divine weapon. The three of them have already recognized Qin Yu as their prince. Fang Zhoutong saw Cha Chushue with murderous intent on his face and did not pause for the moment. Shout loudly. The blue dragon extends its claws. Fang Zhoutong used his hands as claws and attacked Cha Chushue's chest. He wanted to crush her little bun. Cha Chushue raised her hand calmly and struck out with a palm. It was just a casual palm strike, but its power was much stronger than Wu Xian's attack. Fang Zhoutong was forced back by the palm wind. Big sister, we are here to help you. Fang Baoting and Xia Sighting attacked at the same time. Qin Yu felt the golden elixir tremble, and discovered that the golden elixir actually had a kind of human joy. Qin Yu's spiritual power was activated again, but he didn't even use 1/3 of his spiritual power to deal with Wu Xian, who was in the early stage of the golden core. Cha Chushue felt Qin Yu's gaze and inexplicably felt a palpitation. Stop, I said we are just here to deliver a letter, and we don't want to fight with you. 2 in the late Jindan stage, 1 in the peak Jindan stage, and the strange Qin Yu. Moreover, the golden spiritual energy is too mysterious. Cha Chushue needs to go back and report to his master, so as to avoid any setbacks. You hurt my subordinates. Do you think you can take over just by sending a letter? There is no such easy thing in the world. What do you want? Pay compensation. It was impossible for him to kill the disciples directly taught by the Holy Lord Taichu, and now he was nominally their junior fellow apprentice. This is 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, right? Cha Chushue waved her hand, and a small pile of snow-white high-quality spirit stones appeared. Are you going to send away a beggar with this little spiritual stone? The annual income of a foundation-building cultivator is less than 100 high-grade spirit stones, but this is enough for them to earn for several years. Bullshit, my people earn more than 100 high-grade spirit stones a month. At least 10,000. If you don't give me that, let's fight. Whoever wins gets the final say. Qin Yu was aggressive, and now they were 4 against 1, with the advantage on his side. Okay, I'll give you the 10,000. I hope you won't regret it. Qin Yu was offending the Taichu Holy Land. Your Highness, I never regret it. Cha Chushue waved her hand and a large number of high-quality spirit stones appeared. As expected of a disciple personally taught by the Holy Lord, there are so many spirit stones. Wu Xian's body was limp and he couldn't move, like a dog that had eaten rat poison. Cha Chushue took out a pill and stuffed it into Wu Xian's mouth, then took out a small flying boat and took Wu Xian on board. This is the letter from Master. Cha Chushue chuckled. If Qin Yu read the letter and knew that he was rejected, she wondered how he would react. Tear. Qin Yu took the envelope and tore it in half without saying a word. Looking at the attitudes of the two, Qin Yu knew that there would be nothing good in the letter. You. Bai Chushue exclaimed, this is the letter from the Holy Lord to you. So what? My disciple's behavior is so bad, and the Holy Lord is not much better. What should I do? Although she knew that the envelope contained a refusal to accept Qin Yu as a disciple, now that the envelope was torn, she could not convey it verbally. Forget it, I'll go back to the Holy Land and report to the Master first. Just add some spice when the time comes. Cui Ting laughed, then his eyes went dark and he fainted. Give these spiritual stones to the injured brothers. This is the cost of medicine. Qin Yu has no intention of taking it and doesn't even look at it. 3 days later, several people were urged to wake up. As a disciple taught directly by the Holy Lord Taichu, he is also a top-notch figure among his peers. What's more, his realm was 1 level higher than Cui Ting's. Cui Ting was knocked unconscious by a palm strike and it took him 3 full days to wake up. The other 4 have not woken up yet. Don't worry, I have already given them Huiyuan Dan. Yuzhu comforted. Yuzhu had read medical books and had some experience in treating illnesses and injuries. Since there was no doctor in the mansion, he had to do it. "Thank you, Miss Yuzhu." "Don't thank me. You've had a girl taking care of you these past few days." Cui Ting's face turned slightly red. He knew who Yuzhu was talking about. "They will wake up in the afternoon. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. By the way." Yuzhu suddenly turned back. "This is the money for the medicine that His Highness asked for you. Divide it among you and go buy some high-level elixirs to stabilize your injuries. His Highness also said that he can only do this now due to his limited strength. When he becomes stronger, no one will be able to bully you." After saying this, Yuzhu left without looking back. Cui Ting's eyes turned red and he slapped himself in the face. "I am such a piece of shit." Cui Ting and his companions had already expressed their intention to leave, but His Highness still regarded them as brothers. The more Cui Ting thought about it, the more he felt like a worthless person. Tears rolled down his eyes and he felt extremely guilty. Cui Tengku sat next to them, waiting for them to wake up. It was almost afternoon. Guangbua, Gong Chao, Mo Zhua and Kong Zhou woke up one after another. Ahem. Several people started coughing violently as soon as they woke up. Cha Chushue's palm had caused internal injuries to them. They would not be able to rest well for 2 months. "Brother Cui, why are you guys here like this?" Cui Ting said bitterly, "Brothers, I am not going back. I have decided to follow His Highness for the rest of my life. Although he is a member of the Cui family does not need him, and he is not the heir of the Cui family. What's the point of going back? He also needs to go further on the path of cultivation. But what does it matter? For a Prince Qinyu like this, what's wrong with sacrificing a little bit of my future?" Several people fainted early and had no idea what happened next. Cui Ting recounted word for word what happened next. Qinyu stood up for them and did not hesitate to fight with the Holy Lord's own disciple. "It's me. We are all such bastards. We are also willing to follow your Highness for the rest of our lives. A gentleman will die for his friend. What's more, a prince who disregarded his own safety and fought against the Golden Core at the Foundation establishment stage had to stand up for them. This is the medicine fee that His Highness is asking us to pay for." Cui Ting blamed himself and felt ashamed, and was too embarrassed to look at the spirit stones in the storage. Guangbua took it and examined it. "Oh my God, so many spirit stones. 10,000 high-quality spirit stones is not a small amount for them. The monthly salary of a soldier at the peak of the foundation building stage is 800 low-grade spirit stones, or 9,600 per year, which is equivalent to 96 high-grade spirit stones. 10,000 yuan is enough for them to work for 100 years. Even if divided into 5 parts, it would be enough to last for 20 years. How much fuss can there be?" Kong Zhou snatched it away, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and spoke with a trembling voice. "This is at least 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Your Highness gave us all these spiritual stones. He didn't keep a single one." As the last party to stay, Cui Ting knew that Qinyu had asked for a total of 10,000 top-grade items, and now all of them were given to them. "I thought that giving 200 yuan to each person was already pretty good, but I didn't expect His Highness didn't keep a single cent." Cui Ting felt even more guilty. His Highness looked up to the bright moon, but it only shone on the broken ditches through which he wanted to escape. "I'm going to find His Highness." Cui Ting stood up and prepared to go find Qinyu immediately. "We'll go with you." Qinyu was basking in the sun leisurely in the front yard, unaware that several men had already secretly pledged their lifelong love to him. "Yuzhu, Cui Ting, Kong Zhou, are you feeling better?" "Much better, Your Highness." "They should all be awake." "That's good. Find someone to buy him some third-grade, no, fourth-grade pills, so that he won't have any hidden diseases. Yes, Your Highness. In the past few days, I have started to harvest spirit stones. Every day, I harvest more than 200,000 high-quality spirit stones. I really don't know how to spend them. Because Qin Yu's lincture machine is designed to be 10 in 1, its size is the same as an ordinary brick. That's more than 20,000 yuan a day. 1 cubic meter costs about 500 spirit stones, and about 40 spirit stones are delivered to the backyard warehouse every day. There will be no place to put this money after a while, so I have to find a way to spend it. When Cui Teng and the others heard Qin Yu's words at the door, they suddenly stopped and couldn't control their tears. As a prince, not only did he care about their health all the time, he even bought them fourth-grade elixirs. The fourth-grade elixir is for those in the nascent soul stage and is extremely valuable. How could they, mere guards, have the qualifications to take a fourth-grade elixir? Your Highness. Cui Teng and others appeared from the door crying. Qin Yu stood up from the armchair. Asshole, who dares to bully a patient? Tell me who bullied you. Qin Yu despised bullying of the elderly, the weak and the disabled, but he never expected it to happen in his mansion. Your Highness, I misunderstood. No one is bullying us. We were so moved that we cried for joy, Cui Teng explained quickly. Several people explained the reasons and said they would follow Qin Yu to the death. Qin Yu was secretly happy. I really do have great charisma. It just so happens that we are short of people recently, and these few are second only to Chen Wan. It just so happens that I have something to do recently. The coronation ceremony was to be held within 3 months, and almost 40 days had already passed. Although he didn't care about the formalities, he still had to abide by the traditions of the Tianyu divine dynasty. Build a high platform to worship heaven and earth. Invite guests from all parties to participate in the sacrificial ceremony. This is the rule established and the Tianyu divine dynasty was founded. As the king of a region, these are indispensable for the vassal king. Qin Yu asked Gan Long why he was so poor and what could he offer as a sacrifice. Qin Yu thought about it and realized that Kong Zhou was born into the Kong family, and the Kong family was quite proficient in sacrificial rituals and the like. Kong Zhou, you take Emozua, Gong Chao and the other 3 to be in charge of the ceremony to crown the king. It must be done in a grand manner. The ceremony of enthroning a king was no small matter. He had been exposed to these rituals since childhood and was very familiar with them. Kong Zhou said excitedly, Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, I can also help them. Cui Teng also wanted to help. Your Highness, I can do it too. Although Guangbua didn't know etiquette, he could still help. You two can't. I have a more important task for you. The princes have the right to build an army and recruit as many troops as they want. Yuzhu said, Your Highness, the prince can build 3 guard armies, each with 10,000 soldiers, for a total of 30,000 people. Only 30,000? It's a bit too little, and I want to build an army of 3 million. The army is a big spender, otherwise how can I spend all the spirit stones? Your Highness can only pay 30,000. Anything more than 30,000 is against the law. Okay, let's recruit 30,000 first. If we recruit too many at once, we won't have enough manpower to manage them. Cui Teng, Guangbua, you two will be responsible for recruiting troops, with a target of 30,000 men. Yes, Your Highness. Recruiting soldiers is more important than offering sacrifices. After all, the power of a vassal king depends not only on his own strength but also on the troops under his command. Everyone, go down. The Holy Land of Taichu. Cha-Chu-Shue told about her experience in Prince Gan's mansion. You ignorant boy, how dare you tear up my letter? The Holy Lord Taichu was furious. Thunder rumbled over the Holy Land. If this kid wasn't special, the Holy Lord Tai Chu would have slapped him to death. Since he doesn't want the respect he is given, you can take one of my spiritual clones with you and I will tell him in person. Refusing to accept Qin Yu would inevitably have an impact on Qin Yu and Emperor Qin. Considering Emperor Qin, the Tai Chu Holy Land originally wanted to write a letter to save some face for them, but now it seems that there is no need for this. The reason why he agreed to accept Qin Yu was that Emperor Qin promised to give him 1 million top-grade spirit stones, so he reluctantly agreed. But now Tian Yu's spirit veins are exhausted. Let alone 1 million top-grade spirit stones, even if it is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, he is reluctant to give it out. In this case, he naturally doesn't want this disciple anymore. A useless person who has become a pauper also wants to use the Tai Chu immortal pool to cleanse his bones and marrow. The Holy Lord of Tai Chu sneered and said, "Go there on the day when the vassal kings hold sacrifices." Yes, master. Wu Xian's injuries had recovered a lot. He knew that his master was deliberately embarrassing Qin Yu. Qin Yu lay on the armchair, thinking about Gan Long's development direction. Lingxia machine is like a textile machine, which improves production capacity, but it is impossible to make a place prosperous. This alone is too slow. Development must be balanced, so that 100 flowers can bloom. Your Highness. Ah. Banxia peeled the purple grapes and put them into Qin Yu's mouth. At first he rejected this futile behavior, but he was conquered by the temptation of having everything he wanted. If outsiders saw this, they would accuse Qin Yu of being a spendthrift. The third-level spiritual fruit, purple gold grapes, could increase the speed of cultivation at the third level of the foundation building period, and he ate them as fruit after meals. Your Highness, the sky sand and auxiliary materials have been purchased, and we can continue refining the weapon. Yu Zhu said in a low voice. There are only 8,760 spirit stone machines now, with a daily production capacity of 200,000 high-quality spirit stones, which is still far from your Highness's goal. Go buy a few more formation plates to cover the palace. Buy a few defensive, offensive, and confusing formation plates. Also, have all the guards come back to give birth, and the 3 Fang Zhoutong sisters will just stay there to watch. Even with a saint-level formation, even a spirit being cannot enter. The 8 directions isolation formation does more than just isolate breath. Cui Ting brought Guangbua to the most prosperous street in Beiwang City. 30,000 people. The minimum requirement is to be in the late stage of Qi training. Can this recruit people? Guangbua has no confidence. Although there are many Qi refining cultivators, there are not many in the late Qi refining stage. Moreover, in a place like Beiwang City, it is hard to say whether there are 30,000 in the late Qi refining stage. First, recruit people according to your Highness's instructions. Cui Ting put up a sign on the bustling Wangqing Street. Gan Wangfu is recruiting soldiers, requiring them to be in the late stage of Qi training. His Highness requested that the sacrifice be held in a grand manner, but the funds have not yet been provided. I was so excited that I forgot to ask for money. Kong Zhou and the other 2 just discussed it and prepared to go to Qin Yu to ask for funds. If you want to be glorious, you'll need at least 30,000 high-quality spirit stones. After all, it's a sacrifice to the royal palace. Altar, sacrifice. Guests need to be entertained. Kong Zhou felt that 30,000 yuan was a bit of a stretch. Considering the palace's current financial situation, wouldn't it be too much of a stretch to spend 30,000 high-quality spirit stones just for one sacrifice? Lingxia Machine Factory. Kong Ting came to the backyard and was told that Qin Yu had gone to the Lingxia Machine Factory in the backyard. He knew the backyard, but what the hell was this Lingxia Machine Factory? Kong Zhou came to the backyard door with doubts. It was the first time that Qin Yu came to the factory to inspect the work. A group of people were working enthusiastically, and although it was hard work, no one said anything. Because Qin Yu ordered that for every machine produced, they could get a labor fee of 100 low-grade spirit stones. You should know that if this thing is taken outside, the labor fee can only be 20 yuan. The five-fold reward made them very motivated. Most of them are in the middle stage of foundation building, and their salary of spirit stones in the middle stage of foundation building is only about 200 low-grade spirit stones a month. But now, you only need to refine one machine and you will get 100 low-grade spirit stones. The speed of their cycle refining has increased several times. On average, one person can refine 2 per day. Even a powerful magic weapon refiner can only refine 1 per day. 1,000 lincture machines can be produced every day. Spread out the spiritual stones every 7 days, and remember not to attract attention. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Wen replied. Zhang San and Li Si followed behind Chen Wen. Thank you all for your hard work. He raised his hand to express his condolences to the guards who worked so hard. It's not hard. They earn as much spiritual stones in one day as they used to earn in a month, and no one complains about the hard work. It's like a person who earns 3,000 yuan a month suddenly earns nearly 100,000 yuan a month. Even if it's tiring, he will be happy. Well done. I heard that you two were the ones organizing this work. Qin Yu looked at Zhang San and Li Si. It's all thanks to Your Highness for researching this divine weapon. We are just doing a job that doesn't require any technical skills. Zhang San said modestly. It is also your ability to keep production in an orderly manner. Qin Yu was not stingy with his praise, as praise was more exciting than criticism. Zhang San, from now on, you are the director of Lincture Machinery Factory, and your salary is twice the average income of all employees. Deputy Director Li Si will be paid 1.5 times as much. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhang San and Li Si answered excitedly. Isn't it just for such an opportunity that he stayed? Now, a guard can earn 200 spirit stones by refining 2 machines every day, which means 6,000 spirit stones a month. If he earns twice the average, then that would be over 10,000 spirit stones. Li Si was also extremely excited. The monthly salary was nearly 9,000 spirit stones, which was an increase of almost 45 times compared to his previous monthly salary of 200. Work hard, and I will not treat you unfairly. Yes. Everyone responded loudly. They never thought in their lifetime that their income would suddenly increase dozens of times. These are his personal soldiers, and they are all quite talented. Unfortunately, he has limited manpower now, so he has to let them work hard. Qin Yu was not going to let them practice the spirit stone machine all the time. These are his most loyal team members, and he is prepared to train them well. Your Highness, Kong Zhou requests to see you. A barely perceptible look flashed across Chen Wen's eyes. Kong Zhou and Cui Teng were his 5 centurions, but in the end, none of them stayed. He didn't react on the surface, but he was still reluctant in his heart. He didn't want to let them miss the opportunity, but he was first and foremost the prince's chief of guards and had to screen out the uncertainties. Let him in. Your Highness, Kong Zhou and the others have not sworn an oath, so how can we allow them to enter the backyard? It's okay, let them come in. It's the same if they come in and make up for it. Chen Wen didn't know yet that Kong Zhou and his companions had already expressed their loyalty to Qin Yu. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Wen was secretly happy. Once they came in and knew the secret, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to, so they would be forced to accept the opportunity. Kong Zhou, Mo Zhua and Gong Chao followed Chen Wen and walked into the backyard. What caught my eye was a group of people busy refining magical instruments. They looked like Granny Lu visiting the Jia mansion, curious about everything. This is your Highness's secret. It looks very ordinary. They don't look down on low-grade magic weapons, and they can't make much money from them. Several people looked around with confused looks. Your Highness, I have calculated that if you want to hold a grand ceremony for the king's consecration ceremony, you will need to spend at least 30,000 high-quality spirit stones. Considering the palace's current financial difficulties, we need to cut some unnecessary expenses. At least 20,000 high-quality spirit stones will be needed. Kong Zhou was worried. 20,000 high-quality spirit stones was not a small amount. He wondered if His Highness would think that he was trying to take the opportunity to embezzle the spirit stones. How much? Qin Yu's voice was a little loud. Kong Zhou heard Qin Yu's surprised voice and thought that he might have reported too much. Your Highness, the sacrifice can be more ordinary. 15,000 high-grade spirit stones can also be used. Snort. Qin Yu snorted. What did Priest Kong Zhou ask me to tell you? Kong Zhou wiped his sweat, thinking that even a good cook cannot cook without rice. 15,000 is already the minimum requirement, and the expenses for enthroning kings and offering sacrifices in all dynasties were higher than this. Your Highness, 15,000 high-quality spirit stones cannot be any less, otherwise the effect of the sacrifice. Kong Zhou did not say the word rather bad. I said it was a matter of spirit stones. I said I wanted it to be grand and glorious. How could a sacrifice held with 30,000 high-grade spirit stones be grand and glorious? Qin Yu's tone was dissatisfied. These guys were not good at spending money. Isn't it too much or too little? But how many spirit stones can the palace have? Qin Yu thought about the poverty of Ganling and the serious loss of talent. If he wanted to attract talent, a grand sacrifice was definitely indispensable. How about this? I'll give you a budget of 1 million high-quality spirit stones, and you can make it as you see fit. If it's not enough, come back to me. Qin Yu left after he finished speaking. He just came to check the production status of the spirit stone machine. His laboratory is almost ready. Consider researching new products, too. 1 million high-quality spirit stones. Kong Zhou thought he had heard it wrong, and just when he was about to confirm it, he found that Qin Yu had already left. Your Highness just mentioned 1 million high-quality spirit stones? Kong Zhou looked at Gong Chaomozhua and asked in confusion. Your Highness did say 1 million high-quality spirit stones, but does the palace have that many spirit stones? Gong Chaomozhua was present throughout the whole process and heard every word clearly. Since you have seen the spirit stone machine, take the oath. Chen Wen smiled evilly but didn't reveal the truth directly. Vow? What oath? Kong Zhou and the other two looked confused. They were just refining a low-grade magic weapon, so they needed to swear an oath? Stand up first, and I'll explain it to you after you're done. Although Kong Zhou and the other two were confused, they still listened to Chen Wendi's oath. Sir, you can speak now, sir. The three of them were also curious about what the secret was that required an oath before it could be told. Chen Wen found the spirit stone machine. No matter how much you say, it's better to see it with your own eyes. 2 hours later, Kong Zhou and the other two stared at the spirit stone in front of them in amazement. Now you know why you need to swear first. Kong Zhou realized why His Highness was dissatisfied just now. It's like a billionaire is holding a birthday party and asking you to host it in style, but you say you'd better go to a small restaurant to deal with it. This will definitely make the rich man unhappy. Isn't 1 million high-quality spirit stones a little too little? After seeing the spirit stone machine, he suddenly became inflated and felt that spirit stones were nothing special. Even 1 million high-quality spirit stones didn't seem to be a huge sum of money. Backyard. Banksia was depressed. She had been staying in the laboratory for almost 2 weeks since His Highness visited the Linkshire machinery factory. No one ate the grapes she peeled. Yuzhu continued to read as usual, as if nothing else could concern her except reading. Miss Yuzhu, put this week's spirit stones there. After Chen Wen escorted a batch of spirit stone machines over, he brought back last week's spirit stones. Yuzhu frowned for the first time in a long time. The first batch of Linkshire machines consisted of 8,760 units. We are now producing 7,000 Linkshire machines per week, and another 14,000 were delivered in the past 2 weeks. The 7,000 units delivered in the first week were the original 8,760 units, and more than 2,647,000 spirit stones were produced in 1 week. Later, the production capacity will be increased to 1.17 million per week, and the palace will still need people to live in it. In addition, the spirit stone machine is produced in the backyard, so no one knows where to put so many spirit stones. Put it in the empty room first. This can't go on like this. A huge warehouse is needed. As soon as Chen Wen left, Qin Yu appeared from the laboratory. The laboratory was built temporarily next to his bedroom. Talisman paper is made by monks writing runes on specially refined yellow talismans. If the template is made in advance and then copied, can the talisman paper be mass-produced? Qin Yu has been thinking about whether this method is feasible for the past half-month. The runes on talisman paper are very difficult to write and require to be done in one go. Many talismans are often only half-carved before all the previous work is wasted because the energy is exhausted. There are many types of talisman papers, including attack type, defense type, auxiliary type, etc. The price difference between the raw materials and the finished product of talisman paper is more than 10 times, which is caused by the low success rate of talisman makers. The success rate of an average talisman master is only 20%, while the stronger ones can reach 30 or 40%. Qin Yu felt like his brain had turned into a mess, so he simply asked a talisman master to carve a few templates to try. No matter how much you think, it's better to take action. Your Highness. Banksia trotted over excitedly. Qin Yu hadn't been out for half a month. Your Highness, the palace's warehouse is not enough. Yuer plans to build a warehouse behind the palace. Yuer, let's do it. If we were to ask who is the most loyal, it would probably be Penelia, but no one is as reliable as Polygonatum. Qin Yu changed his clothes and prepared to go out to find some talisman masters. Not to mention the rune template, he couldn't even draw the cheapest rune paper. Banksia is like a little girl, getting excited when she talks about going out. At the gate of the palace, Cui Ting took a step forward and then took it back. Guangbua, if His Highness knew that we only recruited a dozen people in half a month, would His Highness think that we are useless? The sign has been up for half a month, but very few people have asked about it. Those who come now are still here because they are short of money and want to get a job. Qin Yu's people didn't even look at him. One reason is that there has been a large loss of cultivators in recent years, and the other is that Qin Yu has a bad reputation. It is considered well-mannered if the people do not scold Qin Yu, not to mention helping Qin Yu. Lao Chui, if we fail to complete the mission and report it to His Highness in time, His Highness will only think that we are incompetent. But if we don't report it, it would be deceiving His Highness. All right. Cui Teng was born into the Cui family, a world of scholars. Even though he had been a guard for several years, he still retained his scholarly and indecisive nature. Guangbua is a straightforward person. He only knows that if something works, it works. If something doesn't work, it doesn't work. Cui Teng, how many soldiers did Guangbua recruit? Qin Yu just went out and saw Cui Teng with a constipated look on his face. Cui Teng has failed Your Highness's expectations. In half a month, Cui Teng has only recruited a dozen people. Cui Teng confessed. a dozen people? Qin Yu knew that he had a bad reputation and it was difficult to recruit him, so the salary he offered was 2 levels higher than that of border soldiers after he was regularized after a 3-month probation period. Even if they came for the money, there shouldn't be only a dozen people. Take me to see how you recruit. Master Fu put it aside for now. He would not be able to stand firm without any soldiers. Qin Yu followed Cui Teng to Beiwang Street where they were recruiting people. There were only a few words written on a sign. Gan Wangfu is recruiting soldiers, requiring them to be in the late stage of qi training. Qin Yu held his forehead with his hand, looking helpless. If you want to recruit people, just write a sign. They didn't even mention the basic benefits, let alone make big promises. They could have written the salary as 2,000 to 10,000 to create some gimmicks to attract people. Isn't it just writing a sign? Cui Teng looked confused. Recruitment in Tianyu Divine Dynasty is all like this, just writing a nameplate is enough. After all, the income of Tianyu soldiers is higher than that of independent cultivators and some sect disciples. Most of the time, you don't even need to write a sign, you just need to put out the message and people will come and sign up. How many people come to ask questions every day? Qin Yu was curious, would people really come with a sign like this? About 20 to 30 people a day. Didn't you say the salary was raised by 2 levels? I told them but they didn't believe it. Cui Teng was helpless. The treatment 2 levels higher than that of border soldiers attracted many people. But in the end, these people shook their heads and left, not believing that the third prince would fulfill his salary. Not to mention the common people, even Cui Teng didn't quite believe it. The dynasty had been in arrears with salaries for several years. How poor was the palace? How could he not know? I've been here for more than a month, but there's not even a family sect to display their wares, so naturally there's no income. This is easy to do. Just play a little game with the people and they will believe it. Cui Teng looked confused. Can he gain the trust of the people by playing games? Just listen to what I say. Qin Yu whispered in Cui Teng's ear. Cui Teng was skeptical, not knowing what the prince was up to, but he went ahead anyway. Come here and take a look. Just by playing a few small games, you can earn 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. There were 1,000 high-quality spirit stones piled in front of Cui Teng. 1,000 high-quality spirit stones are enough for a person in the foundation establishment stage to work for 1,000 years, which is quite attractive to those in the nascent soul stage. As soon as the spirit stone appeared, it attracted a lot of people's attention. It immediately attracted the crowd passing by. That's true. The prosperous Beiwang Street is populated not only by independent cultivators and ordinary people, but also by many disciples from various major sects and families. Common people, independent cultivators, and disciples from major sects and families were all attracted by the spiritual stones. Qin Yu took a look around and saw that there were men, women, young and old, those in the qi training, foundation building, and golden core stages. Yuzhu whispered beside Qin Yu, Your Highness, the one wearing the starry costume is the talisman master of the Red Star sect. The leader is named Fang Fei. I heard he is a genius talisman master of the Red Star sect, but he is inferior to his senior brother in terms of cultivation. Qin Yu looked at it calmly. Can you really take away the spirit stones just by playing games? The leading female disciple of the Danxia sect questioned. It must be a lie. 1,000 high-quality spirit stones is not a small amount. The Red Star sect disciple echoed. 1,000 high-quality spirit stones are enough for a person to cultivate to the golden core stage. None of the sect disciples believed it, and the family disciples just watched coldly. The 4 families of Zhao, Qian, Sun and Li were closely related, and the Li family's experience was still vivid in people's minds. Thousands of Li family members were still in the prison of the city lord's mansion. Qin Yu smiled but did not answer. He said to himself, the game is very simple. I have a dice in my hand. You just need to guess the size of the dice. The winner advances and the loser is eliminated. You can sign up now. Those who haven't signed up cannot participate in the game. Your Highness didn't say a word about recruiting soldiers. How could he recruit soldiers like this? Cui Tengguangbo looked at each other in confusion. The person who wins in the end will receive 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. Senior Sister Miao, how about we sign up and give it a try? The other two female disciples of the Danxia sect transmitted the message. No, there is no way this useless prince would be willing to give up 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Miao Chunru rejected it without even thinking about it. The disciples of the Red Star sect were also communicating privately. Brother Fong, we are just guessing the size of the dice. How about we take a gamble? The disciple of the Red Star sect was tempted and wanted to give it a try. Fong Fei vetoed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The third prince must have a plan for this, and we must not act rashly. The cause of the Li family's actions has been spread over the past few days. Who knows what Qin Yu wants to do? Listen to my brother. Qi Hui, a disciple of the Chixing sect, suppressed the thought, but still left a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if it was true? No one from the major families spoke up, and no one participated, for they were all worried that if the spirit stones were taken, their entire family would be sent to jail. I'll sign up. A ragged casual cultivator in the early stage of foundation building said that it has become increasingly difficult to earn spirit stones in the past 2 years. If it weren't for his family, he would have already prepared to leave his hometown. I'm signing up, too. A young man of about 17 or 18 raised his hand. He was not very talented, and all the major sects refused to accept him. But cultivation was his dream. What if it was true? I want to play games, too. The woman in the mending sackcloth hurriedly covered the little girl's mouth and apologized, "Please forgive me, my child is ignorant." The woman looked at Qin Yu in fear and trepidation. The public security in Beiwang City was in chaos, and even if a low-class person like him was killed in the street, no one would stand up for him. She was just a street sweeper on Beiwang Street. Her husband passed away a few years ago, so she had to work and take care of the girl at the same time. He didn't know who Qin Yu was, but he didn't even dare to think about getting a high-grade spirit stone. Even a low-grade spirit stone was out of his reach. As long as you sign up, it doesn't matter whether you are old or young. Since the little girl has signed up, she can participate. The woman didn't dare to refute Qin Yu and could only hold the little girl tightly, fearing that the little girl would speak without restraint. The little girl looked at the nervous woman, knowing that she had said the wrong thing, and she was afraid and nervous. Is there anyone else who signed up? I'll sign up. Pu Anqi pushed the crowd aside and said loudly. It was just a game, so winning or losing didn't matter. The clothes of several people were the same as those of Miao Chunru and others from Danxia sect. They looked like disciples of Danxia sect. Miao Chunru sneered. Pu Anqi, this idiot, actually believed in this ridiculous game. Pu Anqi and she have always been enemies, and she doesn't mind making fun of her afterwards. The crowd was silent. No one believed that one could earn 1,000 high-quality spirit stones by guessing the dice correctly, and they just thought Qin Yu was playing a trick on them. Someone shook his head and looked at the 4 people as if they were idiots. Registration is closed. Qin Yu shook the sieve. You can start guessing now. Big. The Foundation Establishment cultivator said casually. I guessed big too. The young man said decisively. Guess whether it's big or small, little girl. The little girl said timidly, little. Little. Pu Anqi followed up. Qin Yu opened the sieve and the dice showed 2 dots on the front. Congratulations, the two girls have successfully advanced to the second round. The casual cultivator and the young man did not show any grief after losing, and walked aside calmly. You two don't seem to care about winning or losing. The casual cultivator shook his head and said nonchalantly, I am just joining in for fun. I don't believe that the winner will really get the spirit stone. The young man gave the same answer, saying that he was only participating out of boredom. The two had no hope from the beginning, and they would not be disappointed if they failed. Qin still did not respond, as if he agreed with what the two said. Girls, there are only two of you left now. I'll continue to choose small. Pu Anqi raised his hand, feeling relaxed. He didn't feel nervous at all about betting 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. The girl can only choose the big one. Qin shook the sieve. Before opening the lid, I will give you a chance to choose. If you choose to withdraw now, you can directly take away 10 high-quality spirit stones. Will you give it to me immediately if I give up? Pu Anqi asked. She has reached the peak of the foundation building stage, and the sect only gives her 5 or 6 high-quality spirit stones a year. 10 spirit stones are her income for 2 years. I'll give it to you right away. Qin responded with a smile. The woman was terrified. 10 high-quality spirit stones were more valuable than her and her daughter's lives. She did not dare to speak out to choose the spirit stones. Then I will choose 10 top-grade spirit stones. Pu Anqi said decisively, with a rational smile on his face. She couldn't even think of getting 1,000 high-quality spirit stones, as only the sect master and a few elders could afford them. How could such a huge sum of money fall into his hands? Yuzhu gave her 10 high-quality spirit stones. Yuzhu took out 10 top-grade spirit stones and handed them to Pu Anqi. Pu Anqi's eyes widened as she looked at the 10 spiritual stones handed over and she screamed, "Give it to me." Okay, now the little girl automatically wins. Qin opened the lid and saw 3 little girls. What a pity, you should have been the winner. Qin said regretfully. Little girl, these 1,000 high-grade spirit stones are now yours. Yuzhu, give the spirit stone to the little girl. 1,000 high-quality spirit stones were piled into small white piles and placed in front of the woman and the little girl. No way, are you serious? That's 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Why didn't I participate? I'm such a fool. I missed a great opportunity. The crowd was in an uproar. Just by guessing the size, he earned 1,000 high-quality spirit stones? And the process was so simple that the little girl only guessed it once. The casual cultivator and the young man, who had been calm just now, had completely lost their composure. The casual cultivator slapped himself suddenly and asked, "Why didn't you guess smaller just now? That's 1,000 top-grade spirit stones." The young man's face was livid. He missed the opportunity to fulfill his dream, and missed it so easily. Pu Anqi's face turned pale. She guessed right. These 1,000 high-quality spirit stones should be hers. Pu Anqi looked at the 10 spirit stones in his hand in a daze, wondering what I was doing. She regretted why she gave up. Just now she was complacent and felt that she had made the right choice. The woman held the child and looked at the scene in disbelief. She was just a mortal who swept the floor. Spiritual stones had nothing to do with her. She would be satisfied with a few pieces of silver. Thump. The woman knelt on the ground immediately. She didn't dare to accept the treasure Qin gave her. She thought that the man was innocent but guilty of possessing the treasure. "Sir, I'm just a street sweeper. I dare not accept your spirit stones." The woman looked at the spirit stones in front of her as if they were snakes and scorpions. "Are you worried about safety? Don't worry, I will solve this worry for you." Qin looked at the city lord's mansion guards in the crowd. Tell Shan Yucheng that if there is any problem with the safety of mother and daughter, His Highness will personally settle the account with him. Yes, Your Highness. Qin Yu is the boss of Shanyu City. Since someone died, it is reasonable for Qin Yu to hold him accountable. Shanyu City, which has always looked down on Qin Yu, will not give Qin Yu this opportunity. After hearing Qin Yu's promise and the answer from the soldiers in the city lord's mansion, the woman suddenly felt like she was in a dream. Just a casual remark from a child made her go from a mortal who swept the floor to someone with wealth comparable to that of a Jindan stage cultivator. Thank you, sir. The woman and the little girl kowtowed to Qin Yu. You don't have to sweep the streets anymore. The little girl is 5 or 6 years old now. Find a private school for her. I will. The woman burst into tears. After her husband's death, her daughter became her psychological support. Your Highness. The crowd realized at the highness that the soldiers in the city lord's mansion had just called was only one highness in Beiwang City. Someone took a closer look and wondered if this was the greedy third prince. Qin Yu rode in a carriage that day, and many people had never seen him before. The major families also drew pictures of Qin Yu because of the Li family's affairs. No one saluted. After all, last time they threw rotten eggs and chased the convoy to curse. Beiwang Street was in a frenzy. The third prince came out to distribute his wealth. Your Highness, shall the game continue? No one mentioned Qin Yu's corruption, and everyone wanted Qin Yu to continue playing the game. Once you become rich overnight and someone is responsible for your safety, everyone thinks they will be the lucky one. A large group of people looked at the woman sweeping the floor with envy. With 1,000 high-quality spirit stones, their lives would be changed. The crowd on Beiwang Street was boiling, and people from nearby streets were attracted. There were circles of people surrounding Qin Yu. The game continues. The prize is still 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yu Zhu took out 1,000 high-quality spirit stones and placed them in front again. After the previous experience, no one who just witnessed it could resist the temptation. The disciples of Danxia sect and Chixing sect looked at their senior brothers and sisters with resentment. If they had signed up just now, perhaps the 1,000 high-grade spirit stones would have been theirs. Miao Chunru kept silent and was prepared to mock Pu Anqi later, but now she felt like a clown. When she heard Qin Yu say that the game should continue, she was the first to speak. Your Highness Qin Yu, I sign up. Your Highness the Third Prince, I'm signing up too. The disciples of the Red Star sect raised their hands high, pushed aside the crowd, and came to the front. Lord Gon, I sign up. Because there were too many people, the soldiers from the city lord's mansion who came to maintain law and order swallowed their saliva. Also raised his hand to sign up. 1,000 high-quality spirit stones are enough to change their fate. Ma Haoshuan, a captain of the city guards of the city lord's mansion and a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, was in the sky above Beiwang Street. The next second he appeared in front of the crowd. Your Highness Qin Yu, I wonder if I can participate. Ma Haoshuan asked. After all, 1,000 high-quality spirit stones was his half-year salary, and it was a considerable fortune for him. Of course. Qin Yu smiled, with a strange look in his eyes. The palace lacks high-end combat power. But there are too many people. In order not to waste time, I can only choose 10 people to participate. In order to make everyone more enthusiastic about the game, I decided to raise the price of spirit stones to 2,000 high-quality spirit stones. Yu Zhu once again took out 1,000 high-quality spirit stones and placed them out. The crowd was in an uproar, even the city guard Captain Ma Haoshuan swallowed his saliva. This is already his annual salary. After deducting the expenses of cultivation and raising the children in the family, there is not much left in a year. 2,000 high-quality spirit stones were undoubtedly a considerable sum of money for him. The family members who had just been watching coldly also raised their hands. We don't have a big grudge against the third prince, so why should we go against Lingshire? I think so too. I see that the third prince is becoming more and more friendly. We are all citizens of the dynasty. Ma Haoshuan looked at Qin Yu confidently. He believed that Qin Yu would give him the face to choose him. You. Qin Yu pointed at Fang Fei from the Red Star sect. Fang Fei was ecstatic. Once he got the 2,000 high-quality spirit stones, he would no longer have to worry about the resources for cultivating to the peak of the golden core. Thank you, Your Highness Qin Yu. You. Qin Yu pointed at the Danxia sect disciple next to Miao Chunru. Thank you, Your Highness Qin Yu. Qin Yu moved his fingers randomly. Except for the disciples of the Red Star sect who he had deliberately chosen, the others were chosen randomly. The 10 contestants lined up one after another. Ma Haoshuan felt a little embarrassed. Not only did Qin Yu not choose him, but he also did not choose any member of the city guards. He even chose family members instead of the city guards. The soldiers of the city guards were unhappy. After all, they helped Qin Yu deal with the Li family. All 10 of them were full of confidence and felt that they would definitely be the lucky one. This time, we will still guess the size, and the winner will advance. Qin Yu took out the sieve. In fact, guessing the points can determine the winner faster. But when there are only 2 results, guessing wrong will only make people feel a sense of disappointment, which can make people more excited. Qin Yu shook the sieve. 6 people guessed big, and 4 people guessed small. As long as it is not a tiebreaker, you can choose the size freely. 5 o'clock. Sorry, you are eliminated. Qin Yu looked at the 4 people with regret. The 4 of them looked depressed instantly, with regret in their eyes. They had clearly wanted to choose the big one. The size of the person chosen will be thought about back and forth in the mind, which will give people a feeling that I clearly want to choose another person. As for the winner, he looked relieved. Those who advanced included Fang Fei from the Red Star sect, a female disciple from the Danxia sect, and a member of the Qian family. As well as a casual cultivator with a full beard, a young woman dressed coolly and dusty, and a traveler wearing foreign clothes. Now I'm giving you a choice. Anyone who quits can receive 10 high-quality spirit stones. The young woman was instantly shaken. 10 high-quality spirit stones could redeem her from engaging in the flesh trade anymore. Your Highness, I am willing to withdraw. The casual cultivator thought about it and felt that 10 high-grade spirit stones were a huge sum of money for him, so he raised his hand to leave. After the prostitute took the spirit stone, she left in a hurry, and before leaving she looked back at Qin Yu. The wandering cultivator took the spirit stone and disappeared into Beiwang Street under the envious gaze of the crowd. The traveler looked hesitant, but when he thought of the 2,000 high-quality spirit stones, he chose to continue. Fang Fei, a female disciple of the Danxia sect and a member of the Qian family, came here for 2,000 high-quality spirit stones from the beginning, and no one chose to give up. The sieve shook and several people began to express their choices again. This time everyone was much more cautious, as they were only 2 pieces away from 2,000 high-quality spirit stones. Fang Feng's breathing was rapid. With this amount of spiritual stones, his cultivation level would be able to surpass that of his senior brother who had always suppressed him. He could also buy a large amount of materials to continue to improve his talisman carving skills. Miao Chunra murmured, "Don't hit it, don't hit it." If her junior sister obtained 2,000 high-quality spirit stones, it wouldn't take long for her to surpass him in cultivation. How would she then order her junior sister to do work? Small. A big number had already appeared in the last round, and the chance of a small number appearing this time was even greater, so the traveler decisively chose the small number. I choose the smaller one too. The Qian family member hesitated and finally chose one. Then I'll choose Xiao. Fang Fei thought about it. Xiao already had 2 people choose him. Even if he won, he still had to go through 2 rounds. But if Xiao won, he could eliminate 2 people. If the Danxia school was also chosen Xiao. I choose the bigger one too. The female disciple of Danxia sect chose the bigger one purely out of consideration for the sake of balance. Choose the smaller one. The traveler and the Qian family's children shouted loudly, and there was a look of fighting in each other's eyes. Fang Fei and the female disciples of the Danxia sect were petrified like stones. He couldn't believe that he had missed out on 2,000 high-quality spirit stones. Disuse. Qin Yu opened the lid and it was still 5 o'clock. It is big. Selected. The female disciple of Danxia sect covered her chest, feeling like her heart was about to jump out. The crowd watching also had their emotions fluctuating because of Qin Yu's move. It's 5 o'clock again. How can it be 5 o'clock again? The 2 were distracted and wanted to guess again. Congratulations to both of you for entering the final round. It is because of your Highness's selection that I have the opportunity to reach this point. Fang Fei's tone was full of respect, a reversal of his initial disdain. After all, the person in front of him will immediately give him 2,000 high-quality spirit stones. Fang Fei chose the older one, and the female disciples of the Danxia sect chose the younger one. Qin Yu spoke again, if you choose to withdraw this time, I can give you 200 high-grade spirit stones. Having a choice, then missing it, feeling upset and regretful, is more exciting. The 2 fell into deep thought. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones? What a huge fortune. Fang Fei's eyes were firm. Your Highness Qin Yu, I choose to continue. The female disciple of Danxia sect looked hesitant. She was actually a little tempted by the 200 high-grade spirit stones. But if he gave up, Fang Fei would automatically obtain 2,000 high-quality spirit stones, wouldn't he be at a loss? And if the result is smaller, she would be a big fool. Your Highness Qin Yu, I also choose to continue. Fang Fei's heart trembled. As expected, he still wanted 2,000 high-quality spirit stones. The answer is revealed below. The crowd stared at the sieve. This is the sieve that can determine the ownership of 2,000 high-quality spirit stones. Some people were breathing rapidly, as if they were participants. Yes, Xiao. Qin Yu did not keep anyone in suspense this time and opened the lid directly. One dot after another appeared in the air. Congratulations, now these 2,000 high-quality spirit stones are yours. You can say a few words and give a victory speech. The female disciple of Danxia sect looked dazed and walked to Qin Yu's side as if possessed by a spirit. I just came out with my senior sister to buy alchemy herbs. I never thought I would win 2,000 high-quality spirit stones. I feel like I'm dreaming. Okay, take the spirit stone that belongs to you. This is not a dream but a real thing. Qin Yu handed over the spirit stone. I made 2,000 spirit stones just by buying some herbs. Why don't I have this luck? I'm always at Beiwang Street, and this good thing didn't happen to me. Okay, the game is over. Qin Yu waved his hand. It's over. How can this kind of game be played every day? I'll never have this kind of opportunity again. Your Highness Qin Yu, can you play again? I haven't played yet. That's right, let's do it again. Qin Yu was in high spirits as he watched this scene. If the crowd did not react, his 3,000 high-grade spirit stones would have been wasted. Do you all like playing this game? Qin Yu asked deliberately. Yes, of course I do. Only idiots like this kind of game. Since everyone likes it, we will hold a small game every 7 days for the next 35 days. Every winner can get a spirit stone. The last game has a grand prize. Fang Fei was distraught, but when he heard Qin Yu say that they could continue playing the game, he decided to come back next time. Ma Haoshuan, the captain of the city guard, was angry but did not show it. Now that the results are out, I'm ready to leave. If Qin Yu were to choose someone, he would never be able to be selected in his lifetime. Captain Ma, please wait a moment. Your Highness, is there anything else you need me to do? Ma Haoshuan's tone was already a little impatient. Next, I plan to place the ultimate prize on Beiwang Street. I wonder if Ma Shao can serve as the guard. Don't worry, Your Highness. Beiwang Street is very close to the city lord's mansion. No one dares to steal things here. Besides, I am busy with official duties and cannot stay in Beiwang Street forever. What a pity. It seems I can only look for someone else. I originally wanted to hire Captain Ma for 1,000 high-grade spirit stones a day. After all, this is a job outside of official duties. How many? Ma Haoshuan spoke subconsciously. Not much, just 1,000 high-grade spirit stones a day. It's a pity that Captain Ma is busy with official duties. Qin Yu pretended to sigh and turned away, leaving Ma Haoshuan in a daze. At the same time, Cui Ting appeared pushing a cart wrapped in black cloth. In order to make everyone more enthusiastic about participating in the game, I think I will show you the ultimate prize first. Playing a small game can give you 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Will the ultimate prize be 5,000 high-grade spirit stones? I think it's more than that, at least 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Sand. Qin Yu pulled back the black cloth. The white spirit stones were piled up like a mountain, covering an area of nearly 20 square meters. The bombing crowd stopped instantly and stared blankly at the pile of spirit stones in front of them. This is 100,000 high-quality spirit stones, the ultimate grand prize. For the next 35 days, I will place him on Northview Street. After watching today's game, you should know that each of you has the potential to become his owner. Countless people fell into fantasy. Your Highness, no. Ma Haoshuan spoke out to stop him, saying that the temptation of 100,000 high-quality spirit stones was too great, and no one in the nascent soul stage could withstand such a temptation. Has Captain Ma agreed to protect everyone's ultimate prize? Qin Yu answered the question incorrectly. Ma Haoshuan smiled. 1,000 high-quality spirit stones a day would be 35,000 in 35 days. He would have to work for 175 years. How can I not get along with Lingshi? Your Highness is the Prince of Beiwang City. Haoshuan will obey your orders. It won't affect Captain Ma's other official duties, will it? Qin Yu asked with concern. Don't worry, Your Highness. There are still many capable people in the city guards. Moreover, doing your job is a public duty, and it is to protect every citizen who has a chance to get the spirit stone. I'm sure the city lord won't say anything. In that case, I'm sorry to trouble Captain Ma. Captain Ma has limited energy. If you don't mind, the city guards who are maintaining law and order today can come along. Of course, we won't let them work for nothing. They will be paid 10 high-quality spirit stones per day. Haoshuan thanks His Highness on behalf of the brothers. Okay, everyone go away. The game will continue in 7 days. The crowd still stared at the pile of spirit stones, fearing that someone would snatch them away. Qin Yu burst out laughing. Banksia Yuju, let's go back. Your Highness, we haven't recruited any soldiers yet. Why don't we give it a try now while we have so many people? No, we will not be allowed to recruit soldiers in front of the people in the future. Cui Ting was puzzled. Are you not going to recruit anymore? Your Highness, we are now heading back to the palace. Didn't you say you were going to look for a talisman master? Banksia asked curiously. Yuju vaguely knew what Qin Yu was controlling, but she didn't know his specific operations. I've found it. If I want them to do it willingly, I need a little encouragement. Stimulate? Banksia couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. After dark, the crowd on Beiwang Street increased instead of decreased, and dense crowds gathered on Beiwang Street. And Qin Yu's actions became the topic of conversation for countless people. The news quickly spread throughout Beiwang City and started to spread from Beiwang City. Some people were wondering why Qin Yu did this. Some people thought that Qin Yu had embezzled a lot of spirit stones and wanted to give them out in exchange for the people's forgiveness. This incident made the remaining 3 major families nervous, and they didn't know what Qin Yu was planning. He probably did this to win the hearts of the people. Patriarch Zhao said after thinking for a long time. We can't let him have it so easy. Once he succeeds in winning the support of the people, he will be free to deal with us. Then we will have no choice but to give up our interests or even compromise. For the 4 major families, the destruction of the Tianyu divine dynasty did not matter as long as the family prospered. At worst, I can move far away. Now that I have the spiritual stone, do I still have to worry about not being able to find my new hometown? How should we organize him? What if we imitate his game, said the head of the Qian family worriedly. Imitation, how to imitate? That's 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. How can you and I afford it unless we sell everything we have, said the head of the Sun family helplessly. Although they are a 1,000-year-old family, the consumption and expenses of their own members are also high. The heads of the Zhao, Qian and Sun families looked at each other in bewilderment. It's impossible to imitate. If you want to discredit someone, you can't find a way out since others are giving you money. Could it be that this is stolen money and everyone should not take it? Don't be ridiculous. In the path of spiritual practice, killing and robbing are common, not to mention petty corruption. No one will take it seriously. Several families suddenly felt powerless, as if they were hit by spiritual stones. The city lord Shan Yucheng picked up the teacup and took a sip with a confused look on his face, not noticing that the tea was still hot. However, this temperature was not enough to burn even the skin of his lips as he was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. He was puzzled as to what Qin Yu was trying to do. He just gave away all the spirit stones like that. Wouldn't it be nice to have a few private soldiers? 100,000 top-grade silver coins was his salary for 10 years. Now that the divine dynasty was in decline, he had not received his salary for several years. He was slightly tempted, but remembering that he had already offended Qin Yu, he suppressed the thought. He is a proud man, how could he bow down for a few pieces of silver? Qin Yu returned to the palace. Kong Zhou and his companions were already waiting at the door. Your Highness, I have already planned the general process of the sacrifice. I need you to review it and see if there is anything that needs to be improved. Kong Zhou handed over the sacrificial regulations. The sacrifices of the Tianyu divine dynasty are mainly to ancestors, heaven and earth. There is no such thing as sacrifices to gods. Conferring a title on the king and offering sacrifices. It can also be called a ceremony to worship ancestors. Qin Yu took over the rules and found that the process was not complicated, unlike the ancient sacrifices he had imagined. Everyone worships and then holds a dinner. No. The process is so simple, how can it show his style? Qin Yu decided to add some feudal dregs to Dongzhou. Playing music, firing cannons, beating drums, ringing bells, whisking, burning incense and the 3 offerings are all necessary. There are also the most annoying ones, namely, Tongzan and Inzan. Qin Yu added the sacrificial culture of the previous life to the charter. Kong Zhou was confused and had no idea what Qin Yu had written. Qin Yu explained the general content. Kong Zhou suddenly understood. Your Highness, this is too tedious and will take a lot of time. When worshipping our ancestors, the more elaborate it is, the better. This shows our respect for them. Yes, Your Highness. Kong Zhou took his leave. Although the process Qin Yu described was complicated, Kong Zhou felt it made sense. Sacrificial ceremonies were rare, so it was natural that they were a bit complicated. After Kong Zhou left, Qin Yu continued to study the mystery of the talisman paper. By carving the talisman on talisman paper, various powers can be unleashed. The difficulty of research is no less than the liquefaction of spiritual energy, and it is difficult to see results without several months. Qin Yu sighed, thinking that it would be great if he had a few students, so that he could let them do all the dirty work and just provide ideas. 7 days later, Qin Yu came out of seclusion in disgrace. But he figured out some tricks. Runes are a medium that can store the rune master's spiritual power and mental strength within the runes. When the rune is triggered, it can be activated instantly. As long as the printer is developed, how to refill the printer with spiritual power? And the mysterious mental power? Qin Yu had no idea and could only study it slowly. Huh, Your Highness, you look like a big cat. Yu Zhu laughed. He took out a set of clean clothes for Qin Yu to change into and wiped Qin Yu's face with a wrung-out towel. Xiar, I just need to use my spiritual power to shake it, and the dust will disperse. You don't need to wipe your face. Are you planning something bad to me? Qin Yu said jokingly. Your Highness, you are talking nonsense. Xiar just doesn't want to see Your Highness dirty. Penelia's little face turned red, and water could be squeezed out if you pinched it. Call Yuer, we're going to play games. Cui Teng had been waiting outside the door early. Now that no soldiers were being recruited, Cui Teng didn't know what to do except practicing. Beiwang Street was already crowded with people, and even the people of Nanmu City, the holy martial god dynasty across the river, were attracted here. Because of the congested streets, even temporary flying of swords in the air was allowed. In the big cities of the human race, flying with swords is generally prohibited, but today we have to make special arrangements. There are too many people. His Highness Qin Yu is here. As Qin Yu appeared, countless people looked at him. Some people wiped their tired eyes, with ecstasy in their eyes. It finally came. Since that day, many people have not left for the past 7 days. I was afraid that if I went out, I would never be able to enter Beiwang Street again. It seems that everyone likes playing games very much. In order to repay everyone's enthusiasm, I will hold more small games today so that more people will have the opportunity to get spirit stones. Your Highness Qin Yu is mighty. Although the crowd was crowded, they still made way for Qin Yu. Fang Fei from the Red Star sect was followed by a large group of disciples wearing the same clothes as him. There are more people in the Danxia sect. After all, there are real people who benefit from their sect. The female disciple of Danxia sect who obtained 2,000 high-quality spirit stones was surrounded by a large group of fellow disciples and became the core of the group. When you have money, people will come to depend on you and try to get a piece of the pie. When there are more people, they will gain momentum and thus have power. Although Dongzhou emphasizes strength, some basic rules must still be followed on the surface. Disciples from the Ziguang sect and the Ge Sword sect, which are also among the 4 top sects, also showed up. And foreign tourists wearing various costumes. Of course, this also includes a large number of people from the Shenggu divine dynasty. Qin Yu did not expel them, but was happy to see it happen. The development of a place requires people, and it would be better if it could attract a few geniuses. I don't know whether the Hehuan sect has arrived. Your Highness, basically all the major forces in Beiwang City have come, and many forces from Fengyang City, the second city of Ganlong, have also come. There are even more people coming from smaller cities. Hundreds of thousands of people have gathered near Beiwang Street, and the streets nearby are all occupied. Many people couldn't even see where Qin Yu was and could only listen to the news from outside. Captain Ma, thank you for your hard work. All the brothers in the city guards have also worked hard. Give them this week's pay. It's only been a week. Ma Haoshuan felt that he could not keep up with Qin Yu's train of thought. Normally it is paid monthly or after the task is completed. A full 7,000 top-grade spirit stones were handed over to Ma Haoshuan in full view of everyone. There are also 10 guards, each of whom has 70 high-quality spirit stones. Ma Haoshuan took it excitedly, but stopped talking. Qin Yu was always observing Ma Haoshuan's every move, so he naturally saw this scene. Captain Ma's sugar-coated bullets, how long can you resist? The city guards widened their eyes, unable to believe that what Captain Ma said was true. There are a lot more city guards maintaining law and order today than last time, with nearly half of the city guards deployed. The size of the team is not the same as the last time with 10 people. A group of people in the city guards were unhappy, and more people gathered on Beiwang Street. They had also been sent out to maintain law and order for a few days, but they didn't have a single spirit stone. The 10 of them had only arrived a few days earlier, but they already had 700 spirit stones. Qin Yu also knew it, but he was not prepared to give it. Active things cannot reflect the specific value of things. It's like a dog who gives a lot and is always looked down upon by women. Okay, the game continues. Giving spirit stones in public naturally has other purposes besides showing off financial strength. This time, Qin Yu prepared as many as 5 or 6 types of games. There are rock paper scissors, poker, pai gao, and even a lucky draw wheel. A large amount of spirit stones flowed like water. Every game involved tens of thousands of high-quality spirit stones. The spirit stones flowed out smoothly, as if the spirit stones in Qin Yu's hands were endless. A full 1,000 spirit stones were chosen for the lottery, and the amount of spirit stones varied depending on the size of the squares on the lottery wheel. There is $1, dozens, hundreds, and the prizes for more lottery can be thousands. A large number of people became rich overnight, and some people also made a small fortune. For example, if you scratch a ticket and there is only a grand prize of 1 million, and not even a small prize, it will be much less attractive to people. After all, winning the grand prize is a low-probability event. Okay, the game is over. See you in 7 days. Fang Fei from the Red Star sect and many other disciples were selected. Some of them made it, while others did not. As for Fang Fei, he still missed. He secretly regretted himself, am I so unlucky? I don't believe it, I will definitely win once. Your Highness Qin Yu. Ma Haoshuan bowed and saluted. Your Highness, Beiwang City is crowded with people right now. For your safety, I will escort you back to your residence. Thank you for your help. Qin Yu's tone was calm. There was a hint of disappointment in Ma Haoshuan's eyes. He had thought that as a nascent soul cultivator, he might be able to give Qin Yu some ideas. Under Ma Haoshuan's escort, Qin Yu returned to the mansion safely. Ma Haoshuan said goodbye and left, feeling unhappy. 1,000 high-quality spirit stones a day, such income allowed Ma Haoshuan to see opportunities for further advancement. After looking back at the palace, Ma Haoshuan left. 7 days, 7 days and 7 days. Soon it is the last 7-day small lottery. Qin Yu emerged from the laboratory. With Banksia Yuzhu, Teng Guanghua and 3 others went to Beiwang Street. Beiwang Street was crowded with people, and the ground was covered with dense crowds. There are more monks standing in the sky with swords. After several games, a large amount of spirit stones were sent out from Qin Yu's hands. Each time it was several thousand high-grade spirit stones, and in some cases it was as much as tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. The crowd automatically moved aside to make way for Qin Yu. This is the sponsor and no one dares to stop him. Fang Fei's eyes were bloodshot, like a gambler who had been fighting all night. I was selected every time, and every time I was just one step away. He felt both lucky and unlucky. It was like someone was deliberately playing a trick on him. Ma Haoshuan walked respectfully behind Qin Yu, looking around vigilantly. Anyone who dared to approach Qin Yu would be scolded by him. A 10-man team of the city guards blocked a path in front of Qin Yu. The city lord Shan Yucheng felt unhappy because these bastards were the city guards, not Qin Yu's private soldiers. But what's the difference between them and private soldiers now? Fortunately, there were only 10 people. If there were more, he would not be able to bear it. Yuer, give out the spirit stones. The first thing Qin Yu did every time he arrived was to give spirit stones to Ma Haoshuan and the team of 10. Ma Haoshuan bent his waist and respectfully took the 7,000 high-quality spirit stones. This scene was seen by everyone, but no one said that he was a sycophantic villain who had lost the character of a powerful nascent soul. It's too easy to earn spirit stones. How many spirit stones does His Highness Qin Yu have? Guarding the spirit stone pile, not far from the city lord's mansion, looking north to the city center. Who would dare to come here to steal spirit stones if they don't want to risk their life? Not to mention the 60,000 Tianyu soldiers stationed outside the city defense formation is daunting enough. What is the difference between the 7,000 high-quality spirit stones per week and picking them up for free? Snort. The soldiers of the city guard army who were responsible for maintaining law and order all had grim expressions on their faces. They all had the same job, maintaining law and order and protecting the spirit stones. But why should the 10 of them get 10 high-quality spirit stones every day? Almost all of the 8,000 city guards were mobilized to maintain law and order, but now they have nothing. Many people were dissatisfied with Qin Yu. The third prince's embezzled spiritual stones must have been squandered almost completely. At this rate, there won't be much left. He has been relying on spending money to buy people's hearts. Once he runs out of money, his stock will only fall further. The heads of the Zhao, Qian and Sun families were also observing this scene not far away. I'm afraid it won't be long before I'll be begging on the streets. Haha. I've never seen a prince begging for food. The heads of the 3 families communicated with each other, all looking forward to the day when Qin Yu would go bankrupt. Okay, let's continue the game. The rules of the game this time are simple. The military posture is set, whoever perseveres to the end wins. Contestants are not allowed to use their cultivation skills and must participate as mortals. Qin Yu had admired the willpower of those soldiers in his previous life. He stood for half an hour and felt sore all over, so he wanted to let the cultivators experience it as well. Comparing standing time, no one can do that. I can stand still for 3 days, no, I can stand still for 5 days. The action of standing is nothing for a strong and healthy cultivator. Even without any practice, he can accomplish it in 3 to 5 days. Fang Fei was not the only one with red eyes, but he was the most insane. They have seen others take away the spirit stones many times, and this time they must succeed. There is no limit on the number of participants this time, and everyone is free to participate. That means all of you can participate together. But only one winner can take away today's 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. The crowd was extremely excited. In the previous games, the maximum single prize was only 3,000, but this time it was directly up to 10,000. Now I'm going to tell you the rules of military posture. Those who don't want to participate can leave. There was a commotion of flying swords in the air, and they had no place to stand. I thought I had a good position, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to participate in the game. A group of people were looking for a place to stay. Dense crowds of people stood on the street. The heads of the Zhao, Qian and Sun families quietly withdrew. Although they would not participate, they had already sent their younger generations in advance. 10,000 high-quality spirit stones is a considerable amount for a family, so why not just stand there for a while? The game begins. From now on, whoever moves will be eliminated. Captain Ma kept an eye on them and immediately cleared anyone who broke the rules. Yes, Your Highness. Half an hour passed and no one moved. Qin Yu smiled. It seemed that they were in good health. If they were his classmates in military training in his previous life, they would have been sighing and groaning long ago, and those with poor physical fitness would have fainted. You will lose your right to speak. Stand straight. Those who hunch over will be disqualified. Qin Yu said this as he walked among the crowd. Shan Yucheng Shenshi, who had not paid attention for a while, took a quick look and found that hundreds of thousands of people were motionless and there was not even a sound of talking. You know, even the Tianyu army can't do this. Ma Haoshuan waved his hand, and some of his fingers trembled and his body bent as he was cleared away. Keep your legs together and feet together, toes aligned. Look straight ahead, arms hanging down, fingers bent. Following Qin Yu's command, hundreds of thousands of people moved together. Orders must be obeyed. Qin Yu walked among the crowd. Wen Bixuan, the lord of Nanmu City, was looking at them across the river and was shocked. When has a game been able to attract hundreds of thousands of people and execute the requirements so perfectly? The immortal cultivators fight against the heavens and against people. It is harder than ascending to heaven to make this group of people settle down. But now, hundreds of thousands of people, without even any training, have reached the point where orders are obeyed. If the Shungu army can achieve this, its combat effectiveness can be increased by more than 5 levels. 2 hours later. Hundreds of thousands of mortals were basically defeated and left Beiwang Street in despair. Only 2/3 of the monks were left. For a mortal, being able to hold out for 2 hours is already pretty good. My body is so sore. After stopping using spiritual power, the weaker monks also began to feel numbness in their bodies. If the intensity starts to increase. Qin Yu smiled sinisterly. It gives the contestants a chill. Suidong took out the wooden board. Ma Haoshuan waved his hand and countless wooden boards flew out and landed on everyone's heads. The board dropper failed. The sound of wooden boards falling could be heard from time to time. Qin Yu finally understood the instructor's happiness, and a smile was evident on his face. You guys stand there for now. I'll do it. Captain Ma, keep a close eye on it and make sure nothing slips through the net. Don't worry, Your Highness. No one can fish in troubled waters under my nose. Banksia brought out the armchair, and Qin Yu lay down on it, crying out in comfort. It's so comfortable lying down. Many people subconsciously turned to look at him. As a result, he was directly eliminated by Ma Haoshuan. Time passes by every second. Fang Fei, who hadn't slept for more than a month, had a dazed look in his eyes. Without using his spiritual power, he could hardly resist the sleepiness with his mortal body. Fang Fei bit his tongue with determination and cheered himself up. The next day, the number of people dropped sharply to 100,000. Without using any spiritual power, just pure physical strength, he stood stiffly for a whole day and night. Many people couldn't stand it and quit voluntarily, or quit because the hats on their heads fell off. On the 3rd day, 50,000 people. 20,000 people on the 4th day. There are still 3 days until the sacrificial ceremony. Kong Zhou walked through the crowd. The sacrifice had been prepared and invitations to guests from all sides had been sent out. But His Highness was still playing games, and the sacrificial ceremony could not be missed, so Kong Zhou had to rush to inform Qin Yu. Your Highness, there are only 3 days left until the sacrificial ceremony. If this goes on, I'm afraid it will take 7 days to decide the winner. Kong Zhou said worriedly, fearing that they would miss the time. Got it. Let them decide the winner today. Qin Yu had thought that the physical fitness of those who practice Taoism was far superior to that of ordinary people, but he did not expect it to be so much better. He had already achieved his goal, and there was no point in continuing. Cui Ting gave them strong medicine. Dozens of carriages wrapped in black cloth appeared from all directions. Raindrops fell from the sky. Your Highness, this rain is so sticky, like sugar water. A curtain of light covered the sky above Qin Yu. While it was raining, Ma Haoshuan did not forget to take care of Qin Yu. The black curtain was pulled back, and countless bees flew out from the sarong. The remaining 20,000 people trembled. It was such a cruel play. Qin Yu applauded and praised, everyone's willpower is beyond my imagination. In order to quickly determine the winner, I hope everyone likes this gift. The rest of the people kept cursing in their hearts, you call this a gift? Bees are the home of farmers. They are non-toxic and produce abundant honey. Dozens of cartloads of bees were released. Fortunately I gave up in advance, otherwise it would have been so painful. That's right. Fortunately, I twitched and pulled the board out. The remaining 20,000 people were covered with bees. There were only 1/5 of the female cultivators left, and they screamed loudly. The bees on their bodies were shaken to death by the spiritual power. It's so itchy. A large number of monks could not help but cover their faces with their hands and eventually lost their qualifications. 10,000 people were wiped out in this wave, leaving 10,000 people. It's too hard. I can't bear it. Those who withdraw now can take a high-quality spirit stone as a participation reward for you. A piece of top-grade spirit stone is also equivalent to 10 months' salary for a soldier in the early stage of Qi training. I quit. I'm quitting too. The person who was leaving just took a step and fell to the ground the next moment. Standing still for a long time made their bodies numb. I'm numb. You idiot can use your spiritual power now. Yes. The monk who fell down felt the numbness in his body disappear as his spiritual energy flowed. This time, a total of 5,000 people chose to withdraw. Many people's bodies had reached their limits. Even if they did not voluntarily withdraw, they would not be able to hold on for long. It would be better for them to get a high-quality spirit stone. Most of the remaining 5,000 people are strong people in the foundation establishment stage. There are also quite a few golden core stages, and there are only a dozen people left in the Qi condensation stage. Most of the powerful people in the foundation building pill stage came from all over the place, and among them there were even hundreds of citizens of the Shengwu divine dynasty. Persistence may not bring rewards, but giving up will definitely feel good. Qin Yu looked around and found that no one chose to give up. It was also a top-grade spirit stone and was not very attractive to the foundation establishment stage. These guys can probably resist. They stood still for 4 days without using their spiritual power. Look at that fellow Taoist in the Qi training stage. I have been observing him since the 2nd day. It's been the 4th day and he hasn't even blinked. It's really amazing. I was also observing him. Why did he roll his eyes? It seems like his eyeballs are dry. I don't know, maybe it's just his personal habit. The remaining dozen or so people in the Qi training stage were undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Among them, the sloppy man who rolled his eyes and did not move attracted the attention of most people. When the strong men in the foundation building pill stage heard that there was actually a Qi condensation stage, they gritted their teeth. If they lost to someone in the Qi condensation stage, where would they put their faces? The Red Star sect, Danxia school, Purple Light sect, GE Sword sect, all major families, and small and medium-sized forces all had people staying on the scene. Why has the Hehuan sect, as the extraordinary sect of Beiwang City, never shown up? Qin Yu had been looking forward to it for a long time, but the Hehuan sect was like a group of stay-at-home girls. 3 months had passed and he hadn't seen a single one of them. Your Highness, it is said that there is a problem within the Hehuan sect. The mountain gate has been closed half a year ago. People are not allowed to enter but are not allowed to leave. When Yuzhu was collecting intelligence, he naturally also learned about the Hehuan sect. Qin Yu murmured, find a chance to visit the Hehuan sect. I heard that the Hehuan sect has a simple and honest culture, and that the living room, kitchen, yard, and outdoors are all places for practicing. Qin Yu loves learning and is eager to learn this knowledge. Cui Teng, increase the intensity. Most of the remaining ones were a group of old men. Qin Yu was not very interested, and his goal had almost been achieved, so there was no point in continuing. Yes, Your Highness. Cui Teng clapped his hands. Dozens of carriages with pink gauze curtains appeared on both sides of the street. A pair of snow-white jade feet appeared from under the curtain. Look along the jade feet on line until there is no obstruction at the base. The curtain was gently pulled aside, revealing a woman wearing a pink translucent bra and a transparent gauze dress outside, looking around shyly. The woman was wearing light makeup, and her skin was white and rosy, like a fresh apple. Common. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard. It's Miss Lianqing, the top girl in Chunfeng Tower. Miss Lianqing has reached the peak of her foundation building skills. I heard that she is naturally charming and few men can resist her. I can't resist it, I can't resist it. I have fallen in love with him. Dozens of carriages started at the same time. A group of beautiful women got off the carriage, all dressed in thin and sexy clothes. You step out. Ma Haoshuan pointed at a man who was building his foundation and said. Captain Ma, I didn't move. The man cried out in protest. Look straight ahead. Look straight ahead. It was just a passing glance. And you. Ma Haoshuan called hundreds of people in a row. Although Miss Lianqing had seen big scenes and often used holes to control her penis, this was her first time in front of hundreds of thousands of people. I can't go out on field trips anymore. Dozens of other women gathered around Lianqing. The next moment they began to dance. But I happened to be next to someone taking part in the competition, so I had to turn my head to see him. That man was able to hold back from looking. It would definitely be abnormal if he didn't look. All men, young or old, acted as crotch-watching cats, which made people feel awe-inspiring. Who said that? Look at that fellow Qigong practitioner with white eyes. He is not moved at all. Many cultivators in the foundation building stage have already started calling the white-eyed cultivators in the Qi concentrating stage, fellow Taoists. This person is determined and his future achievements are limitless. If I had half the determination of Taoist Bai Yen, I might have already broken through to the golden core stage. The name of Taoist Bai Yen began to circulate among the crowd. Miao Chunru did not move at all, and was not moved by the beauty of the woman at all. However, when she thought about the strong enemy in the Qi training stage, she could not help but feel panicked. Ever since her junior sister obtained 2,000 high-quality spirit stones, all the junior brothers and sisters who usually followed her around abandoned her, and she became a lonely person. Miao Chunru gritted her teeth secretly, she was determined to get back what she had lost. Pu Anqi was right next to Miao Chunru. Her last withdrawal made her secretly determined to stick to it this time. The disciples of Ziguang sect and Ji Jian sect secretly groaned as they were warned by the elders of the sect before leaving. If the Danxia sect can get the prize money, you must get it too. Although the disciples of the Chixing sect did not get the prize money, they have also reached the finals many times. You must not lose face for the sect. If they lose face, they will have a hard time when they return. But they were chosen a few times before, and that one was eliminated in the first round. More than 1,000 people could not resist the temptation of eroticism and turned their heads away and were eliminated. It seems that the temptation of spiritual stones is greater than that of beautiful women. The top star of Chunfeng Tower still cannot attract everyone. There are still 3,000 people left. Only fellow Taoist Bai Yan is left in the Qi training stage. Others were unable to resist the temptation of her natural charm. Only the highlight is left. Pluck nose hair. This is the nightmare of those who stand at attention. 1 will burst into tears, 2 will shed tears, and 3 will have to give up. Ah, what are you doing? The female disciple of Ji Sword sect had tweezers inserted into her nostrils, and her psychological defenses collapsed instantly. This is a test, you are eliminated. Ma Haoshuan said nonchalantly. How could 100,000 high-quality spirit stones be so simple? Plucking nose hairs is also a test. The female disciple found it hard to accept. How could one pluck someone's nose hairs? Cut. Fang Fei sneered. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Let alone plucking my nose hairs, what's the harm in plucking out all the hair on my body? The female disciple of Ji Sword moved almost subconsciously. Guan Lanrua, the eldest sister of the Ji Sword sect, showed disdain on her face. It was common for people of the Sword sect to lose arms and legs when fighting with others. What was the point of mentioning just a few nose hairs? As a genius of the younger generation, his strength has already broken through the middle stage of the Golden Core, and he is the number 1 in the 4th generation of the Ji Sword sect. Unfortunately, the resources of the Ji Sword sect are limited. Although what she gets is more than her peers, it is still extremely limited. With these 100,000 top-grade items, she will be able to break through to the nascent soul stage in no time. Ah! Guan Lanrua's nose twitched and tears suddenly flowed down. Eliminated by speaking out. Ma Haoshuan walked towards the next one with an expressionless face. Guan Rulan's eyes were filled with shame. It was too embarrassing to make a sound in public. How could the third prince come up with such a disgusting idea? Ah! The sounds came one after another. All the members of the extreme sword sect were eliminated. Almost no one can lean on 3 without moving. The Ziguang sect disciple's body began to tremble as he looked at Ma Haoshuan approaching. The screams in front were really too scary. Give up. The disciples of Ziguang sect withdrew decisively. Miao Chunru tried to resist 3 of them, but unfortunately she still couldn't help sneezing. People were eliminated like crazy. Those contestants who have not plucked their nose hairs and withdraw now can take away 10 high-quality spirit stones. Quit. In an instant, 4,000 people withdrew from the total of more than 3,900 people, leaving only a dozen or so people. There are dozens of people in front who can hold on, so 10 high-quality spirit stones are more practical. $10 isn't bad. After all, I only stood there for a few days. It would take me half a year to earn these $10. Many monks comforted themselves. $50. Damn, if I had known I would have held out a little longer, the price would have gone up to 50 yuan in an instant. It's a loss, it's a loss. I'll quit. A few people thought about the choice for a while. $50 was enough for them to spend. If they persisted, they might get nothing. The Tianyu Divine Dynasty is truly wealthy. They have spent nearly hundreds of thousands of high-quality spirit stones this month. The Lord of Nanmu City said. Lord City Lord, although the third prince embezzled 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, if he continues to spend them, I'm afraid the spirit stones will soon run out. It would be a miracle if we don't find the bottom of the money anymore. According to the information he received, many of the spirit stones that Qin Yu embezzled were spent by him on some tricks. It seems that the third prince secretly hid some of it. After a few people withdrew again. The only ones left on the field were fellow Daoist Bai Yan, Fang Fei, 2 independent cultivators, 2 players from the Shengwu Divine Dynasty, and the small city lord from Ganlong. There are 7 people in total. All 7 were extremely determined. Chuiting took out a golden nettle branch from the storage ring, and the root was wrapped by Chuiting. Hoo-hoo. A heavy exhalation sound was heard. Oh my goodness, it's golden nettle. The toxicity of nettles accumulates and changes its color, cyan for the primary version, white for the intermediate version, red for the advanced version, and gold for the ultimate version. If this happens, even a strong person in the nascent soul stage will have to wail in bed for 2 days. Fortunately, nettles only cause itchy and uncomfortable sensations but are not life-threatening. Even if a mortal can only push through them, they will not suffer any physical harm. The few people who just quit felt that their decision was absolutely right. Even a nascent soul stage expert would not be able to stand still if touched by him. The 7 people were sweating profusely. Spiritual stones are important, but not everyone can endure the excruciating pain. The 2 independent cultivators withdrew decisively. They were just poor, but it was not necessary to this extent. A traveling monk said, none of the 7 of them could resist the golden nettle. I once traveled to the Yunmeng Divine Dynasty. I saw with my own eyes a late nascent soul strongman who rolled on the ground after being hit by a golden nettle, and even his skin was scratched. They both made the right choice. When the female monk's words reached the ears of several people, the 2 contestants from the Shengwu Divine Dynasty were frightened. They are in the Jindan stage, so forget it. The young city lord Ganlong also decisively withdrew. Finally, only 2 people were left. Taoist friend with white eyes. Fang Fei, the genius master of the Red Star sect. Brother Fang, this is already the 4th time you have entered the final showdown. It seems like this is the 5th time. Isn't this the 1,000-year-old second-in-command of the Red Star sect? Because Fang Fei made it to the finals many times but failed to win every time, he was nicknamed the Eternal Runner-Up. The discussion among the crowd made Fang Fei feel at ease. I'm not the Eternal Second, he gritted his teeth, determined that even if it hurts to death, he won't move. You too, are you really not going to retreat? If you wait until it sticks to you before you retreat, you'll be at a loss. Qin Yu persuaded earnestly. Brother Bai Yan is really amazing. He hasn't even blinked an eyelid until now. This person's determination is unprecedented in my life. By the way, does any of you know him? A group of people shook their heads. Could it be that he is from outside the area? He looks like a beggar begging for food at the city gate. Nonsense, Taoist Bai Yan is determined and has the aura of pursuing the Great Way, how could he be a beggar? The one who spoke was a young cultivator in the early stage of qi refining. He was so frightened by the powerful Jindan cultivator that he dared not speak. Chuiting held the wrapped nettle root and walked over carefully, fearing that he would get stuck. I'm sorry, fellow Daoist. After Chuiting finished speaking, he swept the nettle branch towards Fang Fei's arm. It's over. You can't regret it now. The poison will take effect in 5 seconds. He frowned as if he didn't want to see this scene. Chuiting also took the opportunity to glance at Taoist Bai Yan. The man with the white eyes had a calm expression, as if he had just been blown by the wind. Chuiting thought he had missed it just now, so he scanned it again. Still no response. It's so scary. Fellow Daoist Bai Yan, this can be recorded in the history of Dongzhou. This is the first person in history who had no reaction after being touched by golden nettles. Fang Fei was already sweating profusely at this moment, as if he had been drenched in the rain, with beads of sweat sliding down his cheeks. Fang Fei's eyes were bloodshot. He felt as if his forearm was being pricked by thousands of needles. The feeling traveled throughout my body as the venom traveled through my body. Every inch of skin feels burning and stinging. The onlookers covered their bodies, as if the pain was transmitted to them. Thump. Fang Fei narrowed his eyes and fell down. Go and help him up quickly, this is a genius talisman master. Don't let him get hurt. That's one of his game goals. At Qin Yu's urging, Cui Ting trotted over, helped Fang Fei up, and gave him the antidote. After Cui Ting passed some spiritual power to Fang Fei, he woke up. Thank you, Your Highness Qin Yu. Fang Fei bowed. The antidote for golden nettle requires the 5th grade elixir, Baijuan Dui Dan. The 5th grade pill is exclusive to the spirit transformation stage and is worth tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. The value is no less than today's prize. It's just a small favor. No need to be so polite. Qin Yu said calmly. Cui Ting complained in his heart that he was worried about it getting broken just now, but now his tone became cold. Fang Fei lowered his head and lost again. Qin Yu patted Fang Fei on the shoulder. You lost again, or you'd better stop playing. Qin Yu smiled meaningfully. Impossible, I will always win one game. Fang Fei said stubbornly. Qin Yu watched calmly, and it turned out that the gambler became more and more addicted the more he was persuaded. If you want him to continue, maybe he will stop. If you want him to stop gambling, that is not impossible. The ultimate prize must be mine. Fang Fei looked determined, believing that all the previous failures were accumulating luck for him. Then keep working on it. I've taken the bait. It looks like there's a gift. It's worth spending tens of thousands of spirit stones. Brother Bai Yan still has no reaction. This is the first time in my life that I have seen someone remain unmoved by the golden nettles. The traveler who had seen the Yuanying stage being tortured looked at the Taoist friend with white eyes in shock. He could not believe that a qi refining stage person could have stronger willpower than a Yuanying stage person. All the monks stood in awe and looked at Taoist Bai Yan silently. Fellow Taoist, you can go up on stage to receive your award. Ma Haoshuan also admired this kind of ruthless person and called him a fellow Taoist in the qi refining stage. It's really amazing. Fang Fei is convinced. Only those who have experienced it know the pain. It feels like the soul is being pricked by needles, but this person doesn't move at all. It's not unfair to lose to such a person. Fellow Taoist, you can receive your prize now. Ma Haoshuan shouted again when he saw that fellow Taoist Bai Yan did not respond. The more I look at him, the more he looks like a beggar at the city gate. Stop talking nonsense. Brother Bai Yan can't be a beggar. The man next to him said dissatisfiedly. Qin Yu smiled and gestured to Cui Ting. Cui Ting walked over to Bai Yan and whispered, Bai Yan, it's time to eat. The slovenly man who had been rolling his eyes suddenly woke up. Where is the meal ready? Oh, that hurts. The man with the white eyes rolled on the ground. Cui Ting took out the pill and gave it to him. The rolling man finally stopped. Go up and receive the prize, you win. Cui Ting urged. It's the beggar at the city gate. I heard that after he fell asleep, wild dogs tore off several pieces of his flesh, but he didn't wake up, except to call him to eat. I actually lost to a sleepy beggar. No wonder he kept rolling his eyes, he must have fallen asleep. Fang Fei's face turned green. This beggar was not afraid of pain at all, but his sleepiness overwhelmed the pain. Qin Yu smiled. It felt good to operate behind the scenes. He met this talent by chance. According to Bai Yan, he has loved sleeping since he was a child and could sleep for several days at a time. His parents thought he was sick and abandoned him when he was 3 years old. He has never practiced cultivation in the past 20 years. Every time he wakes up, his cultivation level will increase a little. After more than 20 years, he has now reached the peak of qi training. After Qin Yu heard this, he accepted him. The beggar staggered past Fang Fei and smiled at him. This smile made his face turn from green to black. The man with a roll of his eyes took the spirit stones with a smile on his face. He just heard that Prince Qin Yu was going to take a nap, but he didn't expect to win 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. From now on, you can sleep whenever you want and eat whenever you want. I will definitely win the last game. Fang Fei made a bold statement and turned to leave. Go back to the sect. Fang Fei left in a mighty manner with a large group of Red Star sect disciples. He needs to have a good rest and prepare for the game in 3 days. Wait a moment. Qin Yu called Fang Fei. The location of the ultimate grand prize game 3 days later will not be on Beiwang Street. More and more people are joining in. Your Highness has decided to set the venue for the game at Shitai Mountain outside the city. In addition to the final grand prize of 100,000 high-quality spirit stones, there will also be 5 grand prizes of 10,000 spirit stones, 50 grand prizes of 1,000 spirit stones, 500 grand prizes of 1, and 5,000 grand prizes of 100 spirit stones. The grand prize is 300,000 high-quality spirit stones. Everyone is welcome to participate. The crowd fell silent. Not to mention the current Beiwang city, even before the spiritual veins were exhausted, the annual tax revenue was only a few 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. Your Highness is mighty. King Gon is mighty. The uniform shouts resounded through the sky, echoed in Beiwang city, crossed the river and reached Nanmu city. The people went completely crazy, constantly watching the people around them getting rich, making them feel that they would be the next. The news spread quickly. Throughout the Ganlong region, cultivators from cities large and small began to rush to Beiwang city. The third prince has gone crazy. After this game, he will become the first vassal to go bankrupt. The heads of the Zhao, Qian and Sun families were happier than anyone else. King Gon, who had no spirit stones in his hands, posed less of a threat to them. Let's go to Beitai Mountain. Qin Yu was going to go see how effective the arrangement of the sacrificial site was. Wait a minute, Your Highness. Hundreds of city guards blocked Qin Yu's way. What do you want from me? Qin Yu said in silence, as if he didn't take them seriously. But in the eyes of the city guards, it was not pleasant, because Qin Yu was obviously kind and generous to the team of 10 people. Your Highness, we are all here to maintain order and protect Your Highness's spirit stone prize. Why do they have 10 high-quality spirit stones every day for 10 people, while we have nothing? What is worrying is not the scarcity but the inequality. Everyone did the same work, but the 10 of them earned a lot of money, while he earned nothing. Look at my memory. Yuer will give them each 300 spirit stones. Qin Yu slapped his head, as if he hadn't remembered it. The city guards were overjoyed. His Highness was indeed generous. He asked for 300 high-quality spirit stones per person. Yuer was holding the spirit stone and was about to hand it to the city guards. Wait a moment. Qin Yu suddenly stopped him with an unfriendly tone. Why should I give you spirit stones? It is your duty to protect order. Who has ever heard of giving spirit stones for doing one's duty? The leading city guard saw the spirit stones that were about to be taken back and said in a hurry, but it is also their duty. Snort. Qin Yu snorted coldly. The 10 of them took the initiative to help me protect the spirit stone, so they are my people. It is reasonable for me to give them the spirit stone. Are you my people? Qin Yu said this and left with a flick of his sleeves, leaving behind a group of city guards looking at each other in bewilderment. The foot of Beitai Mountain is isolated by an isolation formation, making it impossible to peek at the top of the mountain. Kong Zhou felt that if it was to shock people, it certainly couldn't be shown in advance. Just as Qin Yu was visiting the sacrificial site. The imperial city of Tianyu Divine Dynasty. The golden dragon of luck grew to 30 feet long that day. It began to grow gradually, and now it is 35 meters long, like a growing young dragon, full of vitality. We still haven't found the reason for the revival of the golden dragon of fortune. Emperor Qin knocked on the dragon throne and asked. Prime Minister Tang Ling replied, Your Majesty, investigations have been launched in various places, and no abnormalities have been found. Your Majesty, maybe it's some peerless master who has joined the Tianyu Divine Dynasty. Wei Zheng said. The Qin Emperor shook his head. The spiritual energy in Dongzhou is thin and the resources are limited, which is far inferior to that in the north, west and south. The strongest is at the peak of the God transformation stage. Once he breaks through the God transformation stage, he needs to leave. Otherwise, the vast resources required by a powerful being above the level of a god would be enough to bring down an entire divine dynasty. Forget it. Since the golden dragon of luck is growing, it proves to be beneficial to the Tianyu Divine Dynasty. There is no need to look for it deliberately. Emperor Qin believed that if he could increase the fortune of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty, an extraordinary being would appear sooner or later. Third Prince, the ceremony of crowning the king will be held soon. Who do you think is the most suitable person to go? As a vassal king, Qin Yu would naturally be sent by the court to congratulate him on the ancestral worship ceremony. The ministers looked at each other and no one spoke. Qin Yu's reputation is now terrible, and Ganlong is remote, so no one is willing to go. Father, I am willing to go. As the eldest brother, it is only right and reasonable for my third brother to have a successful career, so I need to go and congratulate him as well. Prince Qin Ming volunteered. Qin Ming always felt that as the eldest brother, he needed to take care of his younger brothers and sisters. But he was powerless to do anything about Qin Yu being demoted to Ganlong, and he blamed himself for this for many days. Ganlong is located in the northwest, where the law is chaotic and there are too many lawless evil cultivators. Your Highness, how can you take risks with your precious life? Wei Zheng advised. What Dr. Wei said is absolutely right. How can your Highness go to the desolate place of Ganlong? Since Wei Zheng impeached Qin Yu, he has been the most powerful person in the court, and every time he speaks, there are officials who agree with him. Then, Wei Qing, who do you think is suitable to go? The Qin Emperor's voice came faintly. Wei Zheng did not notice the strange tone of the Emperor Qin. I think we can just send officials from the Ministry of Rites to congratulate him. In every dynasty, officials from the Ministry of Rites were sent to visit kings and offer sacrifices. Your Majesty, why not let the Minister of Revenue Luo Ni make amends for his crime and go to congratulate on behalf of the court? Prime Minister Tang Ling said. This old brother has dedicated hundreds of years to Tianyu, and is still in prison at his old age. Tang Ling cannot bear it. Prime Minister, Minister Luo has made a serious mistake. How can simply congratulating him offset it? Wei Zheng hastily retorted. Luani was guilty of a heinous crime and was exiled to Ganlong. The Emperor of Qin changed his statement. Ganlong is close to the Shenggu dynasty, and with the old Prime Minister around, it will be a great help to Qin Yu. Some thoughtful ministers realized that the Emperor Qin was deliberately sending a strong man to Qin Yu. Although the old minister Luo Ni is only in the nascent soul stage, he has stayed at the peak of the nascent soul stage for hundreds of years. He is also a top fighter among the same level. Except for the God transformation stage, few people can match him. In addition to the imperial court, the city lords of various regions also set out one after another. Even though the spiritual veins were exhausted and life in each region was difficult, they hated Qin Yu's actions. They can be crowned as kings and offered sacrifices, and according to custom, the city lords of their various domains need to go and congratulate. A corrupt prince is not worthy of our congratulations. Marueji, the mayor of Binhai City in Kangxiu-si, said dissatisfiedly. The Kangxiu-si area is adjacent to the East China Sea, and Binhai City is built along the sea. With the rich marine resources of the East China Sea, the waters of Kang region have always been the second richest area after the Qin Emperor's area. Even if the veins are exhausted, there are still abundant marine resources in the East China Sea, which has shown signs of surpassing the Qinhuang domain to become the richest domain. I am a prince. I have a good father and a good mother. Yu Shao, the lord of Dashui City, a neighbor of Binhai City, was also very dissatisfied and spoke in a sarcastic tone. They dedicated their whole lives to Tianyu, but they were just city lords. However, Qin Yu made a big mistake and was still a vassal king. The city lords of each region cursed as they walked. Those spirit stones are taxes paid by various domains. The spiritual veins are exhausted and people's livelihood is declining. Nowadays, conflicts and casualties often occur when collecting taxes. But it was squandered by Qin Yu. It is difficult for the city lords of each domain to say anything good about Qin Yu. The various dynasties affiliated with the Tianyu divine dynasty also sent representatives to participate in Qin Yu's coronation ceremony. People from all sides began to rush to Ganlong. Seventh sister, do we really have to go find third brother? If our father finds out, we will be beaten. The eighth prince said sincerely. He didn't want to be beaten. Don't be afraid, eighth brother. I won't beat you to death even if I hit you. There will be countless delicious foods for us to eat when we find third brother. You can choose between a beating and delicious food. Shao Qi crossed his arms and glanced at Xiao Ba. The eighth prince's eyes rolled around, thinking of the delicious food. He had not yet drunk the happy water that his third brother mentioned. Beat me if you want. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. My father will never beat me to death. Seventh sister, let's go find third brother. A hint of pride flashed across Xiaoqi's mouth. When the truth was revealed, he would say that it was his eighth brother who wanted to go. Third brother always said that I was stupid, but I was obviously very smart. Emperor Qin looked at the two people sneaking out of the city, sighed and did not stop them. Old man Bing, who had not left the imperial city for many years, finally left the imperial city after a long absence. If my daughter hadn't died, she would have been a beautiful lady now. Old man Bing sighed and disappeared. There is still one day left before the coronation ceremony. The Lord of Binhai City and the Lord of Dashui City, who set out first, have arrived at Beiwang City on a flying boat. Go tell the soldiers at the city gate that Binhai City and Dashui City are visiting. Report to the city lord, there is no one at the city gate. No one? How could there be no one at the city gate of Ganlong's capital? Binhai City Lord Marueji swept his spiritual sense and found that the city gate was empty, without even a soldier guarding the city. He was immediately annoyed. Let's go in and ask the Lord of Beiwang City what he is doing. This is a border city and the city gates are unmanned. The dereliction of duty has reached such an extent. The group entered the city gate and saw a deserted street. Not only were all the shops closed, but there were no pedestrians on the street. The Lord of Binhai City and the Lord of Dashui City changed their expressions drastically. Did something happen in Beiwang City? The two looked at each other, not caring about the ban on flying, and flew into the city to release their spiritual consciousness. The divine consciousness continued to spread, but the city was still empty. The two of them became more and more nervous. Could it be that the Shengwu divine dynasty was attacking Beiwang City? Who dares to release spiritual consciousness in Beiwang City? A scolding came from the city lord's mansion. A terrifying aura enveloped the two of them. Marueji, Yu Shao, why are you two releasing your spiritual consciousness in the city? Shan Yucheng's voice was heard. Why release spiritual consciousness? The two of them were also so angry that they laughed. Marueji asked, why has Beiwang City become an empty city? Where have all the people in the city gone? Shanyu City, you'd better give a reasonable explanation. The two men were on the verge of a fight. If Shan Yucheng dared to harm the people, they would risk their lives to kill him today. Beiwang City has tens of millions of people. How dare this bastard do this? Shan Yucheng cannot escape blame for the disappearance of so many people. Oh, you mean these common people? Shan Yucheng said calmly, revealing a sense of dissatisfaction. They all left the city and went to Beitai Mountain. Beitai Mountain? Isn't this the place where the third prince was crowned king and worshipped? How could this corrupt prince have such appeal to get millions of people to participate in the ceremony of enthroning him as king? And the sacrifice will also be held tomorrow? Two city lords, I was sent by your highness to receive you. Please forgive me for being late. Mo bowed and apologized. Kong Zhou's original plan was to have his highness receive the guests in the city and then go to Beitai Mountain together. But the prince went to visit Beitai Mountain and has not left for the past 2 days. He said that the altar built by Kong Zhou was almost not ready and needed to be renovated. Even the people in the city all left the city. Now in Beiwang City, except Shan Yucheng, there are probably few living people. It was Kong Zhou who felt that something was not right, so he asked his highness for instructions before letting him come. Just you. Knowing that the people in the city were safe, the two city lords felt relieved. But then he became unhappy. After all, they were the city lords, and they actually sent a guard to receive him. Snort. The two of them snorted coldly. The third prince is so arrogant. Not only did he not come to greet us in person, but he doesn't even know basic etiquette. As the lords of the capital city, they govern the lords of the small and medium-sized cities below them, and in name they are also the lords of an area. Qin Yu should have welcomed them, especially since they were guests coming from afar. Mo smiled bitterly. As a guard at the peak of the foundation building stage, he had never thought that one day he would have to receive the almighty lord of the capital city. Lord City Lord, the restaurant has been arranged. You can stay here for 1 night. When the other city lords arrive tomorrow, I will lead the other city lords to the north platform. The two city lords, who were already dissatisfied with Qin Yu, had faces as black as ash. Okay, I'll go find Prince Gon and ask for an explanation tomorrow. The anger of the two people has reached the edge of exploding. No need, we can just stay on the flying boat. We can't afford to stay in an inn. Mo did not stop him, but was glad that there were many inns in Beiwang City now, but there were no waiters. The innkeeper and the waiter have all left the city. Outside the city, the disciples of Saint Taichu, Chachushue, and Wu Zian, came one after another. The amiable lord of Dasui City of Binhai City bumped into each other head-on, but they did not know each other. Mo turned around and prepared to go to a city gate, where a flying boat had arrived. Senior sister, if you tell the third prince in front of everyone that the master does not want him as a disciple, I'm afraid he will never be able to face anyone again. Wu Zian had been holding a grudge against Qin Yu for injuring him that day, and he could finally use this opportunity to vent his hatred. The two entered the city. The two of them widened their eyes. Where are the people? The city gate, which was once very prosperous and bustling with people coming and going, now became desolate. There was no one in sight, only the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. Chachushue and Wu Zian looked at each other and thought they had come to the wrong place. The two ran along the street towards Prince Gon's mansion. You can never see a single person. It's a ghost. Is Beiwang City haunted? The two looked at the closed door of Prince Gon's mansion and found that there was still no one there. What should I do, senior sister? Look everywhere to see if there is anyone alive. Cha Chushue didn't believe that there would be no one in such a big city like Beiwang. The city lords of various regions arrived in Beiwang City one after another. When he saw the empty Beiwang City, he was stunned at first, and then he became furious. Mozwa kept smiling apologetically. He can't afford to offend any of these city lords. Your Highness has offended so many city lords. How will this end? Mozwa was worried, but His Highness was not worried at all and said that they would not be angry. But now they were more than just angry, they were furious and almost beat him up. In the evening, Tianyu's affiliated kingdoms also arrived one after another. After receiving the guests, Mozwa felt exhausted. Beitai Mountain. Qin Yu looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Your Highness, I heard that Beiwang City has become a mess, and hundreds of forces are clamoring for you to give an explanation. I'll give them a satisfactory explanation. Qin Yu waved his hand. Notify them to arrive on time tomorrow morning. Beitai Mountain is still isolated by the formation and cannot be spied on by the outside world. At this time, at the foot of Beitai Mountain, there was a dense crowd of people that seemed to have no end in sight. That is because Beitai Mountain is very large, otherwise so many people would not be able to fit in. Qin Yu's prizes were generous, often worth thousands or even tens of thousands of high-quality spirit stones, which was too tempting for the people of Beiwang City. Being able to get spirit stones by playing games has never happened in Dongzhou's history, so you can imagine how attractive it is to them. Dawn breaks daybreak. A new day begins. In front of the crowd, dozens of piles of spirit stones were piled on a high platform. There is a sign on each pile, special prize, first prize, and second prize. The people of Dongzhou didn't know what it meant, but the amount of spirit stones in each pile was different, and everyone knew that the more the better. The special prize is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Go get a piece of cloth and cover the spirit stone. Qin Yu ordered. Many city lords will be arriving soon, so we can't show off our wealth too much. Boom boom. The end of the horizon. A flying boat that blocked out the sky and the sun came speeding over, stirring up the clouds. The word Binhai is engraved on the hull of the flying boat. A pink energy wave covered the ship. As the second city of Tianyu, Binhai City has a developed economy, rich resources from the sea, and wealthy people. The flying boat is also the most luxurious. The Lord of Binhai City stood at the front of the flying boat with a gloomy face. He became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it that night. I will let Qin Yu know the consequences of offending him later. Following the coastal city is the big water city. What is this dark mass? The Lord of Binhai City saw the huge crowd at the foot of Beitai Mountain from afar. The Lord of Binhai City has arrived. When he got closer, the Lord of Binhai City was shocked to find that all those people were densely packed together. Is the third prince's appeal so terrifying that he actually attracted all the people in the city? He had been operating in Binhai for hundreds of years, but he was unable to achieve this, so he called on the people of the entire city. The third prince has only been here for 3 months. 3 months in Dongzhou passed in the blink of an eye. Many city lords haven't even sorted out their local affairs. Although he was shocked, the Lord of Binhai City was still ready to get angry. Wu Ziyan sneered as he mixed in the crowd. He and his senior sister learned about it from the city lords yesterday. Qin Yu is already in Beitai Mountain and has sent a personal guard to greet them. Today, all the city lords are going to ask Qin Yu for an explanation. Wu Zian felt happy just thinking about the scene of being asked for an explanation by hundreds of city lords and the kingdom. Qin Yu is in trouble now. He has been troubled by his own city lord. I'm afraid it will be difficult to start the sacrifice today. When he is cornered by various forces, we will come forward to tell him that our master has rejected him, adding fuel to the fire. Cha Chushua sneered. Listen to senior sister. The major families in Beiwang City also received the news and were ready to laugh at Qin Yu's joke. The heads of the Zhao, Qian and Sun families felt extremely happy when they saw the Lord of Binhai City suppressing his anger. Welcome, welcome. Please forgive me for being late. Qin Yu greeted him with a smile at the foot of the mountain. Snort. The Lord of Binhai City raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly, ready to get angry. You tear. Qin Yu waved his hand and shouted, Come here, bring the gift up. Gift? The guests also have gifts, aren't they all gifts given by the guests? The Lord of Binhai City also prepared a generous gift, but because of what happened yesterday, he didn't want to give it out. Lord City Lord, this is a small gift from His Highness. Chen Wen handed over a storage ring. Chen Wen was still hesitant, wondering if a small gift could calm the anger of the city lords. For today's sacrificial ceremony, Qin Yu called back all the guards who produced the machines and the three sisters who looked after the production of spirit stones. Oh. No, I still have to ask him for an explanation. The Lord of Binhai City showed his displeasure on his face again. Qin Yu's sudden gift almost disrupted his plans. What kind of great gift can a poor Ganlong give? The Lord of Binhai City took a quick look with his spiritual sense and his face twitched. Haha. The Lord of Binhai City laughed. You are too polite, third prince. No, you should call me Prince Gan. Prince Gan is very busy. We can just come by ourselves. How can such a grown-up person get lost? Wu Zian looked puzzled. What was going on? What about asking for an explanation? The Lord of Dasui City stumbled as soon as he got off the flying boat. Didn't he say he wanted to ask Qin Yu for an explanation? What's going on with the Lord of Binhai City smiling so happily? The Lord of Dasui City sneered. It seemed that Marueji, who had always hated evil and was not afraid of power, had also lost his integrity in front of the third prince. The Lord of Dasui City looked serious. It seemed that he had to look to me for help. Wu Zian felt relieved when he saw the serious Lord of Dasui City. It is impossible for everyone to be bribed by a small gift from you. Your Highness Qin Yu, I have something that requires a reasonable explanation from you. The Lord of Dasui City said as he walked. Lord of Dasui City, this is a small gift that His Highness prepared for you. The Lord of Dasui City sneered. As the city lord who controls an area, he has nothing, and yet someone wants to bribe him with a small gift. After a quick sweep of his spiritual sense, the Lord of Dasui City coughed twice in embarrassment. Ahem. Hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. His Highness Qin Yu is indeed a handsome man, and has quite a bit of the charm of your majesty in his youth. The serious Lord of Dasui City laughed. This scene stunned the people around, and they all speculated what gift His Highness had prepared. Wu Zian was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Couldn't these bastards have a bit of integrity? They were bribed by a small gift. Each of the city lords behind came in anger and stood aside with a smile. There wasn't even a stool, but they still had smiles on their faces. Chen Wen and his personal guards were also curious about what kind of gifts could make these people smile. It was the first time that the three sisters saw these high and mighty city lords being so easy to talk to. Except for the city lord who was unable to leave due to official business, a total of more than 70 city lords were present, as well as the affiliated kingdoms and all the large and small forces of Ganlong City. There are many people now and the time is ripe. Brother, it's time to step forward. Wu Ziyan sneered, yes, senior sister. All forces have arrived, and this is the best time to embarrass Qin Yu. With the help of the guests, it won't take long for this news to spread throughout the Tianyu divine dynasty. The Taichu Holy Land has come together to congratulate His Highness Qin Yu. Cha Chushue and Wu Ziyan walked out of the crowd. Kick them out. Qin Yu did not hesitate. He didn't care who it was who committed the crime in his house. Fang Zhoutong and her two siblings took action instantly, and Ma Haoshuan did not hesitate either. The Holy Land is out of reach, but His Highness said that it was a military order and he only needed to execute it. Wait a moment. Cha Chushue said hurriedly. She didn't expect that Qin Yu, this bastard, was so decisive and showed no mercy to the people from the Holy Land. This time we are here on behalf of our master and the Taichu Holy Land. Aren't you afraid of becoming enemies with the Taichu Holy Land? Cha Chushue threatened. The city lords had just accepted Qin Yu's small gifts and had developed a favorable impression of him. They all gave advice and remonstrance. Your Highness Qin Yu, the Taichu Holy Land is very powerful and should not be provoked. The Lord of Binhai City also advised, Your Highness, even if it was the Tianyu divine dynasty in its heyday, it would not dare to make enemies with the Taichu Holy Land. No matter what the grudges are, it is better to leave a way out. The Holy Lord Taichu accepted Qin Yu only because Emperor Qin promised him great benefits, and the Holy Lord Taichu reluctantly agreed to accept him. Openly driving away the disciples of Taichu Holy Land in such an occasion shows that the hatred is out in the open. So what about the Taichu Holy Land? Blast it out for me? Qin Yu said indifferently. Qin Yu, don't forget that you and your master still have a master-disciple agreement. Everyone was shocked, as they didn't know this inside story. After all, Emperor Qin used the back door to get the Holy Lord Taichu to accept Qin Yu, so naturally he didn't make a big fuss about it. Few people knew about this. Get started. Qin Yu was already impatient. That day, Banksia was worried that he would offend the Holy Lord Taichu, so she picked up the envelope that Qin Yu had torn in half. Qin Yu already knew the contents of the letter. Now of course he doesn't care about this master who wants to abandon him. Ma Haoshuan's nascent soul left his body, and his pressure was directly approaching Cha Chushue and the others. The gap in strength between the Jindan stage and the Yuanying stage is like a chasm. Even the proud son of heaven, Cha Chushue, could not resist, and the two of them quickly retreated. Qin Yu, you forced me to do this. Please come, master. Cha Chushue had the spiritual clone given by the Holy Lord Taichu on him, which came in handy at this moment. A terrifying black shadow emerged from Cha Chushue's body. Dark shadows blocked out the sunlight, and a suffocating pressure swept over the north platform. Although the Holy Lord of the beginning was only a clone, his appearance was clear. He had a full face of white mane and a pair of phoenix eyes, which looked gloomy. The cultivation level of the Holy Lord Taichu is so high that his strength has already reached the half-step refining void realm. Even if it is just a split of his spiritual consciousness, he has the strength of the late stage of transformation of the spirit. Cha Chu clasped his hands together, his face full of grievances, reporting to Master, today His Majesty Qin Yu is holding a ceremony to crown the king, and we brothers and sisters are here to congratulate him on your orders, but His Majesty Qin Yu wants to expel us without explanation. I even boasted that the Taichu Holy Land can do nothing to me. Is this true? The Holy Lord Taichu looked at Qin Yuji with a questioning tone. Yes. Qin Yu was not afraid. You ignorant boy, I will give you a chance. Kowtow to me 3 times and let you pay me a sum of spirit stones, and I will let this go. Who the hell are you? Are you worthy of me, His Highness, kowtow to you? Qin Yu said sarcastically. After knowing the purpose of the Holy Lord Taichu, Qin Yu had no intention of giving him face. How dare you? Do you think Qin Wentian can protect you? The current Tianyu divine dynasty is nothing but a crumbling building. The Holy Lord Taichu was furious that he was scolded in public by an ignorant child, who said he was nothing. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since anyone had spoken to him. The Holy Lord Taichu raised his hand, and the fearful pressure was like a pillar of heaven pressing down on his head. Ma Haoshuan, Chen Wen, and Fang Zhoutong, who were protecting Qin Yu, instantly started bleeding from all 7 orifices. Banksia Yuzhu stared at the terrifying pressure and stood in front of Qin Yu. The 500 guards knew they were no match for the enemy, but they still drew their swords. The Lord of Binhai City knew that he was no match for the Holy Lord Taichu, but this was the Tianyu divine dynasty, and Qin Yu was not only a prince but also gave him a small gift. Saint Lord Taichu, do you want to attack the prince of our dynasty in Tianyu divine dynasty? More than 70 city lords in the nascent soul stage also questioned one after another. They mainly consider the overall situation, not just the small gifts. Taichu sneered. Now he could openly refuse to accept Qin Yu, and no one would say that he did so because the Tianyu divine dynasty could not provide spirit stones. Qin Yu does not distinguish between superiors and inferiors, and has no respect for teachers and elders. The agreement between Emperor Qin and me is invalid. You are not worthy of being my disciple. You sent me a letter last time just to refuse me from becoming your disciple. Why do you have to make it so pompous? Qin Yu did not give the Holy Lord Taichu any face at all. You. The Holy Lord Taichu choked with anger. Didn't he say that he tore up the envelope? It seems that the Tianyu divine dynasty is determined to be the enemy of Taichu. Then today I want to see if these nascent soul wastes can be saved. Stop. Shan Yucheng stopped the Holy Lord Taichu. Although he looked down on Qin Yu, he couldn't just leave him alone. Go away, no one can stop me today. In the first chapter, the Holy Lord of Taichu defeated Fei Shan Yucheng. Shan Yucheng disappeared from sight like a cannonball. Today, let alone the city lord, even if Qin Wentian was here, he would teach this ignorant child who does not know his place a lesson. Wu Ziyan was so happy that he had better slap Qin Yu to death. The 3 families of Zhao, Qian, and Sun were extremely happy to see this scene. If Qin Yu died, Beiwang City could return to its original situation. Li Jiadao is still in jail, and his connections with the court have been ineffective. It is said that he was deliberately suppressed. Boom. The Holy Lord Taichu finished his words. The void shook, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Thousands of people trembled and looked at the sky in horror. There were ripples in the calm air. The Holy Lord Taichu was also attracted by the sudden scene. Hundreds of city lords watched with vigilance as the cracks in the void continued to be opened in the air. A giant spaceship with a length of 1,000 meters sailed out of the crack. The flying boat is engraved with the word Dakian. Just 2 words exuded a terrifying coercion, making people afraid to look directly at it. The top 3 divine dynasties in Dongzhou are the Dakian divine dynasty. On the bow of the airship, a middle-aged man with black hair like a waterfall looked straight at him with a pair of vertical pupils like a dragon and an eagle. Behind the middle-aged man, there are 3 young people, 2 women and 1 man. Old man, if you dare to touch my nephew, I will send troops to Taichu immediately. Terrifying pressure erupted from the middle-aged man, approaching Holy Lord Taichu. It's the Generalissimo Qian Longhu of the Dakian dynasty. The Lord of Binhai City said. Shan Yucheng, who was shot dozens of kilometers away, was left with qi and blood boiling, his orifices bleeding, and dozens of bones broken. He was almost killed by just a casual slap from the Holy Lord Taichu. But he had to rush back. Qin Yu couldn't die. If he died, Emperor Qin would definitely fall into madness, and Tianyu would definitely be caught in the flames of war. Nephew. Qin looked confused. He couldn't be my nephew, right? The masculine aura of Eagle Eye collided with the Holy Lord Taichu. Dark clouds rolled over the city, and even the sunlight dimmed a bit. Dacian Divine Dynasty wants to stand up for Tianyu Divine Dynasty? Holy Lord Taichu asked. The declining Tianyu was being watched by countless people, and to come forward now was tantamount to standing on the opposite side of Dongzhou. Tianyu is not worthy of this handsome man. I am here today to congratulate my nephew. The Holy Lord Taichu knew that Qin Yu's biological mother was the princess of Dacian, but because of this, Dacian also broke with Tianyu, and he never expected that he would stand up for this descendant. The Holy Lord Taichu was just a clone, and there was nothing he could do about it at the peak of Qianlonggu's transformation into a god. You can't always protect him. Sooner or later, I will settle the score with him. The Holy Lord Taichu waved his hand and took the two of them, Cha Chushue and Wu Zian. As soon as Holy Lord Taichu left, the people at the foot of the mountain relaxed from the huge pressure. Although the Holy Lord Taichu released his pressure, he did not dare to harm ordinary people. There are tens of millions of people here, including a large number of mortals. Once he causes too many deaths of mortals, even if the Holy Lord Taichu is powerful, there will be no place for him. Don't kill mortals on a large scale. This is the consensus that Dongzhou has reached for countless years. Violators will be punished together. This is the oath of heaven made by the ancestors of each divine dynasty. This useless thing actually became a vassal king. I've met Marshal Qian. Tianyu's major city lords handed over their hands. Qianlonghu is Marshal Qian and the vanguard general who resists the demon clan in the northern territory. The major city lords watched Qianlonghu teach Qin without making a sound. Qianlonghu had been dealing with the demon clan all year round. He had a strong and fiery personality and would take action if he disagreed with him. Besides, it was natural for the uncle to teach his nephew a lesson, so they couldn't say much. Qin looked embarrassed. The man sounded like he was his uncle, but he had never even heard of him. It seems that Qin Wentian has never told you about me, the same damn bastard who caused my sister. Forget it. Qin didn't say anything. His uncle scolded his father. It was hard for him, a junior, to interrupt. I heard that you arrived in Qianlong. Your grandfather was worried that you lacked resources, so he sent me over to give you some spiritual stones. Uncle, I actually don't lack spiritual stones. Although Qin felt strange, the blood connection in Qianlonghu's heart felt concern. Qin still let out a cry. And this is a big thigh. Now that he has offended the Holy Lord Taichu, he still needs his uncle to work hard for his nephew. I have heard about your situation. How many spiritual stones do you have? Qianlonghu looked disdainful and waved his hand, and hundreds of people came down from the flying boat carrying boxes. There are all kinds of precious spiritual herbs, elixirs, and weapons, with a total value of 300,000 to 400,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Come here and say hello to your cousin. Qianlonghu has one son and two daughters. The eldest son is half a year younger than Qin, and the other two daughters are 2 years younger and 4 years younger. I've met my cousin. The three of them spoke calmly, with a trace of disdain flashing in the corners of their eyes. The Tianyu Divine Dynasty was already at the bottom of the pack in Dongzhou, but now his spiritual veins were still drying up, and his cousin had been demoted to a place where such a bird had nothing to do. In the eyes of the three of them, he was just a poor relative. If the emperor hadn't suddenly mentioned it, they wouldn't have known he had a cousin. Qin thought about meeting him for the first time, and since this cheap uncle had helped him a lot, he had to give his cousin a chance to meet him. The Qianlonggu statue saw Qin thoughts and interrupted, let's sacrifice first, and we will talk about it after the ceremony is over. That's fine. In his haste, he didn't prepare any gifts. He would wait until the sacrifice was over. Uncle Luo hasn't arrived yet? Xiaoqi rested his elbows on the edge of the airship and rested his face on his palms. The seventh princess will be here soon. Luo Shangshu said helplessly. He had asked this question no less than 100 times in the past 2 days. They were able to arrive on time, but encountered a storm flow on the way. If it hadn't been for the help of Old Man Bing in the dark, they would have been blown away by the storm current. I really want to see third brother. Xiaoqi hasn't seen third brother for 3 months. Xiaoqi looked melancholy, looking at the yellow sand on the ground under the flying boat. Does third brother live in a place like this? There are no flowers or grass. The northwest is desolate and full of Gobi deserts. Luo and I never thought that he would die in the desolate northwest one day. The Qin emperor had ordered him not to return. He didn't have many years to live, which meant he would die in a foreign land. I only hope that before I die, I can see the prosperous scene that His Highness you described. Everyone can practice Taoism without worrying about resources. Found a school, provide free education, and anyone with talent can enroll. His Highness Qin Yu also promised that he would be the first principal and his name would go down in history. Luo and I smiled tremblingly, but now he was just a banished prisoner. If everyone could cultivate immortality, how great would the Tianyu divine dynasty grow? Such scenes only existed in ancient times with vague records. In ancient times, spiritual energy was abundant, and anyone with talent could practice it. But one day, the spiritual energy suddenly became thin, and there was no record of this period of history, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. When Luo and I was young, he had explored the reason for the thin spiritual energy. He always felt that it was man-made. Unfortunately, for various reasons, he did not continue to explore. This has always been an unsolved mystery in his heart. We're here, there are so many people. Xiaoqi shouted happily, pointing at Beitai Mountain. Seventh sister, are we going to see third brother? Will there be ice cream? The eighth prince licked his lips. He hadn't had ice cream for several months. Not only is there ice cream, but there's also happy water and milk tea. Xiaoqi pinched the eighth prince's chubby little face and said excitedly. The eighth prince wiped his saliva. He had never tasted happy water milk tea, but the name sounded delicious. Luo and I thought about it and thought, it's great to be young. On the day of departure, he did not see the 2 people, and the 2 little guys only came out of the cabin the next day. I don't know what means he used to avoid detection. At this time, guests had already started giving gifts at the foot of Beitai Mountain. The people at the foot of the mountain roared excitedly, having already forgotten how they had just trembled in fear under the pressure of the Holy Lord of Taichu. After all, the lucky draw will take place after the ceremony. Thousands of people will win prizes soon, and there will be many big prizes among them. Once they win the prize, they will have the opportunity to become immortals and change their class. The city lords suddenly felt uncomfortable because they had a bad impression of Qin Yu, and everyone prepared a small gift. Now Qin Yu came up with a heavy little gift, how could they take it out? Forget it, just add this little gift in, otherwise it would be too shabby. The city lords communicated privately and all agreed to send the small gifts together with the gifts they had prepared. This time, I didn't get angry and returned the gift. A group of city lords felt that they had been tricked by Qin Yu. That's all. The third prince was originally assigned to Qianlong, but he didn't have many spiritual stones in his hands, so he thought he was helping the poor. There are 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones in the storage ring. You must know that most of these city lords are in the early stage of nascent soul. Their annual salary is only 1,000, and their annual salary is 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Qin Yu gave them a year or two's salary when he came up, and no matter how angry he was, he just didn't welcome them and even scolded them. The ceremony is completed. Except for the generous gifts from Qian Longu, the other gifts are not of high value. It can be said that etiquette is light but affection is high. Let's start the lottery. Following Qin Yu's announcement, tens of millions of people roared loudly. Isn't that why they came here early? Lottery? Many city lords looked confused. Is there a lottery process for the king's sacrifice? Call. The black cloth on the pile of spiritual stones was torn apart. Piles of spiritual stones of different sizes were placed on the elevated platform. Ho ho ho. Even if you have seen it before, it is still exciting to see it again. The people are shouting and the scene is very lively. Qian Longhu frowned. He had led troops for many years and his methods were extraordinary. The soldiers under his command did not worship him so much. If the soldiers on the battlefield had this kind of madness, their overall combat effectiveness would be increased by 50%. This is no longer a simple call. The major city lords were fascinated. There are many city lords with reputation and charisma, but there are very few who may make the people worship them crazy. Qin Yu pressed his palm, and the noisy crowd fell silent instantly. It is like a 100-meter-high wave that suddenly turns into a calm lake. It seems that the military posture test has begun to show results. The idea of obedience has been initially implanted in the minds of the people. Qin Yu was very satisfied. Today's recruitment should be completed smoothly. Everyone already knows the prize. In order to give everyone a chance to obtain spirit stones, this time we will conduct a lottery. Everyone has one chance, it all depends on luck. 100 huge lottery boxes were lined up. There was a note with the prize in the box. Are these spirit stones all prizes? The Lord of Dasui City swallowed his saliva. The largest pile contained 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. Yes, as long as you draw the note with the words "Special Prize" written on it, you can take away 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. The breathing of the city lords became heavy. No wonder the people were so excited. Even for city lords like them, it was difficult to resist the temptation of 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. And you just need to draw the paper. Qin Yu is planning to return the embezzled spirit stones to the people in this way. The city lords have changed their views on Qin Yu a lot. It is okay for a young man to make mistakes. Mainly, they want to participate too. A city lord asked, "Can we join in, too?" Yes, can we join in? Not only the city lord was tempted, but also the representatives of the major kingdoms. They were also court ministers in their kingdoms, but 100,000 high-quality spirit stones were beyond their reach. Some large and small sects and families have already blended into the crowd. Of course, anyone can participate. The more people who participate, the better, as the number of prizes remains the same. Each person can only touch one slip of paper. Start lining up now. There are 500 guards, and each of them is responsible for 2 boxes. I won. Some people were ecstatic when they saw 4 big words written on their notes, and they thought they had won the lottery. Those who won, come and claim your prize. Chen Wan is in charge of distributing the prizes. Chen Wan took the note. Thank you for your patronage. You didn't win this one. Thank you for your patronage, which means I'll come back next time. Ah. Those who thought they had won the lottery fell from heaven to the bottom of the valley. Haha. This misunderstanding made the group of people laugh, and they secretly prayed that they would not be selected to thank you for your patronage. Mine is thank you for your patronage. Mine too. The person who drew the thank you for patronage sign broke down and cried. I don't want to patronize. The 4 words, thank you for your patronage, spread among the crowd like a spell, and everyone tried to avoid them. Third brother, third brother. Xiao Qi waved his arms excitedly on the flying boat. What a lively scene. Is this gone long? It was the first time for Xiao Qi to see so many people gathered together. Seventh sister. Qin Yu was surprised that this guy who liked to stick to him every day actually came to gone long. If we were to ask who Qin Yu likes the most, seventh sister would undoubtedly be one of them. Third brother. Xiao Qi jumped off the flying boat, ran over and jumped on Qin Yu. Third brother, Xiao Qi misses you so much. After saying that, she rubbed Qin Yu's cheek affectionately. Are you missing me, or are you missing delicious food? Hee, I want both. Okay, come down now. Banksia looked at Xiao Qi with envy. He also wanted to hang on his highness like this. Seventh sister. The 8th prince looked innocent. How could he get down from such a high place? Did seventh sister forget about him? Luo and I laughed and said, it's great to be young. He picked up the 8th prince and got off the flying boat. I won the 3rd prize. A cultivator in the qi refining stage laughed wildly and ran towards Chen Wen with a note in his hand. Master Chen. The qi refining cultivator carefully handed over the note. Yes, it's the 3rd prize. 100 high-quality spirit stones. Take them. The qi refining cultivator took the 100 high-grade spirit stones with trembling hands. The qi refining cultivator suddenly started crying and bowed to Qin Yu. Thank you, Your Highness Qin Yu. He was a casual cultivator in the early stage of qi refining, but he actually had the chance to obtain 100 high-quality spirit stones in his lifetime. He worked as a waiter in a restaurant and only earned 4 or 5 low-grade spirit stones a month. With this amount of spiritual stones, his son and daughter might be able to break through to the foundation building stage and no longer be at the lowest level. I also won the 4th prize. A mortal laughed. A kiss on the note. Although the 4th prize was only 10 high-quality spirit stones, it was still a huge sum of money for a mortal like him. He will never earn that much in his life. Every winner shouted loudly, as if saying goodbye to his past life. However, some are happy while others are sad. Among tens of millions of people, only more than 5,000 may win the prize, and the winning rate is 5 in 10,000. It can be said to be very low. This is also an opportunity for the lower-class people who have never seen hope. Because these winners are people he knows in real life, which makes him believe that he also has a chance to win. I'll try drawing one too. The Lord of Binhai City was eager to try. This kind of lottery model was the first time he had seen it. The Lord of Binhai City cut in line and took one. The paper strip was folded. Come. A group of city lords gathered around, wanting to see if the Lord of Binhai City had won the prize. The note opened. Thank you for your patronage. The Binhai City lord's face fell immediately. I hate these 4 words. It was indeed fair and just, even the Lord of Binhai City didn't win. After seeing this scene, many people respected Qin Yu even more. A group of city lords and kingdom representatives ran over and drew a piece of paper. All of them are saying thank you for your patronage. A group of city lords and kingdom representatives all looked downcast and started cursing, damn it, thank you for your patronage. The lottery is still going on, and big prizes are constantly being drawn. I won first prize. Finally, the first prize, the grand prize of 10,000 spirit stones, was announced. It's the eldest brother Qi Ling from the Qixing sect. Qi Ling was excited and shared his happiness with his fellow disciples. Qi Fei, who was not far away, looked at the "thank you for your patronage" in his hand with a dark face. Suddenly, I felt dizzy. Why? Why? The eldest senior brother not only surpassed him in cultivation, but also in the lottery. While your own failure is painful, your friend's success is even harder to accept. He still keeps suppressing his senior brother. Chi Fei looked ashen. This was the last game, and his reputation as the runner-up for 1,000 years was confirmed. He is the biggest loser. Junior brother, did you win? Qi Ling killed someone and broke his heart, and even after winning the jackpot, he still asked Qi Fei. Qi Fei's reputation of always coming in second in every game has long spread throughout the Chixing sect. Seeing Qi Fei's livid face, Qi Ling knew that he had missed. It doesn't matter, I'm second. Qi Ling shook the first prize note and said deliberately. Qi Fei couldn't stand the stimulation, so he ran away and sulked. Qi Ling now has 10,000 high-quality spirit stones, which means that there will be no shortage of resources in the short term, and the gap between them will become larger and larger. Although he is known as a genius talisman master, he has not practiced for long and cannot catch up with Qi Ling. The winner left secretly. Those who didn't win looked at the people behind them in despair. Seeing that many people still didn't win, I felt a little relieved. Master, isn't it a bit of a pipe dream to expect to prolong the life of the sect by winning the lottery? Besides this, Master, do you have any other solution? The old man turned his head away when he heard this. If he could earn spirit stones, why would he shamelessly give up the position of sect leader? The two were whispering among the crowd drawing the lottery. The one called the clan leader was a teenager of 15 or 16. The one called master was an old man in his 60s or 70s. The young man got angry whenever he thought about it. The sect had gone bankrupt and was about to close down. But his master didn't want the sect to end in his hands, so he lied that he had been injured in his youth and was about to die, and passed the position of sect leader to him. He took over the position of sect leader in great grief, but his master was becoming more and more energetic and did not look injured at all. Finally, he couldn't hide it anymore and told the truth. Now they both talk about their own things, one is called the leader and the other is called the master. Stop bragging and smoke now. The guard impatiently drew out a piece of paper and threw it to the young leader. The young sect leader wanted to touch it himself, but seeing the impatient look of his guard, he picked up the note and walked away. What's so fierce about it? The young sect leader muttered to himself and carefully opened the note. If he didn't win the prize, he couldn't think of any other way to earn spirit stones. Thank you for your patronage. The lottery turned out to be unreliable, and the young clan leader threw the note away in anger. The old man came over and said earnestly, "Young man, don't think about getting something for nothing. You've lost all the money you spent on the trip here." The old man calmly opened the note. Special prize. Ah! The old man suddenly yelled and stared at the note with wide eyes. I won the special prize. Everyone looked at the old man, who quickly covered his mouth and sighed inwardly, oh no. But his subconscious excitement made him yell out accidentally. The young clan leader snatched the note and took a look. It was indeed the special prize. The young sect leader and the old master took the storage rings filled with spirit stones. The body couldn't stop shaking. Really, give it to me. A representative of the kingdom said curiously that it would be fine to give some small prizes, but that was 100,000 high-quality spirit stones. How could it be false? Your Highness is a man of his word. He is fair and just and never lies to anyone. Chen Wen replied proudly. The special prize was taken away, and there was wailing at the scene. The remaining first and second prizes were also drawn one after another. Some people laughed out loud, while others looked dazed and depressed. It is so difficult to change class. They may never encounter such an opportunity in their lifetime. Cui Teng looked at the distraught people, but what he was thinking about was recruiting soldiers. His Highness said that he would recruit soldiers through the game, but now the game is over and he hasn't even talked about recruiting soldiers. Ahem. Qin Yu lowered his voice and said, "This game is over. Congratulations to everyone who won the prize. Your Highness Qin Yu, will there be this game again in the future?" "Yes, Your Highness Qin Yu, will it be held again in the future?" Those who didn't win looked at Qin Yu one after another, with expectations in their eyes. Winning a prize is nothing less than an opportunity. It is safer than risking their lives to collect heavenly materials and treasures in dangerous places. No one wants to hang their head on their belt. The game is over. The people were devastated. Even if they spent hundreds of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones on a game, how many people could hold such a game? Waste. Qian Longhu said angrily that hundreds of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones could cultivate a powerful army. What's the difference between spending time playing games and wasting time? The city lords also had this feeling. Although Qin Yu's original intention might be good, it was indeed a waste to play it this way. The current Tianyu divine dynasty was extremely short of spirit stones. Qin Yu looked at the sad people and smiled slyly. However, such activities will be held from time to time in the palace in the future. Really? Of course it's true. Your Highness never lies. But they are not from the palace. I really envy the Ghan Palace for having such a prince. Countless people looked at the guards, with undisguised envy in their eyes. The 500 guards were suddenly stared at by so many people with envious eyes. Suddenly, I felt a sense of pride. Since I left the imperial city, I was either scolded or pelted with eggs. I even caused a riot in Ganlong and almost got beaten. At this moment they felt proud, as if His Highness would not let them down. They raised their heads and looked proudly at the people who had insulted and thrown rotten eggs at them. I remember His Highness Qin Yu was recruiting soldiers some time ago, right on Beiwang Street. Is this true? Of course it's true. The man didn't say something. At that time, he was disdainful and said that the Ganwang mansion would never be able to recruit soldiers. Now he actually began to envy those who entered the Ganwang mansion. Your Highness Qin Yu, are you still recruiting soldiers? I, a humble man, have the strength of the initial stage of foundation building. The palace has a limited staffing, and I haven't asked about it for a long time, so I don't know if it's full. If you have any ideas, you can ask my personal guards. Cui Teng. Your Highness, we are still recruiting, but the number of places is limited, only for the foundation establishment stage. Cui Teng was pounding in his heart, but he hadn't been able to recruit Qi before. If you are willing to come, accept it. After Qin Yu finished speaking, the crowd went crazy. Me. I am in the foundation building stage. Among the tens of millions of people, there are many strong people who build the foundation pill. He rushed towards Cui Teng crazily, fearing that if he was late, his spot would be gone. Thousands of monks rushed over, and Cui Teng subconsciously took a few steps back. Your Highness, you are truly a man of God. Now we are not worried about not being able to recruit people, but we are worried about not having enough places. Qian Longhu has been in charge of soldiers for many years, and this is the first time he has seen numerous foundation building experts who desperately signed up for the qualifications to serve as soldiers. The armies of various countries in Dongzhou mainly focus on Qi training. There are also all foundation building stage armies, but they are elites from various countries, and their numbers are limited. The city lords were also shrewd people and they immediately realized that Qin Yu was using games to arouse people's desires. The seriously injured Shan Yucheng did not approach Qin Yu. He was the most shocked person. He knew that when Qin Yu first came to Beiwang City 3 months ago, he was despised by the people and even caused a riot, causing the people to attack him. Of course he knew how to recruit soldiers, and in half a month he only fooled a few idiots from remote areas. But now, just a mere game can make the people who hated him no longer hate him. He was also praised by the people of Beiwang City for being fair and just and giving them hope. There is also an endless stream of people willing to join him. It was the first time in his life that he had seen people scrambling to sign up for the army, and all this was just because of a game. Shan Yucheng felt like he had misjudged the person. The city lords who were able to control an area were all shrewd people, so they naturally saw through the tricks of Qin Yu's game. The way they looked at Qin Yu changed. He was indeed the guy who could deceive the Minister of Revenue and embezzle 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. He is very shrewd and has many shady tricks. It's just such a waste. Hundreds of thousands of spirit stones are not a small number. Qin Yu ignored it. A few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones were just a drizzle. Hopefully they don't bite their tongues later. Begin the mountain sacrifice. After the lottery was over, Kong Zhou shouted loudly. The light curtain that had been covering Beitai Mountain slowly opened. According to the sacrificial rules, they need to walk from the bottom of the mountain to the top. Just when the light curtain opened, a group of city lords widened their eyes, and some even rubbed their eyes continuously, thinking they had seen it wrong. Inhumane. This. The Lord of Binhai City spoke tremblingly. The second city of Tianyu Divine Dynasty, in charge of Binhai City, which is second only to the imperial city in terms of prosperity, the Lord has seen all kinds of luxurious scenes. But he was still so shocked that he couldn't speak. A road stretching from the bottom of the mountain to the top is paved with spiritual stone bricks. As big as bricks, all made of top-quality spirit stone bricks. A spiritual stone brick is almost equivalent to the size of 10 standard spiritual stones. You should know that the salary of the nascent soul stage is settled in top-grade spirit stones, and now his salary is laid out at his feet. It is like a person who earns 3,000 yuan a month walking on a road covered with 100 yuan bills. The monthly salary of an early nascent soul cultivator is no more than 100 high-grade spirit stones, but now a flight of stairs is paved with nearly 100 high-grade spirit bricks. One step was equivalent to his 10-month salary. From the bottom of the mountain to the top, Beitai Mountain is 1,000 meters high. If we count 9 steps per meter, wouldn't that mean there are 9,000 extra steps? This staircase is his salary for 7,500 years. No wonder he spent hundreds of thousands of high-quality spirit stones without blinking an eye. Compared with this, they are just hundreds of thousands of hairs. The reactions of the major city lords were even worse than that of the Binhai city lord. What a waste! What a waste! These are all top-grade spirit stones. How many spirit stones are needed to pave this road? Asked the Lord of Dasui City with his eyes wide open. Not much, just 9 million high-quality spirit stones. Qin Yu added with a smile. Only 9 million high-quality spirit stones. Are you talking human language? The Lord of Dasui City felt that his heart was not feeling well and he had difficulty breathing. Qian Longhu had just thought that what Qin Yu said was that he had no shortage of spiritual stones, and that it was a good-looking statement, but now it seems that what he said was the truth. 9 million high-grade spiritual stones was an astronomical sum for him. The man and 2 women following Qian Longhu felt that their worldview was exploded. Didn't they say that Hao Tianyu was poor and Qianlong was barren? The representative of the kingdom sneaked aside and began to use the communication jade pendant to send messages to various countries. The Tianyu Divine Dynasty's spiritual veins have dried up, tax revenue has plummeted, and many affiliated kingdoms have begun to waver on whether to continue to rely on the Tianyu Divine Dynasty. Some have even already contacted their next seller. Seeing this scene, representatives from various countries were not calm. To get millions of high-grade spiritual stones, Tianyu Divine Dynasty is definitely not as difficult as it seems. The light curtain completely dispersed. The people at the foot of the mountain also saw this scene, and the monks who were rushing to sign up stopped. The sound of swallowing saliva continued. This is like a working man who suddenly sees a mysterious big country that collects more than 20 trillion in taxes a year and now putting 2 trillion in bills in front of them. This excitement is 100 times more exciting than their first time as adults. The monks who had just been watching and thought that they would lose their freedom if they joined Prince Gon's palace, now tried their best to squeeze towards Chuiteng. If they cannot join Prince Gon's mansion today, they will feel worse than death. There were a large number of civilians, including many spies from various countries, who all secretly used communication jade pendants to begin transmitting messages. Third brother, how did you become so rich? Did you steal spiritual stones from the national treasury again? Shao Qi looked suspicious. The national treasury is not as rich as your third brother. No one refuted this statement. With the current treasury of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty, even the spirit-eating rats would starve to death. Let's start climbing. Qin Yu said lightly. Unpretentious pretense only makes sense. Buying some valuable rare items is not as exciting as this. Just like a gold brick pavement worth 1 billion, and an antique vase worth 1 billion, the former is obviously more exciting. A group of people started climbing. Qin Yu walked in the front, followed by Qian Longhu, the major city lords, and representatives from various countries followed in turn. For the city lord, 1,000 steps can be climbed by lifting his legs. But they walked carefully, and every step was close to their salary for more than half a year. Qin Yu stepped up the last step. Appear on the top of the mountain. Qian Longhu followed closely behind. The spiritual stone steps really shocked him a lot, but he had also seen the big world and quickly regained his composure. Qian Longhu stopped just when he was about to take the last step. Qian Longhu stared straight ahead. Uncle won't leave anymore. Qin Yu asked knowingly. Nephew, isn't this too extravagant and wasteful? Qian Longhu had a face full of pain. It was so shocking that he couldn't help but feel pain. This was the first time he had seen it. Uncle, as future generations, we must be sincere in offering sacrifices to our ancestors. It stopped like this. The person behind him asked dissatisfiedly as he was stuck halfway up the mountain. Qian Longhu paused for a moment and felt something was wrong, so he stepped up the steps and made way. Everyone in the later years is like this, they pause and then give way silently. At this time, the news of spies from various countries has spread back to various countries. The communication jade pendants used by the spies also had a delay, but they had set up a transfer station. It didn't take long for the information to reach the ears of the top leaders of various countries. Yunmeng Divine Dynasty. The Yunmeng Divine Dynasty ranks second to last in Dongzhou, only one place higher than the Tianyu Divine Dynasty. The alliance between the two countries has lasted for thousands of years, and has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the countries in Dongzhou. Now that Tianyu is in decline, their lives are not easy either. In the Yunmeng Palace, all the officials stood in neat rows. On the throne, a beautiful woman frowned slightly. She was wearing a golden dress, and the belt embroidered with dragon patterns and golden threads showed her slender waist. Her black hair fell naturally like a waterfall, and she wore a golden crown on her head. Her fair face was so delicate that it seemed like a baby's skin was broken by a blow. A hint of youthful sadness could be seen in her eyes. This woman was the queen of Yunmeng, Meng Aoyu. Ever since the Tianyu Divine Dynasty began to decline 5 years ago, various countries have begun to stir. As an ally of Tianyu, Yunmeng has suffered greatly. Tianyu has borrowed a lot of spirit stones from Yunmeng over the years, and Meng Aoyu has lent him a lot out of their alliance. But in the current situation, I am afraid there is no possibility of taking back the Spirit Stone. Report. A voice with rapid breathing sounded outside the hall. Come in. Your Majesty, the Tianyu spy has reported. A trace of panic flashed across Meng Aoyu's face. The spy was so flustered. Could it be that other countries had taken action against Tianyu? Meng Aoyu's panic was fleeting and no one noticed. The third prince of the Tianyu divine dynasty used tens of millions of spirit stones to pave the way in the Ganlong territory. It is suspected that the Tianyu divine dynasty has not declined. Got it, back off. Meng Aoyu's heart was filled with emotions and she really wanted to sing a song, but as the queen she needed to maintain her dignity at all times. Meng Aoyu knocked on the handle of the dragon throne and said, "My dear ministers, how do you think this is credible? Your Majesty, it is known to all nations that Prince Tianyu embezzled 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. But it is impossible that it is tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones. It is probably just a low-grade spirit stone with a skin." Tianyu was surrounded by wolves, and he wanted to use this method to numb their sight and make other countries think that he had not declined. This is no different from a sick wolf with bared fangs and claws. Not only did the ally Yunmeng not believe it, other countries were also skeptical. Now the Tianyu divine dynasty could still come up with tens of millions of high-quality spirit stones. But let the spies continue to investigate. The Golden Crow divine dynasty. Golden Crow Hall. The Minister of Finance of the Jinwu divine dynasty laughed loudly. The current annual income of the Tianyu divine dynasty is only 1 million top-grade spirit stones. This news is fake without any doubt. Du Sheng is always paying attention to the Tianyu divine dynasty. Now, the Tianyu divine dynasty is in a spiritual stone crisis due to the depletion of spiritual veins and the shortage of spiritual stones. 9 million high-quality spirit stones to pave the road? Stop kidding. With 9 million high-quality spirit stones, how could the Tianyu divine dynasty just sit and watch as various places fell into a spirit stone crisis? What Minister Du said makes sense. The Tianyu divine dynasty wants to use this to cover up its own decline. They don't take the major divine kingdoms seriously at all. He is just crazy because of poverty. He thinks other countries are fools. Who would believe Tianyu's poor acting skills? In the court of the Golden Crow divine dynasty, hundreds of officials vied with each other in mocking and wanton laughter filled the air. The Golden Crow divine emperor sat upright in his seat, wearing a golden robe and with a stern expression. Upon hearing the news, the serious-looking Golden Crow god emperor couldn't help but smile. The Jinwu divine dynasty is the first divine dynasty in Dongzhou, and its territory covers almost one-third of Dongzhou. It occupies the most fertile central land, with rich spiritual energy and abundant resources, and countless powerful people under its rule. The Tianyu divine dynasty was short of resources and had little appeal to the Golden Crow divine emperor, but the Golden Crow royal family had always had an extreme preference for land and liked to continuously expand the territory of the country. The declining Tianyu divine dynasty naturally attracted the covetousness of the Golden Crow divine emperor. After occupying Tianyu, the territory would be even larger. The Golden Crow god emperor naturally would not believe that Tianyu could come up with 9 million high-quality spirit stones. This method is too stupid. Qin Wentian is indeed a political idiot. If this continues, Tianyu's territory will sooner or later be taken over by the Jinwu divine dynasty. All the countries and major holy places in Dongzhou received the news. Shengwu dynasty. When did the Tianyu divine dynasty start to treat people like idiots? Do they want to use the demoted prince to show extravagance and waste, so as to show that the Tianyu national strength is still strong? The Shengwu dynasty borders the territory of the Tianyu divine dynasty, and they know the situation of Tianyu best. just across the river is heaven and earth. The people of Shungu live a prosperous life, have abundant resources for spiritual practice, and almost everyone has magical instruments. The Tianyu divine dynasty has reached the end of the road. All officials of the Shungu divine dynasty were excited. Because Tianyu and Shungu had adjacent territories, various conflicts continued to accumulate, and they could be considered a family feud. The two sides have long been unable to reconcile, and frictions continue on the border. The fifth prince of the Shungu divine dynasty sneered, "It's not worth it even if that bastard Qin sells him out for 9 million high-quality spirit stones." No one in the Shungu dynasty believed it, which further confirmed the fact that Tianyu was declining. The golden light in the eyes of all the princes flashed, and they all felt that the time was ripe and it was time to start competing for the position of crown prince. After receiving the news, the god emperor Qian Longtian of the Daqian dynasty secretly cursed an idiot. Sooner or later, Tianyu would be led into the abyss by Qin Wentian. I don't know what method this fool used to deceive his daughter. When the Holy Lord Taichu received the news, he was even more disdainful and said, "It's just the end of a strong crossbow." If Tianyu was really generous, he wouldn't be unable to afford the apprenticeship fee of 1 million top-quality spiritual stones. The Holy Master Taichu has not accepted Qin Yu as a disciple because Qin Wentian has never cashed in the apprenticeship fee. Although the Taichu Holy Land is powerful, it still needs spiritual stones, and all the major holy lands have industries. Only the Taichu Holy Land has a messy industry. The main source of income is the Taichu Immortal Pond, and its main customers are the weakly talented royal members of the major dynasties. The Holy Lord Taichu would not accept the impoverished Prince Tianyu as his sect member without spirit stones. The Holy Lord Taichu did not take it seriously and continued to practice, but he was always uneasy in his heart, as if he had lost something. At the same time, the Tianyu divine dynasty also received the news. The third prince used 9 million high-grade spirit stones as a cushion. You think we're idiots? Wei Zheng opened his mouth in anger and scolded Jin Han, the leader of the Black Guards in charge of intelligence, until his face turned blue. The third prince only embezzled 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 1 million high-grade spirit stones. How can he come up with 9 million high-grade spirit stones? The ministers of various ministries attacked Jin Han together. They thought that Jin Han was incompetent in commanding his subordinates and actually sent back such ridiculous information. Jin Han was criticized and became angry. Nowadays, intelligence agents are becoming less and less reliable. Qin Wentian sat on the throne without saying a word. He hoped it was true, but he knew Tianyu's situation very well. Even the current national treasury cannot take out 9 million high-quality spirit stones. The Tianyu divine dynasty, which had an annual income of only 1 million top-grade spirit stones, had long been unable to make ends meet, and the salaries of officials and soldiers had been in arrears for several years. Let's skip this matter. Qin Wentian didn't want to waste time on this matter. The most urgent task was to find a way to restore the Golden Dragon of Luck. Beitai Mountain. Qin Yu looked at the shocked crowd and felt extremely happy. He didn't know yet that the news of Beitai Mountain had spread to all the major sacred sites in Dongzhou. On Beitai Mountain, representatives from all the major city lord kingdoms opened their eyes wide and watched the scene before them. Your Highness Qin Yu, isn't this too extravagant? It's just a sacrifice. The Lord of Binhai City advised. Sacrificial offerings of pigs, cattle and sheep carved from sacred stones. As well as Lingshire sedan chairs, Lingshire carriages, and so on. They are densely packed on the altar. Although the spiritual brick pavement is eye-catching, the spiritual bricks can be buckled together. However, the offerings need to be burned and destroyed after the sacrifice in order to pray to the ancestors. This means that everything will be wasted. The densely packed carvings of spirit stones were all modeled after the real objects in all sizes. This offering cost at least tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones. Compared with this, paving the road with spiritual bricks is nothing but a drizzle. Your Highness Qin Yu's move is too wasteful. It must not be allowed. The city lords advised. It's His Highness Qin Yu. There is a shortage of spirit stones in various places in Tianyu right now. This can solve many people's livelihood problems. Qian Longhu also advised, spiritual stones are rare and should not be wasted. The spiritual energy of Dongzhou is inferior to that of the other 3 continents, the spiritual veins are scarce, and the spiritual stone mines that are born are scarce. It's just tens of millions of high-grade spiritual stones, so it's not a waste. The current Qin Yu spirit stone machine can bring in 8.5 million high-grade spirit stones every week, and it is still increasing at a rate of 1 million per week. If time had not been limited, he would have prepared hundreds of millions of spiritual stones for sacrifice. A mere tens of millions of high-grade spiritual stones. Not to mention the major city lords, even the lords of the divine dynasties in various countries would find it difficult to say just 2 words. Tens of millions of high-grade spiritual stones, no matter where they are placed, is a terrifying amount of money. A group of city lords were choked by these 2 words and were speechless, not knowing how to answer the question. Is the gap between people so big? For them, the special prize of 100,000 high-quality spirit stones is already a considerable amount of spirit stones. Even a strong person in the spiritualization stage needs 7 or 8 years to earn money. Not to mention a group of city lords in the nascent soul stage. Your Highness Qin Yu, where did you earn so many spirit stones? This is the question on everyone's mind. Qin Yu's reputation for corruption spread throughout Dongzhou. But that's just how much. It's just a mere 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Just 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and a group of people felt that they were floating high and actually used the word, just a few. But compared with the financial resources Qin Yu showed today, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones are just a small amount. Kong Zhou was also shocked at first, but after watching it for a few days he had gotten used to it. Now seeing other people being shocked, he felt inexplicably happy. Now a group of city lords have begun to envy the people in Prince Gon's mansion. His Highness Qin Yu is so generous, he will definitely not treat his subordinates unfairly. The Lord of Binhai City nudged Fang Zhoutong next to him and asked, "How much is your salary in the Prince Gon's mansion?" Fang Zhoutong was stunned for a moment, but as she was always straightforward, she blurted out the answer. The monthly salary is 800 high-grade spirit stones, and the job allowance is 800 high-grade spirit stones per month. The normal monthly salary for a peak Jindan level cultivator is only 80, but Qin Yu gave him 10 times that. As for the position allowance, it was a temporary addition. After all, they are responsible for more and more machines. How many? The Lord of Binhai City thought he had heard wrongly. As a person at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he only earned 800 high-quality spirit stones per month. A mere peak Jindan realm cultivator had a monthly salary of 1,600 high-quality spirit stones. Fang Zhoutong glanced at it and said with a little dissatisfaction, 1,600 per month. I heard that His Highness Qin Yu is also planning to give year-end bonuses and performance bonuses. By then, it should be 2,000 to 3,000 per month. Fang Zhoutong was a little unhappy that the various benefits Qin Yu had been talking about had not been delivered yet. I always feel like someone has given me a big pie, but I can never eat it. The Lord of Binhai City almost couldn't breathe. A Jindan stage cultivator was not satisfied with 2,000 or 3,000 high-quality spirit stones per month. Then what was the point of him being in the Yuanying stage? The Lord of Binhai City suddenly felt a huge psychological gap. It's like someone who is far less capable than you has a higher salary than you. Fang Zhoutong's voice was loud and many people heard it. A group of city lords looked at each other, feeling unhappy. They haven't received any spirit stones in several years. If it weren't for some extra income, they would have starved to death long ago. The representatives of the kingdom were even more upset. Their salaries were not as good as those of the Tianyu divine dynasty, and the gap was even bigger. The representatives of each major kingdom are all in the nascent soul stage, and their monthly salary is only half of Tianyu's nascent soul stage level. By this calculation, they, a dignified nascent soul, are only 1/4 of the golden core under His Highness Qin Yu's command. Zhou Tong's current salary is a bit low. I will adjust your salary after a while. Qin Yu was embarrassed. After all, this welfare system has not been implemented yet. As one of the first batch of people to join Qin Yu, he would naturally not treat them unfairly. However, there have been too many things to do recently, and the staff is unstable, so this welfare system has not been finalized. You're not in the Jindan stage, but you still think 1,600 high-quality spirit stones per month are not enough? The representative of the kingdom looked droopy, feeling humiliated. If they had 1,600 high-quality spirit stones every month, they could bring down the dynasty. Doesn't His Highness Qin Yu know that 1,600 high-grade spiritual stones can definitely recruit a strong man at the nascent soul stage? There are many casual cultivators in Dongzhou, so they can definitely recruit a group of nascent souls, so why waste the golden elixir period? This is a reflection of everyone's heart. A group of people were distracted. It is not unusual to spend tens of millions of high-grade spiritual stones to calculate, and it is not unusual to spend $1,066 to hire a golden elixir. Xian Longhu, who had led the army for many years and had experienced a lot, couldn't help but hold his forehead. A Jindan's monthly salary is 1,660. If the dragon and tiger guards had followed this standard, he would have been emptied of his fortune long ago. As for the Qianlonga children who just disliked Qin Yu and thought he was a poor relative, they were already speechless. The look in Qin Yu's eyes changed. Cousin Qin Yu was planning to give them a meeting gift just now, but his father seemed to have stopped him. The old minister Luo Ni's heart was already filled with shock. Could it be that His Highness Qin Yu succeeded? Otherwise, how to earn so many spirit stones? Luo Ni, whose eyes were dull, suddenly became full of spirit. Your Highness. Luo Ni looked at Qin Yu, his eyes full of anticipation. Qin Yu smiled lightly and raised his eyebrows. Although Luo Ni is old, he has the dreams of young people. Qin Yu's basic industry would have been very successful if it weren't for Luo Ni, the old man with dreams. Luo Ni's mouth curled up. Is it really successful? The beautiful future that was promised at the beginning may really have a chance to come true. Luo Ni suddenly didn't want to die anymore. He wanted to live to see that day. But he only has 10 years to live. The sacrifice continued. The sacrifice, after being improved by Qin Yu, became complicated and lengthy. It took several hours to complete. The group of people watching were stunned. There are so many steps in sacrifice. As the sacrifice was completed, a large number of spiritual stone offerings were burned in the flames. The spiritual stone liquid began to flow down the mountain along the top of the north platform. It's spiritual fluid. A sharp-eyed monk pointed at the flowing spiritual fluid and said, "Don't move, the sacrifice is sacred and cannot be offended." 8,000 city guards, with determined eyes, were dedicated to maintaining order. After the light curtain of Beitai Mountain dissipated, even those who had not climbed the mountain could see everything on the top of the mountain. Both the common people and the city guards were shocked. After completing the sacrifice, Qin Yu walked down from Beitai Mountain. Sacrifice is just a ritual and also a tool for him to show off his wealth. Greetings, Your Highness. The orderly voices of 8,000 city guards resounded on the north platform. Everyone was in a half-kneeling position. In Tianyu, where kneeling is not allowed, this represents loyalty. What are you doing? Qin Yu asked puzzledly. Your Highness, we all want to follow you, please give us a chance. Not interested. Qin Yu said nonchalantly. You have seen that there are countless people who want to join the Ganwang mansion. Why should I accept you? Yes, why should we be accepted? The 8,000 city guards fell into deep thought. They were just city guards, not even elite. Why would the Gan Prince's mansion, which countless people are flocking to join, accept them? Countless people watched this scene quietly, and no one spoke. 8,000 city guards are willing to be loyal, and no one will give up this force. But Qin Yu's refusal was reasonable and he was wealthy. A sacrifice cost more than 20 million high-grade spiritual stones. I can't recruit anyone I want. Xian Longhu has been a leader for many years, and this is the first time he has seen a group of people who want to be loyal from the bottom of their hearts. Ma Haoshuan, the former captain of the city guard army, knew what Qin Yu wanted, but he couldn't say it. If they can understand, they can get this chance to rise to the top. I, Commander Zhua, made an oath to heaven today to be loyal to His Highness Qin Yu only in this life. On the table, one of the two chief inspectors of the city guards suddenly raised his hand and made an oath of heaven. The rest of the city guards followed suit. Ma Haoshuan was overjoyed. He was worthy of being the school inspector who had been with him for the longest time. He quickly understood what His Highness Qin Yu needed. Now, his group of old brothers have found a shortcut in life. Qin Yu looked at Ma Haoshuan. Ma Haoshuan hurriedly waved his hands to explain, Your Highness, I didn't say anything. I always respect personal wishes. Since you have all chosen to serve me, I will accept you. The depressed and anxious city guards howled loudly. Thank you, Your Highness Qin Yu. Through a game, he changed the hearts of the people in Beiwang City. Now he has the final say in Beiwang City. His reputation for fairness and generosity is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The recruitment of soldiers has also been completed. The 8,000 city guards were also part of his plan. Shan Yucheng had been disrespectful to him many times, so conquering the city guards and sidelining Shan Yucheng was only the first step. The Tianyu army cannot be mobilized during non-wartime. Without the city guards, Shan Yucheng, the city lord, will be left alone. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. All the success this time is due to your hard work. Qin Yu said to the hundreds of guards. If they hadn't worked hard to refine the spirit stones, where would the spirit stones come from for him to squander? Not to mention luxurious sacrifices, even games couldn't be carried out. Tomorrow I will hold a celebration banquet for you. Qin Yu said to the guards. After the sacrifice, the people dispersed. The city lord and representatives from various kingdoms also began their return journey. At the same time, the location where the spirit stone machine is placed. A crack suddenly appeared on one of the array stones, and the covered area shrank by 1/10. More than a dozen spirit stone machines were exposed. The monk holding a wine jug in the sky and drinking from it looked dazedly at the ground covered with yellow sand. Suddenly, a dozen spirit stone machines caught his attention. Hee, there are still monsters in this damn place. It's just right to kill them and eat with wine. The monk was half drunk and half awake. He chuckled and drove the wine gourd under his seat toward the ground. On the flying boat. The lord of Binhai City said with a focused expression, it won't be long before Ganlong becomes prosperous. Although His Highness Qin Yu has countless spirit stones, the people are still poor. How can the city be prosperous? The lord of Dasui city shook his head and was not optimistic about Ganlong. The lord of Binhai city explained, this time, His Highness Qin Yu distributed hundreds of thousands of high-quality spiritual stones to the people. In addition to the spiritual stones needed for cultivation, these people will also buy supplies. The spiritual stones will flow among the people, thus stimulating the economy. The lord of Binhai city was able to run a city that was second only to the imperial city in terms of prosperity. His ability should not be underestimated. The lord of Dasui city does not understand economics, but he still does not think highly of Ganlong. A big city with a population of tens of millions and hundreds of thousands of high-quality spirit stones cannot cause any trouble. Moreover, spirit stones are both currency and consumables, and will be consumed in constant transactions. As the crowd left, news of the sacrifice spread. Using tens of millions of high-quality spirit stones as sacrifices is such a waste that no one in the entire Dongzhou has ever done such a thing. It's like setting off fireworks with billions of dollars in investment, and then hearing a loud noise. And this news began to spread to various countries. How is it possible? 9 million high-grade spirit stones for paving the road, and tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones for sacrifice. Where did the Tianyu divine dynasty get so many spirit stones? As a result, the people of the Shengwu divine dynasty also received the news. Wufeng city of the Shengwu divine dynasty is the closest city to Tianyu except for Nanmu city. Listening to the wind tower. A young man in the restaurant sneered when he heard the news. I just went to Beiwang city half a year ago, and I knew the news was fake as soon as I heard it. The man went to Beiwang city to pick up his cousin's family half a year ago and saw the poverty of Beiwang city with his own eyes. My cousin agreed, my cousin is right. I left Beiwang city, so how could I not know the situation there? I'm afraid that there is a shortage of spirit stones in Beiwang city right now, and the cultivators can't even cultivate well. No one would go to the Tianyu divine dynasty. Compared with the Shengwu divine dynasty, it is simply a remote and poor place. We are both members of the divine dynasty, but Tianyu is so unbearable. Haha. Thanks to the help of my cousin's family, our Sima family had the opportunity to come to the Shengwu divine dynasty. Otherwise, we would have to stay in the backward and poor Tianyu divine dynasty and eventually become a mortal family. No one can bear the psychological gap from immortal to mortal. Many Tianyu people migrated with their families. The Shengwu people in Tingfeng Tower felt their vanity greatly satisfied when they heard that the Tianyu people themselves were also belittling the Tianyu divine dynasty. Tianyu is just a lowly figure in Dongzhou. How can he be compared with Shengwu? Being able to join the Shengwu divine dynasty is an opportunity for your family. Not everyone can join the Shengwu divine dynasty. You should serve the Shengwu dynasty well. Most of the diners in the restaurant were only at the Qi training level, but they all held their heads high, as if they felt that their status was more noble than that of Miss Wang from a second-rate family. Quite a few people left Tianyu, and many of them migrated with their entire families. There are hundreds of thousands of people from Tianyu in Tingfeng City. The people also heard the news. Impossible. Even if the third prince drained Beiwang City dry, he wouldn't be able to get so many spirit stones. Many Tianyu people do not believe this rumor. Didn't they leave Tianyu because of the thin spiritual energy, slow progress in cultivation, and the shortage of spiritual stones? Now they are told that the country is rich, how can they accept it? The Holy Martial Divine Dynasty's court meeting has not yet ended. The discussions were almost all about the Tianyu divine dynasty. The more Tianyu bluffs, the more miserable their decline proves. Your Majesty, I think the plan can be started. Prime Minister Gong Si of the Shengwu divine dynasty suggested. Shengwu and Tianyu have had a long-standing grudge, and now that the Tianyu divine dynasty is in decline, it is time for revenge. What the Prime Minister said makes sense. Tianyu's decline is inevitable. It is better to take action early to gain more benefits. The Shengwu divine dynasty had long regarded Tianyu as a lamb to be slaughtered, and it was just a matter of time to make the move. The fifth prince was very excited, and he did not conceal the joy on his face. That bastard Qin Yu extorted 8,000 top-grade spirit stones from him, almost emptying his family fortune. As long as his father gave the order, he would be the first to attack Beiwang City. There is no rush for this matter. I will make my own decision. The Holy Martial Emperor stopped the court officials from discussing. A sick tiger is still a tiger, and if you're not careful it may break the teeth of someone who covets its flesh. Although the Tianyu divine dynasty's economy is in decline and people's livelihood is impoverished, it has been passed down for tens of thousands of years after all, and the people's hearts are still there. Many people are still willing to fight for the country. Only by letting Tianyu fall into civil strife and making the people hate the Tianyu divine dynasty can the Tianyu divine dynasty be taken down at the lowest cost. Report. The spy from before appeared again. Your Majesty, news has come from Beiwang City that the third Prince Qin Yu's ancestor used tens of millions of high-quality spirit stones as sacrifices during the sacrifice. Do you know what the consequences will be for reporting false information? Said the fifth prince Sheng Xinyan angrily. Everyone knows what Tianyu looks like. Your Highness, fifth prince, I dare not speak nonsense. This news was witnessed by millions of people, and many people in Nanmu City saw it with their own eyes. This. Could it be true? Sheng Xinyan looked up at the Shengwu Emperor. Ask Nanmu City Lord Bi Wenxuan. A hint of shock flashed across Emperor Shengwu's eyes, but he quickly retracted it. Could it be that Qin Wentian has a backup plan? Tens of millions of high-quality spirit stones are enough to support a large-scale battle. Although Qin Wentian had no means of governing the country, he was not an idiot. It would be a waste of tens of millions of high-quality spirit stones. Placing the spiritual stones out for everyone to see can also serve the purpose of demonstrating the country's strength, and there is no need to burn them during sacrifices. The Holy Martial God Emperor was completely confused and couldn't figure out the intention behind this. Prime Minister Gong Xi's face turned pale. The Divine Dynasty had the means to quickly contact major cities, and he received a reply from Bi Wenxuan. The court officials knew from the Prime Minister's expression that the news was probably true. The ministers also looked unhappy. Even the Shengwu dynasty was reluctant to use tens of millions of high-quality spirit stones for sacrifice. The Shengwu dynasty ranks third in strength in Dongzhou, with an annual income of 30 million top-grade spirit stones, which can be spent in many places. The salaries of officials and soldiers alone were nearly twice as high as Tianyu's. Spending so much on a sacrifice is not just a matter of being reluctant, but just a bit stupid. Even the Jinwu Divine Dynasty, which earns 50 million top-grade spirit stones a year, would not be so extravagant as to spend tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones to hold a ceremony to confer a title on a king. It is not easy to take down the Divine Dynasty with abundant financial resources. Moreover, Tianyu's military force is not weak either, and they are not just a wealthy armchair warrior. Go check where the Tianyu Divine Dynasty got the spiritual stones from. Yes, Your Majesty. The lively court meeting suddenly became quiet after receiving the news. The soldier who delivered the message stood there nervously. The atmosphere seemed to change after he walked in. The Holy Martial Emperor disappeared in the hall in a flash. As the Emperor of Tianyu, Qin Wentian is protected by luck. If you want to kill him, you must first destroy the luck of the dynasty. Tianyu's decline is inevitable. A few spirit stones can't change anything. A voice came from the light curtain. Don't even mention tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones. Even if it's tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones, what's the use? The spiritual veins of the Tianyu divine dynasty affect the entire country. It's just a short-lived struggle. Emperor Shengwu left the secret room. The confirmed news also began to spread among the people. Inside the Tingfeng Tower. The latest news is that it is true that Tianyu spent tens of millions of high-quality spirit stones to pave the road and perform sacrifices. Impossible. Miss Wang retorted, saying that she didn't know what Tianyu looked like. Beiwang City is poor and dilapidated, so this may be true. Cousin, you don't have to pay attention to it. Miss Wang's cousin said disdainfully. It's true. His Majesty Shengwu has confirmed the news. Millions of people in Beiwang City witnessed it. Aren't you from Beiwang City? You can contact your relatives in Beiwang City to confirm it. An informed diner said. Miss Wang took out the communication jade pendant. Wufeng City is not far from Beiwang City. Miss Wang received a reply very quickly. So, is the news true? The restaurant guests were also curious, knowing that their sense of superiority was built on Tianyu's poverty. It's true. I contacted several relatives and friends, and they all said they saw it with their own eyes. In addition, His Royal Highness the Third Prince also distributed hundreds of thousands of high-quality spirit stones by playing games. Miss Wang didn't want to believe it. Just after they left, their hometown started distributing gold bars. The diners in the restaurant were all lost in thought. It would be better if the Shengwu divine dynasty did not ask the people for spirit stones, let alone distribute them. The sense of superiority of a group of people suddenly suffered a heavy blow. The Minister of Revenue of the Jinwu divine dynasty could no longer laugh. Just now he laughed the loudest, saying that the news about Tianyu divine dynasty was fake, but now the news has been confirmed to be true. He felt a little embarrassed as he was slapped in the face just a few hours later. Fortunately, many other officials of the Jinwu divine dynasty also mocked him, and now the entire court was slapped in the face. Even the Golden Crow God Emperor couldn't help but laugh out loud just now. But no one mentioned this incident and pretended it never happened. Yunmeng divine dynasty. The Yunmeng Queen Meng Aou almost jumped 3 feet high. As allies, of course it is best if the allies are powerful. Now Tianyu has attracted most of the firepower from all the countries in Diandonghu, so the Yunmeng divine dynasty can be safe and sound. Once Tianyu arrives, Yunmeng will become the new target of siege. Queen Yunmeng decided to visit Emperor Qin and find out more about Tianyu. Queen Yunmeng disappeared in the imperial city. As one of the few peak-level masters of the spirit transformation realm in Dongzhou, she can come and go freely in the entire Dongzhou. Half an hour later, Queen Yunmeng appeared in Tianyu Imperial City. Qin Wentian appeared. 2 powerful men in the spirit transformation realm were staring at each other from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Fellow Daoist Wentian, please forgive me for my rash visit. Queen Yunmeng said calmly. It is an honor for me to have Daoist fellow Aou visit me. I wonder what Daoist fellow Aou is here for. I heard that the Tianyu divine dynasty used tens of millions of spirit stones to pave the road and offer sacrifices. This is extremely luxurious and shows the heritage of the divine dynasty. I came here to congratulate Tianyu for its continued glory. Meng Aou also wanted to know whether the Tianyu divine dynasty was just trying to show off. Emperor Qin looked embarrassed. This false news had already spread to the Yunmeng divine dynasty. The rumor about the road being paved with spirit stones is just a rumor. Daoist fellow Aou does not need to pay attention to it. Meng Aou was stunned for a moment. He thought that Qin Wen would not be able to argue with just a few spirit stones. I also thought that Qin Wentian would release the fog and admit that he was just pretending to be rich. But she had never thought that it could be explained as a rumor. After all, the whole Dongzhou was about to know about it. Fellow Daoist Wentian, this news has spread throughout Dongzhou and has been witnessed by millions of people. If you still refuse to acknowledge it, you are not considering me as your ally. Meng Aou was a little angry. This was not the way to play tricks on people. Millions of people witnessed it. Qin Wentian was confused. Wasn't this false information? Because of this, Wei Zheng also criticized Jin Han, the leader of the Black Guards, for his intelligence becoming increasingly unreliable. Fellow Daoist Aou, do you mean that this news is true? Not only are 9 million spirit stones used to pave the way, but there are also tens of millions of spirit stones used as sacrifices? Still pretending, as the Emperor of Tianyu, don't you know about this? Meng Aou felt that Qin Wentian's acting skills were getting better and better, and he was very different from the Emperor Tianyu, who was rumored to be not good at politics. Fellow Daoist Aou, I have something important to attend to, so I will not accompany you for now. I will come to your house to apologize later. Qin Wentian didn't want to waste time talking to Meng Aou now. This matter was actually true. Even his allies knew about it. He, the Emperor Tianyu, thought it was fake news. All right, I'll take my leave. Meng Aou's tone was unhappy. Not only did he fail to find out the truth, but he was also taught a lesson. If he wasn't an ally, he would have to ask him today who he learned this acting skill from. Meng Aou gave him a meaningful look, then disappeared over the imperial city. Qin Wentian looked helpless, he really didn't know. It was not that he knew, but he thought it was fake news. After all, how could there be 9 million high-quality spirit stones to pave the road in Ganlong's dam place? As for the spirit stone sacrifice, he really didn't know, and the Tianyu treasury was empty. If he had known that he would have beaten Qin Yu to death, the white spirit stones would have turned into dust. Go to court. Qin Wentian's voice reached the ears of ministers from various departments. Why are you attending court again? It's not long since you just finished. Wei Zheng looked puzzled. The immortal Cultivation Divine Dynasty usually holds a meeting every 3 days, and there is often a shortage of people. They are both subjects and monks who need to practice. It is inevitable to encounter long periods of seclusion. However, with the blessing of the Divine Dynasty's fortune, they do not need to practice hard, which is considered a benefit of being a subject. Only a dozen people attended the meeting this time. The Prime Minister, ministers of various ministries, and dukes. My dear ministers, I just received news about Ganlong. It is not false but true. Wei Zheng frowned and said, Your Majesty, you are talking about the matter of paving the road with 9 million high-grade spirit stones. Exactly. The ministers and dukes of various ministries were all stunned. Your Majesty, where did you get this information? How did Ganlong land gather 9 million high-quality spirit stones? His Highness Qin Yu embezzled some spirit stones, but he definitely cannot afford 9 million high-grade spirit stones. Wei Zheng still didn't believe it. Qin Wentian ignored Wei Zheng's questioning and asked, Did Jin Han receive any information about the sacrifice from Ganlong? Your Majesty, I am worried that people will say that the intelligence officer is unreliable, so I am verifying the authenticity of the intelligence. Jin Han said and glanced at Wei Zheng. But the city lord Ma Yucheng has not replied yet. The communication jade pendant has a delay, and only the fixed communication arrays in major cities can enable real-time communication. I don't know if Ma Yucheng is not in the city, as he never replied to Jin Han. In order to avoid being criticized, he also chose to verify the facts before reporting. Try to contact other city lords. There are many city lords attending the meeting this time. Yes, Your Majesty. Jin Han left the hall and turned to run towards the liaison room. Emperor Qin looked at Wei Zheng with a bad face. Although he didn't believe it at first, the fact that this bastard Wei Zheng questioned him right away affected his judgment. Wei Zheng remained upright and would not believe this ridiculous news. "Your Majesty," City Lord Ma has replied. Jin Han had just returned to the communications room when news came from Beiwang City. "Is the news true?" "Your Majesty, the news is true. City Lord Ma just sent me a letter." Jin Han looked at Wei Zheng with a smug look on his face. This bastard criticized his intelligence as unreliable in front of all the officials in the court, making him lose face. Let's see what he says now. "Is it true?" Qin Wentian had a confused look on his face. His own people knew their own affairs, and other divine dynasties didn't know, so how could he not know? The treasury of the Tianyu divine dynasty was so empty that the spirit-eating rats could starve to death. Salaries had been in arrears for several years. Not to mention giving spirit stones to Qinyu. Where did your spirit stone come from? Qin Wentian recalled Qinyu's bold statement that day, to earn 100,000 top-grade spirit stones in a month and make the Tianyu divine dynasty the strongest in Dongzhou in 10 years. Could it be that Yuer was not exaggerating? Qin Wentian stood up abruptly from the dragon throne. Perhaps the source of the golden dragon's strength is Qinyu. Wei Zheng, who was always complaining about everything, looked a little unnatural when Jin Han stared at him. This ridiculous news is actually true? His Highness Qinyu must have tens of millions of high-quality spirit stones, so why would he embezzle a mere 100,000 top-quality spirit stones? Prime Minister Tang Ling, the ministers of various ministries, and the dukes all widened their eyes. I couldn't believe my ears, this ridiculous news turned out to be true. 9 million high-grade spirit stones were used to pave the road, and tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones were used for sacrifice, totaling 2 million top-grade spirit stones. It is twice as much as Tianyu's tax revenue this year. Where did the third prince get so many spirit stones? Li Jin, the Minister of War, whose muscles bulged like railway towers, said admiringly, His Royal Highness the Third Prince has only been in Ganlong for more than 3 months, and he has earned 20 million upper spiritual stones. Doesn't it mean that what the Third Prince said was not false? Li Jinxiu has reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and is one of the 3 people at the peak of the spirit transformation realm along with Prime Minister Qin Huang. Li Jinxiu is the most capable person among all the heroes, but he is carefree by nature and has no scheming at all. Oh, what a loss. Li Jin slapped his thigh and said, if His Royal Highness the Third Prince hadn't left, wouldn't it mean that these spirit stones could be included in the national treasury, and the spirit stone crisis would be solved? With the spiritual stones, the Ministry of War no longer had to delay paying soldiers' salaries, causing panic among the soldiers. Yes, if it weren't for some trolls, these spirit stones would now belong to the national treasury. Minister of Personnel Duanji said. With the spiritual stones used to pay salaries to all officials, he, as the Minister of Personnel, would be more confident and would not have to be looked down upon by the petty officials under him so often. Regaining the glory of being the Minister of Personnel is almost becoming Duanji's obsession. The Tianyu divine dynasty has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, but this is the first time that he, the Minister of Personnel, has felt so cowardly. Unfortunately, the Third Prince has now gone to Ganlong and completed the ceremony to be crowned king. The princes don't need to hand over the spiritual stones to the national treasury. The Minister of Personnel was filled with regret, as an opportunity had been lost in vain. Why didn't you give the Third Prince a chance back then? It's only a mere month. Qin Wentian also looked at Wei Zheng. Everyone looked at Wei Zheng, the man who had caused the current situation. Wei Zheng stammered, Your Highness Qinyu, where did you get so many spirit stones? Yes. How could His Highness Qinyu have so many spirit stones? Even if he emptied Ganlong, he wouldn't have so many spirit stones. After Wei Zheng figured it out, he straightened his back. Your Majesty, and all my colleagues, do you know what 20 million high-grade spirit stones represent? Even when Tianyu was at its peak, it would have required 20 domains to collect this amount of tax revenue. As the poorest region in Tianyu, Ganlong is unable to pay taxes most of the time. Where did 20 million high-grade spirit stones come from? Could it be that it flew here from the Shengwu dynasty? Wei Zheng became more and more excited as he spoke. Ganlong is remote, and the source of the news needs to be verified. Moreover, Shan Yucheng has been in the border for many years, so his one-sided statement is not credible. Seeing is believing, hearing is not. Shan Yucheng is a rigorous person and not the kind of person who talks nonsense. Tang Ling said. The Lord of the Mountain City has been at the border for hundreds of years. Who knows if he is still the same as before? People change. Wei Zheng cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, please make a wise decision. After hearing this, several dukes felt that what Wei Zheng said made sense. 20 million high-quality spirit stones in just 3 months is indeed too exaggerated. What Dr. Wei said makes sense. We cannot make any conclusions based on just one person's opinion. Qin Wentian had a cold face and remained silent. The news has spread to the Yunmeng divine dynasty. Moreover, Queen Yunmeng has come to visit, but he is still distorting the facts. And he didn't believe that Shan Yucheng wouldn't talk nonsense. According to what Wei Qing said, this news is false. Emperor Qin said in a low voice. Your Majesty, in my opinion, this news cannot be true. Queen Yunmeng just came to visit me and told me this. Do you mean that Queen Yunmeng has nothing better to do than to come all the way here and tell me a piece of false news? Wei Zheng's face darkened, he didn't know this would happen. Queen Yunmeng was at the peak of the divine transformation realm, so naturally he couldn't spy on her whereabouts. In addition, Queen Yunmeng is protected by good fortune, and her strength is far above her peers. The fact that Ganlong was witnessed by millions of people is also fake? Qin Wentian asked coldly. Your Majesty, I still don't want to believe this is true. Wei Zheng's back remained straight. He would not believe this ridiculous news unless he saw it with his own eyes. Snort. Qin Wentian snorted coldly, Go to the communications room. Qin Wentian said nothing and led the way out. Wei Zheng was stubborn and refused to change his ways, so this was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. Jin Han contacted the mayors of various cities and asked them to tell Dr. Wei about the process of the sacrifice. Yes, Your Highness. Jin Han has been dissatisfied with Wei Zheng for a long time. This bastard would often scold anyone he caught. Finally, there was a chance to humiliate him. The communication room array lit up and the communication was connected. Fixed communication arrays that can achieve real-time communications are very expensive and are only available in large cities in various regions. Lord Jin, I wonder why you are contacting Binhai City. A voice sounded, and the voice of the Lord of Binhai City came out. Hello, Lord Ma, His Majesty wants to ask you something today. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Lord of Binhai City spoke with a respectful voice. No need to be polite. I just want to know the process of your participation in your sacrifice. Yes, Your Majesty. The Lord of Binhai City looked confused. Why did the question for intelligence come to him? According to the rules, these information should be reported by the city lord's mansion in each place. Shan Yucheng doesn't even know how to report intelligence in a timely manner. He is not doing a very good job as the city lord. Ma Ruizhi complained in his heart, this man is too irresponsible, no wonder there was no one at the city gate in the first place. Beiwang City Lord's Mansion. Shan Yucheng returned to the city lord's mansion carrying his injured body. There was no one at the gate of the city lord's mansion. There wasn't even a guard. When I walked into the mansion, there was not even a guard except for a few maids and servants. Shan Yucheng smiled bitterly. Not a single one of the 8,000 people was left. Without manpower, the entire city lord's mansion almost came to a standstill, and no one was handling major matters. I didn't even receive any contact from Jin Han. Shan Yucheng didn't know yet that he was being secretly criticized by the Lord of Binhai City. The Lord of Binhai City was unaware that Shan Yucheng had become a commander without troops. His Majesty. The Lord of Binhai City explained the whole process to Qin Wentian, starting from when he entered the city. You mean there was no one in the city when we entered? Yes, Your Majesty, the city is empty. Where did all the people in the city go? Qin Wentian asked. A city with millions of people is actually empty. Tang Ling was shocked. Even His Majesty might not be able to mobilize everyone in a city. People's hearts are different, let alone in a big city of millions of people. Not everyone will obey the court's arrangements. The Lord of Binhai City laughed and said, I was also panicked at first, thinking that something unexpected had happened and that an enemy had invaded and occupied Beiwang City. It was His Highness Qin Yu's subordinates who appeared and told me that the people in the city had gone to participate in the king's coronation ceremony one day in advance. At that time, the minister was even more surprised than His Majesty. When did the king's sacrifice allow the people of the city to spontaneously participate? The Lord of Binhai City became more and more excited as he talked. It wasn't until the next day that Wei Chen knew the reason. He was also impressed by His Highness Qin Yu's methods. Just one lottery activity has conquered the hearts of the people and made countless people willing to be driven. Countless people rushed to join the palace. The only imperfection is that during the process, Holy Lord Taichu openly proposed to refuse His Highness Qin Yu as a disciple. After being angrily criticized by His Highness Qin Yu, he became angry and wanted to harm His Highness Qin Yu. Fortunately, Marshal Qian Longgu of the Daqian Divine Dynasty appeared in time and stopped the Holy Lord Taichu. The Lord of Binhai City now has lingering fears. The wrath of the Holy Lord is equivalent to the wrath of the God Emperor. Most people would have been scared out of their wits. But His Highness Qin Yu is only building a foundation, but he is not afraid at all. This is also one of the reasons why Maruaji admires him. Brave and resourceful. Courage is enough to face the wise ruler, and strategy is enough to win the hearts of the people. Your Highness the Third Prince, you are a man who would have made a stunning debut if you hadn't made a name for yourself. You are fearless in the face of the Holy Lord and you can manipulate people's minds with games. You are worthy of being the son of His Majesty. Tang Ling praised. This experience was like a novel, and Tang Ling couldn't help but praise it. The corrupt prince was despised by the people, but just by playing a game, he became a prince loved by the people. His Royal Highness the Third Prince is really smart. How did he come up with this idea? The Minister of War Li Jin felt it was incredible, as if he was listening to a divine book. The people obeyed orders as soon as they were told, and this was all thanks to a game. You have to know that for military soldiers to reach this point, it takes several months of continuous training to obey orders to achieve this effect. The Minister of Personnel was even more impressed. He was always refuted by his subordinates when he came in, and he wanted to know how Qin Yu made people obey him just by playing a game. The spirit stones used in the sacrifice are all real. Where did His Highness Qin Yu get so many spirit stones? Tang Ling asked in confusion. I don't know about that. The Lord of Binhai City replied. How could he know the source of His Highness Qin Yu's spirit stones? He originally thought that they were given by the Divine Dynasty, but now it seems that even the Divine Dynasty is unaware of it. The dukes who had just agreed with Wei Zheng looked at Wei Zheng unhappily. It was all because of this bastard's stubbornness and his found excuses that even they were misled. Back off. Qin Wentian's voice was calm, but it contained a tremendous amount of anger. Originally, when Qin Wentian heard someone praising Qin Yu like this, his anger towards Wei Zheng dissipated a lot. I also had a much better impression of the Lord of Binhai City. But when he heard that the Holy Lord Taichu was disrespectful to his elders and actually attacked Yuer, he realized that he had done something to Yuer. A murderous intent filled the air. Wei Zheng was frightened and thought that the Emperor of Qin was dissatisfied with him. "Your Majesty, this matter is too outrageous. I did not expect it to be true," Wei Zheng explained tremblingly. Qin Wentian was in no mood to pay attention to Wei Zheng. The golden dragon of luck was flying over the imperial city. Even the golden dragon of luck was alarmed. The Qin Emperor was really angry. "Your Majesty, Dr. Wei's doubts are reasonable and well-founded, and they are not wrong. I hope your Majesty will calm down." Tang Ling begged for mercy. Although Wei Zheng, this bastard, has offended many people, the divine dynasty also needs such a minister who dares to speak up for justice. "Your Majesty, calm down." The ministers and dukes of various ministries all pleaded for mercy. "Your Majesty, the most urgent thing is to find out how His Highness Qin Yu earned these tens of millions of spirit stones. Maybe it can help the divine dynasty overcome the crisis," Tang Ling advised. Qin Wentian ignored Tang Ling and disappeared in the hall. "Not good, Your Majesty. He is going to settle accounts with the Holy Lord of Taichu." Tang Ling thought about it, given Qin Wentian's personality and his love for Qin Yu. The Holy Lord Taichu disregarded his dignity and bullied the weak, which must have angered the Emperor Qin. He was also surprised by the actions of His Royal Highness the Third Prince, and his judgment was affected by the argumentative Wei Zheng. "Follow him." Tang Ling, along with the ministers and dukes of various ministries, disappeared into the main hall. Qin Wentian stood above the imperial city, and a terrifying aura filled the entire city. A golden dragon of luck coiled around Qin Wentian. Let out a low dragon roar. "Why is your Majesty emitting such an aura, and the aura contains such overwhelming anger?" The strong men in the imperial city took to the streets and looked at Qin Wentian, who was entangled by the golden dragon of luck. "What made His Majesty so angry?" a minister on the ground asked. "The old dog Taichu bullied the weak and hurt my Prince Tianyu. From today on, Taichu Holy Land will be included in the list of Tianyu's enemies." After Qin Wentian finished speaking, he flew towards the Taichu Holy Land. A golden light flashed across the sky, and a terrifying aura swept across the earth. Countless creatures were crawling on the ground. The Holy Lord Taichu was half a step into the void refining realm, and he couldn't imagine the risks involved in taking action against Yuer. If something happens to Yuer, how will he face his mother? Tang Ling sighed inwardly and followed closely behind. The dozen or so people in the hall all followed. More than a dozen powerful men in the spirit transformation realm transformed into streams of light, continuously streaking across the sky. "How dare you! The Taichu Holy Land bullies Tianyu without any hesitation. The Holy Lord is so shameless as to attack a junior." Dozens of auras of the divine transformation realm appeared in the imperial city and turned into streams of light and disappeared in the imperial city. Hundreds of nascent soul stage warriors could not react as fast as the spirit transformation stage warriors, but they also caught up quickly. There are dozens of powerful people in the spirit transformation realm, followed by hundreds of people in the nascent soul realm. Countless cultivators along the way saw this scene and thought that the Tianyu divine dynasty was preparing for a war, otherwise why would all the powerful men of the divine dynasty come out in full force? Wherever he passed, countless creatures trembled in fear. It was enough for a powerful warrior with the cultivation level of nascent soul stage to establish a sect and claim to be the king of a mountain. What about hundreds of them? The aura he emitted just by passing by frightened countless creatures. Many people who had reached the Foundation establishment pill stage thought that the divine dynasty was about to start an all-out war. After all, sending out hundreds of people at a time was almost like sending out all the troops even from the Holy Land. Such a grand occasion has not appeared in Dongzhou for thousands of years. The Tianyu divine dynasty has only been in decline for a few years, but its fighting power is still there. Any other dynasty that confronts it will end up suffering losses on both sides. The nearest Shengwu divine dynasty immediately entered a state of war readiness. Countless powerful people who were in seclusion were awakened. What? You said that Tianyu is going to go to war with the divine dynasty? The terrifying momentum alarmed all the countries in Dongzhou. Is Tianyu going to start an all-out war? That divine dynasty angered the Tianyu divine dynasty. Powerful men from various countries set out one after another, wanting to witness the great war between the divine dynasties. Although Tianyu ranks last in the Dongzhou divine dynasty, Tianyu, when deployed at full strength, is enough to make the other 9 divine dynasties panic. What right does Tianyu divine dynasty have? A group of strong men couldn't understand when Tianyu, who was ranked at the bottom, became so powerful. Among the various divine dynasties, Tianyu has always been in a weak position, and has often been the one who suffered losses and was bullied. Except for the Shengwu divine dynasty, everyone in other dynasties that had a rift with the Tianyu divine dynasty was in danger. They were afraid that Tianyu would go crazy and attack them. After receiving the first intelligence, the Holy Lord Taichu began to retreat. I don't know yet whether the news of Qin Yu's spirit stone sacrifice has been confirmed. As for whether attacking Qin Yu would bring the wrath of the Tianyu divine dynasty, the Holy Lord Taichu did not take it to heart. As long as Tianyu is not stupid, he will not mess with the Taichu Holy Land for the sake of a demoted prince. What's more, Tianyu is now unable to protect himself. Qin Wentian and his group soon entered the Million Mountains in the southwest of Dongzhou. The Taichu Holy Land is located among millions of mountains in the southwest, and the 10 largest peaks are where the Taichu Holy Land is located. Each one is towering into the clouds, hundreds of thousands of feet high, and the tallest one is 1,000,000 feet high. The mountains are connected to the sky and the earth, and seem to reach the sky. The mountain is shrouded in fairy mist, and a 1,000-foot waterfall hangs like the Milky Way. There are clusters of buildings on the mountain, stretching up. At the highest point stands a magnificent hall with the words, Taichu, inscribed on its plaque. It is different from the prosperity of the divine dynasty, which is full of the atmosphere of human life. The Holy Land is magnificent and beautiful, with cranes flying by from time to time, making it like a paradise on earth. It is a place that countless people who practice Taoism yearn for. The powerful Taichu Holy Land occupies the southern mountains with pleasant scenery, rich spiritual energy, and abundant natural treasures. The latest news is that the Tianyu divine dynasty did not attack their archenemy, the Shengwu divine dynasty, but went directly to the southern mountains. Aren't the southern mountains the territory of the Taichu Holy Land? Could it be that the Tianyu divine dynasty wants to deal with the Taichu Holy Land? The strong men from the holy places of the major divine dynasties communicated with each other. Just behind Qin Wentian and his hundreds of men, strong men from various countries also followed. Taichu, old dog, get out of here! Qin Wentian shouted loudly. Mixed with angry roars at the peak of the divine transformation realm, it permeated the Taichu Holy Land. A peaceful wonderland of mountains suddenly became a place of chaos with all the beasts flying away. The Taichu formation activated automatically, and a white energy wave rose up, covering the Taichu Holy Land and Fairy Mountain. I'm really looking for the Taichu Holy Land. When did the Taichu Holy Land offend the Tianyu divine dynasty? Queen Yunmeng appeared, but after being ordered to expel her by Qin Wentian, she did not go far. Soon she saw Qin Wentian soaring into the sky, and she followed him out of curiosity. This ally was too troublesome. He had just attracted the attention of Dongzhou by performing sacrifices, but in the blink of an eye, he caused another earthquake in Dongzhou. He actually brought strong men from the divine dynasty to challenge us at the gate of the Taichu Holy Land. Meng Aou doesn't want to get involved, but once something happens to Tianyu, it will have a huge impact on the Yunmeng divine dynasty. Never mind, let's just wait and see what happens. I hope Qin Wentian doesn't make a big deal out of it. The Holy Martial God Emperor was the first to be alarmed and also appeared one after another. The Holy Martial Emperor had a smile on his face as long as the Tianyu divine dynasty and the Taichu Holy Land went to war. In the end, no matter who wins or loses, Tianyu will be seriously injured, and Shengwu will reap the benefits. Shengwu has been planning for many years, but all he lacked was an opportunity. As long as he captures Tianyu, his reputation will reach its peak. Among the emperors of the Shengwu dynasty, he ranks among the top. Puff. The great elder of Taichu Holy Land, Xiong Jianmu, spat out a mouthful of blood. He was at the critical moment of his retreat. But suddenly a loud shout echoed inside the Holy Land, and the horrifying sonic boom even reached his secret room. The great elder Xiong Jianmu had a gloomy look in his eyes, filled with murderous intent. To kill someone's enlightenment is like killing his parents. This is a life-and-death feud. How dare you? Who dares to come to Taichu Holy Land and shout? Xiong Jianmu, the great elder of Taichu Holy Land, soared into the air and faced Qin Wentian. Xiong Jianmu's eyes were fierce, as if he wanted to kill Qin Wentian. With the appearance of Xiong Jianmu, one after another powerful men from the Taichu Holy Land emerged from the caves and flew into the sky. The Taichu Holy Land recruits talented disciples from all over the place and takes the elite route. Its high-end combat power is much stronger than Tianyu. Nearly 50 powerful men in the God transformation stage and over 1,000 powerful men in the nascent soul stage flew high into the sky. The strength gap between Tianyu and his side is quite large. Qin Wentian, why did you come to Taichu Holy Land to make a fuss? Taichu Holy Lord questioned. The Taichu Holy Land is not afraid of the Tianyu divine dynasty. His strength is even at the half-step level of void refinement, while Qin Wentian is only at the peak of spirit transformation. Even with the blessing of national destiny, there is nothing that can be done to him. What's more, how many levels of Tianyu national destiny are left now? You old dog, you have lived for thousands of years, yet you shamelessly attack the younger generation. Since you attacked my son, I will naturally come to you for an explanation. The first thing Qin Wentian said was, "Bold dog." The Holy Lord Taichu actually attacked the son of Emperor Qin. How shameless. It is a consensus that the strong men in Dongzhou will not attack the younger generation. Otherwise, the powerful people in the spirit transformation realm in each family would have attacked the younger generation, and the younger generation of talents in each country would have been cut off long ago. Even among the spectators, many did not survive to this day. No wonder the Emperor Qin was so angry. He brought Tianyu's top warriors to attack the Taichu Holy Land. Who wouldn't be angry? If a father remains indifferent when his own son is attacked and killed by an old man, wouldn't he be a waste? The great elder was even more upset, thinking it was because of you, a bastard, that he provoked the younger ones. Now, because the Emperor of Qin came knocking on his door, the results of his continuous retreat were wasted and he even suffered backlash. The great elder glanced at the Holy Lord of Taichu, with a strange look in his eyes. The Holy Lord Taichu snorted coldly. Your son has no respect for others. Not only did he tear up the letter I sent him, but he also kicked out my disciples who came to congratulate him. He was even more rude and disrespectful to me. I am just helping you teach him a lesson. The Holy Lord Taichu stood proudly and just taught the ignorant youngster a lesson. The third prince is Tianyu's prince, why do you need to teach him a lesson? Tang Ling retorted. Qin Yu is a member of the Tianyu royal family, how can he be taught a lesson by outsiders? Besides, this is just your one-sided statement. Who can prove whether it is true or not? You only said that you tore up the letter and drove away the disciples, but what was the reason? I don't believe that His Royal Highness the Third Prince would do these things for no reason. As the Prime Minister of Tianyu, Tang Ling was quick-witted and pointed out that what the Holy Lord Taichu said was only taken out of context. That makes sense. The Holy Lord of the beginning only talked about the result, but not the cause. The aura of Qin Wentian became stronger and stronger. He didn't care about the cause and effect. He only knew that this old dog had injured Qin Yu. Qin Yu is his Achilles heel. Boom. Qin Wentian took action directly. A golden palm blasted out and transformed into a size of several thousand meters. Qin Wentian. The Holy Lord of Taichu was shocked and furious. This bastard really dared to attack him. Isn't he afraid of revenge from the Holy Land of Taichu? The Holy Lord Taichu hurriedly tried to stop it, but his palm still hit the protective formation of the sect. At the moment of the impact, the mountains in the Taichu Holy Land shook, rocks rolled down, and houses and caves shook violently. Hundreds of thousands of disciples fled in panic. The onlookers didn't expect Qin Wentian to suddenly take action. Although Tianyu is weak, Emperor Qin is still domineering and still dares to take the lead in attacking a stronger Holy Land. Qin Huang was the most talented male cultivator in Dongzhou back then. An older monk spoke up. Queen Yunmeng was helpless. Sure enough, it became a big deal. Once the action starts, there will be no room for maneuver for either side. This is the Taichu Holy Land, whose strength is far superior to Tianyu. Qin Wentian, do you want to drag the Tianyu divine dynasty into the abyss? The Holy Lord Taichu spoke in an icy tone. That depends on whether the Taichu Holy Land has the ability to do so. Qin Wentian responded nonchalantly. Qin Wentian did not hesitate and attacked again. This time he mobilized the power of the dynasty's destiny. Although Qin Wentian is the #1 male cultivator in Dongzhou, anyone who can possibly become a holy lord is a chosen one of heaven. What's more, the Holy Lord Taichu is still at the half-step refining void realm. The golden dragon of luck roared and turned into a golden stream of light, wrapping around Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, who was blessed with good fortune, had a pervasive aura and his pressure was no less than that of the Taichu Saint Lord who was half a step into the realm of refining emptiness. Golden Dragon Claw. The Emperor Qin, who is blessed by good fortune, is no less powerful than the Holy Lord of Taichu. For most of the besieging monks, it was the first time they had seen the power of the Golden Dragon of Luck. Qin Wentian, who was blessed with good fortune, needed the full support of the Holy Lord Taichu, so he did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the Taichu Holy Land's sacred weapon, the immortal slaying sword, appeared in his hand, and he immediately slashed at Qin Wentian's attack. The terrifying and sharp sword energy caused the air to be cut wherever it passed, as if the space was split open. The Holy Lord of Taichu is indeed a half-step void refining realm. With one strike, even space was torn apart. The Holy Lord of Taichu is not only half a step into the void refining stage, but also has the blessing of a holy weapon. I'm afraid that Emperor Qin is no match for him. Emperor Qin is very powerful, but it is obvious that Holy Lord Taichu is even more powerful. Moreover, this is the Taichu Holy Land, and the Taichu Holy Lord has not yet used the sect's resources. The rest of the people from the Taichu Holy Land and the Tianyu Divine Dynasty did not intervene. Just as people expected. The Golden Dragon Claw was defeated by the sword energy. Although the blessing of the weakened Golden Dragon of Luck gave Qin Wentian a lot of improvement. But with the holy weapon, the Holy Lord Taichu is even more powerful. The immortal slaying sword emits a brilliant white light, and the holy weapon has already given birth to a spirit. Just the peak of the divine transformation stage. A disdainful voice came from the immortal slaying sword. The spirit of the weapon is extremely arrogant. As the sect's sacred weapon, its opponents are often peerless powerful people who are half a step away from the realm of refining emptiness. A dead thing dares to be so arrogant. Tang Ling said with a curled mouth. Who do you say is a dead thing? The spirit of the artifact was furious. Intelligence was born from the artifact, but in the end it only relied on the holy artifact to exist. Without vitality, it is considered a dead object in the eyes of the world. As a spirit of an artifact, I hate it most when others say this. The immortal slaying sword vibrated. Don't worry, I will vent my anger for you. The Holy Lord of Taichu glanced at Tang Ling. A person at the peak of the spiritual transformation stage can be destroyed with just a wave of the hand. The Holy Lord Taichu, who had the upper hand, pursued the victory. The mist and rain are drifting. The Holy Lord Taichu sneered and slashed out with his sword. The sword energy is fierce yet gentle. Like the drizzle in early spring. Qin Wentian's face turned pale, and the golden luck on his body collapsed. Half-step void refinement is much more powerful than spirit transformation realm. But today I am standing up for my child. If a father can't even stop his son from being bullied, then he is no different from a waste. The outcome has been decided. Tianyu's luck golden dragon is too weak, and the improvement it provides is limited. The powerful golden dragon of luck can even allow the master of the divine dynasty to reach a higher realm. But Tianyu's golden dragon of luck only helped Qin Wentian improve by half a level. Queen Yunmeng looked solemn. As the lord of the divine dynasty, you are so impulsive. It's really unlucky to have such an ally. Queen Yunmeng waits for her chance to act. Once Qin Wentian dies, Tianyu will immediately be attacked by other countries. She couldn't let this happen. Once the war breaks out, it will be difficult to stop it, and Yunmeng will be dragged into the quagmire of war. The holy martial god emperor was overjoyed, and the smile on his face could no longer be concealed. Your Majesty, once Qin Wentian is seriously injured by the Grand Saint, or even dies, then the Shengwu divine dynasty will have its chance. Let's get started. After today, Tianyu will no longer exist. No one knew what had gone wrong with Qin Wentian. He actually went to war with the Taichu Holy Lord, who was ranked among the top 3 in Dongzhou, just for the sake of his son. Even the Shengwu divine dynasty has to think carefully. Under the same ranking, the overall strength of the divine dynasty is above that of the Holy Land. The Holy Land is strong in high-end combat power, while the divine dynasty has more low-level monks. Golden dragon flicks its tail. Qin Wentian's lips trembled, and a golden dragon several thousand feet long appeared. The huge dragon's tail swung. Wherever the dragon's tail passed, there was a deafening sound of air explosion. You don't know your own limits. Wind and thunder divine strike. At the same time, arcs of electricity were entwined and flashing on the Taichu Saint Lord's immortal slaying sword. Go! Electric arcs swept across, flashing silver light. The moment the golden dragon met the electric arc, the dragon began to disintegrate. The remaining electric arc hit Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian's body suddenly felt paralyzed. His Majesty! Prime Minister Tang Ling and Minister of War Li Bing roared and set off at the same time. How dare you interfere? The Taichu Saint Lord's immortal slaying sword moved, and the arc of electricity swept again. The electric arcs all over the sky are like rolling silver snakes. Make the sky bright. Squeak. There was a sound of electric shock. Li Bing and Tang Ling dodged in a hurry. These two are the strongest people at the peak of the spiritualization stage, second only to Emperor Qin. I didn't expect them to dare to take on the attack of the Holy Lord of Taichu head-on. The cultivation level of the Holy Lord of Taichu is higher than theirs, and he also has the blessing of the holy weapon. It is normal that they dare not take the challenge. When the disciples of the great beginning saint saw this scene, they laughed and said, "How dare a mere transformation realm person challenge the Holy Lord? He really doesn't know how to live or die. I thought you were so powerful that you dared to come to my door, but it turns out you are here to die." The disciples of the Taichu Holy Land looked at the people of the Tianyu divine dynasty in a joking manner, as if they were looking at a clown. This is the #1 prodigy among male cultivators. He really doesn't deserve the reputation. He was defeated in just a few moves. The divine emperor of the Shueiyue divine dynasty appeared from the void with a sneer on his face. At first, he was completely suppressed by Qin Wentian, but he never expected that Qin Wentian would be in such a miserable state now. Qin Wentian's spiritual power surged, and his paralyzed body recovered to normal. "Shui Yuanbai," Qin Wentian said coldly. Shui Yuanbai smiled and said, "It seems that what happened back then has caused the #1 male cultivator to regress instead of improve his cultivation. What does Shueiyue divine emperor mean by this?" An uninformed monk asked. Back then, the saintess of the East Wasteland had the best talent in the East continent, attracting countless young talents. Shueiyue divine emperor is one of them. He is known as the second most proud male cultivator. Unfortunately, he was suppressed from the beginning to the end. Even the saintess of the Eastern Wasteland chose Qin Wentian. "Even if my cultivation has not improved over the years, you are still no match for me," Qin Wentian said disdainfully. "You are so arrogant. Things are not the same as they were back then." Shui Yuanbai, who was blessed by the country's fortune, was not afraid of Qin Wentian at all. The national fortune of the Shueiyue divine dynasty is much stronger than that of the peak Tianyu, not to mention that the Tianyu divine dynasty only has a fortune of 20 or 30 feet now. He had long been looking forward to defeating Qin Wentian and avenging his past humiliation, but unfortunately he never had the chance. After leaving the territory of Tianyu, Qin Wentian would have even less national luck to utilize. Nor can we rely on the power of the people. The Holy Lord of Taichu asked with a smile, "Daoist Yuanbai, do you also want to move your body?" "That's exactly what I meant," Shui Yuanbai replied frankly. "Then I'll give you this opportunity." The Holy Lord of Taichu doesn't mind and lets others take action. It is not difficult to defeat Qin Wentian, but if he wants to kill Qin Wentian, he will also be seriously injured. "Brother Qin, please teach me." There was a golden dragon of luck on Shui Yuanbai's body, which was as big as 200 feet. It looked energetic and kept flying around him. Compared with it, the 30-foot-long golden dragon on Qin Wentian's body was like a loach encountering a real dragon. The gap is visible to the naked eye. This emperor also wants to have a fight with fellow Daoist Qin. The holy martial emperor laughed loudly. How could he miss such an opportunity? I am also itching to show off my skills. A black gas appeared, and a long voice came out from the black gas. The faces of the powerful onlookers changed drastically. The demon sect's lord actually also participated in the hunt. Although the demon sect was not among the top 10 holy places, its strength was not weaker than those of the holy places. Aren't you afraid of the backlash of your luck if you take action against the dynasty? Tang Ling didn't believe that the demon lord dared to take action. It's only 30 feet of luck. What's the big deal about the backlash? There are many people taking action today. If it is shared, how much backlash power can there be? The demon lord responded disdainfully. His cultivation has reached a bottleneck. If he could sacrifice the hundreds of billions of human beings of the Tianyu divine dynasty, perhaps he would be able to make further progress. However, before that, he needs to deal with Qin Wentian. As long as he dies, the already weak fortune will fall apart. The Emperor Qin is in danger today. If he is injured in the battle, he will surely be besieged. The Holy Lord of Taichu, the Demon Lord of the Demon Sect, the Water Moon God Emperor, and the Holy Martial God Emperor. No one knows how many people are secretly eyeing us covetously. Emperor Qin is too reckless. He actually ran to the southern mountains and attacked the Taichu Holy Land. The Taichu Holy Land has stood for tens of thousands of years and is at its peak. How could the Tianyu Holy Land be able to deal with it? Now he is being targeted by the Shueiyue divine dynasty. The Holy Martial God Emperor, who had a long-standing grudge against Tianyu, was also watching covetously from the sidelines. The Demon Lord doesn't mind making the situation more chaotic. Although Qin Wentian is not good at politics, he also understands the current situation. I am indeed not fit to be an emperor. Qin Wentian blamed himself. Your Majesty, why do you say that? The old dog Taichu has no shame. He attacked the third prince. If he doesn't ask Taichu Holy Land for an explanation, he will be stabbed in the back. Tianyu may be weak, but he still has some backbone. Tang Ling, who had recovered, spoke righteously. What the Prime Minister said makes sense. The Tianyu people have backbone. They are not afraid of fighting, and they are not afraid of death. Dozens of spiritualization realm and hundreds of nascent soul realm warriors burst out with momentum. Tianyu people, why fear a fight? Hundreds of terrifying auras filled the air. Stay away. If a war breaks out, you'll likely be affected. The Tianyu people are strong and unyielding. Not a single one of them is afraid of death. Many onlookers were impressed when they saw this scene. Although Tianyu is in decline, the people still support it. Qin Wentian, although this emperor wants to destroy your country, I came here today only to fight you. As for the battle for the divine dynasty, this emperor will send the army to eat away at your territory step by step, so that you can witness the demise of your country with your own eyes. It is better for you to keep your subjects. This emperor is here to look for the old dog Taichu today. I am not in the mood to fight with you. You. Shui Yuanyue was annoyed. This bastard was still the same as before, so unpleasant. Everyone, listen to my command, and conquer the holy land of Taichu. Fight until death. Since it has come to this, let's fight to the death and drag others into the water. Qin Wentian no longer paid attention to others. The most suitable place to drag him into the water is the Taichu Holy Land. Yes. Emperor Qin is determined today. Even if it means the divine dynasty will fall into the abyss, he will attack the Taichu Holy Land. Are you really going to do this? The Holy Lord Taichu also became anxious. Doesn't this bastard know that he is being targeted by all the major forces? Once the two sides go to war, a large number of strong people will fall. The Taichu Holy Land will also suffer heavy losses. By then, these bystanders will not give up the fat piece of meat of Taichu Holy Land. The fight continues until one dies. Qin Wentian said in a firm tone. Tianyu cannot show weakness now. He must let everyone know that if anyone attacks Tianyu, they should be prepared to have a piece of their flesh torn off. Kill. Qin Wen gave an order. Hundreds of powerful men rushed out in an instant without paying any attention to others and attacked the Taichu Holy Land. Crazy, really crazy. The Taichu disciples who had been so arrogant just now suddenly fell into panic. The battle at the spirit transformation realm is enough to collapse mountains and rivers. If they are affected, their life or death will depend on luck. He really did it. It's just a matter of hurting a child, but you're willing to start a national war. Boom. Far away. Dense numbers of monks came flying with swords, almost covering half of the sky. Everyone was wearing the uniform of the Tianyu army. Just one look at it makes people tremble uncontrollably. When a large army gathers together, the power of their explosion will increase exponentially. Qin Wentian, what do you want? Taichu Saint Lord said. He doesn't want to start a war. Qin Wentian didn't care about the rise and fall of the divine dynasty, he still wanted Tianyu to go further. Apologize to my son in front of everyone in the world. The face of the Holy Lord Taichu was distorted. You want me to apologize to a junior? You are dreaming. Then let's fight. Your national fortune is just this little bit left. Once the war starts, your national fortune will be shattered. When the time comes, your fortune will backfire and countless people will die because of you. Qin Wentian was silent. Humph. The Holy Lord Taichu snorted coldly. It turned out that he was still reluctant to do so. Boom. The golden dragon of luck on Qin Wentian's body soared into the sky. The golden dragon kept roaring. The next moment, the golden scales of the golden dragon, which was less than 30 feet long, began to swell. Hold head high. The golden dragon let out a cheerful roar. Qin Wentian felt relaxed and his strength increased a bit. The sense of urgency that was suppressing him dissipated a lot. Tianyu's ministers also kept stretching their bodies. The country's fortune has become stronger. Now we can fight without worry. I want to see what the difference is between the Holy Land and the Divine Dynasty. Some strong people are eager to try. In the past few years, the country's fortunes have been declining, as if it were hanging over the heads of every official in the Divine Dynasty. I've been wanting to release some pressure for a long time. What's going on? Why did Tianyu's national fortune suddenly soar? The Holy Lord Taichu was bewildered. He was still saying that Tianyu national fortune was only a little bit left in the last second. In the blink of an eye, the 30-meter-long golden dragon of fortune became a 100-meter-long one. At this time, not only was the Holy Lord Taichu confused, but even Qin Wentian had a face full of question marks. Why is the national fortune rising again? Is it that what we are doing today is helping the Divine Dynasty? The Tianyu dynasty, which had been oppressed and constantly retreated, allowed the other divine dynasties to become more and more aggressive. It seems that only the Divine Dynasty that is not afraid of casualties and dares to show its sword can preserve the country's destiny. Qin Wentian's eyes brightened, as if he had found the direction of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty. The Water Moon God Emperor was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Qin Wentian just didn't want to do the same thing and prepared to launch a suicidal attack on the Taichu Holy Land. In this situation, shouldn't Tianyu's national destiny be shaky? Why the sudden surge? This shocked Shui Yuanyue's cognition. Shouldn't the country's fortune improve only by strengthening the power of the Divine Dynasty? Tianyu's national fortune has become stronger, from 30 feet to 100 feet, more than 3 times. The strong men who were watching looked at this strange scene inexplicably. When Tianyu's spiritual veins were not exhausted, it was nothing more than this. What happened to Tianyu? The bright smile of the holy martial god emperor suddenly stopped. He scratched his head and couldn't figure out how this scene happened. Beiwang City. Prince Gan's mansion. After the sacrifice, Qin Yu returned to the mansion. As for the soldiers he recruited, his subordinates would naturally handle them. Also returning to the palace with them was Qian Longhu and his 3 children. Uncle, please. Qin Yu asked Qian Longhu to take the seat. Regardless of status or seniority, Qian Longhu was above Qin Yu, not to mention that today, it was Qian Longhu who could defeat the Holy Lord Taichu. You can sit down too. Qian Longhu has a cheerful personality and doesn't like to stick to small details, but the sensible Qin Yu puts him in a good mood. This time, I am here mainly to bring you resources on behalf of your grandpa. Qian Longhu took out a red message book and said, "The Donghuang Alliance happened to know about it when I came here. This is what the leader of the Donghuang Alliance asked me to bring to you." Eastern Wasteland Alliance? Qin Yu seemed to have no such power in his memory. It was the leader of the Eastern Wilderness Alliance who gave him something. Qin Yu took it and took a look. Marriage certificate. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. As a time traveler, is it normal to break off the engagement? He was even vaguely looking forward to it. Is uncle here to break off the engagement? Qin Yu asked expectantly. No less than 10 slap-in-the-face scenarios have appeared in his mind. What nonsense are you talking about? The leader of the Eastern Wasteland Alliance has a deep love for your mother, so how can he cancel your engagement? Oh. Qin Yu was slightly disappointed. It turned out that the engagement was not broken off. What the hell are you thinking, you bastard? Qian Longhu said angrily. When the bastard heard this, he didn't just break off the engagement, he even became disappointed. The daughter of the leader of the Eastern Wasteland will hold her coming-of-age ceremony in half a year. Then you can set a wedding date. Originally, this marriage document should be given to Qin Wentian, but I don't want to see him, so I'll give it to you. Qian Longhu said bluntly, not being tactful because Qin Wentian was Qin Yu's father. Uncle, what kind of force is the Eastern Wasteland Alliance you are talking about? I have never heard of this. It's normal that you're still young and haven't heard of it. Where we are now, the major dynasties call us Dongzhou, but outside Dongzhou we are called Donghuang. In addition to Donghuang, there are also the Demon Clan in the northern region, the Orc tribe in the western region, the 10,000 tribes in the southern region, and Sea people in the Endless Sea. There are constant attacks on each other, and they all want to expand their territories, and the Eastern Wilderness Alliance is a combination of major forces in the eastern province. Every year, the sects of the major divine dynasties send powerful men to the junctions of various domains to resist the invasion of other domains. Qin Yu exclaimed, then the Eastern Wilderness Alliance is not the largest force in Dongzhou. How huge the combined force composed of the entire Dongzhou forces must be. Qian Longhu nodded. However, the alliance has regulations. The alliance cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the Eastern Continent forces. Good guy. This old mother, whom I have never met before, has found a great supporter for me. Qin Yu silently put away the marriage certificate. You're so ignorant, you don't even know about the Eastern Wilderness Alliance. Qian Longhu's eldest son cursed. As soon as I thought of the mother I had never met, my body felt an instinctive sense of anticipation. Qin Yu knew that this might be an obsession left over from his previous life. There was no child who didn't want to see his mother. Under the influence, Qin Yu's voice became a little low. Uncle, is my mother still alive? I don't know either. I was of low strength back then and didn't participate in the events that year. There are rumors that your mother entered the Central Realm. Qian Longhu didn't really believe the news, but he hoped it was true, which at least proved that his sister was still alive. Zhongyu. Qin Yu secretly made a note and decided to visit the Central region one day. Donghuang and other regions belong to the outer regions. There is a transparent barrier on the inner periphery of the outer domain, cutting off the world. It has existed since ancient times and has existed since the beginning of records. No one knows whether it was formed congenitally or man-made. This is a well-known thing in Dongzhou. I have delivered the things. I hope you can be recognized as a genius in half a year. Qian Longhu paused. His nephew has low talent, and the status of genius seems a bit unrealistic. That's all, just don't be late for the Eastern Wasteland event in half a year. My uncle is busy with military affairs and needs to rush back to the border. Qianlonghu got up and was about to leave. Uncle, wait a minute. This is the first time that my younger brother, sister and I are meeting. As a cousin, there is no reason to let them go back empty-handed. I have prepared a small gift for them. While chatting with Qianlonghu, Qin had already ordered people to prepare gifts. Qianlonghu frowned and was about to refuse. Uncle, don't say anything. After all, my brother and sister and I haven't seen each other for many years. This is also my nephew's way of strengthening the friendship between me and my brothers and sisters. When Qianlonghu heard this, his brows widened. He is in harmony with Qin Yu's mother, siblings, and of course he hopes that the next generation will also live in harmony. Qianlonghu's children didn't take it seriously, it was just a small gift to bring them closer together. Bring up all the gifts. 3 real dragon models, more than 10 feet long and all white in body, were brought out. This is a dragon-shaped model made of high-grade spiritual stone. Qianlonghu's eldest son was dumbfounded. It would take at least 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones to make this, and there were 3 of them in front of them. These people are all princes and princesses from the dynasty, and they have all seen the big world. But a model made of 1.5 million high-grade spiritual stones, is this just a small gift? Brothers and sisters, don't be surprised. You have also seen this place, cousin. It's all yellow and barren gobi, and there's nothing good about it. But my cousin has some spiritual stones. I heard that Dakian's totem is a dragon, so my cousin had someone make it. Qianlonghu said, Cousin, you are too polite, we are all a family, you give such a precious gift, I forgive my brother for not accepting it. 3 dragon-shaped models are worth 1.5 million high-grade spiritual stones. Not to mention the Tianyu Divine Dynasty, even some small and medium-sized domains in the Dakian Divine Dynasty do not generate so much tax revenue in a year. Cousin Longyu, you don't want to recognize me as your cousin anymore. Qin Yu said, pretending to be dissatisfied. Take it. Although Qianlonghu didn't know where Qin Yu earned so many spiritual stones, judging from the generosity of Qin Yu's sacrifice, these 1 million high-grade spiritual stones were probably nothing. Thank you, cousin. The 3 of them said in unison. Since receiving the gift, the voices of the 3 of them have become much softer. Uncle, walk slowly. See you in half a year. Qianlonghu waved his hand and took the 3 of them and disappeared into the palace. After watching Feizhou leave, Qin Yu suddenly remembered. What is the Eastern Wasteland Festival? Yuzhu. Qin Yu shouted loudly. Your Highness, are you talking about the Eastern Wasteland Grand Meeting? The Eastern Wilderness Grand Meeting is organized by the Eastern Wilderness Alliance. Its purpose is to select geniuses and test the preaching ability of each god's pilgrimage. There are 2 groups. One is the Tianjiao group, which consists of the Tianjiao that have been cultivated since childhood by the major forces. The other is the Taoism group, which needs to find a group of geniuses who have never practiced before. They will be cultivated for half a year and then compete on the same stage to see which force gets a higher ranking. The winner will get a seat in the alliance's decision-making process. The East Wasteland Alliance is an alliance composed of the 10 holy places, 10 divine dynasties, and countless large and small forces in East Province. Because the personnel are too diverse, there will be a situation where they are unwilling to accept each other, which leads to a struggle for the decision-making seat, which also represents the command of the Alliance army. The Alliance had a total of 21 million troops, divided into 21 armies, and each seat represented the command of an army of 1 million men. The Tianjiao group represents the level of the new generation of this force, while the preaching group represents whether this force has the ability to educate more talents for Donghuang. How many decision-making seats does the Tianyu Divine Dynasty have? Qin Yu knew nothing about this. Yuzhu was a little embarrassed. Your Highness, Tianyu doesn't have a seat. What? Qin Yu said unconvincedly, my Tianyu divine dynasty doesn't even have a seat. There are a total of 21 decision-making seats. But some divine dynasties occupy multiple seats. Tell me the rules quickly. Qin Yu urged. He still didn't believe that Tianyu dynasty couldn't get a seat. Polygonatum Odoratum is indeed an encyclopedia. Know the rules of the East Wilderness Festival like the back of your hand. Each major divine dynasty and holy land will have an internal personnel selection. The internal selection of the Tianyu divine dynasty is provided by the city lords of each domain, and these personnel need to go to the divine dynasty imperial city to participate in the internal selection. Only after winning can they represent the divine dynasty to participate in the East Wasteland Grand event. The preaching group also needs to draw up a list and submit it to the East Wilderness Alliance to confirm that they are people who have never practiced cultivation. Doesn't that mean there's a chance to return to the imperial city? Go tell Shan Yucheng that he should not get involved in this matter. The palace will send someone. Qin Yu was just worrying about having no excuse to go back, and here comes this excuse. He will develop Beiwang City within half a year, and then return to the imperial city to tell all the officials that I, Qin Yu, am not bragging. Qin Yu immediately decided on the direction. Who should do this? Chuiteng, Guanghua and Emozhua have been very busy these days. Tens of thousands of people had to register and have their accommodation arranged, and just the care of their food, clothing, housing and transportation was enough to keep them busy and exhausted. Never mind. Everyone has worked hard these past few days, so let's wait until after the celebration party. Qin Yu had promised the royal guards that he would hold a celebration party for them after the sacrifice. Banksia, give me a shoulder massage. Your Highness, do you think Qi Fei will come? Banksia said doubtfully while giving Qin Yu a skillful massage. In Banksia's opinion, it was just losing a game, and it was no big deal. I will come. Qin Yu smiled slightly. People with a gambler's mentality will not stop easily unless there is greater stimulation. Qin Yu's game is a gamble, and a big one at that. A few hundred meters away from Prince Gon's palace. The disciples dressed in the uniforms of the Red Star sect looked around. His brows would frown and then relax in a continuous cycle. This person is Qi Fei from the Chixing sect. Qi Fei always felt uncomfortable after the game. As a result, he was unable to concentrate during his cultivation, and he made many mistakes when drawing talismans. Winning once almost became his inner demon. He knew that if he couldn't win once, his cultivation would not improve at all and his ability to draw talismans would also come to a standstill. But you can only participate if you join Prince Gon's mansion. Qi Fei walked and thought, and somehow arrived at the gate of Prince Gon's mansion. Never mind. It seems to be destined. After joining Prince Gon's mansion, he was still a disciple of the Red Star sect. Many disciples from Dongzhou sects joined the Divine Dynasty. Qi Fei found some psychological comfort for himself. Qi Fei from the Chixing sect requests to see the prince. Qi Fei bowed to the guard at the door. Are you Qi Fei? The guard at the door saw Qi Fei wearing the Chixing men uniform and immediately began to ask. Exactly. Qi Fei was puzzled. His reputation had reached the point where even the palace guards knew about him. Although he has some talent in drawing talismans, his skills are not very strong and his fame is far less than that of his senior brother Qi Ling. But even if he is the eldest senior brother, he is not so famous. The prince is waiting for you inside, please go in. The guard opened the door and pointed to the backyard. Qi Fei was even more confused. Why would the prince wait for him? And he looked like he knew he would come. Qi Fei walked towards the backyard in confusion. Qin Yu lay on the armchair, enjoying Banksia's massage with a relaxed look on his face. It's really a joy to behold. Qin Yu stretched his waist and looked up to see Qi Fei, who looked confused. Your Highness, you are so awesome. People are coming. Banksia opened her mouth wide and looked at Qin Yu in admiration. Yuzhu said admiringly, Your Highness's grasp of people's hearts is even better than that of the ministers in the court. Ever since Qin Yu started playing games, she felt that His Highness had some plans. Recruiting soldiers, recruiting generals, and rallying the people's hearts can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. It has also left countless people with the impression of fairness, justice, and wealth. Qin Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He had been researching talisman paper for some time. But there was always one step missing. The talisman had been printed completely, but it did not have the power of the talisman. It's just a piece of scrap paper with runes drawn on it. In this way, the spirit stone machine can only meet the needs of people for cultivation, but the improvement of cultivation cannot be achieved overnight. With talisman paper, a Qi refining stage cultivator can fight against the powerful golden core stage protagonist. As long as the quality of the talisman in your hand is high enough. This is like giving a gun to a powerless person. Talismans can improve national strength faster than spirit stones. Spirit stones have a greater effect, but they require more time. In fact, Qin Yu could have spent spirit stones to hire a talisman master, but he preferred to have his own. Qi Fei, come to my side. Qin Yu greeted Qi Fei warmly. Qi Fei felt warm in his heart. He didn't expect that His Highness Qin Yu actually remembered him. Qin Yu's smile made people feel warm and at ease, as if they had met an old friend. I didn't expect that the prince actually remembered Qi Fei. Qi Fei smiled embarrassedly. Of course I remember. This time I host the games and you participate in every one of them. Although it's always a little short, I always believe that you will win. Qi Fei has failed His Highness's expectations. Qi Fei felt extremely ashamed. He never expected that His Highness had always placed high hopes on him. But he has always been second. This made Qi Fei want to win even more. Qi Fei suddenly knelt on one knee and bowed, saying, Your Highness, Qi Fei has come here to ask for something. Hurry up and get up. If you have something to say, just say it. No need to bow. Qin Yu hurriedly helped Qi Fei up. Tell me what's going on. You are from Beiwang City. If you have any requests, as long as they are within a reasonable range, I will help you solve them. Qi Fei said sincerely, I want to join the palace and serve His Highness. I hope Your Highness will give me a chance. But the palace has already recruited enough soldiers. Qin Yu said with a frown. This. Qi Fei's face fell instantly. If I can't join the palace, I won't even have a chance to win. Your Highness, I have a talent for talismans. As far as I know, there is no talisman master in the palace now. I can do the work of a talisman master. As for talisman paper, just go out and buy some. There are plenty of them in the shops, ranging in quality from high to low. I don't lack spirit stones anyway. Qi Fei was in despair. Yes. How could someone who could spend tens of millions of high-quality spirit stones on sacrifices lack talisman paper? Although he has some talent, the quality of the talismans he can draw now is not high, and he can only draw spirit-level talismans. As for the treasure level, or even the higher god level, he is not strong enough to do it. But even a spiritual level talisman is worth a lot of money. It is the most frequently used talisman during the foundation building pill stage. I have more spirit stones than I can spend, and there are countless people who want to join me, but I know they are all here for the spirit stones. I don't value ability or talent. I like loyal people. Qin Yu said to himself, as if he was talking to himself. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. At first, His Highness Qin Yu was unwilling to accept the city guards. In the end, the city guards swore an oath of loyalty to the heavenly Tao, and Qin Yu accepted them. "I am willing to swear an oath to be loyal to your highness," Qi Fei said hurriedly. Qin Yu had a cold expression and did not answer. Seeing that Qin Yu did not respond, Qi Fei directly issued the heavenly oath. No need to do this, no need to do this. Since you insist on joining the palace, then your highness agrees. Qin Yu smiled, completely different from the indifferent look just now. You said you are a talisman master. I happen to have a project about talismans here. Can you come and help me take a look at it? Since you have sworn an oath to heaven, you are one of us. He has been working on this project for some time and is just one step away from completion. Just let the talisman exert its due power. Once talismans can be printed on a large scale, the strength of the royal palace will be rapidly enhanced. Looking at Qin Yu's smile, Qi Fei felt like he was being cheated. But he wanted to join from the beginning to the end, but he had no place to express it. Wrong. Didn't they say that the palace doesn't need talisman masters? What's the situation with this talisman project now? When Qi Fei reacted, the feeling of being cheated became more and more obvious. Cuckoo thus suffered the consequences of his own actions and swore an oath to the heaven. I don't know, Your Highness, what project you are talking about. Instead, he had already joined. There was no point in thinking too much. Qi Fei decided to take a look at the project Qin Yu mentioned first. There is not a single talisman master in the palace, so the talismans involved are most likely not of high-end quality. It's not a big project. I just want to simplify the manufacturing process of talismans. Your Highness, the runes of the talisman have been improved by successive generations of talisman masters, and the current runes are already extremely simple. It's not a rune, it's a simplified process of drawing a rune. Qin Yu explained. Simplify the process of drawing talismans? Aren't talismans drawn by talisman masters with great effort? How can this process be simplified? Qi Fei looked confused. Banksia smiled secretly. If Qi Fei knew what His Highness was researching, his eyes would probably pop out. Make the rune into a template and then print the rune onto rune paper. Once this method succeeds, it will surely alarm the entire Dongzhou. Yuzhu didn't say anything. Whether it was the spirit stone machine or winning people's hearts through games, each one was astonishing. He wouldn't find it strange even if precious talismans could be printed in batches. Let's go and take a look and you'll find out. Qin Yu took Qi Fei to the laboratory. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Qi Fei was attracted by a photocopier. Just the look of this high-tech machine can be quite shocking to people who have never seen a technological product before. But only on the outside. But it lacked powerful spiritual power fluctuations, and Qi Fei knew that it was just a low-grade magic weapon. The few runes on the machine further highlight its cheapness. Qin Yu gently stroked the copier. Although this thing looks simple, there are quite a lot of things involved. Qin Yu also spent a long time to develop this one. The photocopier was made, and it was also printed out in the style of talismans and runes. But the talisman paper cannot generate any power and is no different from waste paper. Your Highness, you cherish this magic weapon so much. I wonder what is so special about it. Qi Fei asked curiously. This was the first time he had seen a magical weapon of this shape. Qin Yu's cherishing look now aroused his curiosity even more. This is a rare treasure, but unfortunately it lacks the last step. A printer that cannot copy talismans is a waste. But once the copied talisman can be used successfully, it will become a priceless treasure. Your Highness, do you mean that this low-grade magical weapon is a rare treasure? Qi Fei was full of disbelief. This thing was just for show, but it didn't have much actual value. Most people in the world of immortal cultivation are pragmatic. If they cannot improve their cultivation and combat power, they will not be favored. This copier is obviously not helpful in improving one's cultivation or combat power. Don't you believe he is a rare treasure? No. Chi Fei answered without hesitation. As a talented disciple of the Red Star sect, he has seen a lot of the world. The judgment on the value of the treasure was not wrong. This thing in front of me doesn't look like a rare treasure no matter how you look at it. This thing is crudely made and looks weird. In my opinion, it is not even a low-grade magic weapon. Chi Feiduan looked at him and said with disdain. This thing is indeed crudely made, and the parts were all made by Qin Yu one after another. It doesn't even have a shell, so it doesn't look very refined. It was quite different from the exquisitely shelled copiers on the streets in his previous life. Qin Yu took out a stack of talisman papers, which contained at least 100 printed talisman papers. The runes on the talisman paper are exquisite and completed in one go. Without any pause. Look at these talismans. Qin Yu handed over the talisman in his hand. Chi Fei took the talisman paper. His eyes lit up, as if he had seen something extraordinary. There are 100 pieces of talisman paper in his hand, and the runes drawn on them are exactly the same. Even if a talisman master has specialized in one type of talisman paper for a long time, it is impossible for him to draw every talisman paper exactly the same. Wrong. These are low-grade magic talisman papers and fireball talismans. Although the runes were beautifully carved, something was missing. Chi Fei waved his hand and a piece of talisman paper caught fire. The talisman paper burned out and the fireball that should have appeared did not appear. How so? Chi Fei exclaimed. The rune was outlined perfectly, but it did not contain the power of the rune paper. Sweat oozed from Chi Fei's forehead. He knew that this was a test from His Highness Qin Yu. He had just boasted that he had some talent, but if he couldn't even pass the first level, it would be a slap in the face. Chi Fei's brain raced, trying to figure out the principle behind it. I see. Chi Fei screamed. The most difficult part about talisman paper is drawing the runes. Runes can serve as a bridge between heaven and earth, just like a formation, unleashing powerful power through various arrangements. Although the runes on the 100 pieces of talisman paper in front of me were drawn, they were made of extremely high-quality spiritual ink. But there was one thing missing. Mental power. The spiritual power of the talisman master. Mental power is the medium to activate runes and communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If there is no such medium, no matter how perfectly the rune is drawn, it is like a perfect car, it is useless if it cannot start. If my guess is correct, the talisman master did not use any mental power when drawing the talisman paper. As a result, the talisman paper only looks shiny on the surface, but is actually useless waste paper. Your Highness, I understand that this talisman paper cannot be activated because it lacks a spiritual medium. Chi Fei said confidently. Qin Yu smiled and said, how can I reactivate these talismans without spiritual power? He is indeed a genius, he finds problems quickly. But the important thing for a genius is to solve problems, not just to find problems. The talisman paper was copied by a photocopier, so naturally there is no spiritual power present. How to solve it? This is simple. Chi Fei said confidently. He embedded a spiritual force into the talisman paper. The talisman paper in his hand suddenly became brighter. Call. The talisman paper burned, and a fireball appeared out of thin air. It was slapped away by Chi Fei. It was just the lowest level fireball, but it was still successful. Your Highness, I have accomplished my mission and succeeded. Chi Fei smiled. Fortunately, he passed the entrance examination. If he failed, he would definitely not be reused in the mansion in the future. His Highness Qin Yu is very wealthy and has more spirit stones than he can spend. If you are reused, you will definitely get more spirit stones. Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke out. Qin Yu couldn't help but applaud. As expected of a genius talisman master, the problem that has troubled me for a long time has been solved just like that. Your Highness, you are too kind. This is just the basic principle of making talismans. The difficult part of drawing talismans is the runes. Runes contain the true meaning of the Tao and are difficult to depict. Every cultivator has spiritual power, but only a few can become talisman masters. Your Highness, there is something I don't understand. Qi Fei said. What is it? Normally, it is impossible to draw runes without using mental power, but the rune papers given by His Highness are real. Qi Fei was a little excited. You should know that the process of drawing runes requires high concentration and consumes a lot of mental energy. A talisman master often loses his energy after drawing just a few. You can draw a large amount of talisman paper in one day without using mental power. As for the mental power injected afterwards, it was insignificant compared to drawing the runes. Less than 1%. In other words, once it is possible to communicate runes without using mental power, the output of talisman paper can be increased 100-fold. By then, the status of the talisman master will surpass that of the weapon refiner and the alchemist. Although the status of a talisman master is not low, there is still a gap compared to the alchemist and weapon refiner. Your Highness, I don't know who drew the rune without using mental power. Qi Fei's expression was filled with excitement and anticipation. Is the history of talisman masters going to be rewritten? The person who drew the runes is not a human. Qin Yu said. Not human? Yes, in human history, I have never heard of anyone being able to draw runes without using mental power. If runes could be drawn without using mental power, rune masters would not be so valuable. But I haven't heard of anyone from other races being able to do it. The restrictions of heaven are not limited to humans, but also apply to other races. There are many kinds of demons in the Northern Territory. But it never appeared. The more Qi Fei thought about it, the more confused he became. He really couldn't imagine what race could do this. Hoo. Qi Fei, whose face turned red from holding his breath, was breathing heavily. If the news that low-grade magic tools can be used to draw talismans were to spread, the Red Star sect would go bankrupt in no time. All the major Dongzhou business houses that relied on talisman paper to earn spirit stones, even the top-notch ones like Jinghua Chamber of Commerce, would go bankrupt. Talisman masters who make a living by using talisman paper will also become collectively unemployed. There will be an earthquake in Dongzhou, especially the forces related to talisman paper. The cost of talisman paper will be reduced 100-fold, and the price will be very low in the end. Doesn't this mean that in future battles, what matters is the number of talisman papers? Your Highness has a brilliant idea, and I am amazed by it. This kind of divine weapon has never appeared in Dongzhou in countless years. Qi Fei's eyes changed, and he looked at the copier as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. The value of this item is even higher than that of a holy artifact, not even a divine artifact. This is a magical weapon that can change the world pattern. It cannot be compared with any mere tool. Qi Fei's expression kept changing. The palm of your hand gently strokes the copier. He had never treated the Rui pen hanging around his waist, which had accompanied him for many years, with such care, as he did. Qi Fei walked around the copier. The structure of the magic weapon was complex, and it was made up of hundreds of parts. Although he was not good at refining magic weapons, he knew that the refining process of this kind of magic weapon must be complicated. I'm afraid it will be very expensive. Everyone knows that a weapon refiner's time is precious, and a large amount of spirit stones will be required for each weapon refiner's spending. Hey. Looking at the contrast between Chi Fei before and after, Banksia couldn't help laughing out loud. Do you like this magic weapon? Qin Yu smiled. I like it. I like it so much. Even if someone offers me a divine weapon in exchange, I won't trade it. Then the future production of the copier will be handed over to you. Qin Yu originally wanted to entrust the production of copiers to Zhang San and Li Si. But the two of them are responsible for the spirit stone machine, and they have reached their limit. Qin Yu is not a boss who likes to exploit people. Leave it to me. Your Highness, I am very happy and touched that you can give me such a divine weapon, but I can only draw talismans and not refine weapons. If you don't know how to do it, you can find someone who does. You just need to manage the production. Qin Yu explained. Qin Yu certainly knew that Chi Fei didn't know how to refine weapons, and the reason he gave it to him was simply because of his fanatical love for it. Chi Fei's eyes were filled with tears. This was how much he was valued. It was only his first day in the mansion. He took on such an important task. The photocopier was bound to shake up the world, and now he was the man who controlled it. Even if he is the leader of the Red Star sect, he will have to bow and nod to him in the future. He is the one who is about to control the lifeline of all the talisman masters in the world. Since you have joined the palace to work for me, I will not treat you unfairly. Qin Yu asked, I have plenty of spirit stones, you can ask for them without worry. Chi Fei remembered that the purpose of his joining the palace was to win the game once. But now he has a new goal. Your Highness, I joined the palace for no other reason than to serve your Highness. Qin Yu smiled but didn't point it out. He was the one who guided Chi Fei's mental journey throughout. Work hard, and I will not treat you unfairly. The palace may not have anything else, but it has plenty of spiritual stones. Qin Yu patted Chi Fei on the shoulder to encourage him. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will complete the task. Chi Fei was full of energy. I believe that with your ability, you can complete this job. Yuzhu is in charge of the logistics. You can ask her if you need anything. Yuzhu nodded. Director Qi, you can contact me for any needs regarding the production process. Now, almost all the purchases for the palace are done by Yuzhu. No need to worry about corruption. After Qin Yu explained the drawings and some matters, he left with Banksia Yuzhu. Chi Fei had just experienced a shock and needed to digest it. After Qin Yu and his companions left, Chi Fei stood there, not coming back to his senses for a long time. What is the position of this factory director? Chi Fei forgot to ask. I only remember that His Highness asked him to be in charge of the production of copiers, and before he left, he told him that this was a secret and must not be known to outsiders. He swore an oath to heaven in a daze. Chi Fei held the blueprint in his hand, thinking about what to do next. Many parts of the copier are ordinary tools, but some are magical parts. This requires a weapon refiner to complete it. His Highness explained that there is already a supply chain for some spare parts, and I heard that it was a basic industry that was established when His Highness was still in the imperial city. He didn't know what industry meant. I only know that His Highness seemed to have planned it long ago. What he needed to deal with was the part of the copier that needed to be completed by the equipment refiner. Most of the parts are ordinary tools, and only a few are magical tools. And they are all low-level magical weapons. This cost doesn't seem to be high. How many spirit stones are ordinary tools worth? A piece of low-grade spirit stone is worth 10 taels of gold and 100 taels of silver. Even if the hired laborer works for a whole year, he would only get 10 taels of silver. In a world dominated by monks, ordinary people's income is barely enough to make ends meet. The more Chi Fei looked at the talisman paper, the more shocked he was. He originally thought that the cost would definitely be very high. But if you look closely, you will find that apart from a few magic tool parts, the cost of a copier is only 5 taels of silver. One low-grade spirit stone can build 20 units. The remaining parts of the magic weapon only cost about 50 or 60 low-grade spirit stones in total. I can't tell outsiders, so do I have to go to the barracks to look for someone? Although there are 30,000 soldiers in the royal barracks now, only a few of them are capable of refining weapons. This number of people is not enough to meet the needs of mass production. Wouldn't it be nice to turn outsiders into our own people? Chi Fei thought of several of his old friends, and of course he had to offer this opportunity to his relatives and friends first. After Chi Fei memorized the drawings, he burned them all in a fire. Then he turned and walked out of the palace. The moment the talisman paper is successful, Qin Wentian's golden dragon of luck expanded several times. Once the talisman paper is refined, it can be put into battle immediately and its strength can be improved extremely quickly. The original spirit stone machine was used as a copier, but it took a process for the spirit stones produced by the spirit stone machine to be transformed into strength. This is a slow-growing process. From the moment the golden dragon of luck appeared, Qin Wentian's temperament, which was hidden, gradually became more prominent. At this moment he understood. A king should be domineering and make all the people submit to him. Repeated concessions will only allow other countries to become more aggressive. Start practicing the kingly way today. The Holy Lord of Taichu is closest to Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian now seems to have become more prickly to him. Good. Queen Yunmeng didn't know what happened, but Tianyu's national fortune became stronger, proving that something must have happened to Tianyu. The stronger Tianyu is, the safer Yunmeng will be as an ally. Old dog Taichu, I will ask you one last time, will you apologize to my son? Don't even think about it. Kill. The 100-foot-long golden dragon of luck roared. The backlash of luck that had been suppressed for a long time by the officials of Tianyu disappeared. I haven't felt this way in years. I must kill to my heart's content today. So the entire divine dynasty is full of lunatics. The Holy Lord Taichu said helplessly. Boom boom. Hundreds of magical powers attacked the mountain protection formation, making a rumbling sound. Rocks rolled down from the holy mountains and houses collapsed. Kill. Marshal of the Tianyu army, Qin Ankang, gave an order, and millions of Tianyu soldiers gathered their spiritual power in front of him. Millions of spiritual powers gathered together, streams merged into rivers, and ripples appeared in the air, rising and falling like water waves. The terrifying spiritual power kept rolling like a river about to burst its banks. Can the Taichu Holy Land's mountain protection formation withstand the combined attack of 1,000,000 troops? I will compensate and apologize. The Holy Lord Taichu looked helpless. It doesn't matter if you meet one madman, but how can a group of people be madmen? There was not a single person in the entire divine dynasty who objected, and the two sides started fighting. Both sides will suffer losses. A bunch of lunatics. No, they have reached the mountain gate today. How can we admit defeat? Where would the face of Saint Taichu be? The great elder Xiong Jianmu retorted. Qin Wentian effected his retreat, causing his retreat results to fall short. How could he just let it go? Calm down, Elder Xiong. Starting a war now will be disadvantageous to the Holy Land. Qin Wentian forced me to come out of seclusion, and caused the results of my decades of seclusion to fall through. How can I just let it go like this? Qin Wentian looked indifferent. If you want to blame someone, blame the old dog Taichu. If he hadn't bullied the weak, I wouldn't want to come to the chaotic Taichu Holy Land. Xiong Jianmu's eyes were cold. He had some opinions about the Holy Lord Taichu, but they were in the same group after all. How could he blame the Holy Lord Taichu? And the chaos in the Taichu Holy Land was all caused by you. Elder Xiong, I promise you a 5th grade top-level healing pill. Let's call this a done deal. He managed the Taichu Holy Land for 1,000 years, and it has developed from the bottom to the top 3 today. It's a pity that Taichu Holy Land. It's okay to shed blood, but you can't fight to the death over such a small matter. Elder Xiong didn't feel sorry for her, but he did. The Holy Lord of Taichu is too cowardly. He actually admitted defeat. Apologizing to a junior will make him a laughing stock in Dongzhou. Queen Yunmeng was glad that this was the best situation. There were no casualties on either side. She doesn't have to do anything. What a wimp. Shengwu minister said with disdain. The holy martial emperor standing aside already had a gloomy expression on his face. Not only was Tianyu not severely damaged, but its national fortune increased several times. What is the reason for this? Shui Yuanyue snorted coldly and walked away unwillingly. I originally wanted to compete with Qin Wentian, but now it seems there is no chance. Tianyu's top fighters are all here, so he won't have this opportunity. It seems that the price of talisman paper sold to Tianyu needs to be raised a few levels. The Shengwu Divine Dynasty is good at refining weapons, and the Shueiyue Divine Dynasty is good at drawing talismans. Many divine dynasties have their own flagship projects. Even Yunmeng is good at growing exotic flowers and various herbs. It is the #1 supplier of the Ziyan Divine Dynasty, which ranks 2nd in Dongzhou. The Tianyu Divine Dynasty is an exception. Its territory is neither rich in Shengwu ores nor in weapon refiners. It is also not like the Ziyan Divine Dynasty where the underground fire is abundant and there are many alchemists. The Tianyu Divine Dynasty is balanced in all aspects and has no advantages, but fortunately it has no particular weaknesses either. Although Shengwu has many rare mineral veins, there is a lack of medicinal herbs and alchemists in the territory. Yunmeng, which is rich in medicinal herbs and magical drugs, has no minerals. Tianyu has nothing lacking and nothing too much. The increase in the price of talisman paper can exacerbate the shortage of Tianyu's spirit stone. Although no one knows why Tianyu's national fortune has soared, it is an indisputable fact that Tianyu's spiritual veins have dried up. Stop attacking first. The Holy Lord of Taichu spoke. The spiritual power surging above the heads of millions of troops was too terrifying. Even though he was half a step into the void refinement realm, he was unable to resist the attack of a million-strong army. What's more, there is also Qin Ankang who is in the late nascent soul stage. Apologize first, and then compensate. Qin Wentian refused. An apology is simple, but I won't give you any compensation. Although I took action, I was blocked by Qian Longhu and didn't hurt your son. Why should I pay compensation? Although you didn't hurt my son, Gan Longhu took action. I owe you a favor, don't you have to pay it back? After recovering, Cheng Tangling pinched his nose. He felt as if his majesty had suddenly changed. 1 million top-quality spiritual stones, I understand this. Qin Wentian, you are so poor that you are crazy. You have 1 million top-quality spiritual stones. Tianyu now earns 1 million yuan a year. 100,000 top-quality, if you don't want it, start a war. He would rather start a war than give 1 million top-quality spiritual stones. Good deal. Qin Wentian didn't counteroffer and agreed. You stupid bastard, you opened your mouth on purpose. Give. The Holy Lord Taichu threw out a storage ring. And an apology. He is the first saint in Dongzhou to apologize to a prince. However, the Holy Lord of Taichu never cared about these things. As long as he retained his strength, the Holy Land of Taichu would have the opportunity to retaliate sooner or later. It depends on how long the Tianyu divine dynasty can last. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, so he doesn't mind waiting. I apologize to Qin Wenyu. As a senior, I shouldn't have attacked him. Is that all right? Stop. Qin Wentian was just brave, but not crazy. At Qin Wentian's command, hundreds of warriors stopped attacking. Everyone sighed. What a pity, the Holy Lord Taichu has also become cowardly. The million-strong army also stopped. The gathered spiritual energy blasted to the side, and several hilltops were razed to the ground. Asshole, why don't you just disperse your spiritual power? The Holy Lord Taichu was angry. Sound the retreat. Tianyu and his group slowly retreated. A group of onlookers were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Ever since the Tianyu divine dynasty's national fortunes began to soar, things seemed to become abnormal. Qin Wentian, who had always been introverted, suddenly became aggressive. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones is a considerable fortune for Tianyu now. Although the compensation was requested in Qin Yu's name, Qin Wentian was not prepared to give it to Qin Yu. The divine dynasty needs money everywhere, but it can barely subsidize the needs of the divine dynasty. Your Highness, should the plan still be carried out? Suspend the action against Tianyu and first find out the reason why Tianyu's national fortune is rising. The Holy Martial Emperor was worried and inexplicably uneasy about Tianyu's changes. This battle is known to the world. It came and went quickly, and there was no major fighting between the two sides. Many divine dynasties secretly lamented that they had missed a good opportunity. It's also dark that the Holy Lord Taichu is a coward. Inside the Taichu Holy Land. Holy Lord, why did you admit defeat today? Even though the Tianyu divine dynasty's national fortune has skyrocketed, the Taichu Holy Land has a protective formation, and the sect still has a foundation that has not been revealed. If the battle starts today, there is absolutely no chance that the Tianyu divine dynasty will win. Of course I know. Elder Xiong, do you feel that the spiritual energy now is much thinner than it was 10 years ago? Xiong Jianmu nodded. Compared with 10 years ago, the spiritual energy now is at least 1/3 thinner, and even the spiritual veins of the Tianyu divine dynasty have been directly exhausted. But this is related to what is happening today. The world is about to change. Resources are becoming fewer, but the population is not decreasing. Conflicts will arise. We must conserve our strength at this time. If we fight with Tianyu and both of us suffer losses, if something changes, the Taichu Holy Land will be out of the stage of history. The Holy Lord of Taichu has ruled the Holy Land of Taichu for 1,000 years. How could he be a weak person? Qin Wentian is not very old, but he is still an idiot who knows nothing about politics. So he can act recklessly. But he, the Holy Lord of the Beginning, can't do that. Xiong Jianmu walked out of the cave. Is the world really going to change? But today he suffered the greatest loss, and all his decades of seclusion were in vain. Qi Fei took out the communication jade pendant. Brothers, come out and have a chat. We'll treat you at the best restaurant in Beiwang City. Qi Fei couldn't hide his excitement, and left the palace with a smile on his face. Your Highness is very generous. He paid the monthly salary at the beginning of the month. In the past, the previous month's salary would be paid in the middle of the next month, but for the first time, they received their salary at the beginning of the month. Let's go to the 7-star restaurant and spend some money. Let's also taste the flavor of the golden core monster. The city guards were extremely generous. Qin Yu compensated them for the salaries they had received in previous years, and also gave them 350 high-quality spirit stones as an additional bonus for their protection. Now they are like nouveau riche. 350 high-quality spirit stones were an astronomical figure for them. This is the salary for the initial 30 years of foundation building, and they only served as guards for 1 month. 3 colleagues. Chi Fei heard that several people were also going to the 7-star restaurant. He quickly called a few people. Millennium Second. Several city guards blurted out. No, why is Master Qi in the palace and calling us colleagues? Chi Fei's current reputation is quite high, and his reputation as the runner-up for 1,000 years is widely known. The city guards who were protecting him witnessed the entire process of how his title came about. Chi Fei's face darkened, and his good mood became flawed. He hated the nickname. I have joined the palace, and now I am going out to do some work for His Highness. I heard that you guys are going to the 7-star restaurant, and I am planning to go there too, but let's go together. Of course, please, Mr. Qi. Several city guards did not refuse. Now they were colleagues and they should communicate with each other. Moreover, Chi Fei is a talented talisman master, and he might ask for help in the future. Several people are happy to make friends with him. I don't know what your names are. Clouds, Blue Moon, Black Earth. The 3 of them bowed and introduced themselves. Yunhan glanced at Chi Fei and deliberately changed the subject, saying, I guess Brother Qi Gong often goes to the 7-star restaurant. Brother Yun thinks highly of me. The 7-star restaurant is one of the top 10 restaurants in Dongzhou. It is spread all over Dongzhou and the prices are very high. The guests are basically high-ranking officials from various local forces, or direct descendants of their families. How could I have such strength? Chi Fei said truthfully. Brother Qi is too modest. The title of Genius Talisman Master is not undeserved. Moreover, talisman masters always earn a lot of money. Chi Fei shook his head. The Chixing sect is currently facing financial difficulties. The people are all poor, how can they afford to buy talisman paper? Because they had no spirit stones to purchase talisman paper, the monks who went on expeditions and hunting suffered several times more casualties. The poorer you are, the harder it is. Without talisman paper, you will have more casualties and lower income when you go on expeditions and hunts. It has become a vicious circle. The monsters in the Yumeng Mountains and the Jiulong Mountains within the Tianyu Divine Dynasty are becoming increasingly rampant due to the lack of human hunting. Once there are too many monsters, squeezing their living space and a large number of them being driven away, a beast tide will be triggered. But when he thought of the copier, he felt that it was just a beast tide. Once talisman paper is available in large quantities, its price will drop sharply. The beast tide will be easily solved. 7-star restaurant. The restaurant is decorated in a magnificent style, with golden bricks paving the floor and pearl lights, all of which exude luxury. When you enter the hall, you will see 1,000-year-old trees as pillars and precious old trees as beams. You will see 2 golden cranes standing on the rockery, looking ethereal and like a picture scroll on earth. A woman in a white dress made of high-quality material came slowly over and asked, "Guests, are you here to stay or have a meal?" The 7 Stars restaurant has all kinds of precious delicacies and rare ingredients. Immortal cultivators do not need to eat, they only need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, powerful monsters or rare ingredients can also improve their cultivation, but they are expensive and not cost-effective. Food ingredients that can enhance the abilities of cultivators are extremely expensive. As resources for cultivation of the strong are already precious, using spirit stones to directly cultivate is often the most cost-effective. Only a small number of second-generation immortals or disciples from large sects would eat these precious ingredients. And the 7-star restaurant. It is to serve these people. Yunhan swallowed his saliva as he looked at the exquisite 7-star restaurant. In the past, he would never have dared to spend money in such a place. After a year's salary, there are only a few spirit stones left for the purpose of cultivation. Baiwang City is poor, but even in this poor place, there is a group of people who sit firmly on the high platform and enjoy the wealth and luxury of the world. Meal. A few guests please. The appearance of several people attracted the attention of the diners. The uniforms of the 3 city guards including Yun Han were too conspicuous. When will the city gate guards be able to dine at the 7-star restaurant? That's right, I can afford to pay after the meal. Don't wait until you're done eating and can't pay. The person who spoke was the owner of Jinyang Commercial Bank in Nanmu City. In his opinion, the 7-star restaurant was an elegant place and not one that these lowly paupers could patronize. You look down on others. It's not only the people in Nanmu City who have spirit stones. Chi Fei said sarcastically. Could it be that Baiwang City has more spirit stones than Nanmu City? Look at the people dining in the restaurant, most of them are from Nanmu City, but there are very few from Baiwang City. Ask the owner of the 7 Stars restaurant whether they are willing to receive people from Nanmu City or Baiwang City. Everyone who comes is a guest, and the 7 Stars restaurant is willing to receive them. The 7 Stars restaurant laughed. Most of the store's business depends on nanmuching. But after all, they opened their business in Baiwang City, so there is no saying that they offended the locals. Snort. Shopkeeper Jinyang threw away his chopsticks and said coldly, Shopkeeper Qixing means that the people of Baiwang City will be treated the same as those of Nanmu City. They are all distinguished guests, all the same, all the same. If we don't drive these people out today, no one from Nanmu City will come to these 7 restaurants anymore. Just like the poor Baiwang people, how to show that the people of Nanmu are superior. Chi Yunhan looked at the restaurant owner. I want to see how the restaurant owner reacts. The owner of the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce is obviously stepping on the people of Baiwang City to show their superiority. The resentment between the 2 dynasties has been accumulated for a long time and has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The people hate each other, and the people of Baiwang City hate each other the most, which is the biggest source of their sense of superiority for the people of Nanmu City. The owner of the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce looked very proud and wanted to see how the owner of the 7-star restaurant would choose. Without the patronage of people from Nanmu City, the 7-star restaurant would soon be on the verge of bankruptcy. The 7-star restaurant looked embarrassed. The Jinyang Chamber of Commerce was one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in the Shengwu dynasty and played a vital role in Nanmu. Manager Jin, the guests who come to the 7 Stars Tower are all honored guests. How can you chase them away? I'm sorry, I can't obey your order. The owner of the 7-star restaurant still rejected the owner of the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce. The 7-star restaurants are spread all over Dongzhou, how could they do such a thing that would damage their reputation? Not to mention the people guarding the city gate, even beggars would be received by the 7-star restaurant as usual as long as they were given spirit stones. Okay, don't regret it. Notify all the major chambers of commerce in Nanmu City that they are no longer allowed to enter the 7-star restaurant. Most of the people who come to Baiwang City from Nanmu City are from the merchant guilds. If they don't come, the revenue of the 7 Stars restaurant will plummet by at least 50%. Let's go. Shopkeeper Jin Yang waved his hand and left the 7-star restaurant with a group of people. The 7-star restaurant, which was always crowded with people, was suddenly deserted with only a few people left. Don't worry, boss. The brothers of the city guard will take care of your business from now on. Yunhan patted his chest and said. Well. The owner of the 7-star restaurant sighed and didn't take it seriously. How much spending power do the city guards have? Yunhan chuckled and didn't answer. The city guards today are no longer the impoverished people who had been owed wages for several years. Waiter. Several people wearing city guard uniforms shouted loudly at the entrance of the restaurant. For the first time in our lives, we are so wealthy. We finally don't have to live a hard life anymore. From now on, we will follow His Highness and have a bright future." With the spirit stones, everyone's voices became louder. The 7-star restaurant, which had dared not even to enter the door at first, now dared to come in and shout. Although Biwangcheng's 7-star restaurant was only rated 4 stars among the 7-star restaurants, it was still out of their reach. The dishes there cost dozens or even hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, which is beyond their reach. Most of the city guards are in the early stage of foundation building, and their monthly salary is only 100 low-grade spirit stones. One dish can be equivalent to their monthly salary. Even if you are in the Jindan stage, you cannot come here to consume often. But it's different now. With 350 high-quality spirit stones, it's still possible to be extravagant. "Sir, please come in." The woman in a white dress warmly entertained the few people. "I'm so tired. I've been refining the spirit stone machine for the past few months. I'm about to vomit." Li Si stretched his waist and complained. "It doesn't matter if it's a bit hard to serve His Highness," Zhang San said. "His Highness said that we have worked hard in refining equipment in the past few months, and all expenses for the day off will be paid by the palace," Zhang San said to the more than 400 guards behind him. During this period, hundreds of them worked day and night to refine the spirit stone machine without any good rest. His Highness said that there are more people in the palace now, and they can withdraw once they find someone to replace them. "You can choose someone from the city guards." Zhang San knew that these people had sworn an oath to the heavens that they would not betray His Highness. So he planned to take everyone to relax today and then go talk to Cheng Wei. Looking at the 7-star restaurant in front of him, Zhang San walked in without any hesitation. Spirit stone? It's just a number. The palace's current weekly income from spiritual stones is as high as tens of millions of high-quality spiritual stones, and is still rising by more than 1 million per month. That is to say, the space in the palace is limited, and their number is limited, otherwise the weekly income would exceed 100 million in a blink of an eye. The warehouse in the backyard of the palace has already been built, and it can be used as both a warehouse and a factory. 8,000 city guards are more than 10 times their number, which means that the production capacity of the spirit stone machine can be increased more than 10 times. Zhang San shook his head and didn't dare to think about how much income he would have in the future. While Zhang San was thinking, he had already walked into the restaurant. Where is the shopkeeper's land? Zhang San has been working as a factory manager for several months and has developed a leadership quality. What can I do for you, guest? The owner of the 7-star restaurant came over. Although Zhang San's cultivation level is not high, his bearing is extraordinary. The palace is going to hold a banquet, and I have booked the restaurant. No one else is allowed to enter. This. The owner of the 7 Stars restaurant looked embarrassed as these guests had already arrived. It's His Highness's personal guard. Yunhan recognized Zhang San at a glance. Although he had never seen him before, he was wearing the same clothes as Cui Teng and others. Yunhan greets all the adults. Who are you? Zhang San has been in the factory for a long time and has no deep impression of the city guards. Sir, we are from the city guards. Oh, you are from the city guards. Then you can all take your seats. Zhang San chuckled. These are future workers, so he should be kinder to them. Yunhan couldn't help but sigh that everyone in the palace was so kind, from the prince to the personal guards, everyone made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Then thank you, Master Guard. I don't know how to address you. Zhang San, this is my assistant Li Si. Zhang San pointed to the side and explained. This is the person next to you. Zhang San looked at Qi Fei and asked. I am Qi Fei, a newcomer to the palace. Fortunately, His Highness values me and appoints me as the director of the Talisman Paper Factory. Factory manager. Zhang San knew what this meant. Could it be that His Highness had tinkered with something again? Now Zhang San dare not underestimate Qin Yu. Anyone who can become the head of the factory is probably not an ordinary person. Brother Qi, please take your seat. Please. Qi Fei was not polite either. They would be his colleagues in the future and also his personal guards, so he also wanted to make friends with them. The shopkeeper needs to bring up all the characteristics of your store. Please come in. The owner of the 7-star restaurant laughed. His Highness Qin Yu is rich enough to rival a country. Now the entire Beiwang city knows that today is a banquet being held in the palace, so naturally their spirit stones will not be lacking. The restaurant's turnover determines whether he can go one step further and become the owner of a 5-star restaurant. The shopkeeper was extremely enthusiastic and personally welcomed everyone. Call the brothers over. Zhang San ordered. Nearly 500 personal guards from the city king's palace kept walking into the restaurant. The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect there would be so many people. It looked like it was packed with people, at least 400 or 500. How much food does this consume? Hurry up and ask the kitchen to prepare all the ingredients. The shopkeeper ordered hurriedly. This is a big order. Fortunately, the owner of Jinyang Chamber of Commerce did not offend the city guards, otherwise there would be no such big business today. Has the news been passed down? The shopkeeper of Jinyang Chamber of Commerce had a gloomy expression on his face. How dare he offend him because of a few guards? There will be times when the 7-star restaurant regrets. The shopkeeper has already given the order. All the major chambers of commerce have received the news and said they will obey you, shopkeeper. Yeah. Shopkeeper Jin Yang nodded with satisfaction. Go keep an eye on the 7-star restaurant and let him know that without the patronage of us Shengwu people, his restaurant would have collapsed long ago. It belongs to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Jin Yang's gloomy expression eased a little, with a hint of teasing on his face. He is the manager of the Nanmu City branch and has considerable power. Many chambers of commerce are affiliated with the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce. Unless you are a fool, no one would offend him for the sake of a restaurant. Prepare all the good wine and food in the restaurant. Our prince will be here soon. Zhang San said seriously. Don't worry, sir. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Qin Yu led a group of people out of the palace. As a boss, I still need to attend the reward party for my brothers and give them some encouragement. Third brother, where are we going? Xiao Qilang asked softly, with the 8th prince following beside him. The 8th prince muttered. I have been in Buwengcheng for a few days, but I still haven't eaten the ice cream I have been craving for. Let's go to the feast. What does it mean to have a feast? Xiaoqi was full of questions. The Minister of Revenue did not say a word, but just followed silently behind. These days he has been observing the changes in the palace and the source of the large amount of spirit stones. But there was a formation blocking the backyard and he couldn't get in. He had a feeling that there might be a reason why a large number of spirit stones appeared inexplicably. His Highness didn't tell him, so he could only explore it on his own. There were hundreds of personal guards inside, and they emerged today. If someone said that everything was fine inside, he would not believe it even if you beat him to death. Your Highness, the carriage is ready. Kong Zhou said respectfully. After the sacrifice was completed, he had no more business to do. As a personal guard, it was natural for him to stay by Qin Yu's side. The monk sent by the shopkeeper Jin Yang sneered, the shopkeeper of the 7-star restaurant is really an idiot. He actually offended the shopkeeper for a few guards. The monk looked towards the 7-star restaurant. His face changed. The 7-star restaurant was bustling with people constantly coming in. There were still people outside who hadn't been able to get in and were waiting at the door. Where do these people come from? The monks from the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce looked bewildered, as Beiwang City no longer had the patronage of the major chambers of commerce from Nanmu City. How could there be so many people in Beiwang City who could spend money at the 7-star restaurant? We must report this to the shopkeeper immediately. 7-star restaurant is doing a booming business, with an increasing number of customers? How is this possible? Shopkeeper Jin Yang stood up and said unhappily, I want to see who are the people who are not giving me face. Not only did the restaurant not give her face, but other people also dared not to give her face. Where will his face be if he is left alone? Even the Chamber of Commerce in Beiwang City and some sects and family forces have to give him face. Beiwang City was short of supplies, and most of them were supplied by him. It is no exaggeration to say that he almost controls the economy of Beiwang City and Nanmu City. He has the final say on whether to raise prices or not. This time, the Lord of Nanmu City lowered the tariff, but he immediately raised the price, not giving the Tianyu people a chance to take a single spirit stone. The Lord of Nanmu City had no objection. After all, the tariffs had indeed been reduced. As for the price increase, that was none of his business. It would be useless even if Shan Yucheng came to my house. Third brother, the streets here are small and narrow, far inferior to the imperial city. Shao Qi supported his chin and looked out of the carriage window. Girls are visual animals. From the prosperous imperial city to the poor and backward places, the first thing they pay attention to is the local scenery. Shao Qi, third brother, will make this place more prosperous than the imperial city in the future. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said, Third brother, you are bragging again. Before, you were always bragging and deceiving Uncle Luo. You even tricked him into going to jail. Luoni's old face turned red. Ahem. I could only cough twice to cover up the embarrassment. Ever since Luo and I arrived in Beiwang City, he felt that perhaps His Highness did not lie to him. Third brother is looking forward to a better future, not lying. Qin Yu said as a matter of course. Your Highness, we're here. Kong Zhou whispered behind the curtain. Have Chen Wen and the others arrived? Your Highness Chen Shichang and the 3 sisters Mu Zhoutong are here. Today is the reward banquet for the Lingshiji team, so Chen Wen and the 3 sisters naturally cannot be absent. His Highness has arrived. Qin Yu had just gotten off the car when a guard who had not yet squeezed into the restaurant shouted. Your Highness. The guard's eyes were fanatical. The spiritual stone machine had brought them such a huge shock that Qin Yu was now like a god in their eyes. Brothers, you have worked hard recently. Let's go inside first. Qin Yu comforted them. Your Highness, please. The crowded crowd automatically made way for them. Chen Wen, Zhou Tong, you guys have worked hard too. It's not hard. Why should I serve your Highness? Chen Wen looked sincere. It's okay, I like being with spirit stones. Fang Zhoutong said carelessly. There is a formation covering them, but in fact they have nothing to do, and there are many wastelands in Ganlong. After the spirit stone machine was put away, few people disturbed it. By practicing in a large pile of spirit stones, their cultivation level has improved a lot. Qin Yu was at the front, followed by a group of people as they walked into the restaurant. The restaurant owner had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Qin Yu, he trotted forward and bowed. Meet the King Gan. No need to be so polite. Your Highness does not like red tape. Please prepare the best wine and food in your restaurant. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will never let you down. Qin Yu nodded. This group of people followed him from the imperial city to Ganlong, and now they are working as production employees. They don't owe Qin Yu anything, it is Qin Yu who owes them. Prepare the dishes and take out all the treasured wines. The shopkeeper ordered hurriedly. Everyone in Beiwang City knew that Qin Yu was rich and powerful. We can clear out all the stock in the store today. The silly shopkeeper Jinyang almost made him offend the rich man. As a prefectural capital, his store is only a 4-star hotel. The other prefecture cities are at least 5 stars, isn't it just that Beiwang City can't keep up because of the consumption level? As long as I can hook up with Qin Yu, I won't have to worry about the future. Qin Yu has spirit stones and is generous, so how could the people below him be without money? Everyone took their seats. It's time to make plans. Qin Yu murmured. What is third brother planning? Shao Qi heard Qin Yu muttering and asked curiously. Nothing, I just want to comfort my brothers. Brothers? Qin Yu said loudly. The noisy restaurant suddenly became quiet. The guards looked at Qin Yu passionately. Thank you brothers for accompanying me all the way. From the original imperial city to the current Ganlong. It has been a long journey, my brothers, and I want to toast you with this cup. The guards below had red eyes. Their efforts were remembered by His Highness and were not in vain. Who doesn't want their efforts and loyalty to be rewarded? At this moment they felt that they had followed the right person and that leaving their hometown was worth it. If you work hard, you should get something in return. I never mistreat my own people, and you are like my family members. Everyone's salary will be increased tenfold, and each person will receive a bonus of 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. The owner of the Jiu Qixing restaurant staggered. He knew that Qin Yu was arrogant, but he didn't expect him to be so arrogant. That's 500 people. Wouldn't that cost 5 million high-quality spirit stones? This is an astronomical figure. Your Highness, isn't this too much? Zhang San said. They knew that they had paid a lot, but it was not worth 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. Qin Yu spread his hands and said, this is just the beginning. Your efforts are totally worth it. Your Highness, Your Highness. The guards went into a frenzy. 10,000 high-quality spirit stones. How much can this do? It takes 10 years to earn money in the nascent soul stage. They are only in the foundation building stage. Quiet. Qin Yu's expression was serious and he showed dissatisfaction. The guards immediately panicked, wondering if they had said something wrong. How could a royal guard lose control of his emotions over a mere 10,000 high-grade spirit stones? This is just the beginning. In the future, our products will be spread all over Dongzhou, and you will be the leaders. The guards were breathing rapidly. His Highness actually plans to push the spirit stone machine to the entire Dongzhou. Each of them will be responsible for a domain. That is a huge amount of spirit stones. The current spiritual stone machine only occupies a place in Beiwang City. Not to mention the entire Ganlong territory, and the entire divine dynasty. As for Dongzhou, it was too big for them to imagine. This would require at least hundreds of billions of spirit stone machines, right? How many spirit stones can I earn this year? But how to produce so many spirit stone machines? The brothers of the city guard have already joined the palace, and from now on your manufacturing business will be handed over to them. As for you, there is only one thing, that is to practice. You must be strong enough to keep him. You don't want to be snatched away by others in the end, right? Don't worry, Your Highness. I will fight anyone who dares to come. For our common cause. Cheers. Qin Yu raised his glass. For a common cause. The guards raised their glasses. Qin Yu's words were confusing and ambiguous from beginning to end. Luo Ni was confused by what he heard. As for the owner and service staff of the 7-star restaurant, they didn't understand anything at all. All we know is that after Qin Yu's words, the group of people went from being tired at the beginning to being energized. From being an employee, I became a partner. Who can resist this temptation? Dongzhou has never seen a situation where those in power are willing to share the benefits with those below them. We're finally here. Brother Fei said that the 7 Stars restaurant is treating us tonight, so you guys have to eat more. Don't worry, I've been taking the Bigu pill for a few months, and my stomach is completely empty now. Huh, you want to eat Fei Gu into a pauper? 3 men and 2 women were talking and laughing. All 5 of them are from families in other cities of Ganlong. Qi Fei and I have known each other since childhood, and we can be considered old friends. The 3 men are Tan Fei, Lan Bin and Cheng Wu. The 2 women are Li Yao and Lan Ji. However, Qi Fei pursued the way of talismans and joined the Qixing sect, while they stayed in their respective families. Qixinglu is a high-end restaurant. Specially for cultivators. For them, dining at the Qixing building is also something worth showing off. There is only one Qixing store in Ganlong, Beiwang City, and there are no stores in other small cities. Even if there are any, they have all collapsed. The economic level of the prefectural capital is poor, not to mention the small cities below, most of which are third-tier cities. Okay, let's go in first. Brother Fei must be waiting anxiously. One of the girls, who looked sweet and like a girl next door, spoke up. Little sister knows you want to see your brother Fei, but there is no need to be so anxious. Huh. The man joked with a smile. Brother, what are you talking about? The girl's cheeks flushed. They haven't seen each other for several years since Fei Gu joined the Red Star sect, and I am no longer the little girl who always followed her. Let's go in first, don't let Lan Mei wait anxiously. As soon as they arrived at the door, they were shocked by the luxurious decoration of the restaurant. This is indeed the place where immortal cultivators dine. It is filled with a fairy-like air and there are even cranes raised in the hall. The concentration of spiritual energy is much higher than outside, and there is a faint aroma of vegetables wafting out. They have eaten a lot of delicious food. But just the aroma inside made them feel like what they had been eating before was pig food. How much has Fei Gu grown? Although they are childhood friends, their high status makes them feel uneasy. Can they still be as close as they were when they were children? Dear guests, our restaurant has been reserved by the prince today and we are unable to provide meals. The woman in the white dress said politely. The place has been booked by the prince, but Brother Fei sent a message saying that he was in the restaurant. Could it be that we heard it wrong and he is not in the 7-star restaurant? Lan Bin asked in confusion. I heard it clearly. What Brother Fei said in the message was the 7-star restaurant. Lan Ji said confidently. Although Qi Fei was conveying the message to Lan Bin, she listened attentively from the side. Just asking, we have a friend in there, his name is... Snort. Before Lan Bin could finish his words, he was interrupted by a cold snort. The 7-star restaurant is really in trouble. Cats and dogs are starting to come in. The shopkeeper of Jinyang Chamber of Commerce said in a cold voice. It was obvious that these people came from small places, and they had a strong rural air. When will these people be allowed to enter the 7-star restaurant? You should know that although the 7-star restaurant is located in Beiwang City, it has always been patronized by their Nanmu City Chamber of Commerce. Without their patronage, has the restaurant degenerated into this state? How much can a bunch of poor people spend? They can't even afford the salary of a waiter. You old man, who are you talking about, the cat or the dog? Lanji was immediately annoyed. She had dressed up deliberately for Fei Gu today, but now she was being mocked as a cat and a dog before she even met him. You bitch, How dare you insult the owner of the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce? Do you want to die? The Jinyang cultivator was eager to show off himself and roared fiercely. Why can't I, the shopkeeper of Jinyang Chamber of Commerce, call you cats and dogs? Shopkeeper Jinyang put his hands behind his back. Although his cultivation was only at the golden core stage, even if he was at the nascent soul stage he wouldn't dare act rashly in front of them. A bunch of country boys, unaware of his identity and respect for him. Now that we know his identity, I'm afraid he will kneel down and beg for mercy right away. The shopkeeper of Jinyang Chamber of Commerce. Lanji's face turned pale with fright. Who doesn't know about Jinyang Chamber of Commerce Beiwang City? After Tianyu's decline, it had no spare resources to support the impoverished Ganlong, and many supplies were purchased from the Shengwu divine dynasty. The neighboring city of Nanmu became an important route for trade. Jinyang Chamber of Commerce is the top chamber of commerce that controls Nanmu City. These third-rate small families are like ants in the eyes of the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce. Senior, I'm sorry for the offense. Lanbin pulled Lanji away and bowed to apologize. People like shopkeeper Jinyang could be slapped to death and no one would say anything. Shopkeeper Jinyang is very angry. These young and foolish people have walked into trouble. You don't know how to respect others. You cut off your own arms. I will pretend that this incident never happened. Manager Jean and his friends are young, so please don't bother with them. The woman in white long skirt pleaded for mercy. Get lost. You are just a receptionist, and you dare to beg for someone else. The shopkeeper Jin Yang scolded him, saying that he came here just to cause trouble for the restaurant, so why would he give face to the restaurant staff? The woman in the long white dress gave a wry smile. She has done her best and can only ask the shopkeeper to come forward. But now the shopkeeper was in the box accompanying Prince Qinyu, and it was not convenient for her to disturb him. The woman in the long skirt and white clothes gritted her teeth. Even if she was punished by the shopkeeper, she couldn't just sit there and walked upstairs. I'll give you 3 breaths of time before I take action. Whether you can survive depends on God's will. Shopkeeper Jin Yang threatened. Several people were already at a loss. They just came to the banquet, but unexpectedly they offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. Lanbin pretended to be calm, as he would not let anything happen to his younger sister at all costs. Lanbin did not reveal his family name. They are just a third-rate family. Even if they announce their name, it will be useless and will only bring trouble to the family. Senior, I am young and I was outspoken at the time. Please forgive me and let me go. 2 breaths. Shopkeeper Jin Yang did not respond, but just said lightly. Lanbin broke out in a cold sweat. Senior, can I apologize on your behalf with my own hands? Lanbin knew that he couldn't make shopkeeper Jin Yang calm down today, and it would be difficult to resolve the issue. The world of immortal cultivation has always been like this, where the strong prey on the weak. The laws of the divine dynasty cannot restrain the strong. Beiwang City has a mixed population and a weak sense of law. Many people have no legal awareness at all. Just regard it as a means to restrain mortals. 1 breath. To Lanbin and the others, the faint tone sounded like a death warrant. How can Brother Bin let Sister Lan cut off her own hands? The worst that can happen is that I'll fight to the death, but I'll die with dignity. Dan Fei said. The other 2 also nodded. They can die but cannot be humiliated. How could Tianyu be insulted like this by the Shengwu people? I'll cut it off. Lanji doesn't want to see her elder brother and the others because he is in danger. Lanji peeked inside from the door of the restaurant. She was not afraid of breaking her hand, she just wanted the person she loved to see her perfect appearance. No, my brother will never let me lose my arms while he's still here. Time is up. Throw it into the street and do it. Shopkeeper Jin Yang said indifferently. In his opinion, killing a few children from small families was like stepping on a few ants. Yes, sir. The monk from the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce showed a cruel smile. Lan Bin felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Several of them are only at the foundation establishment stage, and the strongest one is him who is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. But the cultivators of Jinyang Chamber of Commerce are powerful warriors in the Jindan stage, and they are definitely not their match. What to do? Shopkeeper Jinyang made it clear that he would not let them go. Lanji. Chi Fei covered his hands on the second floor of the restaurant. According to the time, several old friends should have arrived. As soon as I came out of the treasure chest, I saw a few people at the door. Brother Fei. Lanji shouted subconsciously, with a long-lost smile on her face. Get started. Shopkeeper Jin Yang said impatiently. Although Chi Fei was wearing the clothes of the Chixing sect, a disciple of the Chixing sect was still just an ant in his eyes. Even the Red Star sect had to give him face. Most of the talisman paper, talisman pens, and spiritual ink used by the Red Star sect were provided by him. The monk from the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce moved his feet, and his figure was like a ghost, and Lan Bin could not catch it with his naked eyes. The next moment, Lan Bin and his companions felt a sharp pain in their arms, and their bodies were lifted into the air and thrown up by someone. By the time they reacted, they had already been thrown out the door. Stop! Chi Fei roared and jumped down from the second floor. The monk from the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce threw several people out and then attacked directly, ready to take their lives. Lanji glanced at Chi Fei with a smile in her eyes. It was worth the trip to see the person he had been caring about for many years before he died. However, her elder brother and several others, including Tan Fei, lost their lives because of her impulsiveness, and she blamed herself deeply. I told you to stop. Chi Fei's eyes were bloodshot and he threw away the stack of talisman papers in his hand. These were just given to him by His Highness Qin Yu, and he had added his mental power to them. The monk from the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce was frightened by the hundreds of talismans and dodged. If you get hit by this, you will be injured if not killed. Boom! Hundreds of talisman papers ignited with a bang. Although they were only low-grade talisman papers, their power was much greater when 100 pieces were stacked together. Depend on. The monk from Jinyang Chamber of Commerce cursed angrily. He was at the peak of the Jindan stage, but he was actually scared away by the lowest level of talisman paper. Even if this power hit him, it would not hurt him at all. Feel the shopkeeper's afterglow. I suddenly felt embarrassed. Damn you! Monk Jin Yang cursed angrily and attacked Chi Fei directly. Chi Fei's cultivation level is not high, but he is only in the early stage of Jindan. He knew he was no match for her, but for Lanji, he did not retreat. He gritted his teeth and went forward. Shopkeeper Jin Yang did not say anything to stop it. In his opinion, it was just killing one more ant. In the box were Qin Yu, Xiaoqi, the eighth prince, the old minister, the city guard Captain Ma Haoshuan, and the chief guard Chen Wan. The restaurant owner drank 2 glasses and then tactfully left. What's that sound? Qin Yu asked. It was the disciple of the Red Star sect that your highness had just accepted. His friend was beaten up, and he was calling out. Red flying. Qin Yu stood up suddenly. You bastard. Chi Fei was a talent he had just recruited. Not only did he solve the difficulties with talisman paper, he was also the director of his talisman paper printing factory. Isn't it a slap in his face to hurt his friends? When Qin Yu walked out of the box, he saw the Jin Yang cultivator rushing towards Chi Fei. Damn it! Kill him! Qin Yu's face instantly fell, and his tone became extremely cold. Call. Ma Haoshuan moved upon hearing the sound. For the old minister, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, it was too embarrassing for him to deal with a golden core. He is the most suitable person to take action here. The monks from the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce felt a chill all over their bodies, as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. The next moment, the crisis of death loomed. The monk from Jinyang Chamber of Commerce turned around, and the moment his eyes met Ma Haoshuan's, his head flew off instantly. The monks from the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce looked at the familiar headless corpse in horror as their consciousness gradually became blurred. Ma Haoshuan, you dare to kill my people. Shopkeeper Jinyang looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Blood was still gushing out from monk Jinyang's neck. Lanbin and his companions looked at the scene in surprise. The great Jindan monk who had just wanted to take their lives turned into a headless corpse in the blink of an eye. Beiwang City is too dangerous, so they want to go back to the countryside. So what if I kill him? Ma Haoshuan said disdainfully. Now he is not Ma Haoshuan from the city lord's mansion, but from Prince Gon's mansion. As long as His Highness gives the order, he will kill shopkeeper Jinyang as well. Shopkeeper Jinyang laughed in anger. Well, you have to pay the price for what you did today. Don't even think about buying a single spiritual stone from me in Beiwang City from now on. Cut. Ma Haoshuan looked at him with disdain. In the beginning, many large chambers of commerce were unwilling to come because Beiwang City was so poor. Now that His Highness Qin Yu is here, it won't be long before the large chambers of commerce hear the news and come. It is the instinct of businessmen to pursue interests. In the current Beiwang City, any chamber of commerce with a little insight will notice the changes. This is a cold and disdainful voice. This made shopkeeper Jinyang so angry that his breathing became rapid. Even the city lord Shan Yucheng had to give him some face. How could a mere captain of the city guard dare to look down on him? This made him feel worse than killing his men. Haoshuan, why is there still someone alive? Qin Yu's cold voice came from the door. Qin Yu stood at the door and was slightly dissatisfied when he saw the shopkeeper Jinyang still breathing heavily. Shopkeeper Jinyang's eyes widened and his body began to tremble. As a veteran in the business world, he naturally understood what this sentence meant. It turned out that the third prince was the one who patronized the 7 Stars restaurant today. Shopkeeper Jinyang was trembling with fear, his body shaking like a sieve. This was a ruthless man who dared to confront the Holy Lord Taichu in public. Although their Chamber of Commerce is quite powerful, it is insignificant compared to the Taichu Holy Land. Your Highness, I am a humble man who was blind and did not recognize a great man. I hope you will forgive me for disturbing you. Shopkeeper Jinyang knelt down with a thud. Shopkeeper Jinyang knelt down. Lanbin felt that the world had become a strange place. The shopkeeper Jinyang, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, was now kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Disturbing my meal is a small matter, but you actually dared to let your subordinates hurt my people. This is a capital crime. Shopkeeper Jinyang looked at Qi Fei. He thought Qi Fei was a disciple of the Red Star sect since he had just appeared with the city guards. Your Majesty, I didn't know he was from the palace, otherwise I wouldn't dare to attack him even if I had 100 guts. Qin Yu remained unmoved. Wait a moment, Your Highness, I am the shopkeeper of Jinyang Chamber of Commerce. Most of the supplies for Beiwang City are provided by me. If you kill me, there will be no one to provide supplies for Beiwang City. Seeing that Qin Yu was determined to kill him, the shopkeeper of Jinyang had to resort to force. Kill him. Qin Yu waved his hand. If you want to threaten him with this, Dongzhou has no shortage of chambers of commerce. CI. Blood splattered. Shopkeeper Jinyang never thought that he would die here today. Jinyang Chamber of Commerce will take revenge on Beiwang City. Shopkeeper Jinyang sent out the last ray of his spiritual consciousness. Qi Fei bowed and said, "Qi Fei thanks your highness. No one in the palace can bully anyone except me." After Qin Yu finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the restaurant, leaving behind Lan Bin and his companions with confused looks on their faces. "We have almost finished our meal. We can start to arrange the Dongzhou event. It is easy to find someone who has not practiced cultivation, but it is not easy to find a Tianjiao." Qin Yu looked at the old minister Luo Ni. Although this guy was old, his cultivation was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. And he had nothing to do all day. It's the right place to do this. It's not a secret anyway. "Old minister, I want to discuss something with you." After Qin Yu left, Qi Fei looked at Lan Bin and the others and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I asked you to come here and almost caused you to have an accident. If he had appeared a few seconds later today, several people would have been killed by the monks from the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce." Qi Fei, who has lived in Beiwang City for many years, knows well the truth that the strong prey on the weak and human life is worthless. If His Highness had not been here, I'm afraid he would have lost his life here. He still has the support of the Red Star sect, but in the eyes of some people, he is still rampant. "Brother Fei, was that His Highness Qin Yu just now?" Lan Bin had already forgotten the life-and-death crisis that had just occurred. Instead, he looked at Qin Yu, who had become famous over the past month and treated spirit stones as dirt. "It's His Highness Qin Yu." After what happened just now, Qi Fei recognized Qin Yu from the bottom of his heart. The owner of a top chamber of commerce was beheaded by His Highness simply because he attacked him. No one in the palace could bully anyone except His Highness. But how could His Highness, who was so approachable, bully them? Chen Wen patted Qi Fei on the shoulder. "Since you have come to the palace, we will be a family from now on. You can trust His Highness at any time." After Chen Wen finished speaking, he turned and went into the restaurant. His Highness continued to take care of his own people as always. "Brother Fei, have you joined the palace?" Tan Fei said excitedly. They had heard too much about Qin Yu. They heard that countless people wanted to join the palace, but the palace only accepted 30,000 people. Many people failed to join the palace. Since Qi Fei was able to get Qin Yu to show up, it was obvious that he was not a soldier who joined the barracks. Qi Fei nodded and said, "I just joined the palace today as well. Brother Fei is amazing. He was able to get His Highness Qin Yu to stand up for you on the first day of joining." Qi Fei's face turned slightly red and his chin was slightly raised. He still felt a little flattered by the flattery of his childhood playmate. "Come in first. The reason I asked you to come here this time is because His Highness has assigned me a task." Qi Fei called a few people to go to the restaurant. When Lanji's eyes met Qi Fei's, she instantly changed direction. "Lanji, you've grown so big," Qi Fei said to Lanji with surprise. "Brother Fei, I'm already 20 years old," Lanji said in a soft voice. "It's also true that I'm in my 20s now, and you're not the little girl you were back then." Several people entered the restaurant talking and laughing. As for the headless corpse spurting blood outside the door, someone from the Jinyang Chamber of Commerce would come to deal with it. "Brother Fei, whatever the mission is, we will do our best as long as we can do it," Lan Bin said. Tan Fei also shook his head frantically. If he missed the opportunity to serve His Highness Qin Yu, it would be gone. After Lanji sat down, her eyes began to wander, moving from time to time, and her eyes kept passing over Qi Fei. "This matter is too important. I'm sorry I can't tell you directly. You need to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao first that you will not tell this to anyone else. Only then will I tell you." Qi Fei remembered the confidentiality Qin Yu had said. Even if Qin Yu didn't say it, He knew that this was an absolute secret and could not be shown to others easily. Several people's eyes froze. I thought Qi Fei was joking. How could one make an oath to the heavenly Tao casually? If one violates it, the heavenly Tao will punish one for the consequences. But Qi Fei had a serious look on his face, without any sign of joking. Several people suddenly fell into deep thought. They all wanted to join the palace, but they needed to swear an oath before joining, which was too abrupt for them. Brother Fei, I believe you. I am willing to swear an oath to heaven. Lanji said. As long as you join the palace, you will have the opportunity to see Brother Fei at any time in the future. Since my sister is willing to swear, then I am willing too. I am willing to do so too. Tan Fei and the two girls spoke one after another. It's just a vow not to tell anyone, not a vow of allegiance or to complete the mission. Qi Fei began to transmit his telepathic knowledge. You mean talisman paper can be mass-produced? Huge waves arose in the sea of consciousness of several people. In just one day, they experienced many ups and downs and felt that their hearts were almost at their limit. Your Highness ordered me to be in charge of the production, but this involves refining instruments. Although the instruments are simple, they still require a certain amount of experienced refiners to make them. I know that your family is somewhat proficient in refining instruments. Production is a job that requires a lot of manpower, and he wanted to give this opportunity to his childhood friend. Improve their family strength. Unfortunately, his family is a talisman-making family. Once photocopiers start to be mass-produced, the survival skills that the family is proud of will be eliminated. After a moment's hesitation, they were overjoyed. This task could allow their entire family to earn a large amount of spirit stones. Moreover, when working for His Highness, you don't have to worry about being bullied. Just like today, if you accidentally offend a strong person, your life or death will depend on luck. What do you think? Of course. Brother Fei, this is a great boon to our family. There are 5 people and 4 families. Although the number of people is not large, they can provide a group of low-level equipment refiners. Qi Fei couldn't contact more familiar and reliable weapon refiners for the time being. There are many families and sects in Beiwang City who refine weapons, but the matter is of great importance, and reliability is the top priority. After His Highness finishes his meal, I will report to him. Your Highness, as long as you don't deceive me, just tell me what you want to say. Old Minister, I have never lied to you. I just told you my vision for the future. Those things may come true one day. But will this old minister ever see that day? Don't worry, I'll find time to buy you some elixirs to prolong your life. You'll see that day. Qin Yu patted his chest and said. His spirit stones were increasing day by day, and he could buy whatever he wanted. Your Highness, you are joking. Medicines that extend lifespan are expensive, especially for old ministers, which are astronomically expensive. You don't have to worry about that. The old minister smiled and thought Qin Yu was just fooling him. When many sect ancestors were nearing the end of their lives, they could not buy a medicine to prolong their lifespan even if they gave them all. Your Highness, do you have anything to discuss with this old minister? He didn't have many years left to live, and now he was just spending the rest of his life in Beiwang City. If Qin Yu needed it, he wouldn't mind making use of his remaining energy. He had dedicated his entire life to Tianyu, so why would he care about the last few years? The Grand Gathering of Dongzhou, do you know about it, old Shangshu? The old minister nodded. Of course he knew this, as he had participated in it when he was young. I led a team to participate in it when I got older. I would like to invite 2 teams to participate in the Dongzhou event in the name of Beiwang City. The old minister shook his head and said, there aren't many geniuses in Beiwang City, let alone a team of 500 people. As for the 500 people who have never practiced, it is easy to gather them. But it would be a big mistake to think of countries as being so simple. No divine dynasty or holy land would honestly look for 1,000 people who have never practiced cultivation. Every few years when Dongzhou holds a grand event, all major forces will search for talented and young prodigies and continuously nourish their bodies. After starting to practice, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, with the help of a large amount of resources. Even the Tianyu divine dynasty secretly searched for many geniuses. How insidious! Qin Yu was speechless. He thought too naively of the other countries. Where there is a will, there is a way. You will know it if you don't try. Qin Yu did not give up after knowing the inside story. Really want to try? Think. Then I will accompany your highness to give it a try. The old minister just thought it was just a boring thing to do and didn't hold out any hope. Yuzhu, make an announcement for this prince. Your highness, it's bad, the spirit stone machine has been leaked. Chen Wen walked in directly without even knocking on the door. What? Qin Yu was furious. How was it leaked? Qin Yu asked. Your highness, there are more and more spirit stone machines, so we purchased a large number of isolation array plates. One of the plates had a crack, which caused the isolation space to shrink, and the 10 spirit stone machines outside were exposed. Have these 10 spirit stone machines been discovered? Chen Wen nodded, and not only did he find that they were all being pulled to the market to be sold. Take me to see it. The palace is still very weak, so the spirit stone machine cannot be leaked at this time. In front of a nascent soul cultivator who was holding a gourd and pouring wine into his mouth continuously on Beiwang Street, there was a spirit stone machine. Respectfully. He drank a few more sips of wine. This is a magical instrument that can produce spirit stones. Don't miss it if you pass by. Each one is worth 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. The gourd Yuanying said to himself, I didn't expect that there would be such a rare thing in the outer world. What the sect elders said is not entirely true. However, the spiritual energy in the outer realm is indeed thin, with a concentration of only about 1% of that in the central realm. The monks' shouting attracted a large group of people shopping. The already prosperous Beiwang Street reached its peak after Qin Yu held the small game, and many people came to visit. Senior, are you saying that this magic weapon can produce spirit stones? The disciple of Ziguang's sect asked doubtfully. Yes, I will tell you the truth. You're treating people like idiots. For a low-grade magic weapon to produce spirit stones, it would take longer for the sun to rise from the west. A bystander sneered. If you don't buy it, get out. The gourd Yuanying waved his hand and ignored these ignorant people. He had observed the production capacity of this magic weapon. It could produce 1 high-quality spirit stone every half an hour, and 87 high-quality spirit stones a year. There would be no problem using the magic weapon for 100 years. He could sell it for only 1,000 high-quality spirit stones, which was a huge benefit. A bunch of ignorant guys. Hulu Yuanying also saw that this magic weapon was not popular in the outside world, and it seemed that the cost of refining it was very high. Many people don't know about this, and they're probably thinking it's a magical weapon secretly developed by a large force. Unfortunately, he was not good at refining magic weapons and could not figure out the principle of this magic weapon. After such a long time of selling, only 2 were sold, which only cost 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Very few people can afford it. Never mind, I'll open your eyes. The gourd Yuanying is ready to activate the magic weapon to let these people broaden their horizons. Everyone, please get out of the way. Chen Wen roared, and hundreds of guards began to clear the area. The 3 Fang Zhoutong sisters walked in front. It was their duty to protect the spirit stone machine, but they didn't expect a leak to occur. Fang Zhoutong, who has always been carefree, now blames himself and wants to prevent the leakage of the spirit stone machine. The Gord Yuanying looked at the people surrounding him, didn't take it seriously, and continued to pour wine into his mouth. It's just selling a magic weapon, is it illegal? Your Highness, he is a powerful person at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The old minister reminded. Qin Yu was surprised. Although this man looked sloppy, he did not look old. He should be less than 50 years old, yet he had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. At the age of 50, he is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, which can be said to be a rare existence in the entire Dongzhou. Junior Qin Yu, nice to meet you, senior. Qin Yu said, bowing. The Gord Yuanying glanced at the old minister and took another sip, as if the wine in the gourd was endless. You want to buy a magic weapon? I'll give you 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. I won't sell it for less than 1. I don't have top-grade spirit stones. How about buying it with high-grade spirit stones? No. The Gord Yuanying refused without even thinking about it. Top-grade spiritual stones are useless to me. I never use them for cultivation. They will only slow down my progress. The grade of spirit stone is mainly determined by its purity. The higher the purity of the spirit stone, the more help it can provide in cultivation. The speed of cultivation increased by the best grade spirit stones is almost 10 times that of the upper grade spirit stones. Above the best grade spirit stones, there are also holy grade spirit stones, which are rare items that are usually only found in the core areas of spirit stone veins and are also called spirit marrow. The exchange ratio is far more than 10 to 1. Holy spirit stones are no longer limited to cultivation, they can even be added to alchemy as materials to increase the success rate of alchemy. Your Highness, I still have some top-grade spirit stones here. Lao Shang said. It had been a long time since he had reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, but unfortunately he had been unable to break through to the spirit transformation stage, so all his annual salary of spirit stones had to be kept by him. His annual salary is about 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. I want this spirit stone machine. Senior should have a few more spirit stone machines. Qin Yu stared at the Gord Yuanying. Don't look at me like that. I found it in the desert. I didn't steal or rob it. As soon as Qin Yu said this, the Gord Yuanying knew that the person in front of him was the owner. I picked up 10 in total, but I sold 2 of them along the way. Now there are 8 left. You can take all 8,000 top-grade spirit stones. Hulu Yuanying did not refuse to accept the spirit stones just because Qin Yu was the owner. Okay, I want them all. The old minister took out his storage ring and handed the spirit stone to Qin Yu expressionlessly. At this moment, the old minister's eyes were fixed on the magic weapon in front of him. All the doubts in his mind were answered. Why did His Highness Qin Yu have so many spirit stones? The research and development of spirit stone manufacturing was successful. In order to cheat the spirit stones from him, Qin Yu had mentioned more than once about liquefying the spiritual energy in the air. Unexpectedly, His Highness Qin Yu actually did it. The calm-faced old minister had already been in turmoil in his heart. It seems that I am not old and blind, but a very far-sighted person. The old minister now can't wait to return to the imperial city to tell those old guys that I am not senile and confused, especially that bastard Wei Zheng, and criticize him for everything. However, he had already been issued an imperial decree that he could not return to the imperial court without being summoned. By the way, I am returning from the Dongzhou event on official business. An unexpected result led to a great success. He never expected that the old minister, out of boredom, would agree to something that would give him the opportunity to return to the imperial city. The Gord Yuanying took the spirit stone and took out the 7 spirit stone machines from the storage ring without hesitation. Here, 8 in total. After giving the Gord Yuanying to the spirit stone machine, it prepared to fly away. Wait a moment, senior. I don't know where you came from, or where you are going. Hulu Yuanying looked lost in thought. Yes, where was he going? He was just fleeing from the central region to the outer region. There is no way back to the central region, and no place to go to the outer region. I come from nowhere, I go nowhere, I wander around the world, I live in the morning and die in the evening. If you don't mind, I am willing to provide you with a place to stay. As the farthest stranger in Dongzhou, Qin Yu saw the gourd's nascent soul and discovered the same emotion in its eyes as he did. I will not be loyal to anyone. You must not stop me when I want to leave. Hulu Yuanying did not refuse. He also wanted to see how the magic weapon that could make spirit stones was made. If it can be implemented in the central region as well, then he will also have the opportunity to return to the central region. Of course, I always respect personal wishes and never force anyone. I wonder who you sold the other 2 magic weapons to? Qin Yu asked. I don't know him either, but he invited me to join the Shengwu Divine Dynasty before he left. I guess he must be from the Shengwu Divine Dynasty. Where is this Shengwu Divine Dynasty? Hulu Yuanying looked confused. It was bought by the Holy Martial Dynasty. Fang Zhoutong and the other 2 looked dejected. They were responsible for confidentiality and security, and now the spirit stone machine had not only been leaked, but had also flowed to the Shengwu Divine Dynasty. You must know that the Shengwu Divine Dynasty is Tianyu's mortal enemy. Your Highness, Zhoutong has failed in his duties. Please punish him. The 3 of them half knelt. Stand up, I said. You don't need to kneel in the palace. They are just 2 spirit stone machines. If they are lost, they are lost. This is also my negligence. I have left so many spirit stone machines for the 3 of you to look after. Go to the military camp and select 3,000 people to assist you 3 in your work. Qin Yu did not blame the 3 sisters. After all, only 3 of them were responsible for so many spirit stone machines, and this time the failure was caused by the failure of the formation disk. Although His Highness did not blame them, Fang Zhoutong and the other 2 still blamed themselves. They were earning dozens of times more than before, but they made a big mistake. Okay, everyone, get up. Go back and look after the spirit stone machine first, and find some time to go to the military camp to get people. Yes, Your Highness. Senior, please. As long as he followed him, Qin Yu would have a way to keep the gourd Yuanying in the palace. People in the world of immortal cultivation are very simple and have relatively simple goals. Improving their cultivation is their biggest goal. You spent 1,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy a low-grade magic weapon? Are you an idiot? The 5th prince was speechless. He didn't have many spirit stones left after Qin Yu cheated him out of them. Now, this brainless imperial sister of his had spent another 1,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy a lower-grade magic weapon. 5th brother, this magic weapon can produce spirit stones. I got a bargain. Nonsense. If low-grade magic tools could produce spirit stones, they wouldn't be so precious. Spirit stones are both a resource and a currency. Without spirit stones, it would be difficult for items to circulate between cultivators. The charming lady in palace dress said in a tender voice, 5th brother, I will never lie to you. This magic weapon can really produce spirit stones. The 6th princess Sheng Hanxiao pressed a button, and the spirit stone machine suddenly rumbled, and the air inlet continuously absorbed the surrounding air. Snort. Sheng Xinyan didn't believe it, but secretly glanced at his 6th sister. Apart from a natural charm, she seemed to be useless. She was indeed not a virgin now, as he had taken her down a few years ago. Never mind, I'll just consider these 1,000 top-grade spirit stones as money for Hua's prostitution. Thinking of this, Sheng Xinyan felt a lot more comfortable, and even wanted to do it with Sheng Hanxiao again. Forget it. I have to inspect the troops later in broad daylight, so I should save some energy. Sheng Xinyan chose to meditate on the spot. Fifth brother, look quickly. A white spirit stone fell out from behind the spirit stone machine. Sheng Hanxiao ran over happily, picked up the spirit stone and looked at him excitedly. What's the matter? Sheng Xinyan asked impatiently. The spiritual stones produced by the magic weapon are out. Sheng Hanxiao said while holding up the spiritual stones. Sheng Xinyan stood up suddenly and looked at the top-grade spirit stone in Sheng Hanxiao's hand. He had just been meditating for half an hour. Call. Holy Heart Flame instantly appeared beside Holy Hanxiao. Royal Sister, are you saying that this spiritual stone was just made by this low-grade magic weapon? Sheng Hanxiao nodded, but there was confusion in his eyes. Didn't the gourd monk say that he would give him a top-grade spirit stone every half hour? How come half an hour now turns out to be a top-grade spirit stone? Stupid, isn't this good enough? That foolish cultivator probably doesn't even know that this magical weapon can produce top-grade spirit stones. 1 piece for half an hour, that's 24 pieces a day. Doesn't that mean that 8,760 top-grade spirit stones can be produced in a year? And this is just the production capacity for 1 year, and it only cost 1,000 top-grade spirit stones to buy it back. Royal Sister, you are really the lucky star of fifth brother. Snort. Sheng Hanxiao snorted proudly, didn't you just ask if I was an idiot? Fifth brother was just joking with you, don't take it seriously. Fifth sister, can you contact the gourd monk you mentioned? Sheng Xinyan was so excited that his whole body was shaking. One magic weapon could provide so many spirit stones. If he bought dozens or hundreds of them, he would be able to raise an army of his own in a few years. Well, I didn't contact him to send a signal through the jade pendant. I only know that he seemed to be heading towards the Tianyu divine dynasty. Sheng Hanxiao muttered. At that time, he also wanted to buy a few more, but he didn't have that many spirit stones on him, and he was also worried that the magic weapon would not be effective, so he bought one. Immediately send someone to the Tianyu divine dynasty. We must do it in secret and find this person. If he could obtain this person and get him to hand over the method of refining magic tools, he, Sheng Xinyan, would become the person who surpassed his ancestors in the Shenggu divine dynasty. Or a few equipment refiners, see if they can find out the method of refining the spirit stone machine. Although a low-grade magic weapon is cleverly constructed, in the eyes of high-level weapon refiners, low-grade magic weapons have no secrets at all. Fifth brother, shouldn't we report this matter to our father? Sheng Hanxiao asked doubtfully. I'm sure my father will also like such a rare item. No, once the emperor finds out, what will it have to do with us? Sheng Xinyan refused. Things can only play their greatest value in one's own hands. Even if they are reported, it is just a merit. If he can refine magic weapons in batches, the next emperor will not choose him, and the people below will not agree. Okay, then I'll listen to fifth brother. Fifth brother, if I give you this treasure, do you have any reward? The saint's eyes are full of spring water, and his body is hot. Sheng Xinyan, who was already full of anger and heat all over, swallowed his saliva. I just got too angry and needed to calm down. It's broad daylight, in the hall, so what? Sheng Xinyan's big hands began to explore upwards from the waist and soon found a soft and tender peak. What's that sound? The guard at the door was puzzled when he heard the panting sounds coming from the room. There were only the fifth prince and the sixth princess in the hall, so how could there be such a noise? The guard shook his head, thinking he was hallucinating, but the sounds continued to come like waves. It finally stopped after 3 minutes. The guard's heart was filled with turmoil, but he remained calm on the surface. This was too much, it had only been 3 minutes. The guard straightened his back, feeling a sense of confidence. Fifth brother, I hate asking you to massage me. It hurts me. Sheng Hanxiao mentioned it deliberately when she went out so that the guards could hear it. Notify everyone and set out for the military camp. Sheng Xinyan ordered. Yes. The guard trotted out, still thinking that it was a massage, but the sound made by the massage was too weird. Sheng Xinyan, who had just arrived at the military camp, immediately ordered, "Tell the weapon refiner accompanying the army to come see me immediately." Several equipment refiners walked around the spirit stone machine for a few circles. Your Highness is saying that this low-grade magical weapon can produce spirit stones. Huh, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Several weapon refiners laughed as if they had heard a joke. A bunch of ignorant fools. Just because something you haven't seen doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Sheng Xinyan raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically. The weapon refiner who usually acts bossy never expected that he would have the opportunity to taunt. Although these people are weapon refiners accompanying the army, they have a respected status, travel outside the army, and often receive orders without being announced. The faces of several weapon refiners suddenly turned gloomy. They were spirit weapon level weapon refiners, and not only did Sheng Xinyan trick them with a low-grade magic weapon, he even mocked them. The fifth prince doesn't know how to refine weapons, doesn't he even have basic common sense? Spiritual stones can only be mined from spiritual stone mines, or strong people can refine spiritual energy and gather it into spiritual stones. But no strong person would be so idle as to absorb spiritual energy and gather spiritual stones. Only some extremely poor independent cultivators would do this. The efficiency of artificially refining spirit stones is very low. Outside the starry sky, there are always a large number of independent cultivators who refine spirit stones manually and have to pay for the teleportation array. Dongzhou has been passed down for countless years, and major forces have long been formed. All known resources are occupied by major forces. If you want to obtain resources, you can only join the major forces. Or risk your life and explore the mountains where monsters roam. But not every cultivator is not afraid of death. Those who are afraid of death can only go to the outer space to refine spirit stones for cultivation and purchase the necessary resources. What if this magic weapon can produce spirit stones? Sheng Xinyan sneered. He was deliberately provoking these weapon refiners. If this magic weapon can produce spirit stones, from now on we will follow the fifth prince's lead. But if it can't, what can the fifth prince say? If it could really produce spirit stones, the value of this thing would no longer be low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, if we can refine magical instruments in batches, there will no longer be a shortage of spirit stones in the future. The position of the crown prince can only belong to the fifth prince, so why wouldn't they be happy to be loyal to him? Good. Sheng Xinyan laughed. This was exactly what he was waiting for. If this thing cannot produce spirit stones, I will give each of you 1,000 top-grade spirit stones as compensation. Then follow what the fifth prince says. Several people were also happy. They would not suffer any loss in any case. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones was a terrifying number. They did not expect the fifth prince to be so generous. Royal sister, open it for them. Sheng Hanxiao muttered, didn't fifth brother believe it at first? As a result, as soon as they entered the door, they said that the weapon refiners were ignorant, and now they have made an agreement. Fifth brother is trying to cheat people. Sheng Hanxiao pressed the switch, and the spirit stone machine made a roaring sound. Several weapon refiners sneered. If this low-grade magic weapon could really refine spirit stones, he would become the richest person in the world. The independent cultivators who have been working hard to refine spirit stones in the outer space will flock to him. At that time, even if the holy martial emperor did not want to abdicate, he would have to do so. The will of the people is the trend of the times. If the holy martial emperor dared not pass the throne to the fifth prince, he would be going against the will of heaven and standing against the people. It's been half an hour. Where is the spirit stone? Fifth prince, you must accept the defeat. Slippery. A spirit stone slid down from behind the spirit stone machine. The sudden sound made several weapon refiners look towards the tail. The weapon refiner picked up the white solidified substance and his eyes suddenly widened. Yes, it is a top-grade spirit stone. The weapon refiner's voice trembled. Let me see it. Several other weapon refiners snatched it away. It really is a spiritual stone, and a top-grade spiritual stone of extremely high purity. How is this possible? A low-grade magic weapon was used to refine a top-grade spirit stone. Has this world become so crazy? That weapon refiner created such an amazing artifact, a magical weapon that can change the world. Several weapon refiners began to tremble. As weapon refiners, they knew how valuable this item was. They were not willing to exchange it even for a divine weapon. With this magical weapon, establishing a divine dynasty is just a matter of a snap of a finger. Your Highness Xinyan, which magic weapon was forged by this senior weapon refiner? Several people changed their address from the fifth prince to His Highness Xinyan. Sheng Xinyan glared at one and said angrily, "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." Your Highness, please forgive me. Several people knew the value of this item, and it was indeed inappropriate for them to ask about it. What are you waiting for? Knowing the existence of the magic weapon, can your loyalty be proved by the agreement alone? Swear allegiance to His Majesty the Holy Heart Flame until death. Several people raised their hands without hesitation and swore the heavenly oath. Now he is the first batch of followers. Once Sheng Xinyan comes to power, they will be able to follow him. With the magical tool for refining spirit stones, as long as the holy martial god emperor is not an idiot, the next successor will definitely be His Highness Sheng Xian. You guys should study how the spirit stone was extracted from this magic weapon. I think a low-grade magic weapon will not be difficult for you guys. Don't worry, Your Highness. The paths of refining weapons all lead to the same destination. Moreover, for a low-grade magical weapon, we only need to observe it to know how it is refined. Several weapon refiners were full of confidence. If they couldn't analyze a low-grade magical weapon, then the spiritual level weapon refiners would be just in vain. Okay, after the task is completed, Your Highness will reward you handsomely. After hearing what they said, Sheng Xinyan felt relieved. After the success, he immediately sent troops to Ganlong. Capture Qin Yu and torture him severely. Qin Yu still has the leverage over him, and he won't be able to sleep or eat well until Qin Yu is dead. If the affair between him and the imperial sister were to get out, he would be despised by the people of the world. Ah, cut. Who is scolding me? Qin Yu was a great cultivator in the Jindan stage, and he sneezed for no reason. Someone must have been scolding him. Qin Yu is now in a secret room. The successful development of the talisman paper printer this time brought him a large increase in luck points. He worked so hard on research just to improve his cultivation. Who doesn't want to live long and see as long as the heaven and earth? Panel. Name, Qin Yu. Cultivation, Heavenly Tao Golden Elixir Initial Stage 545/1000. Dynasty Luck Value, 150,000 points. Technological Achievements, Bicycle, Loom, Phonograph, Spirit Stone Machine, Talisman Paper Printer. Tip: the dynasty's luck value can be converted into cultivation. Tips: the prince status can convert 10% of the luck value, the king status can convert 50%, the crown prince status can convert 80%, and the emperor status can convert 100%. Talisman paper is indeed a treasure that can quickly improve combat power. Just for the successful development, I got 70,000 dynasty luck points. After 50% conversion, that means a total of 75,000 luck points. Haha. Qin Yu laughed out loud. Breakthrough, give me a breakthrough. Cultivation, Heavenly Tao Golden Pill Initial Stage 1000/1000. Golden Elixir Mid-Stage 2000/2000. Late Gene Dan 4000/4000. Golden Elixir Perfection 8000/8000. Qin Yu stretched out his hand and felt the strength of his body increasing, with waves of mysterious energy pouring into his body. There are still 60,000 left, so breaking through to the late nascent soul stage is no problem. Do you want to spend 60,000 points to upgrade to Heavenly Tao Yuanying? A prompt line appears on the panel. Depend on. Nascent souls also have different levels. If they are so expensive, can't they be cheaper? Qin Yu complained, it's a waste of 60,000 yuan to break through to the late nascent soul stage. Hint, you can spend 30,000 points to upgrade to a genuine nascent soul. Hint, you can spend 20,000 points to upgrade to Xian Dao Yuanying. Hint, you can spend 10,000 points to upgrade to Zodiac Yuanying. As if in response to Qin Yu's complaints, a line of prompts appeared on the panel again. Depend on. Qin Yu cursed. How far one can go on the path of cultivating immortals depends on how deep one's foundation is. Who would choose a bad one when there is a good one? Choose the Heavenly Tao Yuanying. Qin Yu said weakly. Now I can only break through to the early stage of nascent soul. Heavenly Tao Yuanying early stage 545/10,000. Now it takes 10,000 luck points to break through the realm. 18 years old, in the nascent soul stage. No, he'll be 19 soon. Looking throughout Dongzhou, there are almost number 19-year-old nascent souls, except for some reincarnated ones and those gifted with special physiques.